In the realm of fantasy, Long Yuan has bound itself to the supreme guardian beast system. Human, is what you just spoke the truth? Questioned a menacing voice. With such meager cultivation, are you truly the ancestor of a clan? I am not well read. Do not deceive me. Not far from a tranquil pond at the outskirts of the Jiuxiao mountain range, an injured elder leaned against a grand tree, his pale visage marked by terror as he gazed at the beast before him. Before him stood a common frost-ice serpent, its body a striking white and measuring approximately 10 meters in length. At that moment, it was glaring at him with a fierce serpent head. What left Chu Tianyang astounded was that this frost-ice serpent could actually speak. It is known that only a beast of the 4th tier could attain such a capability. To him, such beings were capable of cataclysmic destruction. How could he encounter one at the periphery of Jiuxiao Mountain? The heavens wish to extinguish my Chu family, Chu Tianyang lamented. What began as a quest to seek breakthroughs amidst his family's crisis had now led him not only to be ambushed by adversarial clan members, leaving him grievously injured, but also to face a 4th-tier demon beast. It seemed there was no escape left for him. Yet, he gritted his teeth and replied, respectfully, Elder, though I might be but a mere 2nd-tier warrior, I am indeed the highest-ranking elder of the Chu family in Qingyang town. The frost-ice serpent regarded him, a flicker of surprise glimmering in its wise eyes. It quickly inquired, how many members does your clan possess? Please, Elder, spare my family. Chu Tianyang pleaded. I am willing to become your sustenance. He urgently sought mercy, for the Chu family had already been cornered by the Ma family, equally hailing from Qingyang town. If this 4th-tier demon beast intervened, the Chu family would be left with no remnants of their bloodline. Humph, speak plainly. There is no need for such dramatics. I do not consume humans. Long Yuan scoffed, striking a nearby boulder with its tail and shattering it into fragments, causing Chu Tianyang's heart to race. Respectfully, Elder, we number around 6,000 to 7,000. Chu Tianyang answered hurriedly. 6,000 to 7,000. Long Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. At last, I have found what I have been waiting for. Long Yuan felt exhilarated, unleashing a roar to the heavens. After 7 long years of being transported to this world, he had finally encountered a suitable candidate. 7 years prior, Long Yuan found himself inexplicably transformed into the lowest tier of frost-ice serpent. In a world where martial prowess reigned supreme and the strong were abundant, he was but a creature that could be easily crushed underfoot. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the supreme guardian beast system had manifested. By becoming a guardian beast for a clan or power, the system could truly activate. Thus, he had been patiently waiting in the Jiuxiao mountain range for the right individual, and the wait had stretched for several years. During this time, lacking cultivation techniques, he could only rely on his innate instincts to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Long Yuan managed to cultivate to the initial stage of a 1st-tier warrior, gaining the ability to speak after consuming a spirit herb in the nearby mountains. Many cultivators, upon hearing of his ability to articulate human speech, naturally assumed he was a 4th-tier demon beast and were instantly filled with fear. Yet, that was not the case. Throughout the years, he had encountered some human cultivators on their journeys, but none had piqued his interest. System, open character attributes, host, Long Yuan race, frost ice, serpent realm of cultivation, initial stage of a 1st-tier minor demon physical cultivation, near minor demon. Current task, become a guardian beast for a power task rewards, 1 bloodline return, imperial grade supreme technique, Xingtian Longdiju, 5th-tier supreme technique, Xingyunju guardian force level, none. The level of the guardian force can enhance the host's cultivation speed. Chu Tianyang observed the excitedly writhing frost-ice serpent, feeling a wave of incredulity wash over him. Human, your clan surely does not possess a guardian beast, correct? Long Yuan inquired once more. Respectfully, Elder, our clan is too small and lacks the qualifications to have a guardian beast. Very well, from this day forth, I shall be the guardian beast of your Chu family. Chu Tianyang stared in shock at the frost-ice serpent before him. Elder, you cannot be jesting. We are merely a small clan of a few thousand people. We have nothing to offer you. This was a 4th-tier demon beast, while he, as the strongest of the Chu family, was merely a 2nd-tier warrior. How could he possibly summon such a powerful being? Long Yuan had no time for jest. This was an opportunity he could not afford to squander. 6,000 to 7,000 people, while not a significant clan in this world, was just right for him. Those too powerful might not even regard him. Since you are the highest-ranking elder of the Chu family, it is quite fortuitous. Swear an oath. From now on, I, Long Yuan, shall become the guardian beast of your Chu family, and your Chu family shall revere and serve me for generations. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming the guardian beast of the Chu family in Qingyang town. The system has officially activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 bloodline return, Imperial Grade Supreme Technique, Qing Tian Long Di Ju, 5th Tier Supreme Technique, Qing Yin Ju. The rewards had finally arrived. Long Yuan trembled with excitement. Not only could he return his bloodline, but he also possessed powerful techniques. Thus began his path to ascension. Suppressing his exhilaration, Long Yuan looked kindly at Chu Tianyong and said, "You are gravely injured. Come with me. I have an excellent cave dwelling for your recuperation. Once you are healed, we shall return to the Chu family." Long Yuan led Chu Tianyong into the pond, eager to discover what surprises awaited him after his bloodline return. Chu Tianyong's mind buzzed. He could hardly comprehend how he had acquired a 4th-tier demon beast as a guardian. It was only when the frigid water of the pond enveloped him that he fully awakened, realizing he had indeed encountered a monumental opportunity. The Chu family was saved. Entering the pond, under Long Yuan's guidance, they navigated a winding path to a dry underground space. The area was brightly lit, with illuminating stones embedded in the walls. This was Long Yuan's refuge, which had regrettably remained unused until now. "Here are some herbs I collected from the nearby mountains. Feel free to use them as you need. I will make arrangements, and then we shall head to your clan's location." Long Yuan departed in excitement, leaving Chu Tianyong standing there in a daze. "Why do I feel as though I am in a dream?" he murmured, astonished. "A 4th-tier demon beast wishes to be the guardian of my Chu family, and has even sworn a grand oath." Chu Tianyong was bewildered. Our Chu family does not possess any treasures worthy of a demon beast's attention. They were merely a small family in a town. He could not fathom why the being before him would take interest in them, especially to the extent of swearing a grand oath. For both warriors and demon beasts, a grand oath was not to be taken lightly. Once sworn, it must be adhered to, lest the heart of the Tao shatter, leading to dire consequences. Yet, he could not comprehend why Long Yuan would find value in their insignificant Chu family. Well, it is better not to dwell on it too much. Since a grand oath has been sworn, we are now bound together. If the elder is willing to accompany me to Qingyang town, dealing with Ma Bangua, who has reached the 3rd-tier martial artist level, will be effortless. For now, it is imperative to focus on healing and returning to the family. Otherwise, delay may bring unforeseen changes. Chu Tianyong turned his gaze to the surrounding herbs. Long Yuan settled at the bottom of the pond, finding a comfortable position on a large stone where he typically rested. System, initiate bloodline return. As the command was given, a tremendous surge of energy flooded into Long Yuan's body, beginning the transformation of his form. Long Yuan felt a jolt, a searing pain coursing through every corner of his being, akin to blades and flames carving and burning within. The return to ancestral bloodlines signifies a profound transformation at the level of existence, inevitably accompanied by a period of suffering. Simultaneously, he is enveloped in a layer of azure light, as his physical form undergoes intense metamorphosis. Chapter 2. Bloodline Reversion. Approximately half an hour later, the azure light dissipated, revealing the form of Long Yuan within. His physique had not undergone significant changes, yet his coloration had transformed into a lustrous blue. System, display the character panel. Host, Long Yuan race, Ice Rock Blue Python, cultivation level, early stage of 1st-tier minor demon, physical cultivation level, perfected 2nd-tier demon warrior, current task, sign in at the faction he protects, task reward, Dragon Emperor Hall. Origin of all spirits, superior royal body. Merging with the origin will bestow the all spirits body, guarded faction level, 2 stars, host cultivation speed increased by 20 times. His lineage had reverted from the lowly frost ice snake to the ice rock blue python. Long Yuan nodded. The frost ice snake was of a low tier, considered among the weakest of beasts, scarcely worthy of mention. In contrast, the ice rock blue python boasted formidable strength and defense, its inherent coldness now terrifyingly potent. Moreover, his physical cultivation had reached the perfected stage of a 2nd-tier demon warrior. This indicated that his bodily strength and defense had escalated to the pinnacle of a 2nd-tier demon warrior, making it impossible for any entity below this level to breach his defenses. Yet, the spiritual energy within him remained unchanged, still at the early stage of a 1st-tier minor demon. Such a substantial enhancement in physical cultivation from a mere bloodline reversion suggests that evolution and reversion might indeed be the swiftest means of augmenting one's power. Wait a moment, host's cultivation speed increased by 20 times? Long Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. 20 times? This enhancement seemed rather excessive. Unable to contain his excitement, he eagerly sought to experiment with it. He began to absorb the system's reward, the Imperial Grade Superior Technique, the Azure Sky Dragon Emperor Art. While the Qingyun art remained a human cultivation technique, a 1st-tier minor demon absorbs the essence of heaven and earth to transform it into its own spiritual energy. As he practiced, a resounding rumble echoed. The vast essence of heaven and earth surged toward his form, commencing its entry into his being. His cultivation level began to ascend rapidly. Initial stage, mid-stage, late stage, peak, perfection. The combination of the imperial technique with a 20-fold cultivation speed rendered his training efficiency extraordinarily formidable. Boom. In just over an hour, his cultivation surged directly to the early stage of a second-tier demon warrior, and his length grotesquely transformed to an alarming 40 meters. Ha! The sensation of having an advantage is indeed delightful. Long Yuan laughed heartily, contemplating how, had he bound to a certain family over a decade ago, he might have already become the sovereign of this realm. Shishinyang's injuries would not heal swiftly. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to continue his cultivation. Long Yuan expelled a porcelain vial from his mouth, a reward he had obtained by feigning ferocity to a wounded third-tier human warrior. It contained a third-tier elixir he had long hesitated to use, fearing the energy within might rupture his body. However, with the imperial technique at his disposal and his physical cultivation reaching the perfected stage of a second-tier demon warrior, Long Yuan deemed it the opportune moment to consume this elixir. Meanwhile, outside the icy pool where Long Yuan was training, a dozen figures had surrounded the area. From the bloodstains here, it appears Shishinyang has taken refuge within the icy pool. One remarked, observing the traces of blood, addressing Ma Jiao. Oh, did you truly believe that hiding in the cold pool would allow you to evade the relentless pursuit of the Ma family? Such delusions are simply laughable. Summon the men at once. Take up positions around the cold pool. The moment he dares to show himself, we shall surround and annihilate him. Furthermore, send scouts to investigate if there are any alternate escape routes nearby. I intend to ensure that he has no means of flight. After this, Qingyang town shall unequivocally become the stronghold of the Ma family. Ma Jiong, clutching a black long gun in one hand and stroking his beard with the other, let out a cold chuckle. Indeed, the others responded with eager expressions, immediately beginning their preparations. Meanwhile, Ma Jiong and his men concealed themselves among the underbrush surrounding the cold pool, their eyes sharp and vigilant as they focused on the location of the pool. As night fell, the following day dawned with a sudden splash emanating from the cold pool. Ma Jiong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he coldly remarked, "Has he finally reached his breaking point?" He then sprang forth from the thicket with his companions, weapons drawn and glinting with cold light, aimed directly at the cold pool. From the depths of the water, Long Yuan surged upward, his massive form landing steadily on the shore. He cast a cold glance at the assembled crowd, having sensed their presence beneath the surface but dismissing them entirely. At that moment, Chu Tianyang also emerged from the water. Although his injuries had not fully healed, the medicinal herbs had significantly aided his recovery. Ha ha ha, Chu Tianyang, have you finally decided to make an appearance? Ma Jiong was initially taken aback, but upon seeing Chu Tianyang, he grinned maliciously. Without further ado, he launched an assault, his body moving with the grace of a startled swan, wielding a sword imbued with spiritual energy that gleamed menacingly. Behind him, the other members of the Ma family charged forward with shouts of bravado. The Ma family. Chu Tianyang gritted his teeth. Although Qingyang town was small, it was home to the three influential families, the Chu, Ma, and Zhao. Recently, however, the Ma family's patriarch, Ma Bangua, had made a sudden breakthrough to a third-tier martial artist, along with several elders who had previously been first-tier martial artists also advancing to the second tier, thereby shattering the previously balanced power among the three families. With grand ambitions, Ma Bangua swiftly launched an aggressive campaign against the other two families, plunging the Chu and Zhao families into peril. They were left with no choice but to take countermeasures, lest they face annihilation. Thus, Chu Tianyang had ventured into the Jiuxiao Mountains in search of an opportunity to break through to the third tier himself. Little did he know that shortly after entering, he would fall victim to a surprise attack from the Ma family's elder, Ma Jiong, resulting in grave injuries. He had fled to the vicinity of the cold pool, leading to the earlier confrontation. Such arrogance. They seemed to regard me as inconsequential. Long Yuan scoffed, incredulous that these individuals either could not see him or mistook him for a mere decoration. Did they not notice his formidable size of over 160 meters? Or did they consider him a mere paper tiger? With a swift motion, his enormous tail swept across, generating a howling wind that suggested the power to sweep away armies. With a resounding crack, the second-tier spiritual weapon sword was instantly shattered. In the horrified gaze of Ma Jiong, a colossal blue tail, akin to a pillar of heaven, struck forcefully against his chest, resulting in shattered ribs and ruptured organs. How could this be? Ma Jiong's eyes widened as he expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, his body arcing like a shrimp before being propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a large tree and shattering it, extinguishing its life force completely. The eldest elder? The others who followed immediately halted, gasping in disbelief. Had the second-level warrior eldest elder truly been struck down by a single blow? They remained oblivious to the grim reality that their eldest elder had perished. Is the rest of the task manageable for you? Long Yuan inquired, casting a glance at Chu Tianyang. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your intervention. I shall handle these vile creatures. Chu Tianyang replied, dismissing the remaining foes, mere first-level warriors, as insignificant. Seizing the broken sword from the ground, he charged forward. And a cacophony of screams erupted as heads filled with terror soared into the air, blood gushing forth, while shadows collapsed to the earth. In mere moments, over a dozen first-level warriors lay dead. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tianyang approached Long Yuan, clasping his fists in respect. I am immensely grateful for your assistance, esteemed elder. Your kindness will be eternally etched in the annals of the Chu family. Not long ago, after breaking through his cultivation and experiencing a bloodline awakening, Long Yuan had appeared before Chu Tianyang in an entirely new form, startling him to the point of believing that the parents of the beast with whom he had sworn a sacred oath had arrived, given the drastic transformation in size. Just yesterday, Long Yuan had been approximately 10 meters long, and now, overnight, he had morphed into this colossal being, nearly paralyzing Chu Tianyang with fear. It was only after a thorough explanation from Long Yuan that he learned of the latter's bloodline awakening. Chu Tianyang understood that a bloodline awakening, whether for beasts or humans, constituted a rare opportunity. He hoped that one day a warrior of bloodline awakening would emerge from the Chu family. Do not fret. As I have become the guardian beast of your Chu family, I shall protect you all diligently, and there is no need to refer to me as esteemed elder. You may call me Beast God, Long Yuan replied calmly. Yes, Beast God, Long Yuan continued. Now, let us return directly to Qingyang Town. I am eager to claim the Dragon Emperor's Hall. Chu Tianyang nodded, with a fourth-level demon sovereign as their guardian beast. What could the small Ma family possibly pose as a threat? First-level warriors, second-level warriors, third-level masters, fourth-level sovereigns, fifth-level kings, sixth-level emperors, seventh-level venerables, eighth-level saints, ninth-level emperors. Chapter 3. Instant kill of a third-level master. Qingyang Town, situated at the foot of the Nine Heavens mountain range, is a quaint town with a population of merely several tens of thousands. At its center lies a circular lake, with all buildings constructed around it, presenting a picturesque scene. The three prominent families, the Chu, Ma, and Zhao families, are strategically positioned around the lake, forming a tripartite balance of power. However, at this moment, the Zhao family estate is drenched in blood, strewn with corpses. The stench of death pervades the air. Thousands of Zhao family members have been ruthlessly slaughtered, including the second-level warrior patriarch and the clan leader, with even 3-year-old children not spared. The Zhao family of Qingyang Town has been annihilated. As for the Chu family estate, numerous bodies lie sprawled across the ground, blood staining the earth crimson. Fortunately, they have not been exterminated. A significant number of their kin remain encircled within their ancestral grounds by the disciples of the Ma family. They have yet to eliminate the fleeing ancestor, Chu Tianyang, fearing his potential for a vengeful reprisal. Moreover, these individuals can serve as hostages, compelling the opposition to reveal themselves. The astute Ma Bangwa commanded that the moment they lay eyes on Chu Tianyang's lifeless body, all of his kin would be executed without delay. At this moment, within a grand hall of the Ma family's ancestral estate, Ma Bangwa, clad in gray and bearing a ruddy complexion, leisurely savored his tea. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and inquired, have there been no developments regarding Chu Tianyang's whereabouts? Reporting to the ancestor, we have just received news that Chu Tianyang has been gravely wounded by the Grand Elder and is currently being pursued. I believe it will not be long before his corpse is brought back, replied the clan leader, Ma Changsheng, with deference. Excellent. From this moment forth, Qingyang Town shall be firmly within the grasp of the Ma family. Ma Bangwa's eyes narrowed. Only by completely securing Qingyang Town could he boldly explore the hidden realm. For otherwise, he would remain restless. Not good, clan leader. Intruders have breached our defenses. At that moment, several members of the Ma family burst in, terror-stricken. How dare you display such panic before the ancestor? Ma Changsheng scolded the intruders with indignation. Yet, upon witnessing their blood-soaked appearances, he furrowed his brow and asked, what has transpired? Clan leader, Chu Tianyang has stormed into our Ma family. What did you say? Chu Tianyang has invaded our clan. Many of our kin have already been slain. Ma Bangwa's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Is it just him? Yes, ancestor, it is only him. Ma Bangwa abruptly rose. His demeanor icy. It seems Chu Tianyang has been pushed to his limits. Since he has delivered himself to our doorstep, I shall personally escort you to the netherworld. Old acquaintance. He intended to crush the head of this rival with whom he had contended for over a century. Ancestor. Suddenly, Ma Changsheng's expression shifted. His calves trembled as he gazed in horror at the eaves behind the ancestor, where a massive blue python had inexplicably coiled itself. What is the matter? Ma Bangwa frowned and turned around, only to be confronted by a gaping maw. Before he could react, the mouth clamped down on his neck, and the colossal form descended from the eaves, instantaneously coiling around him. To ambush rather than confront head-on. That was the experience the dragon abyss had accumulated over the years as a beast. A beast? Ma Bangwa exclaimed in shock, letting out a roar as he summoned his might, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that struck the python like a barrage of swords. Yet, a layer of icy blue spiritual energy manifested on the python's body, an impenetrable defense only a third-tier martial master could possess, rendering it impervious even to second-tier warriors. Ma Bangwa's strikes against the python produced a series of crisp sounds, yet only sparked fleeting flames. Upon witnessing this, Ma Bangwa was struck with dismay. A third-tier monster? This python is actually a third-tier monster? He hurriedly let out a thunderous roar, and a layer of crimson, flame-imbued spiritual energy enveloped his body, manifesting the prowess befitting a third-tier martial artist. Bang! Yet, in an instant, the spiritual energy garment erupted violently, and Ma Bangwa felt the tremendous force emanating from the constricting giant serpent, unleashing a pained scream. Ancestor! Ma Changxing cried out in terror. How could this colossal serpent possess such formidable strength? Even the third-tier martial ancestor stood no chance against it. Great serpent, I implore you to spare our Ma family. We know not what grievance we have caused you. Ma Bangwa coughed up blood, growling lowly. He felt as if his very insides were on the verge of bursting. This was undeniably an entity whose power eclipsed his own. Humph! I am the guardian beast of the Chu family. What grievances could you possibly have? A deep voice resonated from Long Yuan. What? The members of the Ma family trembled in disbelief. The guardian beast of the Chu family? A fourth-tier demon, lord capable of human speech? How could this be? How could the Chu family possess such profound lineage? Great One, spare us. Whatever benefits the Chu family has provided you, we of the Ma family are willing to offer tenfold. Ma Bangwa howled, but it was too late. Long Yuan snorted coldly. Having already sworn an oath to Chu Tianyang, an oath unchangeable. What is this? This is destiny. The powerful spiritual energy within him erupted, viciously clamping onto Ma Bangwa's neck, as the frigid force of ice surged wildly within him. Naturally, Ma Bangwa would not submit easily, but his fire attribute spiritual energy was utterly suppressed by Long Yuan's ice attribute, leaving him with no power to resist. Moments later, Ma Bangwa was encased in a blue crystallized sculpture, and under the immense bulk of Long Yuan, he shattered with a resounding crash. Witnessing this scene, Ma Changxing was left utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place. Clan leader, flee. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The others around him quickly reacted, unsheathing their blades and charging at the giant serpent, striving to buy their leader a chance to escape. With the death of their ancestor, all advantages held by the Ma family had vanished. However, the aggressive group was swiftly annihilated by a single swing of Long Yuan's tail. The corpses collided with Ma Changxing, jolting him awake. Just as he prepared to retreat, he collided with the blood-soaked Chu Tianyang. Clan leader Ma, where do you think you're going? Chu Tianyang's icy voice echoed like a chilling whisper from the depths of hell. Chu Tianyang. In that moment, Ma Changxing harbored no intention for battle. With the terrifying giant serpent lurking behind him, he had no semblance of hope. Chu Tianyang, dare you engage me in a fight to the death? With no other options, Ma Changxing could only roar in defiance. Why would I not dare? You little wretch, I shall personally send you to hell. Enemies meeting brings forth fierce enmity. And in an instant, the two were locked in combat. Both were second-tier martial artists, their spiritual energy capable of surging forth, possessing the strength to shatter stone and crush gold. The clash of fists and palms erupted with a thunderous sound, creating gaping breaches in the walls of the grand hall. Dragon Yuan curiously gazed at the lifeless body of Ma Bangwa, whom he had just strangled, in a single night, aided by the imperial-level martial technique. The Azure Sky Dragon Emperor art, coupled with a 20-fold cultivation speed and the assistance of third-tier medicinal pills, he swiftly ascended to the early stage of the fourth-tier martial zone. Dragon Yuan could not help but marvel at the exhilarating sensation of having such an advantage. He had surpassed his past several years of progress manifold within just one night. His gaze then fell upon an oval-shaped token that had slipped from Ma Bangwa's corpse, seemingly untouched by the might of his powerful physique. This indicated that it was no ordinary item. After a long moment, Chu Tianyang gasped for breath. Although he had long immersed himself in the realm of the second-tier warrior, he was still not fully recovered from his injuries. While Ma Changxing lay lifeless in a pool of blood, let us collect this item. It must be a treasure if Ma Bangwa carried it with him. Dragon Yuan said to Chu Tianyang. Indeed, beast god, The Ma family must have recently encountered some fortuitous event. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cultivate so many second-tier warriors in such a short span, regardless of the secrets involved. We shall thoroughly investigate them once we take full control of this place. Crack. The barbed whip lashed mercilessly against Chu Family body, causing blood to spurt forth like a fountain. You were so arrogant before me. I will not spare you. The stone path before the Chu family's grand entrance was lined with over 20 stone pillars, each bound with chains that restrained a battered member of the Chu family, including the clan leader, elders, and prodigies. At this moment, Ma Guanyan, the eldest son of the Ma family, wielded a thorny whip, relentlessly striking the most talented of the Chu family, Chu Xiran. Having once looked down on him for his slower cultivation speed, he now sought to exact a fierce revenge. Ha! A waste is a waste. You squandered your opportunities. This thorny whip in your hands is nothing but a waste, you useless trash. Despite the blood pouring from his wounds, staining the stone pillars crimson, Chu Xiran's gaze towards Ma Guanyan was filled with disdain and scorn. The eldest son of the Ma family, his face ashen with rage, looked grotesque with blood splattered upon him. His teeth ground together audibly, and suddenly, with a sinister smile, he tossed aside the thorny whip and declared, "Heh, you're quite stubborn with your words, but I wonder if your sister, Chu Yanran, can withstand my pressure. I should be able to break her easily. Bring Chu Yanran to me. I wish to put on a grand performance before you, the prodigy of the Chu family." Ha! First-tier warriors, second-tier martialists, third-tier masters, fourth-tier martial zone, fifth-tier martial kings, sixth-tier martial emperors, seventh-tier martial venerables, eighth-tier martial saints, ninth-tier martial emperors. Chapter 4. Rescuing the Chu clan members. A few young members of the Ma family strode towards the inner courtyard with wicked grins. "Ah, beast. You vile creature. She is only 10 years old. What do you intend to do?" Chu Xiran struggled violently, the chains rattling loudly. He feared not for his own life, but would never allow anyone to bully his sister. At that moment, Chu Xiran craved power more than ever before. A fervent blaze ignited within his heart, unnoticed by those around him, while subtle golden flashes of lightning converged within his gaze. "Haha, what are you doing? Haven't you already guessed?" Ma Guanping licked his lips, urging, "Release me, let me go." Within the Chu family courtyard, a young girl's cry for help resonated. "Ha ha ha, Chu Xiran. Did you hear that? Whose voice is that? Truly delightful, isn't it?" Ma Guanping laughed heartily at Chu Xiran. Suddenly, a panicked scream erupted from the Ma family members. "What is that? A giant python? Where did it come from? No help. Oh." Inside the courtyard, the terrified cries of the Ma family echoed. The remaining 4,000 members of the Chu clan were confined within, many injured, some weeping quietly, others remaining silent, while a few wore expressions of fierce malice. At Ma Guanping's command, several members of the Ma family seized a 10-year-old girl, Chu Yanyan, who was crying sorrowfully, dragging her from the crowd. Those who attempted to intervene were ruthlessly slain. Although we cannot eradicate you all at once, eliminating a few should pose no issue. After all, they will ultimately all fall beneath our blades. The Ma family members grinned wickedly, gazing at the crowd as if they were already dead. Just then, a massive python suddenly scaled the courtyard wall, swiftly sinking its fangs into the shoulder of a Ma family member, infusing him with a chilling energy that instantly encased him in ice. These Ma family members were merely aspiring martial artists, not even first-tier warriors, making it an effortless task to slay them. "A beast?" One of the Ma disciples gasped in shock, swinging his blade at the giant python, only for his weapon to sustain a significant gash, while the creature's blue scales remained unscathed. With a thunderous crash, the python's massive tail swept through the vicinity, claiming the lives of several Ma disciples. Scalding blood splattered across Chu Yanyan's face, draining her already pale complexion of any color. The sight of the grotesque python left her utterly paralyzed with fear. Where did this beast come from? The second elder of the Ma family, stationed to guard the Chu clan members, roared in fury, leaping into action with his first-tier spiritual sword, aiming to strike the python's head. However, it was bitten clean in half. "What the?" The elder gasped, his jowls trembling in shock. "That was a spiritual weapon. How could it be severed so easily?" "What are you?" "Humph, I am the guardian beast of the Chu family. What do you think I am?" With a swift motion, the python lunged toward the second elder, who was immediately seized by dread. "It speaks? A fourth-tier demon? How can such a terrifying entity exist here?" Without a second thought, the elder turned to flee, only to be grasped tightly by the legs of an elder from the Chu family. "Let go of me, you fool. Ha 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 ha, dragging a second-tier warrior to death alongside me. I shall be satisfied." No sooner had he spoken than the python lunged forward, sinking its fangs into the elder's waist, its enormous form coiling around him with relentless force. Amidst a cacophony of screams, the second elder met his demise. The elder from the Chu family, who had restrained him, stared in horror at the colossal python before him, astonished that it had spared his life. The other members of the Chu family trembled, their faces drained of color. It spoke. It has uttered words. Someone stammered. This was a feat achievable only by a fourth-tier martial beast. Coupled with its immense form, resembling a small mountain, the sense of oppression was palpable. Instantly, silence enveloped them, and none dared to move an inch. Do not be afraid. I am the guardian beast of your Chu family, Long Yuan declared, surveying the surviving members. Fortunately, the clan had not been annihilated. Otherwise, it would have posed significant trouble for him. Our family's guardian beast? One individual, taken aback, pondered how the Chu family had acquired a fourth-tier martial beast. You may inquire about this when Chu Tianyong returns, Long Yuan replied. Our ancestor is still alive? Someone asked excitedly. With me here, he cannot die even if he wishes to. I just visited the Ma family and eliminated Ma Bangwa and their clan leader. He is on his way back now. Long Yuan gestured with his massive body, gliding towards the exit. The news of the Ma family's destruction left the others exchanging uncertain glances. However, some audacious souls followed closely behind Long Yuan. If the beast intended to slay them, none would escape alive. Outside, Ma Guanping was utterly paralyzed, trembling in place. What had he witnessed? He had seen the corpses of his father, Ma Changsheng, and his ancestor, Ma Bangwa. How could this be? Why did this happen? His ancestor was a third-tier martial master. How could he perish? Thud. Ma Guanping collapsed weakly before Chu Tianyong. It was over. The Ma family was finished, and so was he. Seeing the icy gaze of Chu Tianyong, Ma Guanping trembled, weeping. Senior, spare me. Please treat me as a mere dog, and let me go. I did not choose this path. It was them, Ma Bangwa and Ma Changsheng, who compelled me. He pointed grotesquely at the two lifeless bodies on the ground. Crack. Chu Tianyong's expression darkened as he delivered a kick that shattered Ma Guanping's legs. Xiao ran. This man's fate is in your hands, Chu Tianyong said coldly. Ancestor. Chu Xiaoran struggled to lift his gaze, his stormy eyes landing on the blood-soaked figure of his ancestor. Wonderful. Ancestor, you are alive. Everything is all right now. Chu Tianyong gently set Chu Xiaoran down from the stone pillar. He was an unprecedented talent for the Chu family, given the right circumstances. His accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass all others. At that moment, those within the courtyard emerged alongside Long Yuan, their hearts soaring upon witnessing the survival of their ancestor. He was their pillar of strength. As long as he remained, the Chu family would endure. Subsequently, everyone hastily rushed to free those bound to the stone pillars, many of whom were gravely injured and unconscious. Immediately tend to their wounds, Chu Tianyong commanded. Here, nearly all are high-ranking members of the Chu family and promising young individuals. The loss of any one of them would be substantial. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated beside Long Yuan, announcing, "Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in to protect your faction. You have obtained the supreme imperial artifact, Dragon Emperor Hall, and the unique physique, the origin of all spirits." A magnificent 9-story palace materialized within the confines of the system's space. An imperial artifact. Long Yuan marveled. Such treasures are typically possessed by the legendary 9th-stage martial emperors. Indeed, the thrill of having a fortuitous windfall is exhilarating. Acquiring unimaginable treasures with such ease is simply delightful. Although the origin of all spirits is merely a king-grade physique, its compatibility with the essence of heaven and earth is remarkably high, promising rapid cultivation speeds. However, Long Yuan deemed such a physique beneath his consideration. No matter how high the compatibility, could it surpass his own 20-fold cultivation speed? Therefore, this physique would be better suited as a reward for some member of the Chu family. At that moment, Long Yuan's gaze fell upon the youth beside Chu Tianyong. Practitioner, Chu Xiaoran, physique, purple cloud, thunder body, superior king physique. Unawakened, cultivation stage, mid-stage of first-level martial artist, physical cultivation, quasi-martial artist, identity. Chu family member, another king-grade physique? Long Yuan was taken aback. In recent years, he had occasionally heard martial artists mention that physiques are categorized into mortal, spiritual, and king physiques. Aside from the ordinary mortal physique, the others are quite rare. Who would have thought the Chu family possessed one? It seems he must be prioritized for future cultivation. Turning to Chu Tianyong, Long Yuan inquired, "Can you manage the remaining matters?" As a guardian beast, he need not involve himself in every detail. Chapter 5. New task reporting to the beast god. The third-level martial master Ma Bangwa is deceased. There is no longer anyone in Qingyang town who poses a threat to me. Very well. Find me a secluded place for meditation. Furthermore, once you have organized everything, come to see me. I have something for you. Understood. By the way, what is the situation with the thundercloud above the center of the lake? Long Yuan gazed at the sky above the lake in Qingyang town, where an unusual sight unfolded. A pitch-black cloud, spanning several miles, enveloped the area, with dazzling lightning raging within. Reporting, esteemed senior, that is a natural wonder of our Qingyang town. It is said that in the past, some believed it contained immense opportunities. However, many external practitioners who ventured into the thundercloud found nothing but the rampant lightning. Consequently, it has since been forgotten. Chu Tianyang responded truthfully. This was common knowledge among the people of Qingyang town. Is that so? Long Yuan squinted at the ominous thundercloud, sensing that this place would suit him perfectly. Once his cultivation improved, residing within that thundercloud would surely reflect an impressive aura. Long Yuan was led into a hidden area of the Chu family, a place that had previously served as Chu Tianyang's retreat, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. His towering physique, exceeding 160 meters, filled the room entirely. With a thought, the Dragon Emperor Hall appeared before him. The 9-tiered Dragon Emperor Hall, resplendent in gold and jade, boasts ornate eaves entwined with lifelike golden dragons. Waves of dragon majesty emanate from the hall, causing the bloodline within Long Yuan to tremble violently. Were it not for his control, the Imperial and Dragon might would undoubtedly radiate outward, drawing the attention of others. With this trump card, he possesses at least the ability to safeguard his life in this world. The Imperial weapon is the pinnacle of quality within this realm, unless one is a martial emperor. No one can shatter it. System, activate the character panel. Host, Long Yuan race, Ice Rock Blue Python, cultivation level, early stage of 4th rank Demon Sovereign, physical cultivation level, early stage of 3rd rank Demon Master, current task. Cultivate a 3rd rank Martial Master to protect the family, task reward, half a month's worth of cultivation. 5 awakening pills, can awaken any special physique, family protection level, 2 stars, host cultivation speed increased by 20 times. With the elevation of his cultivation level, his physical prowess also advanced, as demon beasts inherently possess superior physiques compared to humans, even without specialized physical cultivation methods. Their physical realm typically falls only 1 major rank below their cultivation level, while humans lag 2 ranks behind. Take the Ma Bang Kingdom, for instance. Despite reaching the 3rd rank martial master level, his physical cultivation remained at a mere 1st rank martial artist. To cultivate a 3rd rank martial master, Long Yuan mused over the newly assigned task, finding it quite manageable. Chu Tianyang had long immersed himself in the 2nd rank martial artist realm, unable to break through due to the lack of a transmission technique. Fortunately, with his 5th rank Qingyun technique, he could perfectly fill that gap, rendering this task rather simple. However, the task's reward of half a month's worth of cultivation seemed somewhat stingy. Shouldn't it be awarded annually instead? The awakening pills, however, would be perfectly suited for that lad, named Chu Xiron. It remains to be seen if there are others in the Chu family with unawakened special physiques. Casting a glance at the Dragon Emperor Hall, Long Yuan concentrated, and the hall expanded instantaneously, accommodating his colossal form within. The interior of the Dragon Emperor Hall constituted a separate realm, divided into 9 tiers, each larger than the last. Even in the 1st tier, Long Yuan's immense frame occupied but a small fraction of the space. This arrangement proved advantageous. Otherwise, as his cultivation progressed and his physique grew, he might find the entirety of Qingyang town insufficient to contain him. Yet, as Long Yuan commenced his cultivation, he soon encountered a predicament. The essence of heaven and earth here was alarmingly sparse, even inferior to that of the Jiuxiao mountain range, severely hampering his cultivation speed. It seems that locating a vein of heaven and earth essence must be prioritized. The higher the grade of the essence vein, the richer the essence it produces. And this is a long-term endeavor that not only impacts his training, but also concerns the future cultivation of the Chu family he is sworn to protect. After all, the system will undoubtedly require him to assist in enhancing the Chu family's influence. Without the essence veins, how could they achieve rapid breakthroughs? Moreover, the veins of heaven and earth also yield precious stones, which serve not only as a means of cultivation, but also as the universal currency of this realm. Hence, the more veins a family possesses, the greater their wealth. Outside, Chu Tianyang has arranged for some individuals to tend to the injured while he leads a group of moderately wounded warriors to eradicate the remnants of the Ma family. He understands well the importance of eliminating threats at their roots. For several consecutive days, the entire Qingyang town has been enveloped in an atmosphere of terror, with cries of anguish frequently echoing, marking the slaughter of the Ma family's warriors and kin. Such is the nature of this world. The victor reigns, while the vanquished are vilified. Ordinary citizens cower in their homes, trembling in fear, fervently praying for the swift passage of these dire times. Ancestor, we have discovered some valuable items within the Ma family's secret chamber. I kindly request your presence to witness them. Just as Chu Tianyong was executing the last of the Ma family's elders, he received this report from his kin. Let us go? I too am eager to uncover what has allowed the Ma family to rise so swiftly. Driven by curiosity, he made his way to the Ma family's lair. Before long, he arrived at a secret chamber, and upon beholding the treasures within, his breath grew heavy and his eyes widened in astonishment. Is this a third-tier cultivation technique? And spirit artifacts, along with elixirs? Where did that old relic of the Ma family procure such an abundance of treasures? Chu Tianyong was elated to hold the third-tier technique, for with it, he could seamlessly ascend to the rank of a third-tier warrior. Furthermore, there was a third-tier spirit artifact and 2 second-tier ones. How did the Ma family come into such wealth? Chu Tianyong was utterly astounded. It is worth noting that the Chu family's treasured heirloom is merely a superior first-tier spirit artifact. After all, they reside in a small town like Qingyang, where few have even become warriors, let alone acquired third-tier spirit artifacts. Bring all these items back at once. And let it be known that no one is to disclose any aspect of this affair, lest they be charged with treason. Chu Tianyong commanded without hesitation. Yes, the third-tier technique, the third-tier spirit artifact, and various elixirs were, in Chu Tianyong's eyes, treasures of immeasurable value. Should this information be leaked, he feared it would bring catastrophic ruin upon the Chu family. Subsequently, he ordered the consolidation of the assets previously owned by the Zhao and Ma families. As the Zhao family had been completely annihilated by the Ma family, who in turn had met their own demise at the hands of the Chu family. All of this was made possible thanks to the assistance of the beast god. Henceforth, Qingyang town would be under the sole dominion of the Chu family. Chapter 6. The fifth-tier technique. Qin Yunju upon returning to the Chu ancestral grounds. Chu Tianyong observed individuals demolishing the bloodstained stone pillars adorned with chains that stood at the entrance of the Chu family home. Halt! He commanded, stopping them. Elders. Everyone bowed respectfully. These pillars have witnessed the life and death crises of our Chu family. Let them stand here forever. In the future, the coming-of-age ceremonies for all Chu family disciples shall be held here, so that every member of the Chu clan may eternally remember this chapter of our history. Although the Chu family had not been completely exterminated, they had suffered grievously, with many clan members falling to the hands of the Ma family. Without the assistance of the beast god, the Chu family would undoubtedly meet a fate akin to that of the Zhao family. Indeed, ancestor. The others halted their movements and carefully reinstated the toppled stone pillar. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyong entered the domain of the beast god, bearing the treasured items he had acquired from the Ma family, including a third-tier martial arts technique and spiritual artifacts. What manner of palace is this? Upon beholding the palace nestled within the chamber, Chu Tianyong was rendered speechless. Do not be alarmed, come inside, came the voice of Long Yuan from within the palace. Yes, esteemed beast god. Suppressing his astonishment, Chu Tianyong stepped inside the palace. Upon noticing that the interior constituted a space of its own, he was once again taken aback. Although it appeared modest from the outside, akin to the size of a mere dwelling, within it unfolded expanses as vast as the heavens themselves. Such phenomena surpassed his understanding entirely. At that moment, Long Yuan was coiled atop a great mountain, engrossed in his cultivation. However, the essence of heaven and earth here was exceedingly sparse. Even with a 20-fold cultivation speed, progress remained sluggish. Esteemed beast god, these are the most precious treasures unearthed from the Ma family, offered with utmost respect. Chu Tianyong presented what he deemed valuable offerings. Naturally, he wished for the beast god to enjoy the finest first. Long Yuan opened his enormous eyes and surveyed the items with a nonchalant air. These trinkets are of no use to me. Keep them for yourselves. Now a fourth-tier demon sovereign, he had little need for third-tier items. After speaking, he exhaled, sending forth a luminous orb radiating a misty white light toward Chu Tianyong. This is a fifth-tier martial arts technique. While it may not be exceptional, it should suffice for your current needs. Take it to cultivate and swiftly advance to the third-tier martial master. What? A fifth-tier technique? Chu Tianyong's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief, his hands trembling as he cradled the jade slip inscribed with the Qin Yunju, the fifth-tier technique. His heart raced fiercely, as though it might burst. His body felt as heavy as a mountain, as if he were burdened not by a martial arts technique, but by an entire mountain. A third-tier technique was already a treasure beyond measure for him. The implications of a fifth-tier technique were simply unfathomable. As Chu Tianyong's mind swirled in astonishment, Long Yuan's voice rang out once more. There is yet another matter that requires your immediate attention. Regaining his composure, Chu Tianyong carefully stored the fifth-tier technique, fearful of its potential loss. Esteemed beast god, please command me. I shall fulfill your task, even if it means traversing fire and water, he declared with reverence. Traversing fire and water is unnecessary, Dispatch someone to seek the whereabouts of the veins of heaven and earth. The essence in Qingyang town is far too thin for effective cultivation. Logically, with the 20-fold enhancement and imperial-level techniques, breakthroughs should be as effortless as eating or drinking. Yet, despite several days of cultivation here, he had only progressed from the early to the mid-stage of the 4th-tier demon sovereign. Such sluggishness and efficiency was intolerable. Moreover, he had nearly absorbed the entirety of the essence in Qingyang town himself. How could the others hope to cultivate? Seek the veins of heaven and earth. Chu Tianyang replied. Yes, I understand. He possesses knowledge of the celestial veins of the earth, which, as legend has it, serve as the foundation for many esteemed clans. Previously, Chu Tianyang had little reason to ponder such matters, as they seemed distant and unattainable. However, with the protection of the beast god and the possession of a 5th-tier cultivation method, perhaps it is time to reflect upon certain considerations. Beast god. During our pursuit of the elder from the Ma family, we encountered a troubling revelation. Chu Tianyang expressed his concern suddenly. What is it? It is said that a member of the Ma family once entered the ranks of the 6-star sect, Sunyan sect. This information is exceedingly clandestine. We were unaware until an elder from the Ma family, in a desperate plea for survival, disclosed this secret. This could pose a significant threat. According to the elder's account, the reason for the secrecy was the apprehension that if that disciple were to provoke powerful foes, it could spell disaster for the entire Ma clan. The 6-star sect? Long Yuan furrowed his brow. Do you understand the hierarchy of powers? What formidable beings guard the 6-star sect? This junior is ashamed. For I have not ventured far, and thus lack knowledge of the specifics regarding the hierarchy. Long Yuan replied. Do not concern yourself with such details. Focus solely on your cultivation and the strengthening of our clan. Do not fear a mere disciple of the Tsangyan sect. Even if the entire sect were to converge upon us, I have ways to counter them. As long as I possess the Dragon Emperor's Hall, I fear no one. Beast God, there is one matter I hope to request your permission for. Speak. I wish to announce to our entire Chu clan that the Beast God shall be our protector, ensuring that all are aware of the bond between our family and the Beast God. This way, even if I were to meet my demise one day, or if the times were to change, our descendants would never forget the existence of the Beast God. Though many members of the Chu clan have become aware of the Beast God's presence after recent events, most remain oblivious to the truth. Some even harbor doubts regarding the Beast God's existence, a situation that is utterly intolerable to Chu Tianyang. Thus, he intends to make this matter public, ensuring that all recognize and affirm the existence of their guardian deity. Very well, if necessary, I shall make an appearance. Long Yuan nodded. As their guardian beast, there was no need for secrecy, and with his presence, the clan would gain confidence, aiding in its development. Thank you, Beast God. Chu Tianyang bowed in gratitude. Upon exiting the Dragon Emperor's Hall and entering a secluded chamber, he cautiously examined the 5th-tier cultivation method bestowed upon him by the Beast God, treating it as if it were a precious secret not to be discovered by others. It is true, it is indeed a 5th-tier cultivation method. Chu Tianyang trembled with excitement, realizing that the rise of the Chu clan is now within reach. Perhaps they could fulfill their ancestors' wishes and return to the imperial lineage. This was a closely guarded secret known only to past clan leaders. Their branch of the Chu family had merely been a small offshoot abandoned by the imperial clan. However, with the passage of time, their lineage had been lost, nearly leading to their extinction. As for what the imperial clan entailed, Chu Tianyang did not know, but he surmised it must be a formidable power. Yet one aspiration had persisted through generations, the unwavering desire to return to the imperial clan. Chapter 7. The unconscious Chu Shiran holding in his hands the 3rd-tier and 5th-tier martial arts manuals, Chu Tianyang made a resolute decision. The 3rd-tier manual was to be practiced by all the elders, while he and the clan leader, Chu Jingyue, would focus on the 5th-tier manual, the Qingyunju. After all, the 5th-tier manual was exceedingly precious. Should it be leaked, it would undoubtedly bring catastrophic ruin to the Chu family. Once the elders reached the level of 3rd-tier martial masters, they could then transition to the 5th-tier manual. Chu Tianyang set out to make arrangements. As the patriarch, he rarely managed family affairs. But with the clan in disarray and the clan leader Chu Jingyue gravely injured, he had to personally address these matters. After a thorough assessment, a heavy weight settled upon Chu Tianyang's heart. From the original 7,000 clan members, only a little over 3,000 remained. Jingyue immediately arranged for all the healing herbs and elixirs obtained from the Ma family to be used for the injured, without any reservations. We must ensure the safety of the remaining members, Chu Tianyang instructed, addressing the clan leader Chu Jingyue, who was still in a state of unconsciousness due to his injuries. Although the effects of the elixirs had alleviated his condition, his complexion remained pale. Chu Jingyue was a middle-aged man, slightly stout, embodying a sense of affluence. Yes, ancestor. Chu Jingyue nodded, then hesitated to ask, Ancestor, is that fourth-tier demon beast, the giant python, truly our Chu family's guardian beast? Although the python had saved them, as the clan leader, he still harbored concerns. After all, that colossal creature resided within their clan, akin to a sword of Damocles hanging above them. More terrifying than death itself. Indeed, the beast god is our Chu family's guardian. We have established a grand covenant. So you may place your complete trust in the beast god. He shall not harm any of our clan members. Chu Tianyang spoke earnestly. Once our clan's vitality is somewhat restored, I will announce this to everyone. But remember, even under the beast god's protection, our Chu family must strive for self-improvement. Whatever we can resolve ourselves must not trouble the beast god. Furthermore, I can share something with you, but this must remain a secret, not to be disclosed to anyone else. Chu Tianyang leaned closer to Chu Jingyue and whispered, The beast god has just bestowed upon our Chu family a 5th-tier martial arts manual. Chu Jingyue's body jolted in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at the ancestor. Is this truly the case? Humph, would I jest with you, ancestor? Now you comprehend the beast god's benevolence towards our Chu family, do you not? But why? Chu Jingyue pondered, unable to grasp why a 4th-tier demon beast, along with a 5th-tier manual, would choose to become their guardian. I have also inquired of the beast god. He stated that it is all a matter of fate. Enough of this, do not dwell on it. From now on, focus all your thoughts on managing the family and your cultivation. Those matters beyond our resolution will be handled by the beast god. Yes, ancestor, Jingyue understands. Chu Jingyue took a deep breath, fully relinquishing his worries, and felt a considerable lightness throughout his being. Yet, the thought of the 5th-tier manual filled him with excitement. Perhaps their Chu family was indeed on the cusp of great fortune, poised for a flourishing future. Upon witnessing Chu Jingyue's departure, Chu Tianyang resolved to enter seclusion to cultivate the Qing Yun technique, for he was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd tier of martial artist. He had been entrenched in the 2nd tier for many years, and his inability to advance was solely due to the lack of lineage. However, the time was now ripe for his breakthrough. Just then, the elder Chu Hongtu rushed in, his face ashen and fraught with worry. The aged man, wrapped in bandages, limped as he approached. Hongtu, what has transpired? Chu Tianyang inquired hastily. Ancestor, my grandson, for reasons unknown, he is yet to awaken. What? Shuran has still not regained consciousness. Has he been administered healing elixirs? We have given him a 1st-tier elixir, yet for some inexplicable reason, there are no signs of awakening. Chu Hongtu was beside himself with anxiety. His grandson possessed extraordinary talent, having already broken through to the 1st tier at such a tender age, far surpassing their generation. Given the right circumstances, he would undoubtedly achieve even greater heights. Come, let us see. Chu Tianyang's heart tightened. Chu Shuran was a prodigy among the younger generation of the Chu family, and it was imperative he did not meet the same tragic fate as Chu Yan. Chu Yan, the son of clan leader Chu Jingyue, was originally gifted beyond measure and had exhibited rapid progress in his cultivation. Everyone believed his ascendance to martial artist would be seamless. But inexplicably, 3 years ago, his talent vanished overnight, and he has since made no progress, becoming indistinguishable from the masses, much to everyone's dismay. Thus, Chu Shuran could not suffer a similar fate. Upon arriving at Chu Shuran's resting quarters, they found that his wounds had vanished, yet he lay unconscious on the bed. Brother, what has happened to you? Please awaken. Beside the bed, a delicate and lovely girl wept, her tears like rain. She was Chu Shuran's sister, Chu Yanran. At that moment, Chu Tianyang and the others rushed in. Grandfather, ancestor, please, you must see what has befallen my brother. Chu Yanran cried, collapsing into the embrace of the elder Chu Hongtu. Do not fret, dear Yanran. The ancestor has arrived and will surely find a way. Chu Hongtu sighed. Recognizing the severe psychological trauma this familial crisis had inflicted upon the child, who often awoke in fright during the night, Chu Tianyang took Chu Shuran's pulse. His brow furrowed in confusion. Strange. His pulse shows no signs of distress. In his perception, there was no internal injury within Chu Shuran. Have the clan's apothecaries examined him? Chu Tianyang asked. They have all conducted their examinations, yet they found no issues. Chu Tianyang felt helpless. Without a diagnosis, there was no remedy. Would the Chu family suffer the loss of yet another young genius? Observing the ancestor's impotence, Chu Hongtu could only sigh in resignation. But just as despair enveloped them, a voice suddenly rang out. Shuran's condition stems from an inability to awaken his innate abilities, which is why he has fallen into a coma. The crowd turned to see the speaker, a youth dressed in simple white garments, exuding an air of elegance, with striking features and eyes that sparkled with brilliance. Chu Yan? This is precisely the genius that once perished in the Chu family. Chu Yan, what did you just say? The physique cannot awaken? Are you implying that Xiao Ran possesses a certain physique? Chu Hongtu gazed at the young man in astonishment. How could Chu Yan discern what others could not? Wait! Chu Tianyong suddenly exclaimed, looking at Chu Yan in shock. You have broken through to the first level of martial artists? And you have actually achieved full mastery? Thanks to the concerns of our ancestors and esteemed elders, I just broke through yesterday. A smile graced Chu Yan's lips. He was aware that over the past few years, both the ancestors and the elders had invested considerable effort and resources in addressing his suddenly vanished talent. Chapter 8. The Returning Genius Without the Family's Assistance. It might have taken him much longer to restore his talent. After all, the medicinal elder within his ring required a substantial amount of energy to awaken. What? Full mastery? The elder Chu Hongtu looked at Chu Yan with incredulity. It is known that in the Chu family, only the patriarch and a few elders possess the cultivation of full mastery in the first level, and yet this teenager, merely in his teens, has attained the same strength as those of the older generation? It is simply astonishing. Wonderful, wonderful. It is splendid that you have broken through. After 3 years of silence, you have made an astounding breakthrough. Chu Yan, you have indeed not disappointed us or your father. Chu Tianyong nodded excitedly. However, it remains uncertain whether his talent has been restored. If it has, that would be even better. With Chu Yan's talent, he could certainly cultivate the 5th level technique, Qingyanju. In the past few years, the ancestors have been deeply concerned, and such a situation will not occur again. Without the family's support over the past years, I would not have been able to restore my cultivation talent in such a brief period. Henceforth, Chu Yan will strive diligently to protect the tranquility of the Chu family. His voice was resonant, and his gaze unwavering. Wonderful, wonderful. Your thoughts reflect that our efforts over these past 3 years have not been in vain. Chu Tianyong nodded in satisfaction. Initially, upon witnessing the disappearance of Chu Yan's talent, some family members opposed the continued provision of resources for him, as they were merely a small family with limited resources. Ultimately, it was Chu Tianyong's decisive voice that ensured the continuation of support for Chu Yan, and it could not be less than before. After all, Chu Yan was unlike others. While others could not absorb the energy, he seemed like an insatiable abyss, capable of absorbing energy endlessly and at an astonishing speed. Chu Tianyong speculated that Chu Yan's cultivation talent might still be intact, but some peculiar change in his body had prevented him from breaking through. The outcome proved that his initial decision was indeed correct. Chu Yan, did you just say that Xiao Ran fell into a coma due to the awakening of his physique? Does he possess the legendary special physique? Chu Hongtu, regaining his composure from the shock, redirected the conversation back to his grandson. Indeed, Xiao Ran does possess a special physique. It simply has yet to awaken. This time, the turmoil within the family has stimulated the awakening of his physique, but due to insufficient energy, he has remained in a state of coma. Chu Yan spoke calmly. Given his limited understanding, it was impossible for him to know such things. All this information was imparted to him by the lingering soul of the medicinal elder within his ring. Is what you say true, Chu Yan? Chu Tianyong asked breathlessly. A special constitution. They were merely passing martial artists who had spoken of it. It is said that among human martial artists, those endowed with extraordinary talent may awaken a special constitution or martial soul, greatly enhancing their cultivation or combat prowess. However, such phenomena were unheard of in their small town of Qingyang. Chu Yan replied, Ancestor, I would not dare to speak falsely about such matters, but I must investigate further to ascertain the specific nature of this special constitution, so that I may administer the appropriate remedy. You understand these things? Chu Hongtu gazed at him in astonishment, for even the ancestor was ignorant of such matters. I have encountered certain opportunities in my youth that have granted me some understanding in this area. Very well, then examine it. Chu Tianyong commanded. Nodding, Chu Yan placed his hand upon Chu Shiran's wrist and began his investigation. Brother Chu Yan, you must cure my brother's ailment. Chu Yanran pleaded, tugging at Chu Yan's sleeve, her dark eyes brimming with tears. Do not worry, your brother will be fine. Chu Yan smiled, internally beseeching the medicinal elder, I entrust this small matter to you. In his mind, an ancient voice resonated. Subsequently, a spectral form of an elderly man, invisible to others, emerged from the ring on Chu Yan's hand. It was the medicinal elder, who had only just awakened the previous day and was the root cause of Chu Yan's stagnation in cultivation over the past 3 years. During his slumber, the elder had instinctively absorbed external energies, leading to the disappearance of any energy Chu Yan managed to absorb. However, with the elder's awakening, there was no longer a need to continue siphoning Chu Yan's power. Moreover, as a form of compensation for the past 3 years, the elder had returned a portion of his strength to Chu Yan, enabling him to directly break through to the pinnacle of a first-tier martial artist. In that moment, all present held their breath, anxiously awaiting the outcome. After a brief pause, Chu Yan rose, frowning, and declared, "It is a mixed bag of good and ill." "What do you mean by that?" Chu Tianyong inquired urgently. "Indeed, Chiron possesses a special constitution, and it is a rather formidable one. The purple cloud thunderbody among the upper-tier royal constitutions." "What is a royal constitution?" Chu Hongtu asked, perplexed. "The Grand Elder should be aware that in our world, human talent manifests as either constitution or martial soul. Among these, constitutions are classified into mundane, spiritual, royal, and sacred tiers. Correspondingly, martial souls are also categorized as common, spiritual, royal, and sacred. Both constitutions and martial souls are ranked into upper, middle, and lower grades, with higher ranks being increasingly rare and powerful. With this explanation, you should comprehend the immense strength of an upper-tier royal constitution." Chu Tianyong and the others gazed at Chu Yan in awe, then glanced at the prone figure of Chu Chiron. They were astonished not only by the knowledge Chu Yan possessed, but also by the royal constitution of Chu Chiron. "But where does the concern lie?" Chu Hongtu asked excitedly. "As far as I know, a martial soul requires an awakening stone for its activation, and a constitution necessitates corresponding materials to create a constitution awakening elixir. The more formidable the constitution, the more precious the materials required." Upon hearing this, everyone comprehended the implication. "Are you suggesting that, given our current capabilities, the Chu family is utterly incapable of refining the awakening elixir for the Xiaolei body?" Chu Tianyong inquired in a somber tone. "Not only is the refinement of such elixirs implausible, but even the materials themselves are exceedingly hard to procure with our present strength. It is simply unattainable." The atmosphere turned heavy, as it was evident that despite possessing a powerful constitution, the limitations of their family prevented its awakening. It was akin to holding a chest brimming with treasures, yet being unable to unlock it. "Chu Yan, do you know the materials required? If so, please jot them down, and we shall devise a plan in due course." Chu Tianyong declared resolutely, with the beast god's guidance for his 5th-tier technique. Alongside the 3rd-tier technique acquired from the Ma family, their clan's strength would surely surge in no time, and they would find a way. Chu Yan nodded and meticulously listed the herbs needed for the elixir of constitution awakening. Upon viewing the list, the crowd felt a wave of trepidation. In total, there were over 20 varieties of herbs, with the lowest quality requiring 3rd-tier spirit herbs, and the highest astonishingly necessitating 6th-tier spirit herbs. Yet, the grim reality was that they had yet to even encounter a 2nd-tier spirit herb. Chu Tianyong clenched his fists, his voice resonating with determination. "From this moment forth, we shall all strive diligently to enhance our strength. Are they merely herbs? I refuse to believe that the power of our Chu family cannot procure them." Chapter 9. Mission accomplished. Breakthrough to Demon King. It was a rare opportunity to possess a unique constitution, and Chu Tianyong was resolute in exhausting his resources to facilitate its awakening. Let us not forget the Beast God as well. The Beast God, a formidable 4th-tier demon sect expert, would undoubtedly assist us in gathering these materials. However, we must first seek information on the herbs ourselves. I will later request the Beast God's aid. Chu Yan pursed his lips, feeling conflicted, yet he posed the same question his father had. Chu Tianyong did not withhold any information and recounted his conversation with his father, omitting, of course, the matter of the 5th-tier Qingyan scripture, as that treasure was far too precious to expose before others. "So, does this imply that there exists a grand contract between the Beast God and our Chu family? Elder Yao, does this mean that the Beast God is indeed committed to safeguarding our clan?" Chu Yan pondered internally. Indeed, a grand contract is binding and cannot be violated. It appears to be undeniably true. Elder Yao nodded. As long as there is no danger, all is well. Even if peril were to arise, he would not fear. If necessary, he could summon Elder Yao to expel any threats from the Chu family, and as for his gratitude towards the clan, he could repay it tenfold in the future. After departing, Chu Yan returned to his chamber, sighing, "Elder Yao, how I wish you could awaken sooner. Our Chu family would be spared such tribulations. Had it not been for the Beast God's intervention, our clan might have faced annihilation. Oh, do you think I do not yearn to awaken swiftly? Yet, absorbing such a minuscule amount of energy daily does little to hasten my revival. Rest assured, matters have not deteriorated to their worst state. I shall guide you in your cultivation. Once you attain strength, your family, the Chu clan, will naturally grow stronger as well." The soul of the Elder Yao emerged from the ring, floating like a specter in the air. "I will impart to you an 8th-tier martial art, with diligent practice. Becoming a formidable force is merely a matter of time." "What? An 8th-tier martial art?" Chu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the caliber of such a technique. Knowing only that the strongest martial art of the Chu clan barely reached the 2nd tier, what manner of being is Elder Yao to possess such a rare technique? And without hesitation, he offers it to me. Elder Yao, you need not say more. After my demise, your mother fled here with the ring containing my soul. The fact that I can bestow this ring upon you signifies my immense expectations for you. As her son, it is only natural for me to guide your cultivation. Once you break through to the third-tier martial artist, you must leave this place. To awaken your sacred physique, you must seek out the vast world beyond to find those high-grade materials. Moreover, do you not wish to find your mother? The fact that she has yet to seek you out suggests she remains entangled in her troubles. Perhaps she is in dire need of your assistance. All of this hinges upon your formidable strength. Chu Yan inhaled deeply, his fists clenched, and his gaze resolutely firm. Indeed, there are numerous tasks before me. Though they may be daunting, what of it? Having endured the most arduous 3 years of my life, what could possibly hinder me now? Elder Yao, rest assured. I shall awaken my sacred physique, locate my mother, and even restore your body. Just watch me, Chu Yan declared with determination, then began to cultivate earnestly. Truly, he is the son of the saintess. The unwavering gaze he bears is identical to that of the saintess. Elder Yao observed Chu Yan's diligent practice with a smile of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyang, after ensuring the care of Chu Shiran, commenced his own cultivation. He must swiftly enhance his strength to seek out the whereabouts of those materials. He harbored another thought, to locate the main family, the imperial clan of the Chu. If they could assist, perhaps they could easily awaken Shiran's physique and even facilitate her return to the family. Yet, after such a lengthy time, he had no notion of where the imperial Chu clan resided or how to pursue them. Thus, he was left to rely on himself. Simultaneously, the clan leader, Chu Jinghua, distributed the third-tier martial arts and various auxiliary elixirs to all the elders. The restoration of Chu Yan's talent somewhat alleviated his sorrow. After attending to the necessary matters, Chu Jinghua also began his cultivation, as he and the ancestor were the only ones in the entire Chu clan to have reached the second-tier warrior realm. Though he was merely at the late stage of warrior, with the aid of elixirs and the powerful fifth-tier martial art, the Azure Cloud technique, he believed it would not be long before he ascended to the ranks of a third-tier martial artist. Approximately 10 days later, while resting, Long Yuan suddenly heard the voice of the system in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the birth of a third-tier martial master in the family. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of half a month's worth of cultivation, along with 5 physique awakening pills, capable of awakening any special physique. Thunderous roars. In an instant, a powerful force surged into his body, and Long Yuan's cultivation began to ascend before his astonished gaze, progressing through the later stages of 4th-tier Demon Sovereign, reaching its pinnacle, and ultimately breaking through to the early stage of 5th-tier Demon King. Yet, this did not cease. It continued to rise until he consecutively broke through to the completion of the 5th-tier Demon King before finally halting. How is this possible? Half a month of cultivation has actually allowed me to reach the completion of the 5th-tier Demon King? Long Yuan felt incredulous, just a step away from breaking into the 6th tier. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had come to a realization. Could it be that this half a month of cultivation is under the influence of a 20-fold training speed and an imperial level technique? Moreover, my breakthrough did not draw upon the essence of the surrounding world. Could it be that the system infused me with energy? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, for in the current environment, it would be impossible to achieve such monumental breakthroughs in merely half a month. Initially, he thought the system's reward of half a month of cultivation was rather stingy, but he never expected the reward to be so bounteous. Long Yuan was utterly exhilarated. This completely exceeded his expectations. Ha ha ha, what a delightful sensation. Long Yuan roared to the heavens, his lengthy blue form soaring skyward, dancing in the air like a great dragon. Gliding through the clouds, a truly magnificent sight. Upon reaching the 4th-tier martial sovereign, he had already acquired the ability to fly, and now, having attained the 5th-tier Demon King, he could harness a modicum of the world's power for offense or defense, resulting in a qualitative transformation in his strength. With a surge of energy within, the power of the world in the Dragon Emperor Hall responded in kind, and a massive blast of icy blue air erupted from Long Yuan's mouth, instantly encasing the ground within a radius of 10,000 meters in a thick layer of blue ice nearly 10 meters deep. What a refreshing experience! Long Yuan howled, and indeed, the might he wielded now was a revolutionary change from when he was a 4th-tier Demon Sovereign. The feeling of being empowered is utterly exhilarating. He then cast his gaze upon his attribute panel. Chapter 10. Is it not just the physique awakening pill? Host. Long Yuan race. Ice Rock Blue Python. Cultivation realm. Completion of 5th-tier Demon King. Physical cultivation. Completion of 4th-tier Demon Sovereign. Current task. Elevate the Guardian family to a 3-star family. 1 3rd-tier Martial Master. 3 2nd-tier Warriors. Task reward. 1 opportunity for Bloodline reversion. the ability to summon the essence of the world with divine binding technique. And 10 third-tier superior spirit weapons, Guardian family level, 2-star, host S cultivation speed increased by 20-fold. Finally, a bloodline reversion has appeared. Observing the newly presented task rewards, Long Yuan felt exhilarated once more. Bloodline reversion differs from realm elevation. The latter merely enhances strength, while the former instigates a change in the race itself. What might he evolve into next? Long Yuan sensed that he was drawing ever closer to the true dragon. If his conjecture was correct, it should mean that Chu Tianyang has broken through to the third-tier martial master realm. This signifies that only 3 second-tier warriors remain. The cultivation of second-tier warriors is remarkably feasible, especially considering the ample concentration of elemental essence in Xingyang Town, which allows for swift breakthroughs with just a modicum of martial arts and elixirs. They possess third-tier techniques and pills acquired from the Ma family, as well as the 5th-tier technique, Qinyunju, which I provided. It shouldn't take long to nurture 3 warriors. However, Long Yuan summoned Chu Tianyang, who had just made a breakthrough, as he wished to ascertain the current strength of the Chu family. Greetings, Beast God. Chu Tianyang bowed respectfully. Upon seeing Long Yuan's imposing figure once again, his pupils constricted in astonishment. The only reason for a demon beast's increase in size is a further breakthrough in cultivation. Could it be that the Beast God has ascended to the 5th-tier Demon King? This thought quickened Chu Tianyang's breath, for the greater the Beast God's strength, the more secure the Chu family would be. You have broken through to the 3rd-tier warrior. Quite commendable. Long Yuan's voice boomed like thunder, exuding a chilling aura with every word. The surrounding area was enveloped in a thick layer of blue ice, a climate that brought comfort to Long Yuan. Thanks to the Beast God's 5th-tier technique, I could not have advanced so swiftly. Truly, it is the Beast God's enhancement of power that is most worthy of congratulations. Long Yuan smiled, not concealing his joy indeed. I have just broken through to the pinnacle of the 5th-tier Demon King. Revealing his strength would instill confidence in the Chu family, preventing them from acting with trepidation. Moreover, his rapid advancement was significantly due to Chu Tianyang's formidable support. Chu Tianyang's robust frame trembled with excitement. Congratulations, Beast God. I rejoice in your achievement. Long Yuan nodded and proceeded to the matter at hand. I summoned you to inquire about the current strength of the Chu family, aside from yourself. In response to the Beast God, aside from me, the strongest is our current patriarch, Chu Jingwei, who is now a 2nd-tier warrior. The 7 elders are all 1st-tier martial artists, while the majority of our clan members are either aspiring warriors or ordinary folk. By the way, 2 of our young prodigies have also reached the 1st-tier warrior level. Unfortunately, one of them is currently in a coma due to an inability to awaken their constitution. It is uncertain when they will regain consciousness. Chu Tianyang laid bare the situation of the Chu family. Inability to awaken their constitution? Is it the young man named Chu Shiran? Long Yuan inquired, recalling that he had discerned the individual's attributes, which included an unawakened royal physique. How does the Beast God know this? Chu Tianyang was astonished, as they had not yet informed the Beast God of this matter. I discerned his unawakened royal physique. The purple sky thunder body, at first glance. Long Yuan retorted, I previously instructed you to seek my assistance when confronted with insurmountable problems. Otherwise, the family's developmental pace would inevitably stagnate. Have you taken my words lightly? Long Yuan's voice grew stern. Had he not inquired, how long would it take them to facilitate Chu Shiran's awakening? A year? 3 years? Or 5 years? Would they allow such a talent to languish in a dormant state for so long? Such a prodigy would undeniably cultivate at a pace surpassing that of ordinary physiques, propelling the Chu family's advancement more rapidly. As long as the Chu family's development progresses swiftly, the system tasks can be completed expeditiously, thereby allowing one's own strength to enhance rapidly. This junior recognizes his error. However, to awaken the royal physique, one requires the corresponding awakening elixir. At present, not only do we lack the awakening elixirs, but we also possess no leads on the materials necessary for their concoction, which is why we dared not disturb the Beast God. Chu Tianyang hastily elucidated. According to his thoughts, the family must first bolster its strength before seeking clues regarding those materials, as the grades of those materials are exceedingly high, and the current capabilities of the Chu family are insufficient to access such advanced resources. If they were to discover leads on the materials yet remain unable to procure them, they would find themselves in an awkward position when requesting the Beast God's assistance. After all, the Beast God must also devote time to cultivation and would surely prefer not to be frequently disturbed. Is it merely the awakening elixir you seek? How do you know I do not possess one? Long Yuan remarked with a huff. Chu Tianyang was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the Beast God, exclaiming, Do you truly have the awakening elixir? It is merely a singular awakening elixir. Do you think I cannot produce one? Long Yuan opened his mouth, and a resplendent golden elixir soared towards Chu Tianyang. This was indeed one of the 5 awakening elixirs previously rewarded by the system, capable of awakening any physique. Chu Tianyang was astounded, never expecting that the beast god would actually grant him an elixir. However, this object was of such high caliber that someone of his limited experience could hardly comprehend it. Could it truly awaken Chu Xiron's purple cloud thunder physique? His doubts arose not from skepticism, but from what Chu Yan had conveyed. Each physique required different materials for its awakening elixir. This particular elixir might awaken another physique, but may not necessarily suffice for the purple cloud thunder physique. Would that not be a waste of such a precious treasure? I am aware of your doubts, yet you are overly concerned. My elixir can awaken any physique. You may administer it to Chu Xiron. And should it fail to facilitate his awakening, I shall personally seek the valuable materials you require. Long Yuan stated solemnly, the products of the system are beyond their comprehension. The beast god, calmed, replied, it is indeed the short-sightedness of this junior. If that is the case, I shall proceed to administer it to Chu Xiron. Given the beast god's level of assurance, should he harbor any further doubts, it would be tantamount to ingratitude. Long Yuan watched as Chu Tianyang departed, not genuinely angered by his actions. Although he had saved their entire clan, trust still needed to be cultivated gradually, especially regarding matters that surpassed their understanding. Chapter 11. Awakening the Purple Cloud Thunder Physique. It is not a significant issue. After a few more occurrences such as this, they will come to understand my supernatural abilities. Perched atop the thick ice layer, Long Yuan began to develop his offensive techniques. As for cultivation, the essence of heaven and earth in this place was now unsuitable for him, a 5th-tier demon king, to cultivate. With nothing pressing at hand, he decided to delve into more meaningful pursuits. Chu Tianyang hurriedly arrived at the location of Chu Xiron. Ancestor, the Grand Elder, Chu Hongtu, greeted him with respect. Days turned into weeks, and his injuries had completely healed, his spirit now radiating vitality. Yet, each time he thought of his grandson still confined to bed, a frown marred his brow. It is a rare gift for our Chu family to possess such a unique constitution, yet he lies helpless. Chu Tianyang urged. We can entrust his care to others. We have finally acquired cultivation techniques that we can practice. As the Grand Elder, you must not squander your time. Unbeknownst to you, Ancestor, Hongtu has just broken through to the 2nd-rank warrior and has recently emerged from seclusion. Chu Hongtu replied. I must say, the 3rd-rank techniques are truly formidable, greatly enhancing the speed of cultivation. Previously, it took me over a decade to reach perfection at the 1st rank using the family's 2nd-rank techniques. Yet I broke through shortly after starting the 3rd rank. Oh, Chu Tianyang turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder, sensing the energy emanating from him, confirming that he had indeed ascended to the 2nd-rank warrior. Excellent. The overall strength of our Chu family has been further elevated. A smile of satisfaction graced Chu Tianyang's face. Ancestor, I perceive that the energy fluctuations surrounding you seem even more formidable than before. Have you also broken through? Chu Hongtu inquired with a hint of confusion. Ha ha ha, indeed. I have just attained the 3rd-rank martial master. Chu Tianyang beamed with pride. A realm he had long yearned to achieve. How could he not be elated now that he had finally reached it? Congratulations, Ancestor. Chu Hongtu exclaimed excitedly. It has been ages since our family last witnessed a 3rd-rank martial master. Ha ha ha, all thanks to the beast god. Without him, our Chu family would surely have been reduced to ashes. Chu Tianyang declared. Indeed, the beast god has bestowed immense grace upon our family. Chu Hongtu nodded in agreement, feeling deeply appreciative of this fact. At that moment, Chu Tianyang produced a resplendent golden elixir, the rich aroma of the pill causing both men to tremble in astonishment. Ancestor, what is this elixir? It seems extraordinarily potent. This is a pill given by the divine beast, said to aid Xiron in awakening his true potential, he explained. What? Is this for real? Chu Hongtu stammered. I cannot ascertain its authenticity, but the beast god assures me it is genuine. I choose to place my trust in the beast god. What say you, Hongtu? Chu Tianyang asked, aware that the consequences of administering the pill remained uncertain. After all, it was his own grandson at stake. We owe our very lives to the beast god. He has no reason to harm Xiron. Thus, I too choose to trust in the beast god. Chu Hongtu replied solemnly. Very well, let us administer it to Xiron. As the golden elixir was swallowed by Chu Xiron, vivid golden lightning surged across his body, weaving like slender, ethereal serpents, radiating brilliant golden light. Exchanging glances, Chu Tianyang and Chu Hongtu both recognized the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. There is a change. Could this elixir truly be effective? Just as they pondered this, a column of golden lightning erupted from Chu Xiron, soaring thousands of meters into the sky, illuminating the surroundings with its dazzling brilliance. This extraordinary phenomenon instantly drew the attention of everyone in Qingyang town. In the midst of his training, Chu Yan hurriedly exited his chamber, gazing towards the direction of the radiant pillar of light, and murmured, "What is this phenomenon? It is the manifestation of a physique awakening. That little fellow, Chu Xiran, has awakened his purple cloud thunder body." The spirit of the medicine elder floated forth from the ring, astonished by the sight of the light column. "Xiran has awakened his physique? How can this be?" the medicine elder exclaimed. "Did you not say that awakening a physique requires a corresponding physique elixir? Could it be that Xiran has achieved this without any apparent reason?" Chu Yan questioned, perplexed. He found it hard to believe that their family, at this stage, could procure the physique awakening elixir of a kingly body. It seemed impossible to awaken successfully without the elixir. Something extraordinary must have transpired. "We must hurry to investigate," urged the medicine elder, equally bewildered by how the young lad could have awakened so suddenly. Chu Yan hastened towards the direction of Chu Xiran. Meanwhile, not far outside Qingyang town, a figure loomed high in the sky, gazing in astonishment at the golden thunderous pillar, murmuring, "I never expected that in this remote place someone would awaken a kingly body. Moreover, it is of the thunder attribute." His expression then shifted to one of delight as he exclaimed, "Ha ha! This physique is destined to be connected with my thundercloud sect. This disciple is certainly destined to be mine." At this moment, Chu Xiran had already risen, gazing in bewilderment at the golden thunder swirling around him, still unaware of what had transpired. His fists clenched tightly, the golden thunder illuminating him like a god of thunder. "It worked. I have truly awakened." Chu Tianyang and another elder trembled with excitement, their eyes wide with astonishment, feeling immensely fortunate to witness the birth of a kingly body. "Grandfather, ancestor, how wonderful that you are both alive," Chu Xiran exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. "We are alive. We are all alive and safe." Chu Hongtu wiped away his tears in excitement. Just then, Chu Yan rushed in, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of Chu Xiran enveloped in thunderous light. "He really awakened? Ancestor, how did Xiran suddenly achieve this?" Chu Yan inquired, bewildered. "Ha ha ha, this is all thanks to the physique awakening elixir bestowed by the beast god." Chu Tianyang replied with a hearty laugh, then slightly embarrassed, shook his head, reflecting on his previous doubts about the elixir. Fortunately, the beast god was magnanimous and did not hold it against him. "The beast god provided a physique awakening elixir?" Chu Yan asked, his face filled with confusion. "Indeed. It is the elixir from the beast god. He stated that his elixir could awaken any physique. Initially, I was somewhat skeptical about such an elixir's existence, but now I hold complete faith. An elixir that can awaken any physique?" Chu Yan was astounded and questioned inwardly. "Elder, is there truly such an elixir?" "Absolutely not. I have lived for over 10,000 years and have never heard of such an elixir. Even those of imperial-level factions require corresponding physique awakening elixirs to achieve awakening. No elixir has ever been known to awaken any physique." Elder Yao spoke with unwavering confidence, for he was a renowned alchemist of great repute before his demise, possessing extensive knowledge of various elixirs, including those long forgotten. Thus, he was indeed qualified to make such assertions. Chapter 12. Elder of the Six-Star Sect, what is the situation before us? Chu Yan inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "There is but one possibility. The awakening elixir bestowed upon you by your beast god is precisely what is needed to awaken the purple sky thunder body," Elder Yao elucidated. Chu Yan silently nodded. This explanation seemed the most reasonable of all. "Beast god? Which beast god? By the way, what has become of Yanran?" Chu Xiran suddenly interjected. Concern etched upon his face, recalling that the scoundrel Ma Guanping intended to harm his sister. "Fear not, Yanran is safe." Chu Tianyang then recounted the events that transpired after his unconsciousness in detail. "So, the beast god saved our Chu family and aided in awakening my special physique?" Chu Xiran murmured. "Indeed, if it were not for the beast god's awakening elixir, you would likely be bedridden for several years." Chu Hongtu stated solemnly. "Where is the beast god? I must personally express my gratitude." Chu Xiran exclaimed eagerly. "It is indeed time to offer our thanks to the beast god. I shall take you there at once." Chu Tianyang replied with a nod. At that moment, a clan member responsible for guarding the entrance rushed in. "Ancestor, Grand Elder. A man claiming to be an elder of the Six-Star Sect, Thunder Sky Sect, wishes to speak with the clan leader. However, the clan leader is currently in seclusion, so I could only inform the Grand Elder." "What? The Six-Star Sect?" The group gasped in astonishment. Chu Tianyang's expression shifted slightly as he hastened to say, "Quickly, go welcome him." He was uncertain of the exact standing of the Six-Star Sect, but to be referred to as a sect indicated they were certainly not to be underestimated. Their power must surpass that of the Chu family, and the visitor was an elder, a figure of considerable status. "Xiran, You must remain here. You have just awakened your physique, and their arrival is undoubtedly attracted by the phenomenon of your awakening. Their target may very well be you. Therefore, we shall first ascertain their intentions. Do not leave this place unless called upon. Chu Tianyang cautioned. Ancestor, could there be danger? Rest assured, with the beast god present, our Chu family is safe. Previously, when he mentioned the six-star sect Ascension sect, which had accepted disciples from the Ma family, the beast god had expressed no fear of them. Perhaps he had once harbored some doubts, but after witnessing Chu Xiuran's physique awakening, he held the beast goddess words without a shred of skepticism. If the beast god claims there is no fear, then indeed, there is none. With that, Chu Tianyang swiftly led Chu Hongtu out to welcome the guest. Elder Yao, should we not take a look? Chu Yan pondered inwardly. We can observe from a distance. After all, he is merely an elder of the six-star sect, with a strength that likely does not exceed the 5th rank of martial kings. And he will not perceive my presence. Moreover, such low-tier forces are unworthy of your allegiance. Chu Tianyang, accompanied by several elders, ceremoniously welcomed Elder Meng Wu of the Thunder Sky sect into the Chu household. Your esteemed presence truly brings glory to our humble abode. Chu Tianyang respectfully remarked that he was now certain this individual was a 5th-tier martial king, for the aura emanating from him was strikingly similar to that of the beast god. It is not I who brings glory to your Chu family, but rather that genius among you who has awakened his physique. What, do you not intend to let me meet him? Meng Wu's deep voice echoed. He was a towering figure clad in garments of azure and violet, adorned with a golden thunderbolt emblem on his chest. His skin bore a striking resemblance to bronze. Exuding an indomitable aura, strands of electric arcs danced through his jet-black hair, presenting an imposing presence. Indeed, a shiver ran through Chu Tianyang's heart. This man had truly come for the sake of cultivation. Yet, he mustered the courage to inquire. He is merely a junior in our family, lacking in etiquette, and I fear he may inadvertently offend a senior. Fear not. A genius must possess the pride befitting their stature. There is no need for concern, for I harbor no ill intentions. As I passed by, I noticed an awakening phenomenon and surmised that someone had awakened the king body. I wish to take him as my disciple, so please summon him. Meng Wu stated solemnly. In that case, I shall bring him forth to meet you, senior. Upon hearing that there was no malice in his words, Chu Tianyang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Moments later, Chu Xiuran emerged, the golden thunder still swirling around him, not yet fully dissipated. The purple sky thunder body. Meng Wu was instantly exhilarated. His earlier perception had been correct. It was indeed a thunder attribute king body, and a superior one at that. Such a king body was among the strongest of its kind, exceedingly rare even within their thundercloud sect. In the future, it would undoubtedly possess the potential to ascend to a position in the sect hierarchy, one that ranked just below the sect master. Its status would surpass even that of Meng Wu as an elder. Regardless, I must take him as my direct disciple. Meng Wu thought to himself. Chu Xiuran pays his respects to you, senior. Excellent, excellent. Indeed, a remarkable young man. Child, do you wish to take me as your master? Meng Wu inquired directly. In truth, someone had already informed Chu Xiuran of the events unfolding here on his way over. I shall abide by the arrangements of my ancestors. The suddenness of this situation left Chu Xiuran unprepared. Sigh. As martial practitioners, we seek only to attain clarity within our hearts. If one desires something, they must pursue it. To stray from one's true intentions and act with trepidation will only stagnate one's path in martial arts. Meng Wu said, patting his shoulder. I have also heard from others in the town about the recent tribulations faced by your Chu family, nearly facing annihilation, correct? Witnessing your kin perish before your eyes, did you not feel powerless? Do you not wish to grow stronger to protect your family and safeguard your loved ones? Seeing the sudden narrowing of Chu Xiuran's pupils, Meng Wu sensed an opportunity and continued. Our Thundercloud sect is indeed the place where you can rapidly enhance your strength. Especially since the purple sky thunder body you have awakened aligns perfectly with our sect's techniques, in a realm where one can undoubtedly thrive at an accelerated pace. Even if misfortune befalls your family, your strength will enable you to effortlessly navigate through crises. Furthermore, once you become a disciple of our esteemed Thunderclap sect, your family will essentially possess a formidable ally. Henceforth, any adversary contemplating an attack on your clan must account for the formidable sect that stands behind you. Meng Wu's persuasive words, which might have fallen on deaf ears if spoken to another, were particularly compelling given that countless disciples aspire to join the Thunderclap sect each year. However, in the presence of a prodigy awakened to the illustrious purple sky thunder body, he was inclined to invest additional effort to ensure the young talent willingly joined their ranks. I am willing to join the Thunderclap sect, Chu Xiuran declared with unwavering conviction. His fists clenched tightly as vivid memories of his kin lying in pools of blood and the harrowing near miss of his beloved sister flashed through his mind. He understood that he must grow stronger. However, I must first seek the counsel of my ancestors and the beast god, he added. Chapter 13. The instruction of Long Yuan. Chu Shiran contemplated the prospect of enhancing his abilities within the sect. Yet he deemed it prudent to consider the opinions of his ancestors and the elusive beast god before making a final decision. Esteemed elder, please bear with us for a moment while we deliberate, Chu Tianyang requested of Meng Wu. Haha, very well, take your time, Meng Wu replied, settling back with a cup of tea. He had not exerted himself so vocally in quite some time and found himself parched from the effort. The most crucial outcome was that he had successfully engaged the young man. The opinions of others mattered little to him. Even if the young man declined, it would not concern him in the slightest. Chu Tianyang led Chu Shiran and Chu Hongtu to the abode of the beast god. Grandfather, ancestor, what are your thoughts? Chu Shiran inquired during their journey. Your choice is sound. Only within the grand force of the Thunderclap sect can you grow at such a rapid pace. Even if we were to exhaust our family resources in Xinjiang town, it would not suffice to facilitate your swift development, Chu Tianyang affirmed. Yet the outside world is fraught with peril. Powerful cultivators and ferocious beasts are abundant, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Chu Hongtu expressed his concerns. With the prospect of becoming strong, what are mere dangers? Moreover, I would rather face peril than witness my family endure such tragedies again. At that moment, they finally arrived before the towering 9-story palace. The Dragon Emperor Hall? Is this truly the dwelling of the beast god? Chu Shiran felt a surge of anxiety. Having heard tales of the beast god's fearsome appearance, the truth of which remained uncertain to him, Chu Hongtu shared a similar trepidation. Having previously succumbed to torment and fainted, he had never witnessed the true form of the beast god. Upon entering the Dragon Emperor Hall and encountering the colossal creature spiraling around the mountain, both young men felt their hearts race, their breaths held tight in their chests. The immense figure, approximately 250 meters in length, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, coupled with the thick blue ice covering the surroundings. They were acutely aware of the frigid atmosphere enveloping them. Ah, you have arrived. Do you still doubt the authenticity of my elixirs? Long Yuan's enormous eyes opened, and his massive form soared into the sky, surveying Chu Tianyang. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Chu Hongtu. Astonished that this old man had actually broken through to the second rank of warrior, he recalled that Chu Tianyang had mentioned the clan leader, Chu Jinghua, had already transcended to the second rank of warrior. This meant that he was merely one second-rank warrior away from accomplishing his system task and undergoing bloodline awakening. The thought alone filled him with joy. As a junior with limited insight, he was unaware of the divine abilities of the beast god, and thus he humbly requested forgiveness. In an instant, Long Yuan's massive serpent form materialized before the three, its colossal head looming mere meters away, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression that left them breathless. I have stated before, when confronted with problems beyond your capability, you must seek my counsel immediately. If I cannot resolve it, we shall deliberate on alternative solutions together. Otherwise, your attempts to accomplish a task may consume excessive time. As your guardian beast, it is my duty to guide the Chu family towards rapid development and enhanced strength. Thus, I welcome your troubles. What I dread is your hesitation to approach me with problems. What is there to fear? I do not devour humans. Long Yuan endeavored to adopt a benevolent tone, as he wished to leave a favorable impression on them, ensuring they did not regard him with trepidation. Yes, I shall remember your teachings, esteemed elder. Chu Tianyang inhaled deeply, feeling relieved. Previously, every encounter with the beast god had instilled in him a sense of apprehension, chiefly due to the fear of disturbing the beast god's cultivation and inciting displeasure. Now that the beast god had expressed such sentiments, he felt unburdened. Now, what brings you to me this time? Long Yuan inquired. Chu Shiran stepped forward and said, I have come to express my gratitude for your awakening potion. Without your elixir, I would have remained unaware of when I might awaken my potential. Bowing deeply in thanks, he was met with Long Yuan's dismissive wave. It is no trouble at all. Merely a trifling matter. I possess an abundance of awakening potions. Should there be any other members of the Chu family yet to awaken their potential, inform me promptly. Do not let talent go to waste. His words startled the group. They had heard from Chu Yin that awakening potions were exceedingly precious. Yet here the beast god spoke of them so lightly, as if they held little value. Following this, Chu Shiran disclosed his desire to join the Thundercloud sect. A 6-star sect, you say? Long Yuan pondered before responding. Your choice is wise. While the Chu family has begun to flourish, its foundation remains too shallow. Unable to rival sects established for millennia, joining a sect does not equate to abandoning the Chu family. Rapid growth within the sect will expedite the fulfillment of your system tasks, benefiting both you and the Chu family's development. Moreover, Did they not also mention the existence of a cultivation method highly compatible with you? Chu Xiaoran had awakened the purple cloud thunder body. Though the Qingyun technique was also cultivable, naturally, the best choice would be a lightning-based method. A surge of joy filled Chu Xiaoran's heart. Both the beast god and the ancestor had given their approval, allowing him to confidently pursue his path to the Thundercloud sect. However, remember this, the Chu family is your eternal home. If you tire of the outside world or encounter misfortunes, do return. Furthermore, do not be afraid of challenges. As you venture into the world, do not fret about bringing any calamity upon your family. Seize the opportunities you desire with boldness and determination. I assure you, my cultivation has reached the realm of a 5th-tier demon king, and I possess numerous abilities. Even in the face of formidable adversaries whose realms surpass mine, I can safeguard the Chu family's peace. Chu Hongtu's eyes widened in astonishment. 5th-tier demon king? Wasn't it 4th-tier demon sovereign? However, Chu Xiaoran was deeply moved by Long Yuan's words. His tone resonated not as that of a guardian beast, but rather like that of a benevolent ancestor. The 4th-tier demon sovereign was merely a prior state. I have recently achieved a breakthrough. Thus, you should also act with greater confidence and abandon any hesitation. Expand your vision beyond Qingyang town, setting your sights on the grand cities beyond. Trust that with my presence, the Chu family shall one day rise to become the most renowned family in this world. When the name Chu is uttered, it should evoke thoughts of your illustrious lineage. Chu Tianyang felt a surge of fervor ignite within his heart. The beast god desires to elevate the Chu family to the pinnacle of this world? What a grand family that would be. Suddenly, he found himself transported back to his youthful, spirited days when he boldly vowed to lead the family beyond Qingyang town. The once dormant heart, shrouded in silence for years, felt rejuvenated. Before their departure, Long Yuan addressed Chu Tianyang. After you resolve the matters outside, come to see me. I have something to bestow upon you. Another gift? Chu Tianyang was momentarily taken aback. The last time the beast god made such a statement, he received a 5th-tier technique. Could it be that another treasure awaits? Yes, I shall dutifully heed the beast god's command. Chu Tianyang respectfully bowed. Watching them depart, Long Yuan nodded. Confident that his prowess had won their trust, they would no longer doubt his words. Just then, the voice of the system unexpectedly echoed. Chapter 14. The Bloodline returns to Ancestry. Ding. Congratulations, the family you protect has been upgraded to a 3-star power. Congratulations. You have received the reward of Bloodline Return once, enabling the celestial binding technique to capture the essence of heaven and earth, along with 10 Tier 3 superior spiritual artifacts. The sudden announcement from the system left Long Yuan momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of elation. Has it truly become a 3-star power so swiftly? This implies that another has broken through to the 2nd-tier warrior level. Long Yuan had not anticipated such joyous news to arrive so soon. He had believed he would have to wait longer. System, initiate the Bloodline Return. Long Yuan commanded without hesitation. He yearned for the Bloodline Return more than a mere enhancement in cultivation. After all, each Bloodline Return brings him one step closer to becoming a true dragon. A radiant blue light erupted, transforming into a colossal cocoon of light that enveloped his form. A mysterious energy coursed through his being, causing his flesh and bones to writhe. Every drop of blood, every piece of flesh, every bone seemed to be subjected to an arduous refining process, subsequently beginning to transcend. After a considerable time, the serpent scales that once adorned him underwent a complete metamorphosis, transforming into glimmering blue dragon scales, each the size of a palm. As the blue light dissipated, Long Yuan's magnificent form was revealed. The hue remains a striking blue, yet it has transformed into a resplendent azure, reminiscent of the beauty of crystal. Upon his forehead, 3 glistening blue horns have emerged, one positioned centrally between his nostrils, while the other 2 rise majestically above his head. Along his spine, a row of resilient blue spines extends from his back to his tail. In this moment, he exudes none of the previous ferocity. Rather, he resembles an exquisite work of art, sculpted from jade. Indeed, he has become remarkably more handsome. Long Yuan nodded in satisfaction. System, open the panel. Host, Long Yuan race. Mystical Ice Crystal Serpent, cultivation level. Perfect 5th Order Demon King, physical cultivation. Perfect 4th Order Demon Master, current task. To seek a celestial vein for the Guardian family, any level. Task rewards. Heavenly grade martial skill Serpent Horn Sky Splitter. 1 celestial vein of heavenly grade. 5 units of any spiritual essence. 3 units of any spiritual soul essence. Guardian family level. 3 stars. Host S cultivation speed increased by 30 times. The transformation of his race signifies a departure from the lineage of the python. Evolving into a serpent. This is indeed a cause for celebration. bringing him one step closer to his dragon metamorphosis. However, it is perplexing that his physical cultivation remains unchanged. Could it be that my prior cultivation was too advanced? Long Yuan pondered deeply. After his bloodline regression, his physical cultivation had ascended from quasi-demon to perfect second-order warrior. If each evolution were to grant an advancement of 2 realms, then this time, his physical cultivation should have reached perfect fourth-order demon master. Yet, prior to the bloodline regression, he had already attained that level. Thus, this bloodline regression has had a minimal impact on his overall strength. It is merely a transformation of race. Nevertheless, this is of little concern, as I do not place much importance on that level of cultivation now. With the Guardian family's level elevated to 3 stars, my cultivation speed has increased by 30-fold. This implies that as the Chu family's rank strengthens, so too does my rate of advancement. It seems imperative to expedite the search for the celestial vein. The rewards promised by the system are exceedingly generous. The heavenly grade martial skill serpent horn sky splitter. 1 celestial vein of heavenly grade, 5 units of any spiritual essence, and 3 units of any spiritual soul essence. The first 2 will significantly enhance my strength and cultivation, while the latter 2, whether in terms of physique or essence, will augment the number of prodigies within the Chu family, greatly assisting in their rapid development. Before long, Chu Tianyang returned to the Dragon Emperor Hall, and upon witnessing the beast god's transformed visage, he was rendered speechless in astonishment. Do not be alarmed. I have merely experienced a bloodline regression, Long Yuan spoke calmly. Another regression? Chu Tianyang gasped, his mouth agape. Is such a phenomenon so easily achieved? Wasn't the last regression merely half a month ago? Is such fortune truly attainable so readily? Long Yuan wished to express that his regression was entirely due to their efforts. Has Chu Xiaoran already departed? Yes, he has accompanied a certain elder to the Thundercloud sect. Regaining his composure from the shock, Chu Tianyang cautiously presented a ring before the beast god. What is this? Long Yuan inquired curiously. This is a spatial ring, a vessel designed to store various treasures. It was bestowed upon our Chu family by the esteemed Elder Meng Wu from the Lei Shao sect, who had just departed with Xiao Ran. Within it lie numerous resources gifted by that venerable figure. Chu Tianyang exclaimed, his admiration for the 6-star sect deepening. For even the most casual offerings from them appeared as priceless artifacts in their eyes. Oh, what treasures does it hold? Long Yuan inquired with interest. Chu Tianyang proceeded to empty the contents of the spatial ring, having only cast a cursory glance earlier. There were martial techniques, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier spiritual artifacts, as well as some elixirs, and this must be the legendary essence stone. Each item he examined left him in awe. To him, these were all treasures. Yet, he could not name some of them. What a pity, there are no techniques. Chu Tianyang sighed, regarding techniques as even more precious. They represent the foundational legacy of a power, not easily entrusted to others. Long Yuan shook his head and suddenly remarked, I recall that there was indeed a ring among the spoils from the Ma family. Could it also be a spatial ring? Chu Tianyang paused. There was a ring. But at the time, we had no idea what it was, and it was carelessly discarded in the warehouse. Upon hearing the beast god's words, Chu Tianyang's spirits lifted. No wonder the Ma family suddenly acquired so many treasures. Could it be that the Tsang Yin sect provided them with resources? Thankfully, that ring wasn't thrown away and remains in the warehouse gathering dust. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Beast god, is there anything in here that you could use? Chu Tianyang asked. No, I have already ascended to the 5th-tier beast king. These items are far too lowly. It is better to utilize them on our kin to expedite their growth and strength. Do not fear depleting resources. They are meant for enhancing power. Once our clan grows stronger, we shall acquire even more resources. Indeed. By the way, has there been any change in the token we discovered from the Ma Bang Kingdom? Long Yuan inquired. That artifact, safeguarded by the Ma Bang Kingdom, surely harbors some secret, and Long Yuan was quite invested in it. Not yet. I attempted to channel energy into it, but there was no change at all. Long Yuan nodded. No need to rush. Let us study it slowly. Beast God, we have recently dispatched disciples to search for the essence veins of heaven and earth, and they have made some discoveries. It is said that other loose cultivators have found an area within the Jiushao mountain range that is rich in heavenly essence and suspect it may harbor the essence veins. However, a terrifying aura emanates from the depths, and they dare not venture further. Chu Tianyang suddenly revealed this news, which delighted Long Yuan. Heavenly essence veins? Long Yuan's interest piqued. The system has just issued a task, and already there are clues? This is indeed an unexpected delight. However, it remains uncertain whether it truly exists. No matter, I happen to be a bit hungry and need to go hunting. I shall investigate when the time comes. Long Yuan replied nonchalantly. Such matters are often dictated by fortune, particularly given the current frailty of the Chu family strength, which renders them incapable of dispatching formidable warriors to seek opportunities. Originally, Long Yuan had intended to venture out in due course to ascertain whether he could discover the veins of heaven and earth, thus expediting the fulfillment of his system's tasks. Lord Beast God, shall we arrange for the family members? Chu Tianyang inquired. Why arrange for family members? Are we not to relocate the entire clan? He had heard that certain powers were established upon the foundations of the veins of heaven and earth. If they do not relocate, what purpose would the veins serve? Ha. There is no need to uproot the entire family. I have my own methods to draw the veins of heaven and earth to Qingyang town. To draw the veins of heaven and earth? Chu Tianyang exclaimed in astonishment. How would one accomplish such a feat? In due time, you shall understand. The divine binding technique rewarded by the system is precisely meant for seizing the veins of heaven and earth, is it not? Qingyang town is an excellent locale, replete with mountains and waters, and blessed with picturesque scenery. Moreover, Long Yuan has his sights set on the thunderclouds in the center of the lake. Once he breaks through to the sixth-tier demon emperor, he shall reside within the thunderclouds, elevating his prestige in an instant. By the way, allow me to present you with a token. With a mere thought, 10 spirit weapons emerged from the depths of the system's space and descended before Chu Tianyang. Chu Tianyang trembled in every limb. Spirit weapons? 10 third-tier spirit weapons? A sharp intake of breath escaped his lips as he beheld the treasures before him, his eyes quivering in disbelief. Even the Lei Shao sect had only granted him a single third-tier spirit weapon, yet the beast god had produced 10. Utilize them to bolster the family's foundation. They may be designated as rewards. Any clansman who achieves a breakthrough to the third tier shall receive one, serving to inspire the clansmen in their cultivation. The system's rewards are inherently designed to augment the Chu family's strength. After all, these items hold little value for me. Is this not rather extravagant? What if it incites envy among other martial artists? It could potentially bring calamity to our family. These are third-tier spirit weapons. Countless eyes would covet them. What is there to fear? Does my presence here suggest that I am to be trifled with? Focus solely on nurturing the family. Leave the difficulties to me. Yes, I shall wholeheartedly commit to the development of the family's influence. Chu Tianyang tremblingly stored the 10 spirit weapons within his spatial ring, instantly feeling the increased weight of the ring in his hand. Subsequently, a pure white orb of light flew towards him. What is this? I shall assist you in refining and integrating it. This is, of course, the essence of the myriad spirits. Such a substance serves no purpose remaining in your possession. It is far better utilized by the Chu family. Chu Tianyang nodded. He did not inquire further about the nature of the object, for since the beast god had instructed him to refine it, he would proceed to do so. He seated himself upon the ground, commencing the refinement of the orb of light before him. Meanwhile, Long Yuan exerted his power alongside him, aiding in the refinement of the essence of the myriad spirits. The myriad spirit body is an exceptional royal body. Relying solely on the capabilities of a third-tier martial artist like Chu Tianyang would render refinement impossible, thus necessitating Long Yuan's assistance. In this manner, a full 7 days elapsed before the successful fusion was achieved. Monk, Chu Tianyang, physique, all-spirit body, superior royal body, cultivation level, perfect 4th stage martial sovereign, physical training level, perfect 2nd stage martial artist identity. Ancestor of the Chu clan, how do you feel? Long Yuan inquired. Chu Tianyang opened his eyes, astonishment illuminating his expression. How peculiar. I suddenly sensed that the essence of the world is unusually vibrant, and my ability to absorb this essence has accelerated significantly. What could this mean? I have never experienced such a sensation before. It is truly remarkable. Moreover, my cultivation has unexpectedly reached the perfect 4th stage martial sovereign. I am utterly astounded. How could this be possible, even with a 5th stage technique? I should have required much more time to attain the 4th stage martial sovereign. It has always been a legendary realm in my mind, and now I have inexplicably broken through. It feels as if I am dreaming, yet the surge of energy within me propels my body into the air. Flying is a hallmark of the 4th stage martial sovereign, because what you have just fused with is the essence of the all-spirit body. Long Yuan elucidated. All-spirit body. Chu Tianyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be another form of special physique? Indeed. It belongs to the same echelon of physiques as the purple sky thunder body awakened by Chu Shiran, classified as a superior royal body. However, his physique excels in offensive capabilities, while yours is distinguished by rapid cultivation speed. Each possesses its unique advantages. Moreover, due to the process of refinement and fusion, you have even bypassed the awakening phase. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyang felt his throat constrict and his body tremble violently. He stared in awe at his own hands, realizing he had attained a superior royal body. This was beyond comprehension, yet the sensation that diverged from his previous experiences affirmed the authenticity of this transformation. Beast God. Wa. Chu Tianyong fell to his knees, overwhelmed with emotion, weeping uncontrollably. He never imagined that this old man would one day break through to the fourth stage martial sovereign and possess a special physique, no less a superior royal body. It felt utterly surreal. Look at your pitiful demeanor. Long Yuan smirked, a hint of derision in his voice. Though you have now undergone refinement and fusion, it is not innate. You will need to cultivate diligently to fully harness the capabilities of the all-spirit body. Furthermore, keep this matter confidential, otherwise it could lead to endless troubles. While I do not fear such challenges, it will undoubtedly affect the growth of the Chu clan. Yes, I understand the implications, esteemed elder. Chu Tianyong wiped his tears and stood, albeit unsteadily. Enough, you may leave now. Focus on stabilizing your realm. Do not squander the investment I have made in you. Once you emerge from your seclusion, I shall venture forth to seek the essence veins of the world. The Chu clan must have a formidable protector. Otherwise, should a crisis arise and we be vanquished, I would truly be bereft. Yes, revered beast god. Chu Tianyong exited the Dragon Emperor Hall, exhilarated. He intended to enter seclusion to solidify his newfound realm, as the recent elevation was monumental. Ancestor, what has happened? Why are your eyes so red? Upon leaving the Dragon Emperor Hall, he encountered the clan leader, Chu Jingyue, who was emerging from his own seclusion. I am filled with joy, Chu Tianyong replied, his voice trembling. Indeed, Xiao Ran has joined the Lei Xiao sect, and Yin Er has regained her innate talent. These are truly two delightful occurrences. Chu Jingyue sighed, acknowledging that with the presence of these two prodigies in the family, development is merely a matter of time. No, my joy stems from the fact that I, the ancestor, have already broken through to the fourth tier of martial sovereign. Congratulations, what? You have reached the fourth tier of martial sovereign? Chu Jingyue was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at his ancestor. As he sensed the aura emanating from his ancestor, Chu Jingyue's eyes widened in shock. The aura felt as formidable as a mountain, unmistakably beyond the third tier of martial master. Chapter 16. Attracting attention. How did you suddenly break through to the fourth tier of martial sovereign? Chu Jingyue's voice rose in pitch. Had he not just recently attained the third tier of martial master? You do not understand. You do not comprehend. It is all due to the beast goddess' fortuitous endowment that has allowed me to swiftly ascend to this realm, and moreover, I am not far from becoming a fifth-tier martial king. Chu Jingyue was instantly taken aback. Not far from martial king? Martial king? That was a realm he had never dared to even imagine. Jingyue, I must enter seclusion soon. The affairs of the family will be entrusted to you. Additionally, choose an auspicious date to gather all members of the Chu family and publicly announce the matters concerning the beast god. Remember, this is of utmost significance to the Chu family. It must be conducted with grandeur, without the slightest error. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable. Yes, ancestor. Watching the departing figure of his ancestor, Chu Jingyue's heart surged with emotion. Had his ancestor truly become a fourth-tier martial sovereign? Such power was legendary in his eyes. What tremendous fortune had the beast god bestowed upon his ancestor? Chu Tianyong had entered seclusion. At the moment the fifth-tier technique commenced, the essence of heaven and earth surged toward him as if they had found their long-lost path, easily absorbed into his being. Blissful. How exhilarating. Chu Tianyong marveled. Is this the sensation of cultivating a royal physique? No wonder it is said that those prodigies cultivate at an astonishing pace. There is indeed a chasm between them and ordinary individuals. Chu Tianyong dared not squander time and quickly stabilized his realm. At this moment, the Chu family had fully restored its former order, and those who had sustained injuries had completely recovered under the aid of various medicinal elixirs. Furthermore, the industries once held by the Zhao and Ma families had all been seized by the Chu family. It could be said that the Qingyang town now belonged solely to the Chu family. The others were mostly solitary households, with no families to speak of. During this time, the rumors of the Chu family's resurgence had spread like wildfire throughout Qingyang town. Everyone was aware that the Chu family had a powerful guardian beast at their helm. How terrifying. It is said to be a fourth-tier demon sovereign giant python, capable of soaring through the skies, measuring over 100 meters in length. Merely contemplating it sends chills down one's spine. Fourth-tier demon sovereign. What fortune has the Chu family stumbled upon to have such a fearsome entity as their guardian beast? A giant python? Could it possibly consume humans? Is there any danger in residing here? You are overestimating your position as an ordinary mortal. You lack the qualifications to serve as sustenance for such formidable beings. Only powerful beasts or warriors, who require immense energy for their sustenance, could ever fulfill such needs. However, I have heard that the talented Chu Shiran from the Chu family has entered the esteemed six-star sect, Lei Shao sect, and has become a disciple of one of its elders. The six-star sect? What exactly is the six-star sect? I am not entirely sure, but it is said to possess immense power, capable of annihilating our entire Qingyang town with a mere finger. The recent events surrounding the Chu family have become the topic of conversation for everyone in Qingyang town, and all are aware that the Chu family is on the verge of rising to prominence. Yet, this news has reached a few individuals from the Chun family of Wuan town, who are currently resting in Qingyang town. Like Qingyang town, Wuan town is also situated near the Jiuxiao mountain range, but its strength surpasses that of Qingyang town significantly, primarily due to the presence of the Qin family, whose ancestor is a formidable master who has immersed himself in the third tier of martial arts for decades. Did you all hear that? The leading young man inquired of those beside him, dressed in an ornate long robe and holding a long sword adorned with glimmering gems in its sheath. He seemed to announce to the world that he wielded a treasured blade. Young master, we have all heard it. The others responded in hushed tones, their black attire revealing their roles as bodyguards. What are your thoughts? Chen Xiaohua asked, sipping his tea. Young master, I believe this matter should be reported to the clan leader. The sudden occurrences surrounding the Chu family are highly suspicious, and it is likely they have encountered some extraordinary fortune that has significantly bolstered their family strength. As for those guardian beasts and the claims of clan members joining sects, they are likely mere ruses, the head bodyguard asserted. Previously, the strongest among the Chu family was merely a second-tier warrior. How could they possibly be protected by a fourth-tier demon sect? And has anyone witnessed these supposed sect joinings? Such matters can be claimed at will without fear of exposure. Chen Xiaohua nodded, recognizing that the Chu family must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity to ascend as the dominant force in Qingyang town. An opportunity that could lead to their overnight ascendance must be of no ordinary nature. After all, good fortune ought to be shared among all, should it not? Ha ha ha, indeed. What you say is quite true. The group hastily returned to Wuan town to inform their clan of this development. Father, you summoned me? Chu Yan entered the study of his father, Chu Jinghua. The ancestor has entrusted me with something to give to you. What is it? Chu Jinghua produced the fifth-tier martial art, Qing Yinju. When did our Chu family acquire such a high-tier technique? Chu Yan exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the Qing Yinju. This is the technique bestowed upon the ancestor by the beast god. Currently, only the ancestor and I are practicing it within the family. Before entering seclusion, the ancestor specifically instructed that since your talent has been restored, you are now eligible to cultivate this fifth-tier technique, allowing you to grow at a faster pace. Wait, have you broken through to the second-tier warrior level? Chu Jingyue's voice rose in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at his son, Chu Yan. How could it be that such a short time has passed, and you have attained another breakthrough? Chu Yan nodded, acknowledging the possibility that the prolonged suppression he had endured might have led to an accelerated cultivation speed upon the restoration of his innate talents. In truth, this remarkable progress was entirely attributable to the 8th-tier cultivation method bestowed upon him by the revered medicine elder. Excellent, exclaimed Chu Jinghua, patting his son's shoulder with paternal pride, tears glistening in his eyes. Only he, as a father, comprehended the immense suffering his son had endured over the past 3 years. Given this, you are even more deserving of practicing the 5th-tier technique. With this method as your aid, your cultivation will surely advance more swiftly. Chu Yan pressed his lips together, ultimately feigning excitement as he accepted the gift. Alas, if only his own 8th-tier technique were not a personal endowment from the medicine elder, he could have shared it with his family. A voice resonated in Chu Yan's mind, the medicine elder's warning echoing. This is for the good of your family. An 8th-tier technique is an exceedingly rare treasure in our mortal realm. Should word of it leak, even those reclusive, formidable forces would seek to seize it. Consider this. Can your Chu family withstand such powerful adversaries? This is not a 5th-tier method, which holds little value among larger factions. The 8th tier, however, is regarded as a sacred level of cultivation, a cornerstone of those great powers. If the information were to be divulged, the repercussions would be beyond what you can currently bear. Chu Yan silently acknowledged this, deciding to wait until he had grown stronger before addressing the matter further. By the way, would you like to meet the beast god? Chu Jinghua inquired suddenly. The beast god. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed. He felt immense gratitude towards the being who had saved his entire clan. Yes, I should indeed pay my respects to the beast god. Subsequently, Chu Jinghua led Chu Yan to a secluded area within their clan. The prowess of the beast god was extraordinary, and Chu Jinghua hoped to allow his son to make a favorable impression, which would benefit him greatly in the future. Moreover, as the patriarch of the Chu family, it was somewhat remiss that he himself had never met the beast god. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Dragon Emperor's hall, the medicine elder's voice suddenly resounded in Chu Yan's mind. What is it, medicine elder? Chu Yin inquired, gazing at the Dragon Emperor's hall. This object is extraordinary. Though its spirit is subdued, it is not an ordinary item. I cannot discern its rank. What? Even you cannot determine the grade of the Dragon Emperor's hall? Chu Yin was taken aback. Although the medicine elder had not disclosed his true strength, anyone capable of presenting an 8th-tier technique was undoubtedly formidable and well-informed. I have indeed never encountered such a treasure. Very well, let us proceed inside. Chu Yin followed his father into the Dragon Emperor's hall. Inside, a unique space unfolded. This was an imperial artifact. The medicine elder suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Though he had never seen an imperial artifact, he had heard tales of such treasures. Yet, even in the sacred grounds he once inhabited, such items were seldom seen. Only imperial-level factions possessed them to solidify their foundational power. What is an imperial artifact? Chu Yin pondered, perplexed. 9th-tier spirit artifact. 9th tier? Chu Yin nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. The concept of imperial artifacts eludes him. Yet he comprehends the significance of a 9th-tier spiritual weapon. After all, the most formidable spiritual weapon possessed by the Chu family was merely of the 1st tier. How could our Chu family possibly possess such a high-caliber spiritual weapon? Your beast god may indeed be extraordinary. Let us refrain from communication for the time being to avoid detection. Previously, he dismissed the 4th-tier demon sect. But a beast capable of wielding an imperial artifact is undoubtedly exceptional. It could very well be an ancient entity seizing control. Very well, Chu Yin nodded, apprehensive of being discovered by the medicinal elder. Ah, another little one has arrived. The immense head of Long Yuan emerged from the clouds. A 5th-tier demon king can soar freely, yet sustaining a prolonged presence in the high skies is still somewhat energy-consuming. It seems that remaining in the thunderclouds of Qingyang town for an extended duration poses a challenge. Long Yuan estimates he must at least attain the 6th-tier demon emperor to achieve this. Chu Jingyue has encountered the beast god. He shuddered, quickly bowing in reverence. The overwhelming aura exerted by the beast god is far more suffocating than what the ancestor described. This is the beast god. Chu Yin pays homage to the beast god. His pupils dilated, and his body trembled. This is exceedingly colossal. Moreover, this is hardly a mere python, but rather the legendary Hui. Practitioner, Chu Jingyue physique, Nun, cultivation realm. Late stage of 2nd-tier martial artist, body cultivation. Quasi-martial artist, identity. Head of the Chu family, practitioner. Chu Yin, physique. Nanyang sacred body, superior sacred body. Yet to awaken, cultivation realm. Early stage of 2nd-tier martial artist, body cultivation. Quasi-martial artist, identity. Member of the Chu family. Oh? There is even an unawakened sacred body. Long Yuan gazed at Chu Yin in astonishment. Such a physique is exceedingly rare. Buzz. Chu Yan's mind buzzed. The beast god discerned his unawakened sacred body with a mere glance. This perceptiveness rivals that of the medicinal elder. Sacred body. Chu Jingyue looked at his son in confusion. How could you be unaware? Long Yuan regarded Chu Jingyue curiously, initially believing he sought assistance in awakening his physique. It appears he is utterly oblivious to his son's possession of a sacred body. This junior truly knows not. However, Chu Yin inexplicably lost his cultivation aptitude for 3 years, only recently regaining it, and his rate of progress has become peculiarly extraordinary. Chu Jingyue relayed his son's prior circumstances to the beast god. Could this phenomenon indeed be a consequence of his son harboring a sacred body? Excitement surged within Chu Jingyue. Could this truly be a blessing from the heavens for the Chu family? First, there was Chu Shiran's purple cloud thunder body. And now his son's sacred body? Long Yuan exhibited surprise, suddenly focusing on the ring upon Chu Yan's right hand, revealing a look of realization. The Dragon Emperor Hall. A product of the system, has already been refined by him. Nothing within could elude his scrutiny. Long Yuan had not anticipated encountering a protagonist archetype here, harboring an elder within. In that moment, the concealed medicinal elder within the ring felt an instinctive awareness that he had been discovered. So that is how it is. So that is how it is. No matter, as long as it is restored. Long Yuan nodded. What of the old man? As long as he poses no threat to the Chu family, let him stir as he pleases. Moreover, isn't this also a means to cultivate strong individuals for the Chu family? How could one harbor resentment when gratitude is due? Then, a golden elixir soared from the system space, landing before Chu Yin. What is this? Consume it. It is beneficial for you, Long Yuan remarked nonchalantly. Chu Yin stiffened momentarily, casting a glance at his father. He harbored doubts about the elixir's safety. Could it be that the other party, having discerned his status as a sacred body, intended to use this elixir to manipulate him? It was not that he viewed others with suspicion, but rather that 3 years of tribulation had rendered him more mature than his peers, and Master Yao had advised him that it is always prudent to be cautious. If it has been bestowed by the beast god, then you should consume it, Chu Jingyue urged. Chu Yin sighed inwardly. In this predicament, even his desire to resist seemed futile. It mattered little. After all, Master Yao had promised to teach him the art of alchemy. Even if there were complications, there would surely be a resolution. With that thought, he closed his eyes and swallowed the elixir in one swift motion. In an instant, a searing sensation unfurled from his dantian, sweeping throughout his body. At that moment, Chu Yin transformed into a being of fire. Every inch of his skin and hair ablaze with fervent flames. What is this? Chu Jingyue's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the transformation of Chu Yin. This is the awakening of his physique. Long Yuan elucidated. The elixir I just administered is the physique awakening elixir. The awakening of his physique. This signifies that Chu Yan's sacred body has awakened? Indeed, his 9-son sacred body has awakened. Long Yuan smiled. Thus, the Chu family has gained another unparalleled genius, which would undoubtedly accelerate its development. Boom. Torrential crimson flames erupted explosively from within Chu Yin, soaring towards the heavens. Fortunately, they were within the confines of the Dragon Emperor Palace. Otherwise, such an extraordinary phenomenon would have drawn the attention of all. For the manifestation of a sacred body awakening is far more terrifying than that of a royal body. Chu Jingyue trembled in awe. Is this the phenomenon produced during the awakening of a sacred body? At that moment, the flames coalesced into 9 blazing suns, hovering behind Chu Yin. What is happening to me? Chu Yin gazed in astonishment at his hands, engulfed in roaring flames. Furthermore, he could sense a significant surge in his cultivation, now reaching the pinnacle of the 4th stage martial master. This revelation left Chu Yin utterly astounded. How could his cultivation have increased so dramatically? This is the awakening of your physique. Do not delay in expressing your gratitude to the beast god. Chu Jingyue urged hastily. The awakening of his physique? Chu Yan's expression shifted. Chapter 18. The shock of Master Yao. How is this possible? Master Yao had previously mentioned that awakening his sacred body was exceptionally challenging, given the scarcity of materials and the difficulty in refining the physique awakening elixir. He had advised Chu Yin against expecting to awaken his sacred body in the near future. The optimal approach would be to join a super sect and leverage its power to seek out those materials. Yet now, his sacred body had awakened so effortlessly. Chu Yin was rendered speechless. What are you still lingering for? Shouldn't you express your gratitude to the beast god? Chu Jingyue gently reminded. Coming to his senses, Chu Yin dazedly bowed to the beast god and said, I am profoundly grateful for the physique awakening elixir, beast god. Not at all. The sacred body is an immensely powerful physique that has significantly elevated your cultivation. Therefore, take a moment to contemplate the differences brought by this realm. Do not squander your gifted physique, nor waste the precious elixir bestowed by me. Long Yuan calmly advised. Indeed, I shall not disappoint the beast god. Chu Yin affirmed. You may leave for now. Jingyue, stay behind. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yin departed, eager to inquire with Elder Yao about the situation. If Chu Shiran's physique awakening was due to the beast god recently possessing the physique awakening elixir for the purple sky thunder body, could it be that he, too, shared a similar fate? Chu Yin found this notion somewhat improbable. Upon returning to his chamber with anticipation, Chu Yin called out for Elder Yao. I had an uncanny sensation that I was being observed. Chu Yin, your family's beast god, is extraordinary. To possess an imperial artifact is truly remarkable. Elder Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, Chu Yin interjected. Elder Yao, my sacred body has awakened. What sacred body? What are you saying? Elder Yao's spirit surged forth, gazing at Chu Yin in disbelief. With a mere thought, 9 crimson suns floated behind him. Is this the awakened 9-yang sacred body? How can this be? What has transpired? Elder Yao was taken aback. He had only been gone for a moment, and Chu Yan's sacred body had awakened? It is the beast goddess physique awakening elixir. Chu Yin relayed the events without reservation. Does the beast god truly possess an elixir capable of awakening any physique? Or is it merely coincidental that he had the elixir for the 9-yang sacred body? Chu Yin was curious. Yet it was evident from the beast goddess demeanor that this was his first encounter with Chu Yin. How could it be so fortuitous that he possessed both the purple sky thunder body awakening elixir and that for the 9-yang sacred body? I have never heard of an elixir that awakens any physique. Yet, the latter possibility seems equally unlikely. Your family's beast god is indeed shrouded in mystery. Elder Yao marveled. The imperial artifact had left him utterly astounded. In all his years, he had never witnessed such a treasure. And to encounter it in this remote place was truly astonishing. As their conversation unfolded, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. Chu Yin, come out. I've heard your talent has been restored. As a celebration, step outside and let us have a spar. A rather boisterous voice rang out. It was none other than that raucous fellow, Chu Zhan. Chu Yin immediately recognized him. Aside from Chu Zhan, the battle enthusiast, Who else in the Chu family would dare to challenge him so audaciously? Despite this, Chu Yan held a favorable view of Chu Zhan. During the years when his own talent had waned, there were those among his peers who resented him, questioning why he still occupied so many family resources despite his lack of cultivation talent. It was Chu Zhan who, with his fists, silenced those naysayers. Emerging from his quarters, Chu Yan smiled and declared, "Let us go. In gratitude for your support over the past 3 years, I have decided to engage in a proper duel with you." "Ha ha ha. You are indeed insightful. Chu Yan, let us proceed, for my fists are eager for action." Chu Zhan laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Chu Yan's shoulder. He possessed thick brows and large eyes, with a tall and robust physique. His muscles so well defined that his arms were thicker than the thighs of many. The two arrived at the family's martial arts arena, where numerous young members were engaged in sparring. Upon seeing Chu Yan and Chu Zhan, they gathered around, all aware of Chu Yan's restored talent and recognizing Chu Zhan as the most combative among the younger generation of the Chu family. What spectacular clash might these two titans create? Without further ado, they engaged in combat. However, Chu Yan restrained his cultivation to match Chu Zhan's first-tier martial artist level, and the two unleashed a fierce battle. Even so, the awakened sacred body proved immensely powerful, its physical strength far surpassing that of Chu Zhan, who had merely honed his muscles through training. Before long, Chu Zhan found himself battered and bruised, yet instead of feeling disheartened, he grew even more exhilarated. After all, among the younger generation of the Chu family, only Chu Xiuran had previously been a worthy opponent, and now another contender emerged, igniting a fervor within him. After a prolonged struggle, Chu Zhan let out a triumphant roar before collapsing onto the training platform. Chu Yan shook his head, carrying him to a place for healing. This lad's physical resilience is commendable. To have reached such a level in this resource-scarce environment makes him excellent material for body refining. Alas, I possess no suitable techniques for his cultivation. Elder Yao shook his head. Once in a position of prominence, he had regarded lower-tier body refining techniques with disdain. Yet, he hesitated to impart higher-tier techniques, fearing they might bring calamity upon him or the Chu family. Chu Yan nodded, recognizing during their exchange that Chu Zhan's physical strength was nearing that of a first-tier martial artist. Had this been prior to the awakening of the sacred body, he might have struggled against Chu Zhan's blows. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Emperor Hall, the beast god, Chu Jingyue, clasped his hands. "Bring forth those who previously scouted the celestial veins for our family. I must locate that celestial vein." Indeed, the following morning, as dawn broke, a colossal figure soared into the sky, vanishing into the Jiuxiao mountain range. Originally, Long Yuan intended to wait until Chu Tianyang stabilized his realm before searching for the celestial vein. However, with Chu Yan now having achieved the peak of the fourth-tier martial sovereign, the Chu family had a formidable presence to safeguard them, allowing him to depart with peace of mind. His form glided through the clouds, with several members of the Chu family precariously perched upon his back. Is this truly the beast god? He can fly through the air, just as the rumors proclaim, having reached the fourth-tier demon sovereign realm. The second elder, Chu Hongxiao, murmured excitedly. Compared to the tall and slender first elder, Chu Hongtu, he was younger and more robust, sporting a finely groomed beard that spoke to his meticulous nature. Second elder, I am frightened. One of the Chu family members trembled. What is there to fear? Are you afraid of heights? No, I fear the beast god. What is there to be afraid of? The beast god is the guardian deity of our Chu clan. He would never harm us. Chu Hongxiao admonished, stating that our attitude towards the beast god should not be one of fear, but of reverence. This was a lesson imparted by the clan leader, who emphasized that the beast god does not wish for the Chu clan to live in fear of him, but rather to treat him with the same respect one would show to an ancestor. Chapter 19. The Wolf King Not Bad, Young Man. I shall bestow upon you an opportunity soon. The voice of Long Yuan resonated as he addressed Chu Hongxiao. Thank you, beast god. Chu Hongxiao replied, his face brightening as he hurriedly bowed in respect. He had heard from the clan leader that due to the opportunities granted by the beast god, their ancestor had already ascended to the fourth tier of martial cultivation. One could only imagine the magnitude of the opportunities bestowed by the beast god. Have we arrived at the location? Long Yuan inquired. Almost there. I've heard from several wandering cultivators passing through Qingyang town that it should be nearby, Chu Hongxiao replied, producing a map, as he was tasked with gathering information about the veins of heaven and earth. Before long, Long Yuan descended into a mountainous region, where peaks soared like swords piercing the clouds, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. According to the information, it should be here, Chu Hongxiao declared. Long Yuan carefully sensed the surroundings. Indeed, the essence of heaven and earth was quite rich here, allowing even fifth-tier powerhouses to cultivate. It was far denser than the place where he had previously resided near the water spring. Yet, this was still insufficient, to employ the divine restraint technique. The precise location of the celestial vein must be determined. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed, startling everyone. A massive silver wolf appeared from nowhere behind Long Yuan, glaring menacingly at him. Following it, dozens of giant wolves emerged, encircling Long Yuan and his companions. Who dares to intrude upon my territory? A chilling voice rang out. Long Yuan looked up to see a colossal one-eyed wolf standing atop a peak, gazing down at him with disdain. Its silver fur billowed in the wind, emanating an aura of unparalleled terror, exuding a majestic presence. Is it capable of speech? This must be a fourth-tier demon monarch. Chu Hongxiao exclaimed in shock. No, it is a fifth-tier demon king. Long Yuan replied calmly. Demon cultivator, wolf king race, moonlit wolf, possessing a trace of the divine beast's bloodline. Realm, mid-stage fifth-tier demon king, physical cultivation. Mid-stage fourth-tier demon monarch, identity. Demon king of the Nine Heavens mountain range. What? A fifth-tier demon king? The faces of the Chu clan turned pale, for they had never encountered such a fearsome being. Intruder, this land is my domain. Leave at once. The wolf king bellowed, its single eye blazing with fury. This is your domain. Then do you know where the celestial vein lies? Long Yuan countered. Ha ha ha, of course. I know the location of the celestial vein, but what does it matter to you? Leave these humans and depart quickly, or face my wrath. The wolf king gazed hungrily at the humans behind Long Yuan, saliva nearly dripping from its mouth. It had been far too long since it had savored the taste of humanity. Since you know, I would appreciate it if you could guide us. Are you disregarding my words as mere whispers? The king of the celestial wolves roared in fury, leaping down with his immense form, claws outstretched, as a surge of energy radiated cold light, swiftly aiming for Long Yuan's head. It appears that subduing you is the only solution. Long Yuan opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of blue icy breath that swept toward the king of the celestial wolves like a thick fog. Simultaneously, a chilling aura enveloped him, instantly covering the vast mountain range nearby. Crack, crack, crack. Wherever the cold passed, vegetation and stones alike transformed into exquisite ice sculptures. Even the unsuspecting wolf cubs were entirely encased in ice. Boom. The king of the celestial wolves' attack collided with Long Yuan's icy breath, producing a powerful explosion of energy that radiated outward. After the clash, the colossal figure of the king nimbly leaped sideways in midair. But a significant portion of his body was already covered in a layer of blue ice. His massive claw slashed toward Long Yuan's vital spot with a screech, causing the surroundings to tremble slightly. The king harnessed the natural forces around him, infusing them into his claws, rendering his assault extraordinarily fearsome. Manipulating even a fraction of the natural energy was a privilege of fifth-tier warriors, yet even a small amount was formidable enough to challenge a fourth-tier martial artist. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its vital point. The king, having thrived in the Nine Heavens mountain range, was well versed in this principle. However, the moment his claw descended, a thick layer of blue ice formed around Long Yuan, intermingled with the essence of nature. The king's claw left a menacing scratch on the ice layer, but failed to shatter it. What? The king gasped in surprise, preparing to attack again. But Long Yuan suddenly swung his body, executing a sweeping tail strike. The king could only raise his claws in defense, yet the overwhelming force sent him flying, crashing through the ancient trees that had been frozen in place. Long Yuan did not hold back. His massive form surged forward like a flash of lightning. You seek death. The king bellowed in rage, shooting a beam of silver light from his mouth toward the charging serpent. Long Yuan's immense body twisted with agility, narrowly evading the attack, and opened his crimson maw to fiercely bite at the king's head. As of now, he had not yet evolved into a true dragon, lacking claws and possessing a somewhat limited attacking style. Besides his icy breath and the chilling aura he could emit, his methods were primarily constriction and frost erosion. Thus, he urgently sought to complete the task assigned by the system to obtain the divine technique, heaven-splitting strike of the serpent horn. The king of the celestial wolves, having been sent flying, realized in their brief exchange that he was no match for the serpent. He turned to flee into the sky, but the ice clinging to him slowed his escape, allowing Long Yuan to seize his hind leg with a powerful bite, yanking him down from the air. The terrifying cold surged through his fangs into the king, while Long Yuan's body coiled around the king's massive form. Spare me, great serpent. Seeing himself ensnared, the wolf king of Sirius resolutely conceded defeat. Once entangled by the giant python, there was only one path ahead, death. Humph, spare your life? What right do you have to demand mercy from me? Long Yuan let out a cold snort, the power emanating from him growing ever stronger. As the bones of the wolf king creaked ominously under the strain of his constriction, I know where the vital essence of heaven and earth lies, and I am aware of a stronghold of the powerful. The wolf king lamented. Oh, a stronghold of the powerful? Indeed, a stronghold of the powerful. Long Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. If it were truly a stronghold of the powerful, it would likely hold a legacy. The Chu family currently lacked foundational strength. If this were genuine, it would indeed be a fortuitous discovery. In that case, I shall grant you an opportunity. However, should you entertain any deceitful thoughts, I will immediately take your life. With that, Long Yuan once again infused a considerable amount of icy energy into the Wolf King's body, causing him to stagger and tremble uncontrollably. Lead the way, Long Yuan commanded coldly. Yes, yes. The Wolf King quavered as he moved ahead, making his way towards his lair. Chu Hongxiao and the others remained perched on Long Yuan's back, witnessing the fifth-tier demon king, the Silver Wolf, being utterly subdued by the beast god, leaving them profoundly astonished. So powerful. The beast god is truly formidable. Even a fifth-tier demon king is no match for him. Our Chu family is indeed fortunate to receive the beast god's protection. Chu Hongxiao exclaimed. Chapter 20. Seizing the vital essence of heaven and earth under the guidance of the Wolf King, the group entered his lair, which was nestled within a colossal cave, spacious and expansive. As they ventured deeper, the essence of heaven and earth grew increasingly dense. Long Yuan could sense that this place was ripe for divine binding techniques. It appeared that the vital essence of heaven and earth was located just below. This realization brought him relief. This journey had not been in vain, and soon enough, he would obtain the system's rewards. Upon reaching the innermost sanctum of the lair, they arrived at a vast chamber where a translucent silver barrier materialized ahead. Is this what you refer to as the legacy of the powerful? Long Yuan inquired, gazing at the Wolf King. Reporting to the esteemed Demon King, this barrier is exceptionally formidable. Even I cannot breach it. It must surely be left by some powerful beings, as it cannot possibly be a natural formation. The Wolf King exuded cold energy, layers of ice fragments appearing and vanishing in a continuous cycle. He attempted to dispel the chill within him, but found it impossible, as Long Yuan's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of a fifth-tier demon king. A massive blue tail swept through the air, crashing against the silver barrier. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding essence of heaven and earth surged. Radiant silver light erupted from the barrier, illuminating the entire space in a dazzling display. Quite resilient, Long Yuan remarked, slightly surprised, observing that the being who arranged this barrier possessed considerable strength. However, having discovered its presence, there was no reason to return empty-handed. If all else failed, he could simply employ the Dragon Emperor Palace to shatter it. But just then, a faint smile crossed his lips as he realized. So this barrier is supported by the vital essence of heaven and earth beneath it? In the midst of the assault, he sensed a tumultuous surge within the earth's vital energies, accompanied by an overwhelming influx of celestial essence. This indicated that as long as the vital energies of this place remained unexhausted, the barrier would remain intact indefinitely. Of course, should one possess sufficient strength, it could be forcibly shattered, but that was an entirely different matter. With this understanding, he resolved to directly extract the vital energies. While this task might pose a challenge, or even be impossible for others, it was effortless for him. Long Yuan immediately employed the divine binding technique. His immense maw gaping wide as a pitch-black vortex materialized, drawing in the surrounding celestial essence like rivers converging into a sea. The ground trembled violently, reminiscent of an earthquake, and a massive fissure opened up. The Wolf King, witnessing the spell being cast, felt a surge of fear as he prepared to flee, only to be met with the fierce gaze of Long Yuan, compelling him to bow his head and tuck his tail in terror. Seizing the moment, he concentrated on expelling the chill within him. What was the beast god up to? Chu Hongxiao and the others watched in curiosity. At that moment, a silver stream, reminiscent of a flowing river, emerged from the chasm, stretching hundreds of meters long, exuding a rich aura of celestial essence. It was indeed the vital energies of the earth. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the silver river was swiftly consumed by the black vortex. Task accomplished, Long Yuan declared with satisfaction. The divine binding technique, a reward from the system specifically designed to capture celestial essence, proved its worth once again. Furthermore, the quality of this vital energy vein was remarkable, reaching the 5th tier. A 5th tier vein indicated that the celestial essence it emitted could sustain the cultivation of 5th tier powerhouses. The Chu family would have ample resources for the coming years. Turning to the barrier before him, he noticed that its once radiant silver glow had begun to dim. Long Yuan swung his tail once more, striking at the barrier. This time, as his azure tail whipped through the air, the surrounding space reverberated with a thunderous roar, a testament to the mobilization of celestial power. With a mighty crash, the brilliance of the silver barrier faded further. Following 2 consecutive strikes, the silver barrier shattered resoundingly. It was breached. However, at that moment, the Wolf King darted in like a streak of silver light into the space beyond the barrier. The reason he had established his lair here. aside from the abundant celestial essence, was his desire to acquire the legacy within the barrier. Now that it had been opened, there might be means to contend with the colossal serpent inside. You seek your own demise. Long Yuan bellowed furiously, infuriated that the audacious creature dared to pluck his fruit. With a massive body that surged forth, he too entered the space. Inside, there was nothing but a black palace. Huh, is this a 7th-tier spiritual artifact? The Wolf King laughed heartily, charging directly into the palace. The mere existence of a palace as a 7th-tier artifact hinted at the formidable legacy that lay within. Long Yuan soon arrived, but just as he stepped through the grand hall's entrance, he was met with the anguished cries of the celestial Wolf King. How? Countless strands of dark sword energy crisscrossed throughout the vast hall, and in an instant, the celestial Wolf King's body was transformed into a sieve. Blood erupted like a fountain. Long Yuan, startled by this sudden turn of events, felt a chill run down his spine as he beheld the multitude of black sword energies hurtling toward him. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, as he realized he could not withstand such an assault. In the next moment, a 9-tiered palace materialized above him, casting down strands of shimmering light. Clang, clang. Sword lights struck against the radiance, yet they could not breach the brilliance of the imperial artifact. The celestial Wolf King, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in despair, ultimately succumbing to a pool of blood. What do you mean what? You were the one charging headlong into danger, not me urging you to run so recklessly. Long Yuan, bearing the Dragon Emperor Palace, approached the lifeless body of the celestial Wolf King and collected it. His intentions were not born of compassion to retrieve the king's remains, but rather due to his own hunger. The celestial Wolf King's corpse would suffice nicely. However, he found himself curious about the malevolent individual who left behind this legacy, while simultaneously ensnaring others in a deadly trap. In any case, a 5th-tier powerhouse would undoubtedly be incapable of enduring the sword energy attacks within this place. On his back, Chu Hongxiao and the others were pale with terror. How could such a formidable 5th-tier demon king perish so easily? Indeed, the perils beyond Qingyang town were frightfully real. With the Dragon Emperor Palace overhead, Long Yuan braved the onslaught of sword energy and ventured deeper into the Grand Hall. The interior space was indeed vast, yet it could not compare to the independent realm of the Dragon Emperor Palace. At the innermost depths of the hall, they encountered a lifeless corpse, which, despite its lack of vitality, still emanated a subtle yet oppressive aura that left Long Yuan gasping for breath. As for the members of the Chu family, they fared even worse, with some already fainting. Long Yuan decisively brought them into the Dragon Emperor Palace, for their only purpose in accompanying him was to serve as guides to locate the general vicinity of the celestial veins. Long Yuan gazed at the corpse. It belonged to an elder whose visage appeared vividly lifelike, yet bore a gaping wound at the center of his brow, as if pierced by a single finger. Beside him floated a black longsword, from which boundless sword energy radiated. Chapter 21. The Reward Obtained Spirit Artifact. Inc. Also Grade. Superior Sacred Artifact, Inheritance, Sacred Spirit Sword Technique, Superior Sacred Level Divine Ability, through the system. Long Yuan gleaned the information regarding this black longsword. An imperial sword imbued with inheritance? Now, that was indeed a splendid treasure. His gaze then shifted to the ring adorning the elder's hand. A formidable being capable of wielding a sacred artifact would surely have left behind a trove of riches within their spatial ring. Yet, Long Yuan found himself unable to approach. The aura emanating from the elder instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He exited the Black Ancient Palace and activated the Dragon Emperor Palace, instantly encompassing the entire Black Ancient Palace within its confines. No matter how powerful you are, can you evade the suppression of an imperial artifact? Long Yuan scoffed coldly. However, as events have unfolded to this point, he has become unhurried. The cooked meat is already in hand. Why fear its escape? He would take his time to study it upon his return. Long Yuan departed from the boundary space, and, upon reaching the fissure that had emerged from seizing the essence of heaven and earth, he directly dove into the subterranean crevice. The location of the essence was profoundly deep, perhaps tens of thousands of miles from the surface, and even he had to fly for a considerable duration. Indeed, there lay an abundance of essence stones. The original essence had been collected by him, leaving behind a ravine reminiscent of a riverbed. On either side of this riverbed, thumb-sized diamond-shaped essence stones had formed, exuding a rich essence of heaven and earth. These essence stones were born from long-term nourishment by the essence of heaven and earth, which they had absorbed. Not only do these stones contain pure essence conducive to cultivation, but they also serve as the universal currency in this realm of practice. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. With wealth, one can swiftly enhance the power of their family. Moreover, 5-tiered spiritual herbs had sprouted. Long Yuan gazed excitedly at the occasional spiritual herbs appearing alongside the riverbed, taking the time to harvest them, for these would undoubtedly be the foundation of the Chu family. And he would not let them slip away. Collect. After gathering the spiritual herbs, an immense suction force erupted within the Dragon Emperor Hall, causing the diamond-shaped essence stones to roll and fly into the hall, exiting the cave and hunting several demon beasts. Long Yuan returned to the Chu family in Qingyang town under the cover of night. Go. With a gaping mouth. A black vortex emerged as the essence of heaven and earth gradually settled beneath the Chu family's grounds. It was tranquil, devoid of the commotion that accompanied the gathering of the essence. The moment the essence of heaven and earth fully integrated, an overwhelming surge of essence erupted from beneath the earth, enveloping the entire Chu family in a misty aura. This sensation instantly awakened Chu Tianyang and others who were cultivating. How rich is this essence of heaven and earth? How could there suddenly be such an abundance of it? Chu Yin gazed astonished at the nearly vaporous essence within the room, his expression one of profound shock. Elder Yao, what is happening? Perplexed, Chu Yin called out to Elder Yao. What has transpired within your Chu family? Why has the essence of heaven and earth suddenly become so rich? This is the kind of essence that only a 5-tiered essence vein could release. Elder Yao gazed in astonishment at the surrounding hazy mist. I do not know. Just a moment ago, it was not like this. Suddenly, it has transformed. Chu Yin shook his head. Something must have occurred. Go and inquire with your father. All right. Even though it was night, nearly all the high-ranking members of the Chu family were startled by this unexpected change. Father, what has happened to our family? Chu Yin approached the astonished Chu Jinghua and asked. I am not certain of the details, but I suspect that the beast god has found a vein of essence for our Chu family. Chu Jinghua stroked his chin and replied, for previously, the beast god had led the second elder and others into the Jiuxiao mountains in search of the essence vein. And now, with such a transformation, who but the divine methods of the beast god could be responsible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The voice of the venerable Yao resonated in Chu Yan's mind. Historically, powers have always been founded upon the veins of heaven and earth. Never has anyone succeeded in extracting these veins and placing them beneath their dominion. Such a feat is undoubtedly beyond human capability. Just then, the second elder and others approached with expressions of exuberance, exclaiming, Ancestor, clan leader. This is nothing short of a miracle. The divine beast master truly possesses celestial prowess. What on earth has transpired? Chu Tianyang inquired hastily. Did you not accompany the divine beast master in search of the veins of heaven and earth? The 5th-tier vein of heaven and earth has not only been located by the divine beast master, but he has also successfully integrated it beneath our Chu clan's territory. Chu Hongxiao proclaimed excitedly. Otherwise, why would the essence of heaven and earth here suddenly surge? He had just witnessed the divine beast master merge a river-like substance obtained from the Jiuxiao mountains into the ground beneath their clan. Out of curiosity, he had asked what it was, and the divine beast master revealed it to be the very vein they sought. Indeed, it is the vein of heaven and earth. The divine beast master's methods surpass our wildest imaginations. Chu Jinghua exclaimed in awe. Yet, compared to his astonishment, Yao was truly left speechless. Despite having lived for countless millennia, he had never heard of such an extraordinary technique. Not even the sacred lands he once inhabited, nor any imperial-level powers, could achieve such a feat. With the divine beast master here, the rise of our Chu clan is but a matter of time. Tears streamed down Chu Tianyang's face. He had never envisioned their clan reaching such heights. Furthermore, with the 5th-tier vein of heaven and earth in their possession, his breakthrough to the 5th-tier martial king was surely imminent. Perhaps the grand ambition articulated by the divine beast master to elevate the Chu clan to the status of the world's foremost family could indeed come to fruition. The entire Chu clan was elated, and Long Yuan shared in their excitement, for the system's rewards had finally arrived. Ding! Guardian family has located a vein of heaven and earth. Reward, sacred level martial technique, serpent horn shattering heaven strike, 1 sacred level vein of heaven and earth. 5 portions of any spiritual essence. 3 portions of any spirit-level martial soul essence. In an instant, the sacred-level martial technique, serpent horn shattering heaven strike, materialized in Long Yuan's mind. Remarkably, he had already mastered it without the need for study or comprehension. With but a thought, the 3 curved horns atop his head began to radiate a blue luminescence, coalescing into a blue sphere that emanated an intense chill. Whoosh! A beam of blue light erupted from the sphere, striking a nearby mountain within the Dragon Emperor's hall. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed as the entire mountain range was flattened and subsequently encased in ice. Impressive. Truly the prowess of a sacred level technique. Witnessing the might of this move, Long Yuan's eyes sparkled. it was undoubtedly far more formidable than his previous abilities, though it did consume a considerable amount of his internal spiritual energy, leaving him somewhat fatigued. At that moment, he recalled the sacred level vein of heaven and earth awarded by the system. Long Yuan seamlessly integrated this vein into the 9th layer of space within the Dragon Emperor's Hall. The hall consists of 9 layers, with the first layer being the smallest and the 9th layer the most expansive, as the sacred level essence of heaven and earth merged within the Dragon Emperor Palace. The internal space of the Imperial artifact suddenly became suffused with a rich vitality. Chapter 22. A new task. Chu Jingyue emerges with the golden light body. Long Yuan took a deep breath, feeling an immediate sense of comfort, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. At last, he could cultivate. The essence of heaven and earth emanating from the sacred level veins was overwhelmingly dense, unlike before, when even his desire to cultivate was thwarted by the environment. Moreover, the source of physical constitution and the source of martial souls must also be utilized by the Chu family members. Both physical constitution and martial souls possess a similar essence, each capable of enhancing a cultivator's combat prowess or cultivation speed. However, those who possess martial souls are inherently aligned with martial arts. Thus, they progress more rapidly in mastering martial techniques compared to those with merely physical constitutions. This gives martial souls an advantage, which is why their bearers are rarer than those with physical constitutions. Yet, this is merely a consideration for others, for Long Yuan. The concepts of physical constitution and martial soul are merely tools to nurture the Chu family. Host, Long Yuan race, profound ice crystal serpent, cultivation realm, perfect 5th order demon king, physical cultivation, perfect 4th order demon sovereign, current task, guardian family population exceeds 10,000, 3650100000, task reward, an ancestral bloodline revival. A high-grade sacred technique, stellar body refinement method. A high-grade sacred defensive formation, Sun Moon Stars formation, guardian family level, 3 stars, host cultivation speed increased by 30 times. Upon observing the newly presented task, Long Yuan felt a surge of frustration. The rewards were indeed gratifying. A bloodline revival, a sacred technique, and a sacred formation, but the task itself seemed daunting. There was still a deficit of nearly 6,000 individuals. It appeared that considerable time would be required. Furthermore, why was the guardian family level still at 3 stars? Hadn't Chu Tianyang and Chu Yin already reached the pinnacle of 4th order martial sovereign? What exactly were the requirements to attain a 4-star family status? Long Yuan could not comprehend what it took to meet the criteria for a 4-star family. With 2 4th order martial sovereigns now supporting the Chu family, it was high time for vigorous development. They must expand outward, no longer remaining reclusive in Qingyang town. While the rewards from his system could indeed propel the Chu family's strength to new heights, for long-term sustainability, they must rely on their own efforts. The 5 spirit-level physical constitutions and 3 martial soul sources must be promptly applied to their members. Additionally, it was essential to cultivate alchemists and pharmacists, as these are the foundations of long-term development. Just then, the voice of Chu Tianyang resounded from outside the Dragon Emperor Palace. Come in. It was Chu Tianyang, accompanied by Chu Jingyue and other high-ranking members, coming to express gratitude to the beast god for the contributions made to the Chu family. Long Yuan then articulated his demands. Now that the conditions of the Chu family had improved, it was imperative to accelerate the growth of the family population. Those able to take concubines should do so swiftly. Those able to marry should hasten to marry. Those who could allow others to join their families should proceed promptly. And those capable of bearing children should do so without delay, with rapid population growth as the foremost objective. Only with a larger population base could the probability of producing geniuses increase, ensuring the flourishing future of the Chu family. However, one point remained non-negotiable. The women of the Chu family must never marry outside their clan. Long Yuan asserted. Once married outside the family, one ceases to be a member of the Chu clan, becoming part of another family altogether. This is something he cannot permit. Furthermore, the Chu family is set to expand beyond Qingyang town. After all, there are already 2 formidable 4th-tier martial lords within the clan, and it is evident that Qingyang town cannot constrain us. With my presence here, any issues you cannot resolve will be handled by me. The broader the reach of a power, the more resources it can acquire. This forms a virtuous cycle. Otherwise, even with the system in Long Yuan, it would be impossible to sustain all members of the Chu family solely through it. Understood. We shall adhere to the beast god's command. Chu Tianyang and the others responded earnestly. Although this was an assignment from the beast god, it was clear that the beast god would gain no benefit from it. Rather, the profit would accrue to the Chu family. Moreover, after breaking through to the 4th tier of martial lords, Chu Tianyang had already resolved to expand outward. As the beast god stated, They could not remain confined to the small locale of Qingyang town indefinitely. Long Yuan nodded and addressed Chu Jingyue. If there is nothing further, you may all leave. The clan leader will stay. Yes. After the crowd withdrew, Chu Jingyue stood there somewhat apprehensively, uncertain of why the beast god had chosen to retain him. Before him appeared a mass of energy radiating golden light. What is this? You will understand once you absorb and integrate it. Following this, Long Yuan began assisting Chu Jingyue in refining his physical essence. In the ensuing days, Qingyang town remained tranquil, though inquiries regarding the Chu family situation persisted. After several days, Chu Jingyue emerged from seclusion, his face aglow, brimming with vitality, his body trembling with excitement. I finally comprehend why the ancestor wept with joy. He extended his palm, unleashing a surge of energy that emanated radiant golden light. The superior spiritual grade physique, golden light body. He sensed that not only had his cultivation dramatically increased to the pinnacle of the third-tier martial master, but his combat prowess had ascended several levels. He could even contend with ordinary fourth-tier martial lords in their early to mid-stages. At this moment, his admiration for the beast god flowed endlessly, much like a river in flood. Qingyao, do you see? I now possess a physique as well. Chu Jingyue murmured, tightly clasping his hands. Memories he had long sealed within his mind resurfaced. He recalled the anguish and resolve on his wife, Lu Qingyao's face as she departed from him and their newly born son, Chu Yan. However, both he and the Chu family had been too weak to alter that fate, forced to watch her leave in tears. But now, with the son of the sacred body and his own spiritual physique, perhaps there was a chance to find her. As a clan leader, one must not only possess strong leadership capabilities, but also formidable cultivation and combat strength. This golden light body shall empower you. You must lead the Chu family to rise. The voice of Long Yuan echoed in his ears, and after imparting a few more instructions, Chu Jingyue exited the Dragon Emperor Hall. The beast god instructed him to select 7 potential family members who were absolutely loyal to the Chu family, as he had opportunities to offer them. Could it be yet another case of a unique constitution? Although it seems rather astonishing, one must remember that it pertains to the beast god, whose divine and supernatural abilities are beyond mere speculation. Moreover, had this not just transpired in his own experience? Chu Jingyue felt it imperative to deliberate this matter thoroughly, for it involved an extraordinary constitution that was nothing short of remarkable. The child, Yin Ran, displayed a certain cleverness, though her youth was a limitation. One could also select from among the elders, yet whom should the elders choose? Those who attain the status of elder are undoubtedly loyal to the family, especially after the recent familial crisis where not a single traitor emerged among them, which speaks volumes. As the patriarch, he could not show favoritism. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for suitable candidates. Abandoning his training aspirations, Chu Jingyue began to traverse the family estate. Upon arriving at the training grounds, he witnessed Chu Zhan engaged in combat with several members of the Chu family. Instantly, his eyes gleamed with recognition. Chu Zhan was indeed a representative figure among the younger generation. Yes, he could be a prospective choice. Just then, someone hurried and anxious approached Chu Jingyue. Patriarch, it is dire news. A multitude of individuals is charging towards our Chu family with great ferocity. Towards our Chu family? Do you know who they are? Chu Jingyue inquired, frowning. I do not know, but many clansmen have already been captured by them. What? Chu Jingyue exclaimed, immediately realizing that this was undoubtedly an external threat. He promptly summoned the other elders, commanding, come with me to ascertain who dares to act so brazenly in Qingyang town. Understood. Before the entrance of the Chu family, 20 bloodied pillars stood ominously. Not far off, dozens of armed warriors surrounded the gates, their eyes sharp and predatory. At their forefront was a gaunt elder, his hair now streaked with gray, his forehead lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance. It was none other than Chun Yuan, the patriarch of the Chun family from Wuan town. Behind him stood a host of formidable members of the Chun clan, including Chun Xiaohua, the son of the Chun family patriarch. When did such formidable energy converge here? It appears the Chu family has indeed stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. Chun Yinkuan marveled. The distance between Qingyang town and Wuan town was not extensive, and there were occasional exchanges between the two towns. Yet he had never known the spiritual essence of this place to be so rich. It was evidently a recent development. Should the Chun family seize this territory, it would undoubtedly enhance their familial strength significantly. This land must belong to the Chun family. At this moment, a crowd of onlookers had gathered nearby, understanding that Qingyang town, which had enjoyed nearly a month of tranquility, was on the brink of another significant event. Chu Jingyue, accompanied by several elders, strode forth with the swiftness of a meteor, positioning themselves before the gates. Who dares approach with such grandiosity to our Chu family? Chu Jingyue inquired directly. Though he appeared prosperous, His long-standing role as patriarch lent him an air of authority. I am Chu Family of the Chu family from Wuan town, here to seek some fortuitous opportunities within your esteemed clan. Chu stroked his beard calmly, as if borrowing something from a neighbor's house. You are Chu of Wuan town? You are the ancestral patriarch of the Chu family? He chuckled heartily. Indeed, I am that very ancestor. I have heard that your Chu family has recently prospered. As the saying goes, do not forget your old neighbors in times of wealth. You must not forget us. With a booming laugh, Chu prompted those behind him from the Chu family to join in the laughter. Chu Jingyue and the others understood that the Chu family was coveting the fortunes of the Chu family. Patriarch Chun, our families have always maintained a respectful distance from one another. Is your behavior not somewhat overstepping? The elder Chu Hongtu retorted with a glare. Overstepping? It seems the lesson the Ma family imparted to you is still not remembered. Chu sneered. In this realm of cultivation, there is no such thing as overstepping. It is merely the law of the jungle. The strong thrive while the weak perish. You have yet to comprehend this truth. With a step forward, Chu Jingyue declared. Since the conversation has reached this point, let us engage in battle and see who is stronger. You think you can challenge me? Perhaps you should send your elder instead. Chu scoffed, regarding the younger Chu with disdain. Want to meet my ancestor? You must first defeat me. With a fierce shout, Chu Jingyue charged at him. If you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Chu expression darkened as he summoned his energy, leaping into battle against Chu Jingyue. Patriarch, be careful. The Chu family members cried out in concern. At that moment, Chu Yan approached, astonished as he beheld his father's fierce combat. A perfected third-tier martial artist? How is this possible? Just days ago, he was only at mid-second tier. Master Yao, what is happening? Chu Yan inquired, bewildered. Perhaps he has consumed some potency-enhancing elixir. Master Yao suggested. After all, the transition from second to third tier is not uncommon. There are many elixirs that can facilitate such a change. As the battle raged, shadows moved swiftly across the field, energy surged wildly. Both combatants were enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy, their collisions unleashing waves of potent force. Energy beams sliced through the air, leaving deep fissures in the ground as if cut by blades. You have reached perfected third-tier martial artist status? Chu exclaimed in shock after several exchanges. Why is it that only you can be a third-tier martial artist? Why can't I? Chu Jingyue replied calmly. Behind him, the Chu family members displayed expressions of astonishment. The patriarch has broken through to perfected third-tier martial artist? When did this happen? Chu Hongtu gasped. I had no idea. I always thought the patriarch was still a second-tier martial artist. Other elders remarked, equally bewildered. Patriarch, you are magnificent. Chu Zhan exclaimed excitedly. Instantly, a chorus of Chu family disciples echoed. The patriarch is mighty. The Chu family, not to be outdone, rallied under Chen Xiaohua's lead, shouting, Ancestor is invincible, suppressing all foes. Chu Yuan's lips twitched slightly, exclaiming, could you possibly be any more exaggerated? Yet, this remark ignited a fervor within him. Since he had achieved the pinnacle of the third-tier martial master, there was no longer any reason to spare him. With a thunderous roar, Chu Yuan unleashed the full force of his internal energy. The initial stage of the fourth-tier martial sovereign, Chu Jingyue was taken aback. This old man had been concealing his strength. The Chu family erupted in excitement, for they were unaware that their ancestor had ascended to the fourth-tier martial sovereign, a true powerhouse indeed. Now, who could possibly stand in his way? Did you not foresee this? For years, I have braved life and death within the Jiuxiao mountain range. Did you think I ventured there for mere amusement? Chu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, confidence radiating as he regarded Chu Jingyue. However, he was met with the latter's unwavering composure, which incited a fury within him, akin to striking a cotton pillow. His father appeared unperturbed. Chu Yan noticed this as well. He had been prepared to intervene. Yet his father's fearless demeanor made him question whether there were hidden cards yet to be revealed. Chu Yuan, fueled by overwhelming energy, charged forth to strike. In that fleeting moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from Chu Jingyue's body, followed by a punch that collided with Chu Yuan's advancing fist. The sound of the impact reverberated, leaving everyone with ringing ears. Energy surged forth, creating ripples that swept outward. The golden light expanded instantaneously, carrying an unparalleled force that struck Chu Yuan. In the astonished gazes of all present, his figure was sent flying like a tattered sack, crashing violently to the ground. With a splutter, he coughed up blood. Chapter 24. I came just to spectate. All were rendered nearly speechless as they witnessed this scene. The legendary fourth-tier martial sovereign had been defeated by a third-tier martial master? Elder Yao, what was that golden light that erupted from my father just now? Chu Yan inquired hastily. It is a spirit-level special physique known as the Golden Light Body. Elder Yao replied solemnly. Is my father also a special physique? Chu Yan asked in astonishment. Not previously, but now he is. Elder Yao stated. What do you mean by that? Chu Yan pressed. When I first awakened, I distinctly observed your father's condition. It was merely an ordinary physique. That I can assure you of. Elder Yao affirmed. Yet the golden light he emitted is indeed a manifestation of the spirit-level golden light body. As for why this transformation occurred, I am uncertain. Chu Yan speculated. Could it perhaps be an acquired ability? Some physiques can indeed be cultivated postnatally, but the golden light body cannot. Do you truly believe your Chu family possesses such profound heritage? The Chu family does not, but the beast god might. This matter is perplexing. Why did your father suddenly awaken the golden light body? Perhaps you could inquire after this ordeal has concluded. At that moment, Chen Yuan had landed. Blood spilling from his mouth as he gazed in horror at Chu Jinghua. A special physique. You actually possess a special physique. His disbelief was palpable. How could such a barren land give rise to a being of extraordinary constitution? Yet, disregarding this query, Chu Jinghua surged forth like a fierce tiger, moving with swift grace. Chen Yuan let out a thunderous roar, leaping into the air with a powerful thrust, his palms curving into claws. The energy within him erupted, transforming into a pair of tiger claws, while a fierce tiger apparition materialized behind him. Tiger's mountain opening technique. Chen Yuan unleashed his ultimate martial skill, engaging in fierce combat with Chu Jinghua. In that moment, he held nothing back, for his very life was at stake. Instantly, the two combatants clashed again, energy surging and colliding, creating a series of resounding explosions. Empowered by their martial techniques, both sides remained evenly matched. Chen Yuan was astounded. The strength of his opponent was indeed formidable. Chu clan leader, we are evenly matched. Continuing this fight will only lead to mutual destruction. Why not cease hostilities and shake hands in peace? Fear began to creep into Chen Yuan's heart. If Chu Jinghua was this powerful, what of the elusive Chu Tianyang? The Chu family is not one to be entered or exited at will. Chu Jinghua retorted coldly. Isn't it said that the strong thrive and the weak perish? Do you truly believe you can harm me? Chen Yuan bellowed, suddenly soaring into the air, standing defiantly above. You should be aware if I wish to escape. You cannot stop me, for I am a fourth-stage martial sovereign. Haha. His laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes trembling as he turned toward the direction where the Chu family had extended. There, a colossal and menacing blue crystal serpent's head was slowly emerging. A tremendous sense of oppression swept across the arena, causing Chun family disciples facing the Chu family to tremble uncontrollably, some even collapsing to the ground. What is happening? A group of Chu family members turned, and upon seeing the enormous creature, they erupted in a chorus of exclamations. When did our Chu family acquire such a behemoth? It is the beast god. Salutations to the beast god. Chu Hongxiao exclaimed excitedly, bowing first. Chu Jinghua, Chu Yan, and others quickly followed suit. As the clan leader bowed, others hastily lowered their heads in respect. Was this truly their Chu family's beast god? Yet, the beast god seemed larger than one would expect. Nearby, the onlooking townsfolk were terrified, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Some fainted from sheer fright. There is no need for such formalities. I merely sensed the fluctuations of battle here and came to witness the spectacle. You need not concern yourselves with me, Long Yuan declared, having sensed the clash between two powerful martial sovereigns and wishing to observe the fray. His massive form hovered in the air, his great head looking down upon the scene. Addressing Chu Jinghua, continue your battle. Yes. Chu Jinghua nodded, casting a glance at his aerial adversary. Suddenly, Chen Yuan let out a piercing scream. Snapping back to reality from his terror, energy surged within him, and he shouted, "Come, let it be a fight to the death." With a swift motion, he turned and fled into the distance. The formidable presence of that giant serpent instilled a paralyzing fear. It undoubtedly surpassed a fourth-stage demon sovereign, possibly even reaching the level of a fifth-stage demon king. Remaining here alone leads only to a dead end. Now he truly believes that the Chu family possesses a fearsome guardian beast. Yet, I feel such sorrow. This sudden turn of events nearly left Chu Jinghua at a loss for words. By the time he sought to pursue, the entity had vanished into the distance. Alas, I merely wished to witness the spectacle. Why must you flee? Long Yuan let out a sigh, his massive form swaying slightly, and in an instant, he disappeared like a flash of lightning from the sight of all present. Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock, a piercing scream echoed, and Chen Yuan's figure was sent hurtling back like a cannonball. How tedious, truly tedious. With such meager strength, how dared he provoke the Chu family? Long Yuan's voice resonated from afar. He then weaved his way into the storm clouds above Qingyang town. Bang! Chen Yuan crashed to the ground, utterly lifeless. Even a mere flick of Long Yuan's tail was beyond his capacity to endure, his innards obliterated. Ancestor. The members of the Chu family stood in stunned disbelief. How had events escalated to this point? Capture them all. With a command from Chu Jingyue, the Chu family members found themselves encircled. Awaiting them was nothing but a dead end. This exemplified what Zhao Yuankuan had stated. The strong prevail, while the weak perish. Had the Chu family been defeated, they too would have faced annihilation without hesitation. Xiaoyan, accompany me to Wuan Town shortly. Since the Chu family dares to strike against us, the Chu family in Wuan Town must also be eradicated. Furthermore, our family's influence needs expansion. Let us commence our endeavors in Wuan Town. For the sake of safety, Chu Jingyue called upon his son, as his cultivation was indeed superior. Yes, father. Chu Yin nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Long Yuan arrived amidst the storm clouds at the heart of Qingyang Town. As Chu Tianyang had previously indicated, no opportunities lay within, aside from the rampant thunder. There was nothing else. The intensity of the thunder was not overwhelming, making it a suitable refuge for me. Long Yuan nodded. Intending to relocate the Dragon Emperor's palace into the storm clouds upon reaching the 6th tier of Demon Emperor, ensuring that all matters concerning Qingyang Town would remain under his vigilant gaze. At this moment, Chu Tianyang and Chu Yin, accompanied by several formidable members of the Chu family, sped towards Wuan Town, while the elder, Chu Hongtu, and the second elder, Chu Hongxiao, were tasked with increasing the family populace. A duty mandated by the beast god that they dared not neglect. Chapter 25, Development, Drawing Lots. As for the method, it was as Long Yuan had previously mentioned, either bear children or take wives. Each child born would yield generous rewards for the family. Naturally, the quickest route would be through marriage. If a man could take several wives, the ambitious goal of 1,000 individuals would be realized in no time. Thus, the Chu family began to post marriage announcements throughout Qingyang Town. Of course, they did not impose any coercion. Such matters were voluntary. As the sole prominent family in Qingyang Town, the number of women aspiring to enter the aristocracy or men seeking to live off their fortunes was countless. Moreover, the modest dowry bestowed by the Chu family is perceived by others as an immense fortune. Consequently, in the ensuing period, the Chu family experienced a series of joyous events, with numerous women marrying into the family. Occasionally, men would also join through marriage, and there were times when several couples would unite on the same day, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Firecrackers erupted and drums resounded, with banquets almost ceaselessly taking place, allowing the ordinary folk of Qingyang Town to indulge in delightful feasts. They could hardly ever enjoy such exquisite food. Furthermore, Chu Hongtu and Chu Hongxiao deliberated on expanding their ambitions beyond Qingyang Town, recognizing its limitations. Even the recently conquered Wuan Town, larger and more populous with around 70 to 80,000 inhabitants, became their target. Following the annihilation of the Chu family, Wuan Town naturally fell under the Chu family's dominion, along with several surrounding villages and towns. First and foremost, they needed to demonstrate the might of the Chu family and the advantages of marrying their daughters into it. Chu Hongxiao stroked his beard thoughtfully. The beast god has proclaimed that we need not fear revealing our strength. However, dealing with those small villages and towns can be easily managed by our patriarch and ancestors' prowess. Perhaps we should set our sights even higher. Chu Jingyue suggested. What does the patriarch imply? Yinyang City. Yinyang City? Both Chu Hongtu and Chu Hongxiao were momentarily taken aback. They had occasionally heard from passing warriors that it was an exceptionally large city, home to 5th-tier martial kings. They had previously dispatched individuals there, but none had returned. The journey required traversing the Falling Eagle Valley, where formidable beasts resided, accessible only to 3rd-tier martial masters. Yet now, the Chu family's strength should be sufficient for safe passage. But would the women of such a grand city be willing to marry into our humble Qingyang Town? The mountain need not be tall. It becomes divine with the presence of an immortal. Our Chu family's might is evident. It is only a matter of time before even our ancestors break through to the 5th tier of martial kings. At that point, who would dare to look down upon us? Moreover, although Qingyang Town's population is not vast at present, with the growth of our family, it is only a matter of time before Qingyang Town transforms into Qingyang City. Chu Hongtu and Chu Hongxiao exchanged glances, recognizing the ambition reflected in each other's eyes. Ultimately, they resolved to expand the family's influence into Yinyang City. However, the immediate priority was the grand ceremony in a few days, marking the beast god's first public appearance before the entire clan, a moment to ensure collective recognition of the beast god's existence. This matter must be approached with utmost seriousness. Now that the family has resumed normal operations, it is crucial to note that the ceremony is scheduled on an auspicious date they had chosen. Had it not been for this reason, the event could have been held much earlier. Nonetheless, there is one more matter that requires the participation of all elders. Chu Jingyue suddenly said with a smile. What is it? A draw. What? A draw? Indeed, it is a draw. This pertains to a monumental opportunity soon to be bestowed upon you by the beast deity. However, such opportunities are scarce, and I must remain impartial. Thus, I shall resort to the most primitive method of drawing lots, leaving everything to chance. Oh, Elder 2, you need not participate. Why? Chu Hongxiao asked, puzzled, wondering if he had erred in some way. You have been preordained by the beast deity. It was previously mentioned that you would receive a special opportunity. Hence you need not partake in this lot drawing. Chu Jinghua stated calmly. Indeed. The beast deity had conveyed this to me during our last expedition to seek the essence of heaven and earth. Chu Hongxiao had thought the divine beast had forgotten. Yet it turned out to be awaiting him here. Before long, the 8 elders gathered together, and Chu Jinghua reiterated the matter, emphasizing that it was all a matter of luck. Excluding Elder 2, Chu Hongxiao, the remaining 7 elders were to draw lots, yet only 3 opportunities existed. Patriarch, may I inquire what these opportunities entail? The Grand Elder asked curiously. I have pledged to the beast deity not to disclose this. I can only reveal that these opportunities will not only enhance your strength significantly, but also allow you to alter your fates. Both the ancestor and I have greatly increased our power due to the opportunities granted by the beast deity. This revelation caused all the elders to breathe more rapidly, realizing that the ancestor and the patriarch's remarkable advancements stemmed from divine favor. Instantly, anxiety gripped their hearts. Even Elder 2, Chu Hongxiao, who was already preordained, clenched his fists in anticipation of what this extraordinary opportunity could be. Let us commence. Chu Jinghua produced a box, from which no one drew a paper ball. Those adorned with the image of the divine beast signified a win. Subsequently, everyone reached into the box. Soon, 7 paper balls appeared in their hands. Unfurl them. At this moment, their hands trembled in anticipation. Everything now rested upon destiny. Chu Hongda took a deep breath and opened his paper, exclaiming, I have won. I have won. He revealed a paper ball depicting the image of the divine beast. The others unfolded their papers, and only Elder 7, Chu Jinshin, and Elder 8, Chu Yunfei, bore the divine beast's insignia. Upon seeing this, the remaining individuals could only sigh in disappointment. First and foremost, congratulations to the 3 of you for receiving the beast deity's blessing. To the others, do not despair, with the divine beast present. Various opportunities will undoubtedly arise in the future, and there will be chances. It's merely a matter of timing. Due to time constraints, only a select few have obtained this qualification, and the blessings from the beast deity will be conferred only after the grand ceremony concludes. A few days later, the grand ceremony commenced. On this day, the Chu family suspended all activities, and everyone returned to the clan, from the elders to the 3-year-old children, all participated in this momentous event. Even nearly all the residents of Qingyang town gathered to witness the Chu family's guardian beast formation. Yet, everyone was perplexed. Was not the guardian beast hidden deep within the Chu family? Why then did it face the central Qingyang lake in the town? The air was charged with anticipation. Amidst the resounding thunder, the colossal head of Long Yuan descended from the stormy clouds above Qingyang Lake. Chapter 26. Fortuity. The purpose of the grand ceremony was straightforward, to openly declare to all members of the Chu family that this is our family's guardian beast. The immense serpent's head emerged from the dark clouds, casting its gaze upon the crowd. At that moment, not only the townsfolk of Qingyang, but even the members of the Chu family found themselves momentarily breathless. Although nearly everyone had been informed beforehand that the beast god was a gigantic python, witnessing it in person evoked an unparalleled sense of oppression. Especially for those who had never laid eyes on the beast god before, they were nearly overwhelmed with fear. Is this truly our beast god? However, regardless of their skepticism, everyone was now face to face with the beast god's visage. I recall that when the beast god rescued us from the Ma family, it did not appear this way. Moreover, its size was nowhere near as vast as it is now. One person voiced their confusion. Surely, the beast god's stature must exceed 300 meters now. The second elder clarified. This is due to the beast god's bloodline returning to its ancestral form, leading to its elevation in strength. Indeed, as they stated, Long Yuan's power had significantly increased, under the influence of the rich essence of heaven and earth released by the sacred level's spiritual veins. It had surpassed the mid-stage of the 6th tier of demon emperors. All members of the Chu family must remember that without the beast god, our clan would have long perished, and we would not enjoy our present existence. Henceforth, the beast god shall hold the highest position within the Chu family. Any disrespect towards the beast god shall be dealt with according to clan regulations, without exception. Chu Tianyang's resonant voice filled the ears of every Chu family member. We shall faithfully adhere to the ancestors' decree. Long Yuan nodded, understanding that the grand ceremony merely required his presence to affirm his existence. What truly concerned him was the current completion rate of the system's task. Over the course of development, the number of individuals had increased from over 3,000 to more than 5,000, a substantial rise, yet still halfway from completing the task. It seemed this endeavor would demand considerable time to fulfill. Such a reward was not easily obtained. Long Yuan estimated it would take nearly a year. After all, as warriors, many were singularly focused on their cultivation, with few enthralled by procreation. Fortunately, the current essence of heaven and earth was abundant, posing no hindrance to his own cultivation. After making his appearance, Long Yuan retreated back into the storm clouds. He would not engage in the management of the Chu family. His sole responsibility was to ensure the Chu family aided him in swiftly completing the system task. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor Hall also floated amidst the storm clouds. And with a swift motion, Long Yuan entered the hall, mid-stage of the 6th tier of Demon Emperors. After Long Yuan's departure, the voice of the medicine elder resonated in Chu Yan's mind. The 6th tier of Demon Emperors? Has the beast god's growth accelerated so dramatically? Chu Yan exclaimed in astonishment. Just recently, it had been at the 5th tier of Demon Kings, and now it had ascended to the 6th tier of Demon Emperors. Your beast god is shrouded in mystery and should not be judged by conventional standards. Following the grand ceremony, Chu Tianyong personally led several clan members, along with the precious stones bestowed upon him by the beast god, to Yinyang City, where they aimed to establish their Chu family stronghold. As Long Yuan remarked, his cultivation speed of the all-spirits body was remarkably swift, having now reached the early stages of a 5th-rank martial king. Before departing, Chu Tianyong entered the thunderclouds to meet with Long Yuan. Your journey to the Yinyang City not only aims to elevate the reputation of the Chu family, but ideally, you should also acquire the legacies of alchemists, weaponsmiths, and formation masters. It is essential to cultivate our own alchemists and weaponsmiths. This is the true path to supremacy, Long Yuan advised. Yes, beast god. Should you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, promptly send word back, and I shall intervene. After Chu Tianyong's departure, Chu Jingyue, accompanied by several others, entered the Dragon Emperor Hall. Among them were the 4 elders, along with 3 promising youths from the Chu family, Chu Zhan, Chu Shan, and Chu Luing. These were the 3 exceptionally virtuous members selected by Chu Jingyue from the younger generation. Is this the dwelling of the beast god? Chu Zhan wondered, surveying the vastness of the Dragon Emperor Hall. Had he not initially realized he had stepped into a grand hall, he might have believed he was still outdoors. Moreover, the essence of heaven and earth here was far richer than that of their family. We pay our respects to the beast god. Upon seeing the massive serpent coiling in midair, the group hurriedly bowed. Have you brought everyone? Then let us commence. Upon Long Yuan's words, pristine orbs of energy appeared before them, exactly 7 in total. Select 1 each and begin the fusion. These were the remaining 7 sources, comprising 4 physical sources and 3 martial soul sources. Rather than allowing these to remain unused, it would be more prudent to utilize them promptly to enhance the Chu family's foundation. All these sources were of the spiritual grade and, more importantly, of superior quality. You 3 young ones may choose first, Elder Chu Hongtu said, stroking his beard. The other 3 elders nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall not hold back. Chu Zhan stepped forward, bowed respectfully to the beast god, and after a mere glance, he cradled one of the sources in his hands. Since the external appearance provided no clues, he figured it best to select one at random. Chu Shan and Chu Luing, after bowing to the beast god, each chose one as well. Though all were under 20, Chu Shan appeared more composed. Chu Luing, the sole girl among them, was of similar age to Chu Zhan, donned in a light yellow gown, slender in form with an ordinary visage, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. Next were the 4 elders, Elder Chu Hongtu, Elder Chu Hongxiao, Elder Chu Jinshin, and Elder Chu Yunfei. Each of them selected one as well. Let us begin the refinement and fusion. I shall assist from the sidelines. Long Yuan addressed all present. Subsequently, beams of light began to merge into their bodies. Chu Jingyue watched with great excitement, realizing that the Chu family was on the verge of producing 7 new powerful warriors. Long Yuan also commenced aiding them in refining their sources. During this period, several martial artists who ventured to the Jiuxiao mountain range noticed the changes in Qingyang town, as the 5th-rank essence vein had significantly enriched the essence of heaven and earth, making it an ideal location for cultivation. Many individuals are inquiring about the circumstances surrounding recent events, yet the truth remains elusive. The matter of Long Yuan seizing the essence of heaven and earth has been shrouded in secrecy by Chu Tianyong. All that is known is that it is somehow linked to the beast god, though the nature of this connection remains entirely obscure. While the number of martial artists has increased, none dare to act recklessly against the Chu family, as a formidable 4th-tier martial sovereign now stands guard. Nevertheless, Disciples from other factions have reported the changes occurring here to their respective sects, and Xingyang Town is destined to become a focal point of turmoil in the near future. Yet, despite the tumult outside, the Chu family continues to flourish steadily. Those who are to marry do so, and those who are to bear children are fulfilling that role, resulting in a gradual increase in family members. After nearly a month, Long Yuan has finally assisted Chu Hongtu and others in refining their essence. At this moment, Chu Zhanshan, filled with excitement, feels a surge of energy as his skin transforms into a bronze hue. The mighty Vajra body? Chapter 27. A profound opportunity to alter fate. He never anticipated that the chance bestowed by the beast god would manifest as the superior grade spiritual physique of the mighty Vajra body. Furthermore, his cultivation has also ascended to the mid-stage of the third-tier martial master. It is noteworthy that prior to arriving here, he was merely at the mid-stage of the first-tier martial artist. He has directly broken through two significant realms. I possess the starlight, glazed body. Chu Luiying gazes in astonishment at her palm, which resembles glazed glass, her face a portrait of shock. With a roar, a colossal ape wreathed in lightning appears behind Chu Shan. Is this a martial spirit? Both Chu Zhan and Chu Luiying watch in awe. The superior grade spiritual martial spirit. Thunderous explosive ape. The astonishment in Chu Shan's eyes is palpable. In many ways, a martial spirit of the same quality holds greater advantages than a physique. For the wielder of a martial spirit possesses a superior edge in the cultivation of martial techniques. Consequently, those endowed with martial spirits are far rarer than those with special physiques in this world. The four elders gaze excitedly at the immense opportunity they have just received. The grand elder, Chu Hongtu, wields the Tianyang martial spirit. The second elder, Chu Hongxiao, possesses the Dark Night profound body. The seventh elder, Chu Jinshan, has the Jade Spirit, sword martial spirit. The eighth elder, Chu Yunfei, embodies the profound ice body. Exchanging glances, the elders discern the shared astonishment in one another's eyes. Initially, they had anticipated opportunities in the form of medicinal pills, martial techniques, or spiritual artifacts. Yet they were taken aback to discover that it was instead related to physiques and martial spirits. Moreover, all these elders had nearly reached the second-tier martial artist level before arriving, and now they all stand at the pinnacle of the third-tier martial master, merely a step away from the fourth-tier martial sovereign. All possessing spiritual-grade physiques and martial spirits. We have indeed received spiritual-grade physiques and martial spirits. Chu Hongtu exclaims with a tremor in his voice. The opportunity granted to us by the beast god is truly monumental. It has genuinely allowed us to alter our fates. Chu Jinshan declares with fervor, as the essence of the Jade Spirit, sword martial spirit flows through his hands, enabling him to feel the immense power contained within. Furthermore, with the fusion of the Jade Spirit, sword martial spirit, mastering sword techniques will become increasingly effortless. The clan leader was absolutely correct. This is indeed a turning point for us. At this moment, Long Yuan's voice resonated. Your physique and martial spirit have thoroughly fused. Yet the profound mysteries within must be gradually explored by yourselves. However, remember, if anyone inquires about the origin of your physique, simply state that it is a natural awakening. Do you comprehend the implications? We understand. Chu Hongtu replied, taking the lead. Long Yuan nodded, emphasizing that this matter must not be disclosed prematurely, as it would undoubtedly invite considerable trouble. He then revealed that there was another opportunity ahead, yet whether it could be seized would depend on your fate. Speaking to the group, Long Yuan continued, and soon they felt a flash before their eyes, finding themselves before a pitch-black grand hall. Is this the hall discovered within the barrier of the Jiuxiao Mountains? Chu Hongxiao exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is that very hall. Through my research, I have discerned that only humans may enter without facing attack within. Thus, you should venture inside. Who among you will obtain the inheritance depends on your luck. And I can assure you, the opportunities within are substantial. Long Yuan had previously been astonished to find inscriptions at the hall's exit warning non-human races to stay away. Only then did he realize that this inheritance was intended solely for humans. Any other races would be met with the wrath of the sacred sword. This also elucidated Long Yuan's disinterest in the sword's legacy. Otherwise, he could have easily subdued the sacred sword with the Dragon Emperor's Hall. The Grand Elder led the way, and the others followed. Initially, the second elder felt a twinge of anxiety, as the memory of the fifth-tier demon king being slain by sword energy was still vivid. However, upon entering, he discovered that the previously terrifying black sword energy did not manifest, alleviating his fears. Shortly after, the Grand Elder shook his head in disappointment. I have failed to meet the beast god's expectations and have not acquired the inheritance. No matter. Such matters are destined for those with fortune. Not long after, everyone emerged, with the seventh elder, Chu Jinshan, clutching the obsidian long sword. As anticipated, Long Yuan nodded. affirming his suspicion that Chu Jianchen, having merged with the Jade Spirit, Sword Martial Spirit, was indeed the most likely to attain the sacred Sword-S legacy. Thank you, Beast God. Chu Jianchen knelt on one knee, overwhelmed by the magnitude of his acquisition. Long Yuan replied, "The reason I bestow upon you such vast opportunities is to facilitate your rapid growth and the flourishing of the Chu family. My singular goal has always been to elevate the Chu family to become an unparalleled clan in this world. Therefore, our journey remains long, and you must all strive together. Yes, we shall faithfully adhere to the Beast God's teachings. Grand Elder, here, take this Sun and Moon Yin-Yang technique to the clan leader. It is a 6th-tier mid-grade body refinement technique. Those capable of cultivating it should do so, as it will enhance your strength." Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. 6th-tier techniques? Chu Zhan exclaimed in surprise. A body refinement technique? This is perfectly suited for me. He believed that true combat among men lay in the raw physicality of their exchanges. Moreover, his great strength diamond body was well suited for close combat. If he could cultivate another body refinement technique, his power would see yet another surge. Yes, we shall follow the Beast God's command. With great care, Chu Hongtu tucked away the jade slip containing the 6th-tier martial arts techniques close to his person. Subsequently, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Long Yuan entrusted several martial skills to the Grand Elder, with the highest quality also reaching the 6th tier. This filled everyone with overwhelming joy. Now that they possessed both the techniques and the requisite physique, if they failed to elevate the Chu family to new heights, it would truly be a disservice to the Beast God's generous cultivation. After the crowd departed, Long Yuan surveyed the Black Hall. The legacy of the ancient sword had been acquired by Chu Jianchen, yet the elderly man's spatial ring had been discreetly appropriated by Long Yuan beforehand. The yin-yang technique of Sun and Moon was derived from that very spatial ring, a formidable art designed to harness the energies of the Sun and Moon for body refinement. Indeed, this elder must have been a formidable figure in his lifetime, for his spatial ring contained a sacred-level technique. However, such a high-tier technique could not be bestowed upon them just yet. It would be prudent to wait until the family's power had ascended before sharing it. Subsequently, Long Yuan retrieved a blood-stained scroll from the elder's spatial ring, upon which the cause of his demise was inscribed in blood, the Hell Gate. The elder, known in life as the Ink Sword Saint, was a veritable martial saint who had fallen victim to relentless pursuit after seizing an imperial pill from the Hell Gate, ultimately succumbing to the machinations of a martial emperor. The inheritor shall bear my karma. This implied that Chu Jianchen, wielding the Ink Sword, would embark on a path of vengeance for him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With the imperial pill in hand, what significance did karma hold? Long Yuan gazed at the spatial ring, where a pill radiating a golden aura lay. Indeed, this was the imperial pill, capable of enabling a consummate martial saint to successfully transcend to the realm of martial emperor. Chapter 28. Elevating to a 4-star family with this imperial pill, both he and the Chu family could emerge with an unparalleled martial emperor, and at that juncture, any karma could be effortlessly severed with a single sword strike. Furthermore, Long Yuan examined the system panel. Host, Long Yuan race, Xianbing Crystal Serpent, Cultivation Realm. Late 6th tier Demon Emperor, Physical Realm. Late 5th tier Demon King, current task. Ensure the family's population surpasses 10,000, task reward. 1 instance of Bloodline reversion. A superior sacred level technique, Star Refining Body technique, and a superior sacred level defensive formation Sun, Moon, and Stars Array, Guardian family level. 4-star, Hostess cultivation speed increased by 40 times. At this moment, the Chu family's level had indeed ascended to 4 stars, and Long Yuan's cultivation speed had surged to an astonishing 40 times. The threshold to the 7th tier Demon Lord was now within reach. With little else to occupy his time, Long Yuan began his training. Although the system occasionally offered rewards for cultivation enhancement, he was determined not to squander any time. Just as Chu Hongtu and the others exited the Dragon Emperor Hall, Chu Jingyue awaited them alongside several other elders. Patriarch, have you broken through to the 4th tier Martial Master? Chu Hongtu and the others gazed in astonishment at the Patriarch standing aloft. Indeed, I have just achieved this breakthrough. Chu Jingyue replied with a smile, eliciting expressions of envy from the crowd. This spectacle was witnessed by many in Qingyang town. A clear declaration that the Chu family truly boasted a 4th tier Martial Master among them. So how were the gains? The other elders inquired as they approached the Grand Elder and the others. Ha ha ha. The opportunities bestowed by the Beast God are indeed so immense that they surpass our imagination. Chu Hongtu, his face aglow with excitement, stroked his beard, his countenance blooming like a withered tree in spring. Indeed, how could the chance for all the elders to ascend to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier be anything less than monumental? Chu Jingyue remarked as he landed. What? All four of them have achieved the completion of the third-tier martial artist? The other four elders widened their eyes in disbelief. Had they not entered the Dragon Emperor Hall for less than a month? Ha ha ha. What does realm matter? The greatest opportunity is not confined to realm. Chu Hongxiao grinned, his fingers playfully adjusting his beard. The expression left the other four elders, who had not received such fortune, feeling a chill in their hearts. Enough. Let us not continue to provoke them. Chu Jinghua interjected. Since they have already reached the pinnacle of the third-tier martial artist, let us focus on refining our skills and strive for the fourth-tier martial artist. That realm is far superior to the third. Subsequently, Chu Hongtu presented all the martial techniques and methods granted by the Beast God to the clan leader, leaving others astounded. The Beast God has bestowed upon the Chu family an abundance of gifts. The Beast God commanded us to vigorously develop our clan, particularly in expanding our population. We must not relent in the slightest, Chu Hongtu declared. Indeed, our Chu family's influence has already enveloped the villages surrounding the Jiuxiao mountain range and has even extended to the Yinyang city. As long as we continue to enhance the strength of our clan, more individuals will eagerly seek to marry into or join the Chu family. With a larger population base, we will naturally see more children born each year, thereby increasing the likelihood of nurturing talented offspring. Ultimately, this world is still governed by the strong. Once we possess strength, everything becomes effortless. Otherwise, as before, they could not even leave Qingyang town, let alone develop the family. Half a month later, someone returned from Yinyang city. What? You mean to say the ancestor has acquired the inheritance of a fifth-tier alchemist at auction, yet is now trapped within the city? Chu Jinghua inquired in a solemn tone. Yes, there is a branch of the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce within Yinyang city, reputed to be one of the largest guilds in this world, organizing auctions periodically. This time, the ancestor used a substantial amount of essence stones to secure the fifth-tier alchemist inheritance, only to find himself targeted by the three prominent families of Yinyang city, all of which possess formidable fifth-tier martial kings as ancestors, leaving the ancestor unable to exit the city. Hence, I was sent back to request assistance from the Beast God. The returning clansman hastily explained. In that case, I shall summon the Beast God. Chu Jinghua set off towards the thunderclouds. Before long, a massive blue python soared toward Yinyang city. Yinyang city is a vast metropolis, sprawling over a large area and housing hundreds of thousands of residents, typically vibrant and bustling. It now bore an eerie silence, with scarcely a soul on the streets, the entire city steeped in a tense atmosphere. This was due to the clash of several martial kings' auras, a realm that inspired awe. An invisible pressure weighed heavily upon all, rendering them breathless. Within the city, three terrifying auras converged upon Chu Tianyang from three directions, emanating from the ancestral figures of the Li, Zhou, and Pang families of Yinyang city. To them, the legacy of a fifth-tier alchemist was as precious as a treasured gem. Each of these three elders had lingered at the martial king realm for countless years, their prowess shrouded in mystery. In stark contrast, Chu Tianyang was merely at the initial stage of the martial king realm, lacking any formidable martial skills. Even with his unique constitution, he found himself powerless against the trio. Fortunately, the three families were cautious of one another, refraining from a reckless assault. All he needed to do was hold out until the Beast God arrived. These adversaries were insignificant in comparison. Chu Tianyang, surrender the alchemist's legacy in your possession, and I promise to spare you. Intoned Zhou Tiansheng, the elder of the Zhou family, his voice deep and resonant. His white hair framed a stooped figure, supported by a cane, yet his presence exuded an overwhelming aura. Indeed, relinquish the alchemist's legacy, and for the sake of our shared status as fifth-tier martial kings, we may grant you a path to survival. Added Li Zhezhou, the elder of the Li family, his gaze icy. The Wanyu Chamber of Commerce had made it abundantly clear that this legacy contained numerous exceedingly rare formulas, including the fifth-tier breaking mirror pill, an unimaginable boon for any family. The prospect of such a legacy implied that their lineage could continuously produce fifth-tier martial kings, significantly enhancing their strength. Thus, all three sought to claim the alchemist's legacy for themselves. However, despite their coercion, Chu Tianyang remained unyielding. Was he awaiting reinforcements? Act now. The trio swiftly comprehended the urgency and prepared to strike. Another ally could turn the tide against them. Just then, the clouds above roiled ominously, casting a shadow over the entire Yinyang city and dimming the once bright sky. The trio, poised to attack, halted abruptly, their gazes fixed upon the swirling dark clouds. Ha ha! The Beast God has finally arrived. Chu Tianyang rejoiced, sensing a familiar presence. Indeed, a colossal, fearsome blue serpent with three curved horns emerged from the clouds. Who dares to covet the fifth-tier alchemist legacy of the Chu family? The voice of Long Yuan reverberated through the sky, echoing throughout Yinyang city. Those who had sought refuge indoors peered out in curiosity, only to be seized by terror that sent their souls fleeing. Chapter 29. Do you still desire this legacy? The three elders gazed at Long Yuan, who hung upside down, his body still shrouded in the clouds. Although an oppressive aura lingered, they remained undaunted. Long Yuan's energy was restrained, obscuring his true realm. Yet, judging by Chu Tianyang's strength, it was evident that his ally also resided in the fifth-tier martial king realm. After all, he was merely a nouveau riche from Qingyang town. How formidable could he truly be? We all desire it, Li Zizhou declared boldly, unafraid. In that case, grant it to them. Long Yuan commanded Chu Tianyang. Yes, divine beast. Though perplexed, Chu Tianyang complied with Long Yuan's directive and cast away the jade slip imbued with the legacy of a fifth-tier alchemist. Zhou Tianxing and the other two were momentarily taken aback, but soon unleashed their formidable power, charging towards the jade slip. Was the beast god employing a strategy akin to letting the clam fight while the fisherman profits? Such a simplistic ploy surely could not escape their adversary's scrutiny. Indeed, in the next instant, the three floated around the jade slip, forming a tripod stance, yet none dared to strike. With formidable foes nearby, why not eliminate the external threat first before contending for the legacy? Zhou Tianxing remarked. Indeed, we cannot allow ourselves to become pawns for others. Li Zizhou concurred. The patriarch of the Pang family also expressed his agreement. Subsequently, the three of them turned their gazes towards Long Yuan and Chu Tianyang. So, have you decided who shall claim this legacy? Long Yuan inquired. This legacy is destined to belong to my Pang family. The patriarch of the Pang family asserted resolutely. Just as the other two were about to speak, they heard the enormous serpent in the sky address Chu Tianyang. Where is this old man's family located? Point me in their direction. That way. Chu Tianyang gestured, and Long Yuan's consciousness surged forth, instantly pinpointing the location of that family. What do you intend to do? The patriarch of the Pang family furrowed his brow. In the next moment, a breath of icy chill erupted forth, sweeping across Yinyang City, and struck the ground of the Pang family estate, instantly encasing the entire clan in ice. Ah, serpent, how dare you? The patriarch of the Pang family's eyes widened in fury. All his kin were trapped within. I shall kill you, he bellowed, launching himself skyward towards Long Yuan. Blue energy coalesced, forming a sphere the size of a human head above Long Yuan, an overwhelming aura radiating from it. Is that a sixth-tier beast emperor? Zhou Tianxing and Li Zizhou gasped in astonishment, while the patriarch of the Pang family, hurtling towards Long Yuan, suddenly changed countenance. His expression one of horror as he gazed at the colossal serpent ahead, and in that fleeting moment, a beam of blue light enveloped him. When the radiance dissipated, the patriarch of the Pang family had utterly vanished. He is dead. The patriarch is dead. Li Zizhou and Zhou Tianxing were instantly struck with terror, their faces ashen. Their legs quaked beneath them. They had never anticipated that Chu Tianyang was backed by a sixth-tier beast emperor. So, do you still desire this legacy? Long Yuan regarded the other two patriarchs. We no longer wish for it. We are unworthy of such a legacy. Previously, we were blind, foolishly attempting to seize it. Senior, we were ignorant, not you. Please spare our lives. The two implored in unison. Before a sixth-tier beast emperor, a fifth-tier martial king appeared as powerless as a mere child. Henceforth, it would not be unreasonable for my Chu family to claim a portion of Yinyang City, would it? Long Yuan asked. Not at all, not at all. Even if the senior wished to be the lord of this city, we would not dare oppose you in the slightest. The two hastily shook their heads. In this world, reason holds no sway. Might makes right. Long Yuan nodded, for this was precisely the outcome he sought. Retrieve the legacy and then return to Qingyang town. It suffices to station an elder here, Long Yuan instructed Chu Tianyang. Understood, beast god. Meanwhile, within a lavish loft in Yinyang City, Gu Tianli, the president of the 10,000 Domains Chamber of Commerce, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. He had not anticipated the emergence of a sixth-order monster emperor in such a small place as Yinyang City. This revelation was indeed unexpected. Furthermore, this individual was somehow connected to the suddenly appearing fifth-order martial king, Chu Tianyang. Was there some hidden secret entwined in this? Could it pertain to the mysteries of the Jiuxiao mountain range? On the journey back to Qingyang town, Chu Tianyang inquired of the beast god why such actions were necessary. Wouldn't it be easier to eradicate the three clans? After all, for the beast god, this task would be effortlessly accomplished. Would it not be more advantageous to annex these two families as subordinate clans of the Chu family? However, it required your maneuvering. Long Yuan was only responsible for the grand scheme. The specifics were beyond his concern. I see. Chu Tianyang nodded. As the family continued to grow, it was inevitable that numerous subordinate forces would emerge. It was prudent to familiarize himself with this process early on. Upon returning to the family, Chu Tianyong was astounded by the elder's cultivation levels. He had only been away in Yinyang City for a month, and yet such significant changes had occurred. This is the opportunity bestowed upon us by the beast god, Chu Hongtu explained. That makes sense. I thought as much. Even with a fifth-order earth vein, it would be implausible for your strengths to escalate so rapidly. It must be the work of the beast god. Chu Tianyong nodded in understanding. Subsequently, he presented the treasures he had brought back from Yinyang City. His recent acquisitions were considerable, aside from the inheritance of a fifth-order alchemist. He had also obtained various martial techniques and elixirs, all of which were greatly needed by the Chu family, particularly the martial techniques, which could significantly enhance a warrior's combat prowess. He had successfully acquired several fourth-order martial techniques. Such abundant gains were entirely reliant on the precious stones provided by the beast god. Chu Tianyong sighed. Ancestor, I believe our family's current strength is more than capable of securing a location for an earth vein, is it not? Chu Jingwei remarked. The beast god had already aided them sufficiently. They could not continuously rely on him for even the smallest amount of precious stones. As for the earth vein beneath them, it would require a long time before any precious stones could be generated. It is indeed time. However, locating an earth vein is a troublesome endeavor. The nearest one is situated within the Jiuxiao mountain range. Yet even with my strength, I would hesitate to venture too deep. Chu Tianyong sighed. Indeed, during our last encounter with the beast god, we did not delve too deeply, yet we still encountered formidable fifth-order monster kings. Should we venture further, we would likely encounter even more powerful beasts. The second elder, Chu Hongxiao, nodded in agreement. Therefore, this matter requires careful deliberation. In the aftermath of these events, the name Qingyang Town spread throughout Yinyang City and its surrounding areas, primarily revolving around the formidable sixth-order monster emperor, Long Yuan. As the reputation of Qingyang Town grew, many martial artists were naturally drawn to it, inadvertently bringing a significant influx of warriors to the area. Almost everyone sensed the presence of a vital spiritual vein, a veritable paradise of opportunity. In no time, numerous martial artists lingered here, stimulating both the economy and population of Qingyang Town, thereby enhancing the completion of the Long Yuan mission. During this period, the patriarchs of the Li and Zhou families from Yinyang City personally visited the Chu family, bearing lavish gifts. They subtly inquired about the Chu family's connection with the sixth-rank beast emperor. Chu Tianyong candidly replied, to speak without concealment, the beast god serves as our family's guardian spirit. Our current standing is entirely due to its blessings. Exchanging astonished glances, Zhou Tianxing and Li Zizhou realized the magnitude of this revelation. The sixth-rank beast emperor was indeed the protector of the Chu family. They had learned that the Chu family's rise was a recent phenomenon. Prior to this, they were merely a small clan on the brink of extinction, with only a single second-rank warrior to their name. What extraordinary powers did this beast god possess to facilitate such rapid ascendance for the Chu family? Subsequently, Chu Tianyong disclosed another earth-shattering piece of news. The beast god was on the verge of breaking through to seventh-rank beast sovereign. This announcement struck the two patriarchs like a thunderclap, as the sixth-rank beast emperor was already an entity they could only look up to. While the seventh-rank beast sovereign was a realm that seemed utterly unattainable, perhaps they would never reach such heights in their lifetimes. Upon departing the Chu residence, Li Zizhou and Zhou Tianxing immediately dispatched a contingent of elite disciples from their families to Qingyang Town, instructing them to find ways to marry into or affiliate with the Chu family. What? Our illustrious five-star clan's prodigies are to wed into a remote place like Qingyang Town? A group of proud young elites exclaimed. Even if the Chu family has a martial king-level powerhouse, we need not debase ourselves. You know not what you speak. The future of the Chu family extends far beyond a mere five-star clan. The two elders bellowed. Moreover, the cultivation environment in Qingyang Town was indeed superior to that of Yinyang City. The reason they could achieve martial king status was due to an energy-converging array that absorbed the essence of the heavens from the nearby mountains. However, Qingyang Town boasted its own fifth-rank spiritual vein, incomparable to anything in Yinyang City. Consequently, it would inevitably evolve into a sanctuary for cultivation. Aligning themselves with the Chu family would position them favorably with the Beast Emperor in the future, despite being fifth-rank martial kings, who held dominion in Yinyang City and its surroundings. They were insignificant on a broader scale. However, the seventh-rank beast sovereign was a different matter. Even in the vastness of the external world, a beast sovereign truly belonged among the ranks of the powerful. Meanwhile, the burgeoning fame of Qingyang Town began to echo far and wide, igniting a wave of curiosity among martial artists eager to uncover the wonders that lay within. Gradually, everyone became aware of the rising Chu family, and many speculated about the fortuitous circumstances that could allow a clan nearly extinguished to flourish once more. This led to a rapid population increase in Xinjiang town, soaring from a few tens of thousands to over 100,000. Almost all who arrived were martial artists, transforming the once quiet town into a bustling hub. The town itself expanded swiftly, with once desolate areas now bustling with newly constructed homes. In a matter of months, Xinjiang town underwent a complete transformation into Xinjiang city. To accommodate the burgeoning population, the Chu family amalgamated the surrounding villages and towns. They diligently pursued the tasks assigned by the beast god, allowing individuals of good character to join or marry into the Chu family. Although these newcomers possessed limited martial prowess, Chu Tianyang and his companions were not overly concerned about their abilities. They focused on future generations. With a larger population base, the birth of children increased, thus enhancing the likelihood of producing prodigies. Finally, as the numbers of the Chu family grew day by day, Long Yuan eagerly awaited the system's announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the family population surpassing 10,000. Reward: 1 bloodline return to ancestry, a high-grade sacred technique, star body refinement technique, and a high-grade sacred defensive formation, sun, moon, and stars array. At last, Long Yuan was ecstatic. This task had consumed an extensive amount of time, several long months. Impatiently, he instructed the system to initiate the bloodline return to ancestry. A blue radiance enveloped him, and his body began to undergo another transformation. After a significant duration, Long Yuan's form emerged. He had transformed into a colossal dragon, nearly 500 meters in length. Claws had sprouted from his abdomen, and his head had morphed into that of a true dragon. The blue horn in the center of his nostrils remained largely unchanged, but the 2 blue horns behind his eyes had now bifurcated into antler-like structures. A true dragon, Long Yuan exclaimed in exhilaration, drawing closer to the essence of the dragon. He glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Long Yuan race, blue crystal ice dragon, cultivation level, mid-stage of 7th tier demon sovereign, physical cultivation, perfected 7th tier demon sovereign, current task, elevate the guardian family's rank to 4 stars, task rewards, 1 bloodline return to ancestry, imperial grade divine ability, Buddha destruction hand, and 5 mirror-breaking pills, capable of surpassing any realm, including martial emperor, guardian family rank, 5 stars, host's cultivation speed increased by 50 times. This bloodline return had transformed him into a blue crystal ice dragon, with his physical cultivation reaching the perfected 7th tier demon sovereign. Long Yuan was somewhat astonished. The magnitude of this enhancement was considerable. However, he was puzzled. Hadn't he already completed the task of elevating the guardian family's rank to 4 stars? This had been accomplished several months prior, and during this time, Chu Tianyang had informed him about the star-level classifications of their forces. For instance, a 4-star family required 1 4th-tier martial sovereign and 4 3rd-tier martial masters. The 5-star forces require a 5th-level martial king and 5 4th-level martial lords. However, the task for the 4-star family has long since been completed. Not to mention the 4-star status, the Chu family has now truly become a 5-star family. Why is this task still being prompted? What is going on? Is the system malfunctioning? Long Yuan inquired. Beep. Congratulations to the host for elevating the family under their protection to 4-star status. Reward: 1 chance for bloodline ancestry reversion, the imperial level divine ability, the demonic suppression hand, and 5 mirror-breaking pills. At last, the system's voice resonated, and Long Yuan felt a surge of joy. He had feared that the system might cancel the task upon realizing it had already been completed. It was evident that he had overthought the situation. It appeared that the system's tasks were akin to a fixed protocol. As long as he completed the task in advance, rewards would be dispensed in the future. Previously, he had envisioned following the system's directives, issuing commands to the Chu family based on the tasks the system presented. However, now he realized he could cultivate the Chu family in a more holistic manner. Gazing at the reward of bloodline ancestry reversion, Long Yuan was once again filled with excitement. The prospect of receiving rewards for completing the task ahead of schedule was truly exhilarating. What would he revert to this time? A true dragon, perhaps? System: initiate bloodline reversion. In an instant, Long Yuan was once again enveloped in blue light, and his form began to undergo transformation. Though the change was excruciatingly painful, the thought of drawing closer to becoming a true dragon made the pain seem trivial. Chapter 31. The surprise of completing tasks consecutively. Before long, the bloodline reversion was completed once more. However, to his disappointment, he did not revert to a true dragon, but rather to a blue flame ice dragon. Its appearance was nearly indistinguishable from that of a true dragon, yet it fell short. A mane of blue, resembling flames, adorned its neck, extending along its spine to the tail, which had even formed a tail reminiscent of an ox. Moreover, its claws had transformed into 4. Yet each claw bore only 4 digits. classifying it as part of the dragon serpent lineage. Yet, my physical cultivation level is as follows. Host, Long Yuan race, Blue Flame Ice Dragon, cultivation level, mid 7th level Demon Sovereign, physical cultivation level, perfect 9th level Demon Emperor, current task, cultivate an alchemist for the family under protection, task rewards, 3rd place on the heavenly fire ranking. The Imperial level technique, the Azure Sky Battle Scripture, the Sacred Artifact Heart Refining Tower, and the Imperial level Alchemy Inheritance. Family protection level, 5-star, host cultivation speed increases by 50 times. Though he did not revert to a true dragon, the physical strength of the Blue Flame Ice Dragon had already reached the perfect 9th level Demon Emperor. This revelation filled Long Yuan with exhilaration. Did this mean that he was now invincible in this world? Long Yuan murmured, pondering whether this evolution had occurred too rapidly. After all, the family he was protecting, the Chu family, was merely at 5-star status. How would the system reward him further in the future? Moreover, if the dragon serpent had already attained perfect Demon Emperor status, what of the true dragon? Long Yuan suddenly felt that his aspirations might be a tad grandiose. Yet, at that moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Beep. Congratulations to the host for cultivating an alchemist for the family under protection. In the realm of rewards, the 3rd rank of the fire ranking. The Purple Wei Tian Yin, the Imperial level technique, the Tsang Tian battle art, the Sacred Artifact, the Refinement Heart Tower, and the Imperial level alchemical inheritance were bestowed. Long Yuan was bewildered. Had this task truly been completed? When had he ever cultivated an alchemist for the Chu family? This implied that they had indeed produced an alchemist on their own. He summoned Chu Tianyang, who was diligently training on the 1st floor. The Dragon Emperor Palace was divided into 9 tiers, with the concentration of heavenly essences increasing as one ascended. Beast God. Yes, that is I. Do not gawk in astonishment. I have not evolved into a true dragon. Long Yuan remarked dismissively. A true dragon? Such a being has long been extinct. Chu Tianyang gazed in awe at the beast god, who was so closely resembling the fabled creature. Had the beast god not spoken the truth, he might have genuinely believed he stood before a true dragon. I ask you, which member of the Chu family has become an alchemist? That boy, Chu Yan, became an alchemist several months ago. He possesses remarkable talent in alchemy and is already a 4th-tier alchemist. Oh, it is that little fellow. After all, he is the prodigy who awakened the 9 Yang sacred body. Long Yuan recalled him fondly. He has done exceptionally well. Here is a reward. A pill exuding an alluring aroma soared towards Chu Tianyang. This is the breaking mirror pill, capable of shattering any barrier, including that of the martial emperor realm. Present this pill to Chu Yin as a token of the family's acknowledgement of his alchemist status. Chu Tianyang was struck as if by lightning, his mind buzzing. It can transcend any barrier, including that of the martial emperor realm. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the pill before him. So, if this pill is used at the pinnacle of the martial saint realm, would our Chu family not then produce a martial emperor? His heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from his chest. You are nearing the threshold of becoming a 6th-tier martial sovereign. Do not overreact. Learn to maintain your composure. It is merely a breaking mirror pill. Must you be so agitated? If I were to present some truly exceptional items, I would fear you might become overwhelmed and perish on the spot. Long Yuan said with exasperation, for to him, already possessing the cultivation of a martial emperor, the breaking mirror pill was of little consequence. This beast god, this item is far too precious. Even if Chu Yin has become an alchemist, such a reward seems excessive. After all, he is merely a 5th-tier martial king, and the family has already granted him numerous rewards. In my humble opinion, it would be best for the beast god to keep this item. It will undoubtedly prove useful when you make your breakthrough to the demon emperor in the future. Chu Tianyang hesitated to accept the treasure, finding it excessively valuable. It felt akin to cradling an imperial-level powerhouse in one's hands. Indeed, you have a point. In that case, you shall accept this pill. I have more. More? Chu Tianyang was filled with incredulity. Are you wholesaling these items? How is it that everything precious seems to lose its value in the hands of the beast god? After a moment's consideration, he nodded and accepted the breaking mirror pill. Let it serve as a keepsake for Chu Yin. When Chu Yin breaks through to the war emperor, it will not be too late to hand it over to him. However, this is not the end. Another new task has already been accomplished. Ding. Congratulations to the host for cultivating a weapon refiner for the family they protect. Reward. Host's innate imperial weapon, the 10,000 Dragon Tower, which will rise in rank as the host's cultivation level increases, the clan's imperial weapon, the Dragon Emperor Cauldron, and the inheritance of an imperial level weapon refiner. Long Yuan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chu Tianyang with a puzzled expression and asking, a weapon refiner has emerged in the family? Indeed. Not long ago, we auctioned a 3rd-tier weapon refiner inheritance from the Wan Yu Chamber of Commerce in Yinyang City. Utilizing this inheritance, an elder of the family has successfully embarked on the path of weapon refining and has already produced a first-tier low-grade spiritual weapon. Chu Tianyang replied, "Excellent. Excellent. This deserves a grand reward. We must commend them vigorously." Long Yuan exclaimed with excitement. "These individuals have truly delivered, providing me with such immense joy." However, shortly after, the system's voice unexpectedly rang out in succession. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating a 5-star force for the family they protect. Reward: 1 year of cultivation. Bloodline ancestral return once. Imperial level divine ability. Celestial dragon reverse hand. Divine level physical ability. Azure dragon stone cutter. 3 portions of holy level physical origin. And 3 portions of holy level martial soul origin. What? Is this for real? Long Yuan was astounded. Has it been completed again? Does this imply that the Chu family has produced Chu Tianyang, a 5th-tier martial king, alongside 5 4th tribulation martial zone? However, recalling the opportunities he had previously provided them regarding their physiques, it seemed rather reasonable. Nevertheless, the magnitude of this reward truly astonished him. Aside from the 2 divine abilities, there was also the bloodline ancestral return and an entire year of cultivation. It is worth noting that this so-called year of cultivation occurs under an imperial level technique and, with the current 50-fold cultivation speed, equates to having cultivated for 50 years. Very well, the recent development of the Chu family has been remarkable. We must maintain this momentum and continue to progress. I believe that one day, we will achieve our goal of becoming the unparalleled Chu family in this world. Long Yuan spoke with fervor. Yes, Chu Tianyang was equally exhilarated, sensing that the Chu family was indeed not far from their next great stride. Furthermore, from this day forth, any who reach 5th-tier martial kings shall be eligible to train in the Dragon Emperor Hall. Chapter 32, The Clan's Imperial Weapon. Yes. Chu Tianyang nodded. The concentration of the essence of heaven and earth in the Dragon Emperor Hall is indeed far superior to that of Qingyang City. After Chu Tianyang departed, Long Yuan began the bloodline ancestral return once more. This time, it should evolve into a true dragon, as a blue light enveloped him. Long Yuan's form began to change again. This time, he truly transformed into a blue true dragon. Host: Long Yuan race. Azure Flame Blue Dragon, Realm of Cultivation. Mid-stage of the 7th-tier Demon Sovereign, Physical Cultivation. Perfected 10th-tier Demon God, Current Task. Elevate the protected family to a 6-star family, Task Rewards. Divine Level Technique. Dragon God Art, Divine Level Divine Ability. 9 transformations of the Dragon God. 9 physique enhancement pills, which can elevate all physiques below divine level by 1 major tier. And 1 divine level essence vein. Protected family level. 5 stars. Host cultivation speed increased by 50 times. Azure Flame Blue Dragon. Although the nature of this dragon remains a mystery, there is no doubt that it belongs to the dragon lineage. Moreover, the existence of a 10th-tier demon deity above the 9th tier suggests that the corresponding entity among humans must be the martial god. Achieving divinity. What an exhilarating sensation. Long Yuan mused, yet the forthcoming rewards were equally enticing. Divine-grade martial arts, divine-grade abilities, physical enhancement elixirs, and divine-grade essence of heaven and earth. Each of these treasures is priceless. It seems that there may be additional realms beyond the divine level. Long Yuan speculated that there must be, considering the Chu family is merely a 5-star family at present. Otherwise, what rewards would the enhancement system provide in the future? Perhaps the Azure Flame Blue Dragon is not the ultimate ancestral bloodline, and there may be further ancestral awakenings to come. Of course, this is merely his conjecture. The specifics will depend on how the system orchestrates it. For now, he must absorb the cultivation from that year. Long Yuan declared excitedly, "System, commence the fusion of my cultivation." Boom. A surge of power began to flow into Long Yuan's body, causing his cultivation to rise continuously and his physique to expand. Ultimately, he transformed into a colossal being nearly 1,000 meters in length. Was 50 years of cultivation merely sufficient to elevate him to the pinnacle of the 9th-tier Demon Emperor? That shouldn't be the case. Long Yuan furrowed his brow. Sensing the abundant energy within him, he should be able to break through further. Could it be due to the martial arts he practiced? The technique he cultivated. The Celestial Dragon Emperor art was of the imperial grade and could only support his advancement to the 9th-tier Demon Emperor, thus preventing a breakthrough to the divine level. That must be the reason. Nevertheless, it was more than adequate, as his cultivation had already positioned him to roam freely in this world. It was time to tally the gains from this venture. The rewards today were indeed monumental, and he needed to take stock. In terms of martial arts, he acquired the superior Holy Grade Technique, Starry Body Refinement Art, and the superior Imperial Grade Technique, Celestial Battle Art. Both of these techniques are of human origin. signifying that the system had prepared them for the Chu family. Additionally, there were 5 mirror-breaking pills, 3 portions of holy-grade physical essence, 3 portions of holy-grade martial soul essence, the superior holy-grade defensive formation, Sun Moon Stars Array, the sacred artifact Heart Refining Tower, and the imperial-grade alchemical inheritance, the clan's imperial weapon, Dragon Emperor Cauldron, and the imperial-level artificer inheritance. All of these are resources that the Chu family can utilize. Furthermore, there were his innate treasure, the 10,000 Dragon Tower, the 3rd-ranked Heavenly Fire, ZY Heavenly Fire, and several divine abilities. However, among these rewards, Long Yuan was truly intrigued only by the Heart Refining Tower and the clan's imperial weapon, Dragon Emperor Cauldron. The Heart Refining Tower serves as a crucible for tempering the mind. A martial artist must possess a steadfast martial heart, and the tower plays a crucial role in honing this martial spirit. As for the clan's imperial weapon, it piqued Long Yuan's curiosity even further. Spirit Artifact, Dragon Emperor Cauldron, Clan Weapon. Forged from the lineages Fortune and the Bloodline of the Chu family. Grade, Superior Imperial Artifact, upgrades in tandem with the Protective Family S rank. Usage, only through the united will of the entire clan can this cauldron be summoned. Long Yuan retrieved the Dragon Emperor Cauldron from the System S spatial realm, only to find it weighed as heavily as a divine mountain. Despite being merely an imperial artifact, he could hardly lift it. How peculiar. This is a reward from the system, yet I find it unmanageable? Is it possible that only members of the Chu family can wield it? Long Yuan tapped his chin with his dragon claw and summoned Chu Tianyang. Beast God. Chu Tianyang expressed his confusion, uncertain of the matter at hand. Let us see if you can lift this cauldron, Long Yuan stated, gesturing towards the grand cauldron with its 2 large ears. Yes. Chu Tianyang grasped the cauldron with both hands, exerting a tremendous force from within, and to his astonishment, he lifted it effortlessly, nearly losing his balance. Chu Tianyang felt a bit embarrassed, as he had anticipated the cauldron to be immensely heavy based on the beast god's words, yet it turned out to be surprisingly light. I see I was correct. This cauldron can indeed only be wielded by members of the Chu family. It is truly a weapon of imperial caliber. Forged from the fusion of the Chu family's fortune and bloodline, Long Yuan mused inwardly. Although he was intricately linked to the Chu family's fortune, he lacked their bloodline. Indeed, even the creations of the system adhered to their own rules beyond his reach. He continued, now, try to see if you can activate this spiritual artifact. However, no matter how Chu Tianyang channeled his energy into the Dragon Emperor Cauldron, it showed no response whatsoever. The beast god. Perhaps my power is insufficient to activate this spiritual artifact. Chu Tianyang shook his head in resignation. Do you know the grade of this spiritual artifact? Long Yuan inquired. I cannot discern. This is an imperial artifact. An imperial artifact? Could it be a 9th-tier imperial artifact? Chu Tianyang exclaimed in astonishment. Why such a loud outburst? Remain calm. Indeed, it is a 9th-tier imperial artifact, but it is no ordinary one. It is a clan-defending artifact. Long Yuan soared through the sky, and it was then that Chu Tianyang realized the beast goddess form had expanded significantly. This signified a tremendous enhancement of the beast god's power. This artifact has been specially crafted by me, combining the Chu family's fortune and bloodline to serve as your clan's protector. After its completion, even I could not lift it. Yet you have done so effortlessly because you embody the fortune and bloodline of the Chu family. But do you know why you cannot activate it? Long Yuan explained. It is because your method is incorrect. As a clan-defending artifact, it requires a member of the Chu family to channel the clan's fortune to unleash its true power. In other words, if you can unite the Chu family and mobilize their collective fortune, you will be able to fully unleash the capabilities of this imperial artifact. Long Yuan spoke calmly. Yet how to mobilize the clan's fortune was beyond his knowledge. It was up to Chu Tianyang to explore this on his own, as the concept of clan fortune was ethereal and elusive. Indeed, Chu Tianyang was astounded. Such an imperial weapon existed in the world? Moreover, the beast god was a master craftsman? Truly, the title of beast god was well-deserved. No wonder he could produce elixirs and spiritual artifacts with such ease. However, he gazed at the grand cauldron in his hands with unwavering determination, even though he could not perceive the clan's fortune. He was resolute in his quest to uncover it and discover how to activate this clan-defending artifact. Chapter 33. The 6-star sect, Songyin's sect. Witnessing this scene, Long Yuan furrowed his brow. He hoped that Chu Tianyang would not become so engrossed in studying the clan-defending artifact that he neglected his own cultivation. Thus, Long Yuan offered a gentle reminder. Rest assured, beast god, I understand the importance of priorities. Upon hearing Chu Tianyang's response, Long Yuan felt a wave of relief. At that moment, he suddenly sensed the commotion of powerful beings clashing outside Qingyang City. It seemed that the family was in trouble, You should go and investigate. Yes. Above Qingyang City, Chu Jingyue was engaged in battle with a fifth-tier martial king. Each move generated a tumult of celestial energy, unleashing terrifying power. Although Chu Jingyue was merely at the pinnacle of the fourth-tier martial zone, his battle prowess, augmented by the golden light body, was formidable enough to contend with a nascent fifth-tier martial king. Chu family master, I advise you to surrender the opportunities you have acquired. Otherwise, your family shall cease to exist. Nia Weidu's body erupted with immense energy, flames swirling around him, radiating searing heat that twisted the surrounding air. Ha! Do you think you have the right to know our Chu family's fortunes? You are utterly deluded. Chu Jingyue laughed heartily, unleashing his formidable martial techniques, imbued with unparalleled strength. As he charged towards his opponent, the Chu family had transformed beyond recognition. Nia Weidu's eyes gleamed with a dazzling light, revealing his unabashed greed as he gazed at Chu Jingyue. His desire was not for the man himself, but rather for the territory of the Chu family and the extraordinary fortune they had managed to cultivate in just half a year. The emergence of a powerhouse rivaling a martial king in such a brief period suggested the magnitude of their acquired fortune. It was well known that even his own faction would require several years to nurture a comparable strength. Nia Weidu speculated that the Chu family had likely obtained the legendary opportunities of the Jiuxiao Mountains. I lack the qualifications. What about the Zhongyan sect behind me? A six-star sect? Nia Weidu sneered. Initially, he had only accompanied his disciple, Ma Qingfeng, to Qingyang Town to assess the Ma family's situation. But he had not anticipated such unexpected gains. Master, you must avenge our Ma family. At the former site of the Ma family, a seemingly deranged young man screamed. None other than Ma Qingfeng, a disciple of the Zhongyan sect. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hair was disheveled. Days prior, while training outside, he had heard of the events in Qingyang City and sensed something amiss, especially since the Ma and Chu families were at odds. Thus, he returned to investigate, only to discover that his family had already been annihilated by the Chu family. Furious upon learning of his family's fate, Ma Qingfeng initially intended to storm the Chu family's stronghold. However, after realizing the Chu family's rapid development over the past 6 months, he felt he lacked the strength to do so and promptly sought assistance from his master. His choice proved wise. Had he attempted to confront them alone, he might not even have known how he perished. Chu Jingyue's movements abruptly halted, but soon he launched a more ferocious assault. What of your six-star sect? Does my Chu family fear you? Very well, that is your assertion. Today, I shall ensure the Chu family vanishes from this world. Nia Weidu's voice rang out fiercely. Vanish. Such audacity. A voice suddenly resonated behind Nia Weidu. Who goes there? Nia Weidu instantly disengaged from Chu Jingyue, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he beheld the elder who had appeared behind him. The old man unexpectedly appeared silently behind him, his power undoubtedly terrifying. Yet, still shaken, in an instant, Chu Tianyong materialized before him. Without uttering a word, he grasped the man's head and coldly declared, "Remember this, I am Chu Tianyong, the ancestral elder of the Chu family." Following this proclamation, a surge of energy erupted, and in a moment of sheer terror, Nia Weidu's head was violently obliterated. This shocking scene left all the onlookers in utter disbelief. Chu Tianyong had actually slain a member of the Zhongyan sect, a warrior of the king's caliber. Even within the Zhongyan sect, would undoubtedly hold the status of an elder, and yet he was killed by the elder of the Chu family? It was over. The Chu family was doomed. This incident would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the Zhongyan sect. They should flee Qingyang City immediately, for it would soon become the epicenter of conflict. Panic gripped everyone. A six-star force, such a behemoth, once provoked, would surely unleash devastation, turning the earth to chaos and rivers to blood. When that time came, the flames at the city gates would consume the innocent, and a single wave of energy could obliterate them all. But perhaps not. Did they not see Chu Tianyong's fearless demeanor? Moreover, he dared to strike against a six-star sect, indicating he held no fear of Zhongyan sect. Nonetheless, it would be wise to depart and weather the storm, returning only when matters had settled. Many resolved to leave Qingyang City, as the majority of its inhabitants were of lesser strength. Elder, given our current capabilities, would it not be reckless to offend a six-star sect? Inquired Chu Jingyue. Not to worry, any adversary we cannot vanquish will be dealt with by the beast god. Furthermore, the Zhongyan sect is among the largest sects closest to us. If we can annihilate them, the influence of our Chu family will undoubtedly expand significantly. Remember, with the beast god by our side, no obstacle is insurmountable. Then, Chu Tianyong turned his gaze to the previously roaring Ma Qingfeng and calmly stated, "Eliminate the roots." Within the Dragon Emperor Hall, Long Yuan was engrossed in studying the Holy Grade formation, the sun, moon, and stars array. This formation harnesses the power of celestial bodies from the cosmos, possessing formidable defensive capabilities that only an emperor-level expert could breach. He then placed the array plate amidst the thunderclouds, instantly enveloping the entire Qingyang city in an invisible grand formation. Indeed, with this in place, unless an emperor-level expert intervened, no one would be able to breach the defenses of Qingyang city from the outside. Long Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Now, the entire city would be even more secure. Meanwhile, atop a majestic mountain range, the essence of heaven and earth swirled, transforming into ethereal strands that danced in the air. Pavilions and towers stood in splendid succession. Magnificent structures perched upon the mountains, exuding an extraordinary aura, accompanied by the calls of birds and beasts and the gentle sound of flowing springs. It was clearly a paradise on earth, the Zhangyan sect of the six-star forces. At this moment, within the main hall of the Zhangyan sect, the atmosphere was frigid, thick with murderous intent. It had been confirmed that Elder Nya had perished in Qingyang city, slain by the ancestral elder of the five-star family, the Chu family, Chu Tianyang. Had our Zhangyan sect been too low-key in recent years? How could a five-star family dare to kill our elder? If we fail to deliver a bloody lesson to this world, it is likely that everyone will look down upon our Zhangyan sect in the future. Thus, let us cleanse the entire Qingyang city with blood. Only through blood can those people awaken. The sect master of Zhangyan, Song Feng, declared coldly, his eyes radiating a chilling light. If a higher power had slain their elder, they might have swallowed their anger. But how dare a mere five-star family provoke them? Do they truly believe they are mere sickly cats? Chapter 34. The arrival of three martial kings. Meanwhile, within the six-star sect, Leishao sect, the sect master and elders had gathered in one place. After all, in the Qianyu Zhangzhou region, six-star powers had already established their dominance, particularly with Zhangyan sect neighboring them. The news of their elder's demise had reached their ears. This was an open challenge to the authority of six-star powers. The Chu family of Qingyang city. Yet again the Chu family of Qingyang city? Sect master Xiao Jintian rubbed his temples. He had heard of this place before. Initially, he thought it was merely a rising small family, but now it had stirred up such a significant mess. Elder Meng, I recall your disciple, Chu Shiran, hails from the Chu family of Qingyang city, does he not? Xiao Jintian inquired. Meng Wu's lips twitched slightly as he rose to respond. Indeed, he is from that family. It was he who brought Chu Shiran to our Leishao sect, but at that time, the strongest in the Chu family was merely a second-tier warrior. How did they develop to the point of daring to provoke the six-star Zhangyan sect in such a short time? What is his current strength? He is currently secluding himself, striving to break through to the martial king realm. Truly worthy of the Zixiao Thunder Body. It perfectly aligns with our sect's cultivation method. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Jintian remarked, since he is in seclusion attempting to reach the martial king, let us refrain from disturbing him, lest we distract him. Meng Wu asked, Sect Master, should we intervene in this matter? Intervene? How do we intervene? They openly killed Martial King Nya Wei without hesitation. The Zhangyan sect will not let this go. All we can do is leave a trace of bloodline for the Chu family. Xiao Jintian stated solemnly. The Leishao sect has already had its disagreements with the Zhangyan sect. And if we take action, it could very well ignite a war between the two sects, leading to a true river of blood. After several days, many residents of Qingyang city have left, fearing to be caught in the impending conflict, not knowing how they might perish. Boom. Outside Qingyang city, several figures with terrifying auras descended, exuding a murderous intent. They were the three martial king elders of Zhangyan sect. Is this the Qingyang city where the Chu family resides? Let it be obliterated. Without further ado, the three unleashed their most fearsome martial skills, casting them upon Qingyang city. What? They actually intend to annihilate the entire city? This scene instantly terrified all the inhabitants within, who had assumed the assailants were merely seeking trouble with the Chu family. Never expecting such brutality, an intention to obliterate the whole of Qingyang city. Yet, amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, an astonishing spectacle unfolded as the terrifying assaults that had just reached Qingyang city were entirely repelled by a resplendent silver barrier. What manner of phenomenon is this? Everyone gazed in astonishment at the sudden emergence of the silver shield, within which the celestial bodies, the sun, moon, and stars, were vividly manifested, radiating their brilliant luminescence. Is this the sacred level formation known as the sun-moon-star array, as spoken of by the beast god? Chu Tianyang scrutinized the grand formation that materialized in the sky. Truly, it lives up to its sacred status. The attacks of the three martial kings failed to even stir a ripple upon its surface. Such formidable defense is indeed terrifying. The beast god is worthy of the title, capable of summoning a sacred level formation. Chu Jingwei was once again left in awe. Have you forgotten about our clan's imperial weapon? Indeed. It is regrettable that we have yet to fully comprehend that artifact. Outside Qingyang City, the three martial kings furrowed their brows, taken aback by the existence of a formation they could not breach. In that case, we shall remain here. I am eager to see how long they can remain inside without emerging. One elder scoffed, indignant at the affront to their Tsangyan sect. And they would not easily let it go. Who said we intend to stay trapped inside? Just as the three elders sat in contemplation, Chu Tianyong unexpectedly stepped forth. Beside him stood a middle-aged man wielding a pitch-black longsword. Indeed, it was the seventh elder of the Chu family, Chu Jinshan. Although he had yet to ascend to the rank of martial king, with the sacred sword in hand and the inheritance he comprehended from it, he could still contend with martial kings. If that is the case, let your blood serve as an offering to Elder Nya. The three elders of the Tsangyan sect unleashed their formidable power, advancing with lethal intent. Then we shall see your capabilities. Chu Tianyong and his companion held nothing back, unleashing their immense strength to confront their adversaries. Chu Jinshan brandished his longsword, unleashing torrents of black sword energy as he engaged one figure in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyong faced two opponents simultaneously, his cultivation nearing the threshold of breaking through to martial emperor. Sword light crisscrossed, seemingly capable of rending the heavens and the earth. Fist and palm strikes erupted, shaking the very foundations of the world. Wherever the energy traversed, even the mountains outside Qingyang City were laid to waste. Chu Jinshan, wielding the sacred sword, was locked in a fierce struggle with a mid-stage martial king elder, neither side yielding an inch. Chu Tianyong, in his duel against Tu, not only held his ground, but at times seemed to gain the upper hand against both martial kings. Within Qingyang City, all who witnessed this scene were left utterly astounded. Has the strength of the Chu family reached such heights? They cannot even subdue three martial kings? They knew the Chu family was powerful, but never did they anticipate it would be to such an extent. Moreover, with the presence of their clan leader, Chu Jingyue, who could battle across realms, the Chu family was equivalent to possessing three martial kings. Some gasped in horror, such power instilling fear in all. And what of those hidden forces? Viewed in this light, the strength of the Chu family is undoubtedly beyond their imagination. Alas, if that boy Chu Yan were at home, he would undoubtedly trample them all. Chu Jingyue sighed, acknowledging that with the sacred body, Chu Yan's cultivation progressed rapidly, and his combat prowess was exceptionally high. Unfortunately, he had ventured out for training 2 months prior. However, Chu Jingyue was aware that Chu Yan was in search of his mother's whereabouts. With a swish, the black sword light sliced through the air, leaving a bloody gash on his opponent. A 6-star sect elder? Is this all you have? His expression remained cold, looking down upon his adversary with disdain. If it weren't for the spiritual weapon in your grasp, do you truly believe you could be my match? The man let out a cold snort, declaring, if that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. He retrieved his 6th grade mid-tier spiritual weapon, the withered wood blade, from his spatial ring. Kill, he bellowed, wielding the 6th grade weapon to strike at his opponent. Then let us see. Chu Jinshan executed his martial technique and instantly appeared before the man, energy surging within him. His ink-black long sword, imbued with a sharp radiance, cleaved horizontally. With a loud crash, the sacred sword collided with the spiritual weapon. In the terrified gaze of the elder from the Tsangyan sect, the withered wood blade shattered, and the black long sword swiftly slashed across his chest. With a sickening sound, a deep gash, exposing his innards, appeared on his torso. Truly a martial king. The fact that I could not slay you is remarkable. Thus, taste my next strike. A long sword, glistening like jade, reappeared behind him, transforming into a streak of light that merged with the dark ink sword, causing the sacred sword to erupt with a dazzling black light, its sword energy becoming even more terrifying. A martial soul? You actually possess a martial soul? Chapter 35. The Fall of the Martial King, taking the initiative. The elder was astonished, utterly shocked. How could a remote place like Qingyang City, formerly Qingyang Town, possibly harbor someone who had awakened a martial soul? Such a genius should have been taken in by those sects long ago. Yet, at that very moment of his astonishment, a profound black sword light flashed by, slicing through his neck. A head rolled to the ground. Meanwhile, the other 2 martial king elders were being driven back by Chu Tianyong, who was nearing the realm of a martial emperor. With his enhanced physique, he was nearly invincible within the martial king realm. Witnessing the death of their companion instilled terror in the hearts of the 2. The strength of the Chu family exceeded their expectations. They had initially thought it was merely a newly rising power, but it turned out to be so formidable that only a martial emperor could extinguish it. Exchanging glances, the 2 immediately retreated, realizing their only option was to return to their sect and summon the martial emperor ancestor. However, at that moment, 2 figures approached from behind, both exuding the aura of martial kings. Another pair of martial kings? The 2 elders were taken aback. The newcomers were Li Zizhou and Zhou Tiansheng from Yinyang City. They had already pledged allegiance to the Chu family, becoming vassals. Their appearance was entirely within Chu Tianyang's plan. Where do you think you are going, elders? Zhou Tiansheng inquired with a smile. Step aside. I advise you not to meddle. Apologies, but we are vassals of the Chu family, and we must obey orders. Li Zizhou replied solemnly. What? You are the martial king. How could you possibly submit to another martial king from the Chu family? Remarked an elder incredulously as he gazed upon the two. In an instant, their expressions shifted. Could it be that the Chu family harbored a presence more formidable than a martial king? The thought sent a chill coursing from their feet to the crown of their heads, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, Chu Tianyang and Chu Jinshan soared in from behind, launching an immediate assault. Li Zizhou and Zhou Tiansheng joined the fray, while the two elders unleashed their most powerful techniques, invoking the very forces of nature with each strike, which bore an overwhelming might. However, two fists could not contend against four hands. In mere moments, the two martial king elders of the Zhangyan sect were slain on the spot, their crimson blood spilling onto the ground beyond Qingyang City, staining the earth a deep red. Another 3 martial kings had fallen. This scene terrified the inhabitants of Qingyang City. The strength of the Chu family was indeed fearsome, to the extent that even the Li and Zhou families of Yinyang City had become their subservient forces. Just then, a colossal 9-tiered black pagoda descended from the heavens. The pagoda was peculiar. Atop each of its 7 eaves at every level rested a vividly lifelike dragon head, and embedded at the pinnacle was a sphere radiating pure white light. The pagoda emanated a terrifying aura, surging towards Chu Tianyang and his companions. Li Zizhou and his companion felt their scalps tingle, overwhelmed by an imminent sense of obliteration beneath the shadow of the pagoda. Could it be that a martial sovereign of the Zhangyan sect had intervened? Not just the two of them, but all within Qingyang City shared the same thought. For the aura exuded by the Black Tower was overwhelmingly fearsome. Yet, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the pagoda diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a foot-long stature and settling in the hands of Chu Tianyang. Beast God. Chu Tianyang immediately bowed towards the dark clouds hovering over the center of the lake in Qingyang City. This is my life-bound spirit artifact. You shall carry it to the Zhangyan sect. From this day forth, the Zhangyan sect shall belong to the Chu family. Within the ominous thunderclouds, a resounding voice echoed. Yes, I shall obey the will of the Beast God. A shiver ran through Chu Tianyang's heart. The implication was clear. The Beast God intended to annihilate the Zhangyan sect. However, it was also time for the Chu family to reveal their fangs. As their family's strength grew, they gained a deeper understanding of this world, known as the human realm, which was divided into 33 celestial domains, and their location was merely a small part of the Qian domain within the vast Zhangzhou. The most powerful forces in Zhangzhou comprised 5 6-star sects, with the Zhangyan sect being one of them. And now it was time for the Chu family to claim their share. Was that the voice of the Demon Emperor? He intended to destroy the Zhangyan sect, a family that also had a martial sovereign at its helm. Could he truly obliterate a 6-star sect with merely his life-bound artifact? Li Zizhou exchanged glances with his companion, pondering whether this plan might be too reckless. The consequences of failure would be unimaginable. Yet, Chu Tianyang held unwavering trust in the Beast God. Since the Beast God had entrusted him with his life-bound artifact to confront the Zhangyan sect, he was confident that he could subdue the 6-star sect. Gentlemen, shall we venture forth together? Chu Tianyang gazed at Li Zizhou and inquired. No matter, since that is the case, you may remain in Qingyang City. It is the safest place. Observing the hesitation in their expressions, Chu Tianyang chose not to press further. He set off towards Zhangyan sect accompanied by several elders of the Chu family. This news spread rapidly to the surrounding cities. If the Chu family succeeded, they would undoubtedly rise to become one of the 5 great dominators of Zhangzhou. Success? How could that be possible? The Zhangyan sect has a history spanning several millennia. Its profound heritage cannot be rivaled by a family that has developed for less than a year. Perhaps not. For it is rumored that the Chu family's guardian spirit is immensely powerful, possibly having reached the realm of the Demon Emperor. The outcome remains uncertain. Even if that were true, what difference would it make? Their guardian beast has not accompanied them to the Zhangyan sect. It is said to have merely gone to its master's innate spirit tool. Do they truly believe they can suppress the entire Zhangyan sect relying solely on an innate spirit tool? If so, they are gravely underestimating the Zhangyan sect, which has been established for thousands of years. As the news spread, the majority believed that the Chu family was indeed being overly ambitious and would likely perish at the hands of the Zhangyan sect. Some more powerful cultivators, driven by curiosity, trailed behind the Chu family, eager to witness the unfolding of this confrontation. Days later, Chu Tianyong and his companions arrived at the Tsangyan sect. Truly, this sect, with its millennia of heritage, exuded an aura vastly superior to that of the Chu family. Gazing upon the sprawling architecture, Chu Jinshan could not help but exclaim in awe. Indeed, it is quite magnificent. However, it shall soon belong to our Chu family. Chu Tianyong stroked his beard in satisfaction, pondering whether to relocate the Chu family here. Who goes there? This is the territory of the Tsangyan sect. Outsiders are forbidden entry. Those who trespass shall be met with merciless retribution. Boomed a disciple guarding the sect's entrance, exuding an overwhelming presence. Truly, they deserve their reputation as a 6-star sect. Even the gatekeeper is so formidable that one might mistake him for a martial king. Chu Hongta chuckled softly. We are from the Chu family of Qingyang City, here to pay a visit to the Tsangyan sect with utmost respect. Chu Tianyong smiled, producing 3 square boxes from his spatial ring and presenting them. The Chu family of Qingyang City? Hehe, are you the audacious ones who dare to oppose our Tsangyan sect? Such audacity to venture into our territory. Are you seeking death? Exclaimed a disciple with only 3rd-tier cultivation, his eyes widening in indignation. It is our fault. We have come to the Tsangyan sect to apologize. These boxes are tokens of our sincerity. Please present them to your sect's master. He will surely be moved by our earnestness and agree to meet with us. Chu Tianyong offered the 3 boxes once more. It seems you possess some discernment. Remain here obediently. Whether the sect master meets you will depend on your sincerity. The gatekeeper accepted the boxes, signaling to the surrounding disciples to keep a vigilant watch over these individuals, ensuring they did not escape. He then soared towards the interior of the sect. The Tsangyan sect was vast, naturally protected by a formidable defensive array, resembling a semi-transparent golden barrier. How dare the insignificant Chu family provoke our Tsangyan sect? What gives you the audacity? Kneel and await the punishment of the elders. I have heard that your Chu family has encountered a fortuitous opportunity. I wonder what it could be. Might we have the pleasure of witnessing it? If it pleases us. Perhaps we could speak a few kind words before the sect leader. The surrounding gatekeeping disciples closed in, mocking Chu Tianyong and his companions. Although their own strength was lacking, their backing was formidable, rendering them unafraid of Chu Tianyong. Haha, what grants us this courage? Naturally, it is the beast god. A cold smile crept upon Chu Tianyong's lips as he suddenly unleashed his fury, swiftly snapping the neck of a disciple before him. Impudent fools, how dare you? The other disciples' faces changed dramatically, and they hurriedly retreated. Yet it was too late. Several elders from the Chu family acted decisively. Blood splattering as lifeless bodies fell to the ground. Be mindful in your next life. One must harbor respect for the strong. Chu Tianyong coldly declared. He had initially deemed it beneath him to slay these mere lackeys, but their incessant taunts were intolerable. A mere 3rd-tier martial master dares to covet our attention. Elder, why not directly use the beast god's innate spiritual weapon to breach this defensive formation and charge in? Chu Jinshan inquired with confusion. Wouldn't that be far more convenient? Indeed, the beast god's innate spiritual weapon could easily dismantle this formation. However, considering the strength of this defensive array, which is a 6th-tier superior defensive formation, if we were to forcefully breach it, we would essentially be revealing that we possess the means to slay a 6th-tier martial emperor. What if the enemy were to slip away unnoticed? I have no desire to leave behind any lingering threats. Thus, the best course of action is to capture them all at once. Once the sect leader Tsang Feng sees those 3 severed heads, he will undoubtedly rally all the elders with great fervor. If they are prudent, they may even summon their martial emperor ancestor. Only then can we truly eradicate them. Chu Tianyong stroked his beard, contemplating. If we are to act, let us do so decisively. The audacious Chu family dares to slay 3 of my elders? This enmity shall not go unpunished. Within the Tsangyan sect, a palpable aura of murderous intent erupted from sect leader Tsang Feng. His raven hair billowed as flames blazed around him, resembling a ferocious beast. Meanwhile, the gatekeeping disciple who had brought in the 3 boxes was devoid of color. Never having anticipated that this so-called generous gift was, in fact, the heads of 3 elders. Immediately summon all the elders. I shall not only slay that old rascal Chu Tianyong, but also raise the entire Qingyang city to the ground, and ensure that the bloodline of the Chu family is extinguished. Tsang Feng roared, flames erupting from his eyes, as if he aimed to incinerate the very heavens and the earth. Leader, the Chu family has likely come prepared. I recommend we ask the ancestor to emerge for greater assurance. The Grand Elder Chu Chong suggested amidst the fury. Very well, this time. I shall ensure the Chu family has no place to bury their dead. Tsang Feng proclaimed, his body ablaze with fire, yet exuding a bone-chilling coldness. In a fleeting moment, a more terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the Tsangyan sect, akin to a magnificent celestial might that instilled dread in the hearts of all. This overwhelming presence even transcended the defensive array, reaching beyond the confines of the Sangyan sect. Could it be a martial emperor? Moreover, a perfected martial emperor? Heaven help us. The ancestral patriarch of the Sangyan sect has attained the pinnacle of martial emperor. This brings him within mere steps of the 7th-tier martial sage. It is over. It is over. The Chu family is doomed. Even if their guardian spirit is a demon emperor, they cannot possibly rival a perfected martial emperor. And even if he were a perfected martial emperor, to think that he could suppress the ancestral patriarch of the Sangyan sect with merely his life-bound spirit artifact is sheer folly. Quickly, swiftly, we must hasten to pay our respects to the ancestral patriarch of the Sangyan sect. A perfected martial emperor's prowess is unparalleled throughout the entirety of Tsangzhou, rendering him an invincible entity even among the other 4 major 6-star sects. It can be stated without exaggeration that the ancestral patriarch of the Sangyan sect is indeed the foremost powerhouse in Tsangzhou. How could such a formidable being not inspire reverence and veneration from all? In an instant, those hidden in the shadows, quietly observing the scene, revealed themselves, kneeling at the entrance of the Sangyan sect, exclaiming, "Congratulations to the ancestral patriarch of the Sangyan sect for ascending as the mightiest in Tsangzhou." Each one displayed profound respect, akin to facing their own forebear. The underlying motive for this was to leave a favorable impression, for who knows, perhaps they might receive guidance, or, by some stroke of fortune, be accepted into the Sangyan sect. Alas, that old fellow Shuiguang has actually broken through to perfected martial emperor? This is dire news. Given his disposition, he might very well turn against the other 4 sects. The spies sent by the other 4 major sects, concealed in the shadows, sensed an ominous turn of events. In this world, the strong are revered, and the powerful devour the weak without needing justification. If one must seek a reason, it is simply this: who compelled you to be so weak? This matter must be reported to the sect at once. As for the Chu family, they have already become mere shadows of the past in their eyes. Patriarch, what shall we do? The members of the Chu family furrowed their brows, feeling the weight of this formidable presence. It was overwhelmingly powerful, far exceeding that of an ordinary martial emperor. Fear gripped their hearts. Could a mere life-bound spirit artifact of the beast god truly stand against such a being? I place my faith in the beast god, Chu Tianyang declared solemnly, his eyes unwavering in determination. Within the Sangyan sect, Songfeng, accompanied by the elders, knelt on the ground, exclaiming with exuberance, "We welcome the patriarch's emergence from seclusion. Congratulations on the patriarch's breakthrough to perfected martial emperor." Their voices surged like a tide, resounding throughout the Sangyan sect. The ancestral patriarch, Shuiguang, radiated with vitality, standing aloft and gazing down at the crowd with a smile. His long hair flowed like a river, his eyes ablaze with fiery light, and his crimson robe shimmered as though it were aflame. "Ha! This emperor has broken through to perfected martial emperor. Let all within the Sangyan sect rejoice." Shuiguang exclaimed with open arms, laughter echoing. "Indeed, the patriarch speaks true. We implore the patriarch to eradicate the Chu family of Qingyang City, to celebrate the patriarch's ascension with their blood." Songfeng knelt on one knee, his face etched with sorrow. "What has transpired?" Shuiguang inquired, furrowing his brow. Moments later, his expression turned icy, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. "Excellent. Not only did they slay our 4 esteemed elders of the martial kings, but they have now dared to intrude upon our gates. For thousands of years, our Sangyan sect has never endured such humiliation. Today, we shall eradicate them, thereby affirming our status as the foremost sect of Tsangzhou." Chapter 37. The oppressor met his end before the show had even begun. Shuiguang radiated an aura of murderous intent. With a mere glance, he beheld the members of the Chu family outside Sangyan sect, along with the kneeling martial artists. "Today, I shall proclaim to the world through your blood that our Sangyan sect is not to be trifled with." Ascending into the air, Shuiguang covered the distance from the depths of Sangyan sect to stand before Chu Tianyang and his companions in just a few strides. Behind him, the sect leader and the elder members, including Tsang Feng, gathered as well. Today marks the inception of Sangyan sect's dominance over Tsangzhou. Let us welcome the ancestor of Sangyan sect as he achieves the pinnacle of martial emperor. We celebrate. Tsangzhou shall rejoice. A thunderous chorus erupted from all the kneeling martial artists, their fervor soaring to the heavens. "Ha ha ha, splendid. You may rise. For this emperor's ascension to the pinnacle of martial emperor indeed warrants a celebration. However, perhaps our Sangyan sect has been too modest, allowing even the lowliest to encroach upon us. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of the martial emperor, thus postponing our celebration." Shuiguang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a chilling smile adorning his face. What need is there for our esteemed elder to be angered by a mere Chu family? A small clan that has only recently emerged, barely half a year old, is unworthy of your attention. I, Chu Family, am willing to act on your behalf, to teach this Chu family the true meaning of the martial emperor's might. A young man, pale of complexion and appearing no older than 20, knelt on one knee, cupping his fists in reverence. This was a golden opportunity to shine before the martial emperor. Perhaps he would even be accepted into Tsangyan's sect as an elder, securing a formidable ally. Many around him displayed expressions of indignation. Damn it, I was a moment too late. Ha ha ha, Chu Family is it? Excellent, I shall remember you. From this moment forth, you shall be an elder of Tsangyan's sect. Shuiguang nodded with a smile. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Chu Family exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, bowing his head repeatedly. Though he possessed the cultivation of a martial king, it was rare for a loose cultivator like him to be embraced by a major power, often feared as having ulterior motives. Now he finally felt a sense of belonging. Yet, just as he prepared to strike against the Chu family, Shuiguang halted him. Your willingness to serve this emperor brings me great joy. However, today, I shall take matters into my own hands. He sought to showcase his formidable might, particularly to the other 4 sects lurking in the shadows, hoping to compel them to submit willingly. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Chu Tianyang and the others. These mere martial kings were not worthy of conversing with him. Then, before the astonished gazes of all present, Shuiguang effortlessly unleashed a palm strike. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy entwined with the power of heaven and earth coalescing into an immense golden hand above the Chu family, descending with unparalleled authority. The might of the martial emperor instilled fear in all. Surrounding onlookers scoffed at the Chu family, relishing in their impending doom for their failure to remain discreet. Chu family, I must sincerely thank you. Were it not for your provocations, I would have never had the opportunity to ascend into a 6-star power. Chu Family was utterly elated, nearly bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyang was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and his opponent, a disparity that rendered him powerless. In light of this, the Black Tower materialized in his grasp. Oh, divine tower, I now place my hopes upon you, Chu Tianyang intoned, with a resonant hum. The Black Tower vibrated slightly before transforming into a streak of black light that surged skyward. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, it swiftly shattered the golden hand looming in the heavens. Before Shuiguang could react, the once diminutive tower, no larger than a foot, erupted in size, becoming as imposing as a mountain. A series of dragon roars emanated from the Black Tower, as ethereal black dragons spiraled around it. Suddenly, a colossal black dragon's head shot forth from the base of the tower with astonishing speed, devouring all the senior members of the Tsangyan sect, including Shuiguang and Tsang Feng, in a single gulp. In a daze, the spectators heard Shuiguang's furious roar, yet it bore no consequence. The enormous dragon head swiftly retracted back into the tower. As the tower shuddered, the crowd seemed to hear a sound akin to something exploding, followed by an unsettling silence. The Black Tower diminished once more, reverting to its original foot-long size, and landed back into the nearly stunned hands of Chu Tianyang. The scene fell into a profound silence. The Chu family had not anticipated the sheer terror instilled by this Black Tower. Those still kneeling on the ground were equally taken aback. Was it truly possible that the ancestral patriarch and elders of the Tsangyan sect had been so effortlessly vanquished? A sudden pain shot through their knees from the act of kneeling. Indeed, the beast god must have had complete assurance in his power. Chu Tianyang's heart raced violently, as if it might leap from his chest. The martial emperor, utterly defenseless beneath the might of the beast god's innate artifact. To what extraordinary level of strength did the beast god ascend? Chu Jinshin and the others observed the Black Tower in the patriarch's hand, swallowing hard. How could the beast god's innate artifact be so fearsome? What on earth had transpired? All eyes turned towards the Black Tower in Chu Tianyang's grasp. Could this truly be the innate artifact of the Chu family's guardian beast? What had become of the Tsangyan sect's patriarch? What of the elders? Suddenly, a voice filled with dread echoed from within the Tsangyan sect. Oh no, the soul tablets of the patriarch and the sect leader have shattered. This was not a mere one or two, it was all of them. This meant that the patriarch and the sect leader had all perished. A thunderous proclamation jolted the remaining kneeling martial artists awake, leaving them aghast. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The guardian deity of the Chu family was also of the martial emperor realm. How could his innate artifact possibly subdue a perfected martial emperor powerhouse? Chu Family roared in a frenzy. No way. I just found a powerful ally. And now he has gone. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Hadn't he just joined the Tsangyan sect and become an elder? Oh. And he was supposed to fight on behalf of that martial emperor against our Chu family? Chu Tianyang appeared before Chu Family. A mocking smile etched upon his face. No, that's not it. I'm not. Qiu Peiron's face turned pale as he shook his head, staggering backward in disbelief. How could this happen? The martial emperor, at the pinnacle of his power, should have been invincible in Sangzhou. How could he have perished so easily? Chu Tianyang's eyes narrowed, and with a swift, ruthless strike, he advanced toward Qiu Peiron. Before long, a voice echoed throughout the chaotic Sangyan sect, proclaiming that both the sect's patriarch and its ancestors had fallen. From this day forth, this place shall be under the dominion of my Chu family. All present must vacate within a quarter of an hour, or face dire consequences. Subsequently, the black tower ascended into the sky, unleashing a terrifying gravitational pull from its base. All those within the Sangyan sect who had reached the 4th-tier martial master level were drawn into the tower, where only a grim fate awaited them. After all, 4th-tier martial masters were formidable beings in Sangzhou, and none could be spared. The martial artists who had intended to exploit the chaos within the Sangyan sect were immediately struck with dread, hastily abandoning their ill-conceived plans and fleeing the area. It was ruthless, exceedingly ruthless. Especially for those who had previously knelt at the entrance of the Sangyan sect, they dared not linger for a moment, fearing the Chu family's retribution. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Sangyan sect no longer dared to remain, fleeing in a frenzy for their lives. As a 6-star sect, the Sangyan sect boasted hundreds of thousands of disciples, yet within a mere quarter of an hour, they vanished without a trace. Chapter 38. Your beast deity is quite mysterious. From this moment onward, this place belongs to our Chu family. Chu Tianyang gazed with excitement at the vast expanse of the Sangyan sect. The goals set forth by the beast deity were indeed materializing step by step. First, we shall organize all the resources here, particularly the martial arts techniques, elixirs, and precious stones. Chu Tianyang commanded. Ancestor, are we relocating our family here? Chu Hongtu inquired eagerly, for the area was significantly larger than Qingyang City. As the Chu family continued to flourish, their population would inevitably swell, and Qingyang town might soon become inadequate to accommodate them. This matter requires further discussion with the beast deity. We shall see how the beast deity decides. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual essence here is not vastly superior to that of Qingyang City. Below lies merely a 6th-tier spiritual vein. The Chu family then commenced their official takeover of the area. The foundation of a 6-star sect would provide them ample resources to digest for a long time. Simultaneously, the events unfolding here swept through Sangzhou like wildfire. A 6-star sect, a dominant force, had vanished, becoming nothing but a fleeting memory. Almost every cultivator was abuzz with discussions surrounding this matter, particularly the sudden rise of the Chu family. How could a martial emperor at his peak have shown not even a hint of resistance against them? It was not merely Chu Tianyang, but the Chu family's guardian beast that had allegedly directly subdued martial emperor Shuiguang with its innate spiritual weapon. Hiss! What manner of being is the Chu family's guardian beast, possessing such formidable power? Rumors suggested it had likely achieved the status of a 7th-tier demon lord, reaching the pinnacle of strength, making it the undisputed strongest in Sangzhou. A demon lord? Surely not. Could such a powerhouse truly exist in Sangzhou? Furthermore, the Chu family had been a nearly extinguished clan merely 6 months prior. How could a demon lord-level entity possibly safeguard such a small family? This remains uncertain. Yet some speculate it is likely related to the legend within the Jiuxiao mountain range. Could it be that the Chu family has obtained the legacy of the once mighty Yinxiao sect? Who truly knows? This matter has sparked extensive discussion, with many expressing an intense curiosity about the enigmatic guardian beast of the Chu family, even yearning for a glimpse of its true form. To their astonishment, they have indeed succeeded. Within the confines of Yenyang City, Li Zizhou and Zhou Tiansheng were left in a state of profound shock upon hearing this news. Initially, they held little faith in the Chu family, as those 6-star sects possess profound foundations and are fortified by the presence of formidable martial emperors. Yet, to their surprise, the Chu family ultimately triumphed. This outcome exceeded all their expectations. Alas, had they known, they would have joined them on this venture. Perhaps they could have garnered some fortuitous opportunities. Zhou Tianxing sighed, filled with regret. They had lingered at the martial king realm for far too long, and without a stroke of fortune, it seemed unlikely they would ever ascend to the status of martial emperor. Could it be that the Chu family's guardian beast has indeed reached the 7th rank of demon supremacy? Otherwise, how could it wield such terrifying power? Yet, dwelling on such thoughts is futile now. If an opportunity arises in the future, they must resolutely follow in the footsteps of the Chu family. Otherwise, their aspirations will forever be confined to the realm of martial kings. Within the confines of the Lei Xiao sect, the sect leader, Xiao Zhentian, and the elders remained in a state of shock, unable to regain their composure. Shuiguang has achieved the pinnacle of martial emperor. How extraordinary! Yet he perished at the hands of the Chu family, unable to even stir a ripple. Elder Ming, is Chu Xiuran still in seclusion? Xiao Zhentian inquired. Elder Ming, regaining his senses, responded. He has successfully broken through to the martial king realm and is currently in seclusion to stabilize his cultivation. Upon his emergence, promptly inform me. We must pay a visit to the Chu family. Indeed. Elder Ming nodded, a sense of weakness washing over him. The rapid advancement of the Chu family is astonishing. How have they surpassed their own existence? What manner of being is their divine beast? How could a single spiritual artifact possess the power to vanquish a martial emperor? This is truly alarming. Not only them, but the other 4 6-star sects are also preparing lavish gifts to visit the Chu family. Numerous 5-star and 4-star lower-tier factions are making their way to Qingyang City, determined to leave a favorable impression, lest they tarnish their reputation. Particularly, the formerly affiliated forces of the Zhangyan sect are anxious about provoking the Chu family, prompting swift action as they hastily bring their most treasured possessions to convey their goodwill. At the borders of Zhangzhou, Chu Yan, dining at an inn, overheard others discussing this matter, and he was utterly astonished. Their Chu family had actually eliminated a 6-star sect? The divine beast truly possesses unparalleled strength. Even a martial emperor is no match for it. Chu Yan sighed, reflecting on how, within just a span of 6 months, their family had transformed from a nearly extinguished clan into a formidable force capable of defeating a 6-star sect. Having ventured out for some time, he now comprehends the arduous nature of establishing and growing a power, yet this struggle seems absent in the case of the Chu family. No, it should be said that this transformation occurred following the arrival of the divine beast. Your divine beast is shrouded in mystery and may very well be the reincarnation of a powerful being. The voice of the esteemed elder Yao resonated in Chu Yan's mind, particularly during the second confrontation with Chu Zhan, which had genuinely startled him. He could not comprehend how the seemingly ordinary Chu Zhan had suddenly awakened a unique physique, specifically the formidable golden body of the spirit level. Moreover, this was not the end. The opponent had also cultivated a body refining technique, making his combat prowess overwhelmingly powerful within the same realm. Even Chu Yan, due to his carelessness, nearly suffered a setback. However, what perplexed him was how Chu Zhan, who was evidently of a mundane body, could have unexpectedly awakened such a special physique. All signs pointed towards the beast god of the Chu family. If that were the case, why would it still choose to be the guardian beast of the Chu clan? Especially when it seemed to derive no benefit from such a role. Chu Yan was filled with confusion. I am uncertain as well. Perhaps once you attain greater strength, the answers will reveal themselves. Yet, from what he observed, the divine beast bore no ill will towards the Chu family. Thus he could pursue his cultivation with peace of mind. Perhaps when your power is sufficient, all will become clear. Chu Yan nodded earnestly. I shall. He had now broken through to the rank of martial king, steadily advancing towards the pinnacle of strength. By the way, Elder Yao, is the earth fire you mentioned truly nearby? Indeed, I visited this place a millennium ago, but at that time, the earth fire had yet to fully manifest. Now, the timing should be just right. If I am not mistaken, this should be the 7th-ranked Blue Lotus Earth Fire on the Earth Fire ranking. If you can harness it, it will not only greatly aid your alchemy, but also significantly enhance your strength. Very well, then. The Blue Lotus Earth Fire shall belong to me. Chu Yan. The atmosphere in Qingyang City became even more vibrant. Those who had previously departed returned, and many more came drawn by the reputation of the Chu family. As they experienced the rich essence of heaven and earth and learned of the impenetrable defensive formation that even martial kings could not breach, a profound sense of security enveloped them, leading many to permanently settle in the city. Consequently, the population surged, and the city flourished. Even the prominent Li and Zhou families relocated to Qingyang City, while the Wan Domain Chamber of Commerce established a branch here, spreading across the mortal realm. Within the Dragon Emperor's Hall amidst the thunderclouds above Qingyang City, Chu Jingyue stood before Long Yuan, reporting the occurrences at Zhangyan sect. Divine Beast. Our ancestor has instructed me to inquire whether our Chu family should directly relocate to Zhangyan sect. No need. Long Yuan emerged from his contemplation within the heart-refining tower, stating, that place holds little value. Once the resources are thoroughly extracted, we shall see if they can be sold. I have no regard for such locales. After all, the essence of a mountain does not lie in its height, but in the presence of immortals. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, the family's location is of little consequence. What is it about Qingyang City? Its picturesque landscapes are truly enchanting. And once the Chu family ascends to become the foremost clan in this world, this city shall undoubtedly rise to be the premier city of all. As the family continues to grow, it seems that the territory of the Chu family may soon prove insufficient for habitation, expressed Chu Jingyue with concern. He had heard of some prominent families whose numbers reach tens of thousands, or even millions. Where do so many people reside? Although the Chu family holds dominion over this city, to foster its prosperity, it is essential to accommodate more inhabitants. One cannot endlessly expand the city's boundaries. It would become increasingly challenging to maintain the protective array over such vast territory. Fear not, for in due time, I shall create a spatial realm for you. When that happens, whether you have tens of thousands or even 100 million people, there will be ample space for all. Thus, you need not worry. Focus instead on the vigorous development of the family and your own cultivation. I shall resolve those concerns for you. The prospect of creating a spatial realm left Chu Jingwei astounded. Could the beast god truly achieve such a feat? What level of cultivation and power must one possess to accomplish that? When Long Yuan broke through to the rank of Monster Emperor, he had already contemplated this plan. And now he undoubtedly possesses the requisite strength. In fact, attaining the 8th tier of Monster Sage grants one the ability to open a spatial realm. And having reached the pinnacle of Monster Emperor, with his physical prowess at the apex of Monster God, creating a space would be a trivial endeavor. Moreover, the family he protects must possess an air of grandeur. Long Yuan gazed beyond the Dragon Emperor Hall, contemplating when he might venture outside. However, whether in his previous life or this one, he preferred the comforts of solitude, shunning the chaos of the outside world. He yearned to quietly fulfill the tasks assigned by the system and joyfully reap the rewards. Several days later, Chu Tianyang returned to Qingyang City. As for the territory of Zhangyan sect, he had entrusted its auction to the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce, confident it would fetch a handsome price. Have all the legacies been retrieved? Long Yuan inquired. Yes, everything of value has been brought back. Chu Tianyang replied with excitement. We thoroughly scoured the resource vaults clean. The foundation of a 6th-tier sect truly exceeded their imagination, encompassing not only martial arts techniques and elixirs, but also inheritances from alchemists, weaponsmiths, and formation masters. Furthermore, they had acquired a constitution testing stone and a martial soul testing stone, which, as their names imply, can identify clan members possessing special physiques and martial souls. This is indispensable for the family's long-term development. Is there anything we missed? Long Yuan asked. Absolutely not. A clan member has even contracted a treasure-seeking mouse spirit beast, which possesses an extraordinary ability to uncover hidden treasures. That little fellow led us to various deeply concealed vaults. Oh, a treasure-seeking mouse? Has someone obtained the Beastmaster inheritance? Long Yuan exclaimed with surprise. Among warriors, there exists a branch known as Beastmasters, who can contract spirit beasts, not only wielding formidable combat strength themselves, but also leading a horde of spirit beasts in battle, a rather unreasonable advantage. However, Beastmasters are a rarity, and their inheritance seems to have long been lost. Long Yuan was intrigued to learn that someone from the Chu family had acquired the Beastmaster inheritance. Where was this inheritance found? In the Jiuxiao mountain range, but regrettably, it is incomplete. Within this narrative lies a remarkable legacy, Chu Tianyang remarked, as our family has evolved. We have come into contact with certain secret tales. It is said that many ages ago, in the Jiuxiao mountain range, there existed a formidable power known as Yunxiao sect, with a status that reached 8 stars, presided over by a legendary martial sage. Yet, for reasons unknown, it perished overnight, and even the remnants of the sect vanished without a trace. Consequently, over the years, numerous individuals have ventured into the Jiuxiao mountain range, hoping to uncover this legacy and ascend to greatness. It is indeed terrifying to contemplate how an 8-star sect could be obliterated so swiftly. What immense power must one possess to achieve such a feat? In comparison to the 8-star sect, our Chu family still has a long way to go. Jiuxiao mountain range? Yunxiao sect? Long Yuan vaguely recalled having heard mention of them during my previous sojourn in the Jiuxiao mountain range, spoken of by passing martial artists. He subsequently suggested, in that case, let the Chu family dispatch some individuals to investigate. Should they discover anything, it could enhance our family's strength. Indeed, Chu Tianyang nodded. As their power grew, many family members regularly entered the Jiuxiao mountain range for training. Yet whether one encounters fortuitous opportunities depends greatly on personal luck. Thereafter, Chu Tianyang commenced his cultivation within the Dragon Emperor Hall, aiming to break through to the 6th tier of martial sovereign. At Leixiao sect, Chu Shiran finally emerged from his seclusion. As a martial king, he had firmly established himself within that realm. His rapid advancement to martial king was not unconnected to the elevation bestowed upon him by the beast god during his awakening. It was time to return to Qingyang town. With his ascension to martial king, he could take pride in his family's name, ensuring that the near annihilation they once faced would not be repeated. He wondered, however, how Yanran was faring. Just as he exited his secluded chamber, he discovered that his master, as well as the sect leader and the ancestral elders, were all waiting outside his chamber. Master, what has transpired? Chu Shiran inquired in astonishment. It concerns your family. What? What has happened to our Chu family? Chu Xiaoran pressed urgently, fearing another calamity had befallen them. I cannot provide specifics. You must return and see for yourself. The sect leader, Xiao Zhentian, replied. Come. We shall accompany you. Chu Xiaoran felt a surge of disbelief. What momentous event had transpired within his family? That even the sect leader and the ancestral elders were stirred. In a state of anxious urgency, he declared, let us depart at once, and soared towards Qingyang town. Days later, upon standing before the vast expanse of Qingyang city, he was taken aback when had such a grand city materialized. What had become of Qingyang town? Behind him, Xiao Zhentian and Meng Wu followed closely. But upon reaching this location, their expressions became profoundly respectful, for it was said that the beast god of the Chu family was a seventh-tier demon sovereign. In the presence of such a powerful being, even the slightest show of disrespect could invite dire consequences. Chapter 40. The astonishment of Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran dashed into the city, racing toward the location of the Chu family as he remembered it. The original visage of the town had been entirely transformed. Only the storm clouds above Qingyang Lake served as a recognizable marker. Boldly, flying is prohibited over Qingyang city. At that moment, a furious shout rang out, and a figure surged upward from below, blocking Chu Xiaoran's path. Oh, is that you, Xiaoran? Chu Zhan exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the flying individual. Aren't you at the Leixiao sect? How did you return? You are Chu Zhan. Chu Xiaoran halted, gazing at the robust young man before him. Ha ha ha, Xiaoran, it truly is you. Why didn't you notify me in advance of your return? I could have prepared a grand feast and come to welcome you. Chu Zhan eagerly approached, throwing his arm around Chu Xiaoran's shoulders with a grin. Despite his combative nature, Chu Zhan was renowned for his good reputation within the family. As one of the few first-tier martial artists among the younger generation, he often sparred with Chu Xiaoran. Come on, let us descend first. Flying is prohibited within Qingyang city. Chu Zhan chuckled. Prohibited flying. Chu Xiaoran suddenly looked astonished at Chu Zhan. You've reached the fourth-tier martial master? That was several months ago. Now, I am but a step away from becoming a martial king, Chu Zhan said, a hint of pride in his voice. Alas, I feel ashamed to lag behind you. I have yet to break through to the martial king realm. Congratulations, congratulations. We must surely engage in a fierce battle of 300 rounds later. With an arm draped over his companion's shoulder, Chu Zhan's rapid advancement was evident. Having gone to a major sect. Wait, Chu Zhan, tell me, how is the family? What of the clan leader and our ancestors? Chu Xiaoran asked anxiously. All is well. Our ancestor? Ah, I truly envy him. You have no idea, Xiaoran. Our ancestor has been cultivating with the beast god lately. And I heard he broke through to the 6th-tier martial emperor just a few days ago. I wonder when I shall become a martial emperor myself. Chu Zhan reflected with a sigh, a look of melancholy crossing his face as he lamented being the weakest among those who had received divine beast opportunities. His frequent sparring with those of higher cultivation had led to several injuries, causing him to lose significant time in recovery. Buzz. Chu Xiaoran's mind echoed with shock. His body suddenly frozen in place, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Our ancestor has broken through to martial emperor? Chu Zhan, you are not deceiving me. Why would I deceive you? This matter is well known among the higher-ups of our Chu family, though it has not been publicly announced yet. Chu Zhan replied calmly. Behind them, several members of the Leixiao sect exchanged astonished glances upon hearing this news. The Chu family had risen to prominence in less than a year, and Chu Tianyang had become a martial emperor. Upon arriving at the family residence, Chu Xiaoran gazed at the 20 or so bloodstained stone pillars still standing at the entrance of the Chu family, overwhelmed with emotion. What are these? Meng Wu inquired, having noticed the pillars during his last visit but not paying them much heed. These are the pillars of shame for our Chu family, Chu Zhan replied solemnly, suddenly asking, who are you? This is my master, as well as the sect leader and our ancestors. Oh, then we are indeed family. Come, please enter. Upon stepping into the clan grounds and witnessing the vibrant family life, Chu Xiaoran felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. Subsequently, he paid a visit to his clansman, Chu Jingyue. To his astonishment, he witnessed a remarkable transformation. Even the clan leader, who was previously a mere first-tier martial artist, had astonishingly ascended to the 5th tier of martial kings. Moreover, several elders possessed formidable prowess, some even rivaling his own strength. What on earth had transpired within the family? Chu Xiaoran's bewilderment deepened as he pondered how such a revolutionary change could occur in less than a year. Ah, you all have arrived at the perfect time. In a few days, our Chu family will celebrate our elevation to a 6-star family. I kindly invite you to linger a few more days. Allowing us to extend our hospitality, Chu Jingyue remarked with a warm smile directed at Xiao Zhentian and his companions. Clan leader, has our ancestor truly broken through to the martial sovereign realm? Chu Xiaoran asked, utterly astounded. Indeed. He just achieved the breakthrough a few days ago and is currently in seclusion at the beast god's abode to stabilize his realm. He should emerge in a few days, Chu Jingyue affirmed, nodding. The beast god had declared that they need not conceal their strength in this world. Might is essential for acquiring greater resources. Most importantly, on that day, the beast god would make an appearance to undertake a significant event. Clan leader. What fortunate opportunity has befallen our Chu family to rise to a 6-star family in such a short span of time? Chu Shiran inquired, astonished. He had perused the history of the Lei Shao sect, which took several centuries to evolve from a minor force into a 6-star sect. While the Chu family had accomplished this in less than a year. Opportunity? Our Chu family's greatest fortune lies with the beast god. Chu Jingyue replied earnestly. In the following days, numerous factions, both large and small, visited the Chu family, including the other 3 major 6-star sections. Even Gu Tianli, the president of the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce from Qingyang City, came to pay his respects. I have not brought any extravagant gifts. Gu Tianli chuckled, stroking his beard. Senior, your presence is a significant honor for our Chu family. Our ancestor has instructed that if you arrive, we must extend the most grandiose reception, Chu Jingyue said respectfully. The influence of the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce permeated the entire realm of mortals, making it a true behemoth, and the Chu family was still insignificant in comparison. Additionally, their ancestor, Chu Tianyang, had once been acquainted with Gu Tianli during his time in Yinyang City and had received considerable assistance from them, such as the acquisition of advanced martial arts techniques and elixirs through the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce. Ha ha, although I may not have brought lavish gifts, I do bear news that I believe will pique your interest. Gu Tianli continued. Oh, what news pertains to the earth fire? Indeed, at the borders of Artsangzhou, an earth fire has been birthed, specifically the 7th-ranked Qinglian Di Xian Hua on the earth fire ranking. Gu Tianli announced. With your Chu family's current strength, you are now qualified to compete for it. However, it would be prudent for you to deliberate, as the emergence of the earth fire will not only attract the top forces of Zhangzhou, but will also draw powerful entities from surrounding states, or even the entire Qian domain. Chu Jingyue was taken aback. He had not anticipated the appearance of an anomalous fire from the earth fire ranking. The anomalous fires of the world are categorized from highest to lowest as heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. Only those of martial emperor rank can refine heavenly anomalous fires, making them unattainable for those below the emperor level, thus compelling individuals to resort to alternatives. The extraordinary fire of the prefecture not only serves the purpose of alchemy, but also acts as a formidable weapon, enhancing one's own strength. Thank you, esteemed elder, for imparting such vital information. Chu Jingyue bowed in gratitude. This revelation is worth far more than any grand gift. Days later, Chu Tianyang emerged from his seclusion, unabashedly exuding the aura of a martial emperor. The sensation was exhilarating. It felt as though the very heavens and earth were at his command. He clenched his fist. Chapter 41. The Ascendance of Chu Tianyang's Physique. A martial emperor possesses the ability to summon considerable celestial energy, with each strike carrying the terrifying force of a landslide. Just as he was about to depart from the Dragon Emperor Hall, Long Yuan called him to the 9th level. What are your instructions, beast god? Chu Tianyang inquired. Bowing respectfully, suddenly, a resplendent golden elixir soared towards him. Consume it. Yes. Driven by absolute trust, Chu Tianyang did not hesitate to swallow the elixir whole. A wave of warmth surged through his being, enveloping every corner of his body before finally converging and dissipating at his dantian. Boom. An energy fluctuation erupted from Chu Tianyang, astonishingly elevating his cultivation from the initial stage of martial emperor to the mid-stage. Could this be an elixir for enhancing cultivation? Chu Tianyang marveled, realizing he had transcended a minor realm in an instant. Yet, he sensed a peculiar change within himself. The essence of the world surrounding him felt more vibrant than before. No, this is not merely a cultivation-enhancing elixir. It is a potion for evolving one's physique. Long Yuan explained. For at the moment Chu Tianyang broke through to the 6th tier, the system's task had been accomplished. This heralded the emergence of a 6th-tier martial emperor and 6 5th-tier martial kings within the Chu family. Moreover, the rewards for the completion of the task had already been granted: a divine-level technique, the Dragon God Scripture, a divine-level divine ability, the 9 transformations of the Dragon God, 9 physique-enhancing elixirs, which can elevate all physiques below divine level by a significant tier, and a divine-level vein of celestial essence. At last, divine-level techniques and celestial veins have been acquired, signifying that my training can continue at a leisurely pace. Lying around and sleeping all day is hardly a viable option. What? A physique-enhancing elixir? Chu Tianyang's eyes widened in astonishment. Do such elixirs truly exist? Have you not sensed the heightened affinity of the celestial essence around us? Long Yuan queried, then glanced at him. Cultivator, Chu Tianyang, physique. Saint physique of all spirits, high-grade saint physique, realm, mid-stage 6th tier, martial emperor, body cultivation. Perfected 5th tier martial king identity, ancestor of the Chu family. Chu Tianyang had just perceived the change in celestial essence, initially attributing it to his recent breakthrough. Little did he know it was due to his enhanced physique. In other words, I have now become a saint physique? Chu Tianyang exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, the high-grade saint physique of all spirits. Hiss. Chu Tianyang trembled, astonished that the legendary saint physique had manifested within him. Joy and disbelief flooded his visage. His excitement rendered him quivering with anticipation. How many times must I remind you? As the ancestor of the Chu family, do not continually display such an uncultured demeanor. Long Yuan admonished. The prowess of the beast deity is truly astonishing. Not only I, but even anyone with a wealth of experience would undoubtedly be left in utter shock. Chu Tianyang exclaimed. Very well, take your time to be astonished. The Chu family has now ascended to a 6-star family, and next, we must set our sights on becoming a 7-star family. Our personal cultivation must advance, and the development of the family cannot be neglected. Alchemists, blacksmiths, and formation masters, those endowed with such talents must be nurtured at great expense. Do not hesitate to invest resources. Long Yuan advised. The new system task is to elevate the Chu family to a 7-star family, and the rewards are remarkably generous. Host, Long Yuan race. Sanyan Blue Dragon, Cultivation Realm, 9th rank Demon Emperor, perfected, physical cultivation, 10th rank Demon God. Perfected, current task, elevate the family to a 7-star family, task rewards, 10 years of cultivation, 1 ancestral bloodline return, 10 sacred artifacts, 5 sources of sacred physique, 5 sources of sacred martial soul, and the imperial level body refinement technique, cosmic star technique, guardian family level, 6 stars, host cultivation speed increased by 60 times. Indeed, I can continue to return to my ancestral bloodline. Moreover, as the Chu family status continues to rise, each reward becomes increasingly bountiful. Not only do we receive a bloodline return, but also 10 years of cultivation. Do not underestimate these 10 years, with the family's elevated status. It translates to 600 years. What effects will 600 years under the divine level technique, dragon god technique, yield? Perhaps it could lead to a direct breakthrough to the divine level. Yes, I shall obey the beast deity's command. Chu Tianyang replied with a bow. Subsequently, Long Yuan directly bestowed upon him 2 sacred level techniques, the superior sacred level technique, star refinement technique, and the inferior sacred level technique, sacred heart technique. The former was a reward from the system, while the latter was left by the elder within the Black Ancient Palace. Unsurprisingly, Chu Tianyang was once again astounded. The beast deity's generosity was indeed immense, offering sacred level techniques. We must strive tirelessly to develop the family, setting an initial modest goal of becoming a true imperial clan. Long Yuan stated. Chu Tianyang stared in disbelief at the beast deity. An imperial clan, a modest goal? This is the highest ranking family in the world. To the beast deity, it merely seems a small ambition? Then Long Yuan tossed 2 jade slips to Chu Tianyang, saying, these contain imperial level alchemy and blacksmithing techniques. Take them back to the family. Let those with talent learn. This was a reward from the system. Long Yuan had absorbed the inheritance and inscribed it within the jade slips. Though alchemists and blacksmiths hold high status, he had no interest in them. Thus, he entrusted them to the Chu family to bolster their foundation. Imperial level? Chu Tianyang trembled, feeling a buzzing in his mind. The beast deity indeed possesses imperial level inheritance. It was previously mentioned that the clan-protecting imperial weapon, Dragon Emperor Cauldron, is an imperial artifact. So having imperial level inheritance seems only natural. Furthermore, the numerous elixirs provided by the beast deity sufficiently attest to his prowess as a formidable alchemist. With these realizations, Chu Tianyang nodded, yet he remained profoundly astonished. After his departure, Long Yuan extracted the sacred earth veins from the Dragon Emperor Hall and infused it with divine earth veins. In an instant, the richness of the earth's essence within the hall transformed into swirling tornadoes, while in certain areas, it manifested as lakes of vital energy. Welcome back, ancestor. By Qingyang Lake, under the leadership of Chu Jingwei, the members of the Chu family stood in unison, extending their heartfelt congratulations. It is merely a martial emperor, not worthy of such grand celebrations. Chu Tianyang remarked with a smile. Even though he had ascended to the martial emperor realm, he could still not fathom the beast goddess power, indicating that the beast goddess strength was undoubtedly above that of a martial emperor. Yet the extent of that power remained a mystery to Chu Tianyang. Moreover, he was more delighted about the enhancement of his physique. as well as the 2 sacred-level techniques and the inheritances of an imperial alchemist and blacksmith bestowed by the beast god. These were truly invaluable treasures. Martial Emperor Midstage? Upon sensing the aura irradiating from him, Xiao Jintian and other Martial Emperor experts were utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that he had advanced to the mid-stage of the Martial Emperor realm in such a brief period. How was this possible? At this level, even a minor breakthrough could take decades, centuries, or even longer, potentially leading to a permanent stalemate. Yet, Chu Tianyong had remarkably advanced 2 minor realms in one go. Who would believe this was achievable without extraordinary fortune? Chapter 42. Long Yuan emerges, opening new worlds. What? The ancestor has actually broken through to the mid-stage of the Martial Emperor? Chu Jingyue and others were taken aback. It had only been a short time. Ha. It is all thanks to the beast goddess blessing that he could achieve 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Chu Tianyong chuckled as he stroked his beard, walking towards Chu Jingyue and the others from beneath the thunderclouds. The beast god. That same enigmatic beast god again. Xiao Jintian exchanged glances with Gu Tianli. How was it that everything concerning the Chu family was intertwined with this mysterious beast god? What manner of being was this elusive creature? It was said that during the grand banquet celebrating the Chu family's ascension to a 6-star family, the mysterious beast god would make an appearance. And the old man could hardly contain his eagerness to behold the true face of this divine entity. I encountered it a few months ago. It was a colossal azure serpent. At that time, it had reached the pinnacle of the demon emperor realm. Now, it should at least be at the demon sovereign level, if not higher. Gu Tianli recounted. Back then, he was the president of the Yinyang city, and he had witnessed the creature annihilate the Pang family. Yet, at this moment, everyone remained filled with curiosity. Had the divine beast truly ascended to the demon sovereign realm? Zhou Tianxing and Li Zhezhou sighed. Those who once called each other brothers could no longer reach such heights. With Chu Tianyong emerging from seclusion, the Chu family officially became a 6-star family, solidifying its status as one of the most formidable forces in Sangzhou. Subsequently, a jubilant celebration commenced, and the entirety of Qingyang City erupted in joy. This city, under the Chu family's dominion, would undoubtedly become one of the centers of Sangzhou in the future. During the festivities, Chu Tianyong raised his cup, drinking in camaraderie with all present. As the wine flowed freely, Chu Tianyong spoke. Though the Chu family's ascension to a 6-star clan is indeed worthy of celebration, there exists a matter of far greater significance. Had it finally arrived? A palpable excitement surged among the assembly, for many had gathered today to catch a glimpse of the enigmatic beast god. We humbly invite the esteemed beast god, announced Chu Tianyong. The entire Chu family rose in unison, their expressions alight with anticipation as they gazed upward. At present, the Chu family boasted tens of thousands of members, the majority of whom had never laid eyes upon the beast god. Suddenly, the heavens darkened as tempestuous clouds gathered. The storm clouds that had initially loomed over Qingyang Lake swiftly expanded, enveloping the entirety of Qingyang City. Then, amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, a deep, resonant dragon's roar echoed forth, and a colossal blue dragon's head, as grand as a mountain, emerged from the clouds, its 2 golden eyes, vast as lakes, gazing imperiously down below. As the dragon's head manifested, its nearly 1,000-meter-long body gradually materialized from the storm. Wow, how immense! Is this truly the beast god of the Chu family? What is this? A flood dragon? Yet it appears different from one. The spectators gaped in awe at the sky. No, this is not a flood dragon. This is a true dragon, Gu Tianli exclaimed, his eyes wide as he beheld the majestic form above. He recalled it being described as a giant python. How had it transformed into a true dragon? Moreover, such ancient creatures were thought to be extinct. How could it manifest here? Chairman Gu, can you discern the cultivation of this beast god? Inquired the venerable elder of Lei Shao sect in a hushed tone. I cannot fathom it. Gu Tianli shook his head. The entity before them was like an abyss, its depths unfathomable. Long Yuan surveyed the throngs of Chu family members below, nodding in satisfaction. There are at least several tens of thousands here. For an ordinary person to marry into or be adopted by the Chu family has become exceedingly difficult. One must at the very least be a first-tier warrior. Suspended above the Chu family, Long Yuan unleashed a powerful punch towards the void, shattering it instantaneously and revealing a dark, gaping aperture. The shattering of space. This is the prowess of a Yaosheng-level warrior. Gu Tianli exclaimed in astonishment. What? A Yaosheng? The surrounding crowd was engulfed in disbelief. A Yaosheng was classified among the 8th-tier powerhouses, second only to the legendary emperor-level warriors. Chairman Gu, are you certain? Someone questioned incredulously, wondering how such a formidable being could exist in Sangzhou. There can be no mistake. The ability to shatter the void is a feat only achievable by a saint-level warrior. Those beneath the Yaoshan cannot accomplish such a deed. Gu Tianli gazed at the beast god, who continued to strike the void with its dragon claws. Even the mightiest within their 10,000 domains merchant association were merely martial saints. Just then, a realization struck him. Wait, this is not merely the shattering of the void. Indeed, I thought as much. How could Sangzhou possibly harbor an 8th-tier powerhouse? A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The presence of such a being would have cast a shadow over them all. Yet, as the crowd began to relax, Gu Tianli's expression turned grave as he declared, "This is not the shattering of the void. This is the creation of space within the void. Is there a distinction? The distinction is profound. The act of shattering the void is something only a saint-level powerhouse can accomplish, while the creation of space is a feat reserved for an emperor-level strength. Thus, President Gu, you cannot possibly be implying that the beast god of the Chu family is an emperor-level powerhouse, can you?" Around them, individuals unconsciously swallowed hard. Indeed, although I have never encountered an emperor-level powerhouse, only they could achieve such a remarkable feat. Boom. Within Long Yuan, energy erupted as the enormous dragon claws clenched into fists, relentlessly pounding forward. Indeed, he was indeed creating a spatial realm for the Chu family, allowing its members to dwell within this expanse. The act of opening up space was effortless for him, yet it was not an ordinary space. It was an eternal realm. As he continued to unleash his fists, strands of pitch-black, chaotic energy emanated from the shattered void, collapsing the surrounding emptiness. At this moment, the Chu family members were all curious about what the beast god was truly doing. Before long, Long Yuan came to a halt, and above the Chu family, a massive gateway, akin to an open portal, floated in the air, its interior as dark as an abyss. "It is done," Long Yuan declared. "Thank you, beast god, for establishing our family's space." Chu Tianyong bowed in gratitude. This method was far beyond what he, as a martial emperor, could even fathom. Long Yuan nodded and placed within the newly opened realm the saint-level essence from the Dragon Emperor Hall, along with the Heart Refinement Tower, a reward from a previous task. Moreover, he did not stop there. He also inserted the source of the sacred body, the source of the martial soul, and the mirror-breaking pill, as well as the body evolution pill into the Heart Refinement Tower. Henceforth, anyone seeking rewards would have to undergo trials within the Heart Refinement Tower. The Heart Refinement Tower evaluates not one's cultivation level, but rather the state of one's heart. "You may enter and take a look now," Long Yuan said. Subsequently, his figure soared back into the Dragon Emperor Hall amidst the thunderclouds. He preferred solitude and was not fond of making appearances. Had it not been for the purpose of creating a spatial realm for the Chu family, he might have remained in the Dragon Emperor Hall. As for the timing of this endeavor, it was entirely to establish the Chu family's dominance. At least for now, they had become the rulers of Sangzhou. "We bid farewell to the beast god." Chu Tianyong and the members of the Chu family bowed deeply. He then invited Gu Tianli and others, asking, "Might I inquire if you esteemed guests would be willing to enter and witness the spectacle?" "Of course. I too wish to behold the nature of a spatial realm created through such extraordinary means." Although the 10,000 Domains Chamber of Commerce also possessed a spatial realm, it was crafted by our predecessors. This would be my first time witnessing a powerful being create a spatial world. Chapter 43. Is the beast god the demon emperor? Upon entering the spatial realm, everyone was left astounded. Initially, they had presumed the spatial realm to be modest in size. Yet its expanse was more vast than all of Sangzhou combined, and even more astonishingly, this world possessed 9 layers. What kind of power could achieve such a feat? Xiao Zhentian exclaimed in awe, terrifying, truly terrifying, particularly as they observed the Chu family beast god seeming to create such an immense spatial realm with apparent ease. "Elder Chu, do you understand the true extent of your beast goddess realm?" Gu Tianli gazed upon the magnificent spatial realm and inquired. "Even our Long Yuan Chamber of Commerce's headquarters does not possess a spatial domain of such vastness." "I do not know," he continued. "When I first encountered the beast god, he was merely a 4th-rank martial sovereign. Yet, as my own strength has steadily ascended, I have discovered the depths of the beast god's power to be as unfathomable as an abyss." I once posed a question to him, but he did not provide a clear answer. Chu Tianyong shook his head, and Gu Tianli solemnly remarked, "To manifest such an expansive spatial world, your beast god must undoubtedly have attained the level of a demon emperor. However, I cannot fathom how this world can give rise to an emperor-level powerhouse without permission. Could it be that the beast god of the Chu family is connected to that formidable force? It seems implausible. If the beast god were indeed linked to that power, he would not remain here. He would have left with them, as has been the case in the past. Therefore, it is most likely that the beast god of the Chu family possesses the capability to transcend the realm of demon sage and ascend to the status of a demon emperor without alerting that force." Gu Tianli pondered in shock. If this is indeed the case, then the Chu family's beast god is truly terrifying. It is known that every action in the mortal realm is under the surveillance of that force, and no one has ever escaped their gaze. Chu Tianyang trembled, incredulous as he looked at Gu Tianli. It cannot be. How could the beast god possibly be a demon emperor? This notion was almost beyond belief, as emperor-level beings are the most formidable entities in this world. How could the beast god be such a fearsome existence? Furthermore, when he first encountered the beast god, the latter was merely a fourth-rank demon sovereign. He believed he had grown at a swift pace with the beast god as assistance. Could it be that the beast god had progressed even faster than he? Yet, the ability to create a spatial realm is indeed a feat only achievable by emperor-level beings. Gu Tianli affirmed. Moreover, his gaze shifted toward the pristine 9-story pagoda situated within the first layer of the spatial world, which astonishingly turned out to be a sacred artifact. Elder Chu, is this tower for sale? Gu Tianli inquired. If this item could be secured, his standing within the Chamber of Commerce would certainly ascend to remarkable heights. It is not for sale. This is an item left behind by the beast god, and it undoubtedly serves a purpose. Chu Tianyang shook his head. What a pity. Suddenly, Xiao Xintian's expression changed, and he exclaimed in astonishment, how can the essence of heaven and earth here be so dense? It feels several times more potent than that of our Thundercloud sect. The elder of the Thundercloud sect nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is significantly denser than that of our sect. Gu Tianli expressed his envy. If I am not mistaken, there should be an 8th-rank essence vein here. The density of the essence of heaven and earth rivals that of our headquarters spatial realm. What? 8th rank? The crowd gasped in disbelief at such a high level. Could it be that the creation of a spatial realm inherently possesses such elevated essence of heaven and earth? Someone asked incredulously. Certainly not. Gu Tianli furrowed his brow. The essence of heaven and earth in our headquarters spatial realm is drawn in from the outside through formations. However, here, he mused, the essence vein in Qingyang town is only 5th rank, while the essence vein here has reached 8th rank, clearly indicating it is not drawn from the external world. Could it be that the beast god has directly integrated an 8th-tier celestial vein within this very place? This seems implausible, does it not? Could it possess such capabilities? If such abilities were indeed feasible, then throughout history, individuals would not have sought out various celestial paradises, but rather established their dominions at will across diverse locations. Chu Tianyang recalled the incident when the beast god had effortlessly seized the celestial veins with supreme abilities. It appears that the beast god may have transferred the sacred celestial veins from the Dragon Emperor's hall to this location. After the celebration, the crowd dispersed, and Xingyang City became even more vibrant, gathering a multitude of martial artists, causing the entire city to expand yet again. Chu Xiaoran chose not to return to the Thundercloud sect, but remained with his family, just as his master, Meng Wu, had stated. The cultivation environment of the Thundercloud sect paled in comparison to the present-day Chu family. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect was that the sect's inherited techniques could only support martial artists up to the 6th-tier martial sovereign. Advancing further was nearly impossible. The depths of the Chu family were inscrutable, and remaining here offered a greater chance of becoming a formidable being. At this moment, Chu Xiaoran and Chu Zhanzhan were engaged in combat, one embodying the Purple Sky Thunder Body and the other the Great Strength Diamond Body. Although the former possessed a higher physical grade and offered greater combat enhancement, Chu Zhan had mastered formidable body refining techniques and preferred physical cultivation, directly colliding with Chu Xiaoran using his powerful physique. In the training ground, an immense energy erupted, and golden thunder roared like ominous thunder rolling across the heavens. Not far away, Chu Shan and Chu Luiying stood observing the fierce battle, truly worthy of a king-level physique. The offensive power was indeed frightfully high. Even a body-refining master like Chu Zhan found the battle to be exceedingly challenging. Chu Luiying remarked in admiration as she watched the fierce clash on the training ground. Body refining is significantly more arduous than conventional cultivation. The agony involved is something the average person cannot endure. Naturally, otherwise, how could it be called a king's body? Chu Shan stated with a serious expression. Previously, they had all sparred with Chu Xiaoran, yet his Purple Sky Thunder Body was extraordinarily formidable, making it nearly unbearable for them. However, they were unaware that the Chu Xiaoran in the training ground was truly astonishing. Yet another unique physique. How could their family have produced so many extraordinary physiques? Additionally, there were those awakened with martial souls. This foundation resembled that of an ancient family with centuries or even millennia of accumulation rather than a nascent clan. What had transpired within the family? Meanwhile, Chu Jingyue dispatched individuals to the Zhangzhou border to gather intelligence regarding the Qinglian Heartfire. If they could acquire it, it would be considered a treasure for the Chu family. As for Chu Tianyang, he entered the heart refining tower. eager to discern the purpose of the treasure tower left by the beast god. The instant he stepped into the tower, the scene before him shifted instantaneously, and he found himself transported back to the moment when the Chu family was on the verge of annihilation, seeking refuge and the opportunity for a breakthrough in the Jiuxiao mountain range. An illusion? Chu Tianyang furrowed his brows, holding his breath and concentrating, unleashing his mental energy against the surrounding illusion. However, to his astonishment, the illusion here remained completely unaffected. Not an illusion? Could this be real? Impossible. Under the leadership of the beast god, the Chu family has become immensely powerful. This must undoubtedly be a fabrication. Chu Tianyang held an unwavering belief. Yet after resting here for a night, he felt as though the so-called beast god and the illustrious six-star clan were merely figments of his imagination. To his dismay, he discovered that all his cultivation and physical prowess had vanished. Chapter 44. Omen of the mysterious fire. Could it be that this was merely a dream? Awakening from his profound slumber, Chu Tianyang embarked once more on the path to rescue the Chu clan and seek fortuitous opportunities. Half a month later, news reached the border of Zhangzhou, confirming the emergence of the Qinglian Earth Fire. As President Gu had proclaimed, the Qinglian Earth Fire had truly manifested. However, nearly all the formidable powers of the Qian domain had converged there, including martial sovereigns and the sole 8-star sect, the Beast Control sect. Thus, this contest would undoubtedly be a fierce battle of dragons and tigers. Within the grand hall of the Chu clan, Chu Hongtu conveyed the intelligence he had gathered to the clan leader and the elders present. The appearance of a 7th-rank martial sovereign was astonishing. It seemed that the competition for the Earth Fire would indeed be intensely fierce. As for the Beast Control sect, it was rumored to be the most powerful and ancient sect in the Qian domain, possessing the long-lost art of beast mastery, boasting extraordinary strength. To be classified as an 8-star sect, it was certain that at least one 8-rank martial saint and 8 7th-rank martial sovereigns resided within, a testament to their formidable might. Particularly, they excelled in group combat, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with. With such forces involved, the likelihood of seizing the Qinglian Earth Fire appeared dismally low. Chu Jingyue furrowed his brow, aware of their desire for this extraordinary fire. With the ancestor absent, their only recourse was to seek the beast goddess aid. The beast god has stated that we should not hesitate to call upon him in times of difficulty. If he intervenes, there will surely be no issue, he declared. The elders nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chu Jingyue sought an audience with the beast god. I understand. When do you intend to depart? Long Yuan inquired. Although he possessed the ZY Heavenly Fire, ranked 3rd on the Heavenly Fire list, it did not impede the Chu clan from acquiring other extraordinary fires. He would certainly act in favor of the Chu clan whenever beneficial. Let us depart immediately, otherwise, we risk losing it to other powerful contenders. Chu Jingyue insisted. Very well, let us set forth. However, this left Qingyang City unguarded. The ancestor had yet to emerge from the Heart Refinement Tower. No matter. My innate spirit weapon shall safeguard this place. Long Yuan responded nonchalantly. His innate spirit weapon, the 10,000 Dragon Tower, possessed a spirit of its own, capable of withstanding even martial emperor-level assaults without faltering. Soon after, several elders from the Chu clan embarked on their journey. As Long Yuan materialized from the Dragon Emperor's hall, dark thunderclouds rolled across the sky, stretching into infinity. His form coiled amidst the thunderclouds as he soared toward his destination. Having traversed this world for so long, it was his first time venturing to such distant realms, and the thought filled him with exhilaration. Long Yuan glided through the clouds, gazing curiously at the world around him. In truth, after his cultivation had transcended to the level of a demon emperor, he employed his divine sense to observe this world, which is indeed vast, known as the human realm. It is divided into 33 domains, each of which is boundless in expanse. Ordinary individuals, and even some low-level warriors could spend an entire lifetime attempting to traverse a single domain. Even his demon emperor-level divine sense could not encompass the entirety of the human realm. However, there are indeed several emperor-level powerhouses within this world, and curiously, they are congregated in one location. Long Yuan's divine sense detected these emperor-level beings. Logically, they should be scattered across the world, so why has this peculiar situation arisen? Yet, why ponder such matters? As long as it does not impede the development of the Chu family, all is well. Should they dare to obstruct the growth of the Chu family, they shall be dealt with accordingly. Emperor-level powerhouses are but trifles in his eyes. Days later, several elders of the Chu family arrived at the border of Zhangzhou. This place is marked by a colossal fissure leading deep into the earth, with waves of intense heat sweeping forth like scorching gales, reducing all surrounding flora to ashes, and even causing stones to melt incessantly. Truly, this is the 7th-ranked Earth Fire. and its power is already terrifying even before it manifests. Chu Jinshan marveled. Although he has now become a fifth-tier martial king, he still feels that merely touching this dreadful earth fire could reduce him to cinders. Fortunately, they have summoned the beast god, for even the ancestral figures might struggle to withstand the might of this extraordinary flame. Chu Hongtu stated gravely. Even with his heavenly son martial soul, he felt exceedingly uncomfortable at this moment. Is this the famed 7th-ranked Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire? Its potency is indeed fearsome. If even the Earth Fire possesses such power, what of the legendary Heavenly Fire? In a corner, Chu Yan, cloaked in black, felt the searing temperature and could not help but lick his lips. His 9-yang sacred body was already restless, yearning to absorb the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire into his being. You young lad should not entertain thoughts of heavenly fire for now. In our human realm, there are only 9 heavenly fires. Treasures that can only be tamed by emperor-level powerhouses. Elder Yao shook his head, aware of the location of one such heavenly fire, yet knowing it was unattainable. Even approaching it would result in instant incineration, regardless of how formidable one might have been in life as a martial sage. Precisely because heavenly fire is beyond reach, people have thus set their sights on earth fire. But Elder Yao, with so many powerhouses lurking about, how shall we seize the extraordinary flame? Chu Yan looked at the restless individuals surrounding him. He could dismiss those below martial emperor, yet he found himself at a loss when facing the few martial venerable powerhouses. Fear not. Once the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire fully manifests, it will unleash a distinct phenomenon. Did I not previously concoct an ice heart pill for you? During the manifestation of the phenomenon, you can consume this pill to directly descend into the depths and refine the extraordinary fire. With your 9-yang sacred body, you will easily be able to refine it. Other physiques may encounter conflicts with the extraordinary fire, but the 9-yang sacred body will not. Chu Yan nodded. This extraordinary fire would not only significantly enhance his strength, but also aid in the advancement of his alchemical skills. At this moment, a multitude of warriors had congregated near the great fissure. The weaker ones merely lingered at the periphery, seeking to witness the spectacle and broaden their horizons, while the true powerhouses stood not far from the underground chasm, biding their time for the opportune moment to strike. Among the foremost few, an aura of immense strength radiated from their beings, accompanied by several terrifying and colossal spirit beasts behind them, a massive white ice serpent, a pitch-black demon wolf, and a venomous spider suffused with a sickly green hue. These creatures exuded an overwhelming presence that rendered others nearly powerless. They were the contracted spirit beasts of the Beastmaster sect's formidable warriors. With arms crossed, the elite stood imposingly, disregarding the presence of others with haughty disdain. As the sole 8-star power in the Qian domain, they were entitled to exhibit such an invincible demeanor, looking down upon the world. Humph! A swarm of ants dares to covet the earth fire. What sheer folly! One of them remarked, casting a scornful glance at the onlookers. This stage belongs to us. Let them be mere spectators, cheering us on from below, he continued. However, they all turned their gaze skyward, where dark storm clouds had inexplicably gathered. Suddenly, a towering surge of azure flames erupted into the heavens, instantly vaporizing the clouds above Tsangzhou. The searing heat warped the very air around it. In an instant, a wave of azure energy swept through the surroundings, enveloping the fissure as if it were ensconced in an eternal sun, the heat reaching an unbearable pinnacle. The powerful warriors unleashed their own might to resist the terrifying intensity. A cry of agony pierced the air, the azure flames surged past, incinerating those of lesser cultivation into mere ashes. Flee! Someone shouted. The power of the earth fire exceeds our imagination. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the less skilled turned pale, and they hastily retreated into the distance. After all, for the vast majority, it was their first encounter with such a phenomenon, and they were oblivious to its true power. Such a terrifying force seemed forever beyond their reach, which was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. The ancestors of the 4 major sects of Tsangzhou, including the Thundercloud sect, felt a tinge of regret. If such extraordinary fire were to be harnessed by them, it would undoubtedly become a formidable asset. Alas, even if the martial sovereigns refrained from intervening, their cultivation levels would likely prevent them from approaching the strange fire, let alone controlling it. The Chu family has arrived? The ancestor of the Thundercloud sect observed the distant figures of Chu Hongtu and another elder, only to be surprised to find that they had brought merely 2 martial king elders. It seemed they too were merely seeking to partake in the excitement, without any genuine intention of seizing the strange fire. If their mysterious beast god had come, perhaps they could have laid claim to the fire, but it appeared that he was conspicuously absent. Chu Yan, the time has come. The voice of the medicine elder resonated within Chu Yan's mind. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chu Yan rose from his secluded corner and stealthily descended into the depths of the great fissure. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on the extraordinary phenomenon occurring above, completely unaware that someone was boldly venturing into the very source of the strange fire. The scorching temperature seared Chu Yan's body, reducing his garments to ashes in an instant. Yet, the intense heat could not harm him in the slightest. He moved forward as if traversing the ordinary ground below. Not only because he is the 9-yang sacred body, but also due to the fire-based cultivation technique he practices, which, although only at the introductory level, has already reached the 8th tier. Chu Yan found it difficult to fathom the heights he could attain if he mastered the complete technique. As he delved deeper, the temperature escalated. Reluctantly, Chu Yan activated his cultivation method to withstand the searing heat. Ultimately, as he neared the source, he was compelled to unleash the full power of his 9-yang sacred body. Chu Yan, it is time to consume the Ice Heart Pill. Remember, the effects of the Ice Heart Pill last for 1 hour. You must refine the Green Lotus Earth Core fire within this time frame, or the consequences will be dire. But fear not. I shall assist you from the side, suppressing the adversary with my exotic fire. Were it not for the fact that my exotic fire is ranked higher than the Green Lotus Earth Core fire, I would have already transferred my fire to you. Chu Yan nodded, retrieving a blue Ice Heart Pill in preparation. However, at that moment, a shocking event unfolded before him. A blue tail suddenly flicked in front of him, gently sweeping past and stirring a refreshing breeze. Chu Yan's hair stood on end, and his pores shrank in alarm. A living being? Elder Yao. How could there be a living entity here? Chu Yan growled. Elder Yao, witnessing the scene, was equally horrified. How could a living being exist in this place? Let us leave this place. Only a formidable warrior at the Martial Saint level could enter here. Those below Martial Saint would not dare approach without a unique exotic fire. Elder Yao urged, contemplating the need to transfer his exotic fire to Chu Yan if necessary, resolutely determined to prevent him from perishing here. Just then, a massive blue head materialized before Chu Yan, its golden eyes glowing with intensity, fixated upon him. What manner of beast is this? Chu Yan stammered, trembling as his legs quaked, his courage to flee evaporating. A dragon, a true dragon thought to be extinct. He gasped, my heavens, how could such a terrifying entity exist here? Elder Yao, too, succumbed to fear. He had only encountered such a creature in ancient texts, which claimed that this species had long vanished. Are you Chu Yan? The dragon, Long Yuan, inquired in astonishment. Have you not been out for several months? How is it that you remain in Sangzhou? Senior you are? Chu Yan stuttered, astonished that the being before him recognized him. How could you forget? I was the one who helped you awaken your 9-yang sacred body. Long Yuan retorted, realizing that his recent ancestral bloodline resurgence had significantly altered his appearance, rendering him unrecognizable. You are the beast god? How is it that you are here? Chu Yan exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the colossal figure. Indeed, this exotic fire holds some significance for your Chu family, which is why I have come to retrieve it. I have lingered too long out of boredom. To prevent the exotic fire from falling into the hands of others, I decided to rest momentarily beside it. Are you also here for the exotic fire? To be candid, beast god, I have prepared for several months to obtain this exotic fire. Chu Yan replied, suppressing his astonishment. Resting beside the exotic fire? Did the elder not say that survival before the saint level is virtually impossible in the presence of the earth fire without special means? Just how formidable is the beast god's corporeal form? If that is the case, then take it. This can be considered as having been acquired by your Chu family. Long Yuan extended a massive dragon claw, within which blazed a flame resembling a blue lotus, fiercely alight. This was indeed the blue lotus earth fire. Compared to the Ziwei heavenly fire, the potency of earth fire was diminished by several degrees. Chu Yan swallowed hard. The beast god actually held a foreign fire in his grasp. Yet he shook his head and remarked, since the family requires it, then return it to them. I do not know how long my journey of training will take, and with the earth fire present, it can bolster the family's strength. Moreover, this world is vast. There will always be other foreign fires. Upon learning that the family needed this earth fire, Chu Yan declined. Is that so? Then let us see what the elders think. After all, it is merely a flame, of little value. Long Yuan replied indifferently, yet he was reluctant to make a decision regarding the ownership of such matters. In the astonished gaze of Chu Yan, Long Yuan's colossal form instantaneously transformed into that of a handsome young man. He donned azure garments, adorned with a pair of blue dragon horns, and his azure hair danced in the wind, particularly accentuated by a pair of golden eyes that radiated infinite authority. Let us depart. Long Yuan grasped Chu Yan's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished into the crevice beneath. Outside the fissure, everyone struggled to withstand the searing heat. Once the explosive phase of the foreign fire has passed, we shall enter to search for it. proclaimed a martial master from the Beastmaster sect. For this was indeed the most perilous moment during the formation of the foreign fire. However, in the next moment, the once ascendant azure flame suddenly vanished without a trace. Everyone stood bewildered. Where had the phenomenon gone? What had transpired? The martial masters from the Beastmaster sect felt a sense of foreboding. Let us proceed inside and investigate. Several of them, accompanied by their spirit beasts, soared into the great fissure. After an extensive search, there was no sign of the foreign fire. Who has stolen the foreign fire that our Beastmaster sect coveted? A few terrifying auras erupted from beneath the great fissure. Chapter 46, The Arrival of the Martial Sage. Above the fissure, those who had yet to enter were momentarily stunned. The earth fire had vanished? Had it been taken by an unknown entity? Coupled with the sudden disappearance of the phenomenon moments ago, it indeed seemed plausible. What a pity! I had hoped to witness a fierce contest, yet it concluded so abruptly. Someone lamented. The ancestor of the Thunder Sky sect also sighed, casting a glance towards the two elders of the Chu family, only to find that they had inexplicably vanished. Let us return. Those capable of seizing the foreign fire in such circumstances possess strength beyond our imagination. In this world, if one lacks a clear understanding of oneself, the outcome can only be tragic. However, just as everyone prepared to depart, an overwhelmingly formidable aura descended with a thunderous roar, manifesting above them like a divine mountain, instantaneously rendering all present as if ensnared by a binding spell, immobilized in place. The crowd gazed upwards, their expressions suddenly shifting to one of terror as a figure emerged in the sky, clad in black attire. He radiated a holy light that seemed impervious to all forms of attack. Who could such a formidable being be? His aura was even more terrifying than that of several martial sovereigns from the beast-taming sect. Had a martial saint descended? The onlookers were struck with dread, wondering if this was indeed a martial saint from the beast-taming sect. However, upon noticing the emblem on his garments, they realized he was not affiliated with them. For the beast-taming sect's attire bore the emblem of spirit beasts, while this newcomer was marked by a white skull. Notably, a symbol resembling white flames adorned his forehead. What faction could he belong to? There seemed to be no such presence within the Qian domain. Yet, the several enraged martial sovereigns of the beast-taming sect, feeling the overwhelming aura, simultaneously changed their expressions. It was a saint envoy. Without daring to linger, they soared into the air, approaching the figure and bowing respectfully. We greet the saint envoy of the beast-taming sect. What of the infernal fire? The figure inquired, immediately addressing the matter at hand without any pleasantries. Reporting to the saint envoy, the anomalous fire has been stolen by an unknown powerful entity. One of them stammered. What? Stolen? What have you been doing? Huatu's voice was a cold reprimand, and his piercing gaze fixed upon the three, causing them to tremble and kneel before him in terror. This scene shattered the perceptions of all onlookers. The esteemed martial sovereigns of the 8-star beast-taming sect were actually kneeling to this individual, who was not even their ancestor. Why was this happening? Shouldn't the 8-star sect stand high and look down upon all others? But the spectacle was not yet concluded. Just as the three figures knelt, another presence traversed the distance, radiating an aura that rivaled that of the previous saint-level figure. Another martial saint? This time, it was an elderly man with graying hair. His attire emblazoned with the emblem of a spirit beast, indicating he was the martial saint ancestor of the beast-taming sect. Eyes widened in disbelief. The next moment left the crowd slack-jawed. Martial saint ancestor Long Yuan pays respects to the esteemed saint envoy. I was unaware of your emergence from seclusion, and I failed to offer a proper welcome. Please forgive my oversight. Before all eyes, the great martial saint, typically an invincible being, knelt on one knee, filled with fear as he bowed before the figure. Everyone was left in a state of shock, fully aware that a martial saint was an unparalleled existence. Why would he kneel before another? Reporting to the saint envoy, a powerful entity beyond the saint level has stealthily taken the anomalous fire. The three martial sovereigns of the beast-taming sect hurriedly explained. A powerful entity at the saint level? Huh. I wish to see who would dare to touch a treasure I have set my sights upon. Huatu scoffed, his expression darkening. If I discover who it is, even a martial saint must surrender it, or face dire consequences. The white flames on his forehead began to flicker, his consciousness expanding outward. Suddenly, narrowing his eyes, he declared, "Found it." With that, his figure vanished in an instant, while the martial ancestor and the three sovereigns of the beast-taming sect followed closely behind him like obedient hounds. Not far from the Great Rift, within an inn in Sunyan City, Long Yuan and a few members of the Chu family took refuge. So, how do you intend to distribute this extraordinary flame? Long Yuan inquired, cradling the azure lotus earth heart fire in his hands. Given that Chu Yin possesses the sacred body and is also an alchemist, it would be best to entrust this flame to him, suggested Chu Hongtu. No. It is better for the family to retain this extraordinary fire. Chu Yan countered. You have witnessed the power of this flame. Keeping it within the family could serve as a trump card, enhancing our security. Although I am an alchemist, I do not know how long I will be away. And in the short term, I fear I will not be able to assist the family. It would be more beneficial for other alchemists in the family to utilize it, thus nurturing more talents. Chu Yan resolutely shook his head. We understand your intentions, Chu Hongtu replied. However, that endeavor will undoubtedly be perilous. Without formidable means at your disposal, your journey may end in tragedy. Therefore, it is prudent for you to keep the earth fire. It might prove vital for your survival at a critical moment. They all recognized Chu Yan's mother. Her appearance and demeanor clearly indicated she was of extraordinary lineage. The quest to locate her would likely be fraught with challenges and dangers. Moreover, Chu Yan, being the sacred body, represented the hope for the rise of the Chu family. No, it is indeed better for the family to retain it. They continued to argue, both sides reluctant to relinquish the earth fire to the other. Long Yuan, overwhelmed by their fervent debate, interjected, Enough. It is merely a flame. You act as though it is a treasure of immense value. Very well, the earth fire shall remain with the family. As for you, Chu Yan, since your journey is fraught with peril, I bestow upon you this celestial fire. With that, Long Yuan extended his right hand, and a violet flame materialized instantly. Ziwei celestial fire? Yao Lao exclaimed in astonishment, his spiritual essence swiftly emerging from the ring on Chu Yan's finger, staring in disbelief at the violet flame. Who are you? Chu Hongtu and the others unleashed a terrifying aura, pressing towards Yao Lao like a colossal wave. Please, elders, allow me to clarify. This man is my master. Chu Yan interposed protectively in front of Yao Lao. Your master? They were taken aback, and Chu Yan proceeded to explain the situation in brief. Realization dawned upon Chu Hongtu and the others, and they clasped their fists in respect towards Yao Lao, acknowledging his role in nurturing talents for the Chu family. Yet, Yao Lao waved his hand, his gaze fixed intently upon the Ziwei celestial fire in Long Yuan's possession. He never anticipated encountering the legendary celestial fire in this location. Yao Lao, is this truly the celestial fire? Chu Yan asked, his eyes fixed on the resplendent violet flame. He could feel his sacred body pulsating with excitement. Even more so than when he first encountered the azure lotus earth heart fire. The sense of danger emanating from this flame was far more intense than that of the previous fire, as if mere contact could lead to his own dissolution. Indeed, there is no mistake. This is the third-ranked fire on the celestial fire list, the Ziwei celestial fire. Yao Lao confirmed. Chapter 47. In the blink of an eye. The martial sage is reduced to ashes. Chu Yan was taken aback, as were Chu Hongtu and Chu Jianchen. The seventh-ranked Qinglian earth heart fire on the earth fire list was so terrifying. One could only imagine the horror of the third-ranked fire on the heavenly fire list. Suddenly, Chu Yan looked up at the beast god, trembling. Beast god. It is said that only an emperor-level powerhouse can tame the heavenly fire. Could it be that you are a demon emperor? In an instant, everyone turned to gaze at the beast god, their expressions filled with astonishment. There had been speculations about the beast god being a demon emperor before, but it had never been confirmed. Until now, it seemed true. However, Long Yuan chuckled and shook his head, saying, I am not a demon emperor. When you all become emperor-level powerhouses, perhaps you will understand my cultivation level. You should refer to me as the beast god. Though he did not voice this thought. All right, now I shall merge this ZY heavenly fire into your body, and you will be able to wield it at any time. The moment Long Yuan pointed at Chu Yan's brow, the purple ZY heavenly fire flowed into Chu Yan's body through his fingertip. Yao Lao was astonished. He was amazed that no protective measures had been taken at all, and it was directly sent into the other's body. If this wasn't the act of a demon emperor, he would not believe it. Moments later, Chu Yan opened his eyes, and the purple flames reflected in his gaze. He extended his hand, and the fierce purple flames blazed, yet he felt no sign of being burned. This was because the ZY heavenly fire had been completely refined with Long Yuan's assistance. Heavenly fire. This was a flame that only emperor-level powerhouses could control. Chu Yan could hardly believe that as a martial king, he could wield it. He felt as though he were dreaming, and Yao Lao also found it hard to accept. Heavenly fire. What a treasure it was, a coveted item even among emperor-level powerhouses, and yet it had been handed over so casually. Long Yuan's mystery deepened in his mind. Thank you, beast god. Chu Yan clasped his fists, his expression earnest as he bowed deeply. The favor shown to him today was immense. Long Yuan nodded and presented him with a jade pendant, saying, Do not fear when you venture out. Do not be intimidated by any forces. If you encounter something you cannot handle, crush the jade pendant, and I will intervene. Chu Yan, touched, accepted the pendant. The beast god was exceedingly kind to him. However, he resolved that unless absolutely necessary, he would not disturb the beast god. Moreover, with the heavenly fire in hand, no one beneath the emperor level was his match. Long Yuan patted his shoulder and said, I eagerly await the day you become a martial emperor. Rest assured, beast god, I will become an emperor-level powerhouse. Chu Yan asserted firmly. Excellent. I believe you can achieve it. At that moment, he glanced outside the room and remarked, All right, you may continue your adventures. There are pests approaching. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan instantly vanished from the room. When he reappeared, he found himself outside Sunyan City. It's a martial saint-level powerhouse. Yao Lao exclaimed. What? A martial saint powerhouse? Chu Yan was startled and soared into the sky, anxiously looking toward the inn. Do not worry. Your beast goddess strength surpasses your imagination. Yao Lao replied calmly. Yao Lao, can't you even discern the beast goddess cultivation level? I'm ashamed. I truly cannot. Yet, I surmise that the adversary is undoubtedly a being of imperial caliber. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conquer the heavenly fire without any auxiliary measures to transfer it into your being and even assist in its complete refinement. Such a feat is beyond the capabilities of a martial saint. Outside the inn, Huatu hovered in the air, his cold gaze fixed upon the interior. Just moments ago, he not only sensed the aura of the blue lotus earth fire, but also a presence far more formidable than it. Could it be the heavenly fire? Impossible. There can be no martial emperor apart from our Hell's Gate. With this thought, Huatu's energy surged within, and he struck down with a palm. In an instant, the winds roared and the earth quaked. The void shattered under the might of the martial saint. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Yan clenched his fists, filled with concern for the beast god and the two elders. But at that moment, a slender blue light, no thicker than a thumb, erupted suddenly from within the inn, piercing through Huatu's brow in an instant. His hand, which had already descended, came to a halt, and the once formidable attack capable of annihilating the entire Sunyan city dissipated into nothingness. With a thud, Huatu's body fell helplessly from the sky, crashing to the ground. A gasp escaped. A single strike had vanquished a saint, confirming the beast god's undeniable status as a demon emperor. Chu Yan was left astounded by the scene before him. I told you not to worry, Elder Yao remarked, though his brow furrowed. The aura emanating from that martial saint should have belonged to Hell's Gate, implying that the Chu family's beast god had no ties to them. How then did he transcend to the status of a demon emperor? In this world, Hell's Gate is the sovereign. Anyone aspiring to become an emperor must do so with their consent, else they would face merciless obliteration upon attempting ascension. Yet this beast god seems unbound by such rules. Could he possess a method to evade Hell's Gate's perception? If that were indeed the case, it would be truly terrifying. The downfall of the forces he previously belonged to was greatly intertwined with Hell's Gate. Du Yuan followed the envoy to Sunyan City, fortuitously witnessing the blue light pierce through the envoy in that very moment, causing the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. The envoy is dead. This spells disaster. Du Yuan's face turned pale. With the envoy's demise, Hell's Gate would undoubtedly seek retribution, and by another's hand. Such events have not transpired in the mortal realm for many years, as all powerful beings are acutely aware of Hell's Gate's supreme, untouchable authority. The envoy's fall today signifies that someone has openly defied Hell's Gate. Who could it be? An elder bellowed, reflecting on the immense effort invested in this envoy. Countless riches, alluring beauties, and the lowering of dignity, all in hopes that their ancestor could join Hell's Gate and seize the opportunity for ascension. Now, with the envoy's death, all their hopes lay in ruins. Silence. Du Yuan admonished sharply, cautioning against provoking the adversary. The ability to slay the envoy with a single strike signifies a terrifying prowess, far beyond our capacity to confront. What shall we do then? Have all our years of effort been rendered futile? An elder, his visage contorted with rage, bellowed. It is all about fate. Yet, this is not the time for such musings. I must swiftly report the events here to the gates of hell. We cannot allow them to unleash their wrath upon our Beastmaster sect. Otherwise, the millennia of our sect's legacy shall be obliterated in an instant. As for the efforts made earlier, Du Yuan gritted his teeth and declared, at worst, we shall begin anew. After all, I still have several thousand years to live. The foundation of our sect and the preservation of my own life are paramount. Furthermore, he ordered immediate covert investigation into all individuals within that inn, hoping to uncover any potential clues. Du Yuan dared not enter the inn, fearing for his own demise within its confines. Chapter 48. A weighty journey ahead, however. Upon their entry into the inn, they found it utterly deserted, devoid of any trace or presence. Before long, the warriors who had come to vie for the extraordinary flame received the shocking news. The formidable saint of the Beastmaster sect, who had once commanded such reverence that even the saints bowed before him, had fallen. He was struck down, a single finger piercing his brow, his soul scattered to the winds. In an instant, disbelief gripped the hearts of all. How could a being of such invincibility perish? Their minds buzzed with confusion, unwilling to accept this grim reality. This was the very pinnacle they had devoted their lives to pursuing. And now, they were informed it could be vanquished with a mere flick? The faith they had cherished for so long lay shattered before them. I witnessed it with my own eyes. A mysterious entity within the inn obliterated him with a single blow. It is highly probable that an extraordinary presence has entered our realm. Perhaps even one beyond the saint level. Do you mean an emperor? But is it not forbidden for someone to ascend to emperor in this world? That remains unclear. It is all mere speculation. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to maintain a low profile for the time being. While traversing the streets, refrain from provoking unassuming beggars or those of unremarkable appearance. They could very well be formidable figures. The death of the saint plunged the entire dry domain into chaos. Not only was the Beastmaster sect gripped by fear, but other warriors too felt unease. As the shadow of the vanished mysterious powerhouse loomed over the entire region like an oppressive mountain. Meanwhile, the instigator, Long Yuan, had returned to the Dragon Emperor Palace in Qingyang City, retreating into solitude. At this moment, he revealed his true form once more, transforming into a colossal blue dragon stretching over 1,000 meters. After such an extended period of cultivation, he found himself still leagues away from achieving divine status. It appeared that transcending this realm posed considerable challenges. Despite benefiting from a 60-fold acceleration in training, breaking through to the divine level was no trivial feat. System. Open the attribute panel. Host. Long Yuan race. Azure Flame Blue Dragon. Cultivation realm. 9th tier Demon Emperor. Perfected. Physical realm. 10th tier Demon God. Perfected. Current task. Elevate the family to a 7-star family. Task rewards. 10 years of cultivation. 1 instance of bloodline return. 10 sacred artifacts. 5 units of sacred physical foundation. 5 units of sacred martial soul foundation. Emperor level body refinement technique. Cosmic star technique. Guardian family level. 6-star. Host cultivation speed increased by 60-fold. Upon seeing the rewards of 10 years of cultivation and bloodline return, a surge of excitement ignited within Long Yuan. However, he remained uncertain whether his 6 centuries of cultivation would enable him to transcend to the divine level. Thus, he must diligently continue his training, striving to achieve a breakthrough in his realm of cultivation beneath the 600-year mark. He pondered with excitement what might emerge after the ancestral return of his bloodline. Subsequently, he began to contemplate the current state of the Chu family. As it stands, only Chu Tianyong has ascended to the martial emperor realm, while the others, including the sacred body Chu Yin, remain merely at the martial king level. Chu Yin was not far from reaching the martial emperor level, however, to ascend to a 7-star family. At least one must possess a 7th-tier martial sovereign and 7 6th-tier martial emperors. Moreover, the progression to such heights is not as swift as one might hope at the outset. Currently, the Chu family boasts 1 martial emperor and 3 martial kings. Still quite a distance from achieving 7-star status. Nevertheless, with the all-spirit sacred body, Chu Tianyong is destined to be the first to break through to the 7th-tier martial sovereign, as his unique constitution is exceptionally conducive to cultivation, even surpassing Chu Yin in speed. Assuming Chu Yin has not encountered any extraordinary opportunities, it is imperative to encourage them to enter the Heart Refining Tower to seize those rewards. Soon, Long Yuan summoned Chu Jinghua. Salutations, Beast God. Chu Jinghua bowed. Has Chu Tianyong not yet emerged from the Heart Refining Tower? Long Yuan inquired. Reporting to the Beast God, the ancestor has been inside for over a month, with no sign of emerging. Such a lengthy absence? Could he be ensnared by some inner demon? Long Yuan questioned. For once trapped by an inner demon, one could either perish or vanquish the demon to exit the Heart Refining Tower. It is important to note that such death is not a true demise, but rather a death within the illusions of the tower. However, should this occur, one would be unable to claim the treasures within. Only by conquering the inner demon and elevating one's mental state can the rewards be obtained. Rest assured, all shall be well. The primary function of the Heart Refining Tower is to temper one's mental state. If you are untroubled, you may also enter the tower and give it a try. Indeed, Chu Jinghua replied. Moreover, I have placed some treasures within. For instance, the physique evolution pill, the mirror shattering pill, and even the origins of sacred level physiques and sacred level martial souls. Should one conquer their inner demon and undergo the mental trials within, there exists the possibility of acquiring these treasures. The physique evolution pill can elevate one's physique to the next major tier, while the mirror shattering pill can facilitate breakthroughs across all realms, including that of the martial emperor. As for the origins, I believe even without my elaboration, you grasp their significance. Chu Jinghua's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a plethora of treasures resided within that tower? And with treasures like the physique evolution pill and mirror-shattering pill? Now do you comprehend the purpose of the heart-refining tower's location? Long Yuan continued. From now on, aside from those who have made significant contributions to the family, others seeking to obtain opportunities for a miraculous transformation must venture into the heart-refining tower. Do not allow it to languish. I desire those rewards to be swiftly claimed by our kin, for the treasures I place there are intended to enhance the strength of the Chu family. Chu Jingyue was overwhelmed with excitement. The gratitude owed to the beast god for their family was beyond the capacity of mere words to express. He could only kneel on the ground to express the reverence in his heart. Enough of this. The Chu family is still far from our goal. Upon returning, one must diligently cultivate and develop the family. Yes, Jingyue will certainly honor the beast god's directives. After Chu Jingyue departed, Long Yuan continued his training, aspiring to reach the divine level before the family broke through the 7 stars. Upon his return to the family, Chu Jingyue began to promote the significance of the heart refinement tower. Of course, he did not utter a word about the treasures within, as those should remain undisclosed. Sharpening one's mind, I shall give it a try? Chu Zhan expressed his interest. Without further ado, he plunged directly into the heart refinement tower. Currently, many members of the Chu family have begun to forget the transfer to the 9-layered spatial world, but those entering are primarily warriors and pregnant women. This is because if pregnant women are nourished by the essence of heaven and earth for an extended period during pregnancy, the likelihood of their children becoming warriors is significantly greater than usual, and the chances of possessing a special constitution are also markedly enhanced. This explains why prestigious families are more likely to produce extraordinary talents. Now that the Chu family has grown prosperous, they are particularly considerate towards women in pregnancy. Any resources beneficial to them will be provided. This also lays the foundation for the next generation. As for ordinary individuals who cannot cultivate, they must remain in Qingyang City. Such is the harsh reality of this world. Chapter 49. Heart Refinement Tower. Half a month later, Chu Tianyang emerged from the Heart Refinement Tower. However, his condition was far from satisfactory. He exuded an aura of madness, his demeanor appearing quite deranged. Ancestor, are you all right? The concerned clan members surrounding the Heart Refinement Tower inquired, astonished that such a formidable place could render the ancestor in such a state. Gazing at the gathered members of the Chu family, Chu Tianyang cast another glance at the Heart Refinement Tower, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. It turned out that everything he had experienced prior was but an illusion, a trial designed to temper one's spirit. Ancestor, what has happened to you? Chu Jingyue and others who rushed over anxiously questioned. Why was the ancestor crying? It was terrifying. The Heart Refinement Tower was indeed exceedingly dreadful. Chu Tianyang took a deep breath, meditated on the spot for a considerable time, and gradually the madness on his face subsided. Yet, his words caused many who were preparing to enter the Heart Refinement Tower to hesitate. If even the martial emperor ancestor deemed it terrifying, would they not be walking into a dead end? Ancestor, what exactly did you experience within? Chu Hongtu asked cautiously. I returned to the night before the Ma family annihilated us. Chu Tianyang stated solemnly. At that time, he had been forced to enter the Jiuxiao mountain range in search of opportunities, while the Ma family relentlessly pressured him to appear. Even threatening to kill a member of the Chu family for each day, he remained absent. Chu Tianyang knew all too well that if he were to show himself, all the Chu family members would be slaughtered immediately. Thus, he continued to search for opportunities within the Jiuxiao mountain range. However, the constant news of clan members dying drove him nearly to madness. Yet unexpectedly, in his moment of utmost despair, he found a legacy. It was a demonic art, a technique that involved devouring the essence and blood of living beings. At that moment, I felt as if I had discovered a priceless treasure and immediately immersed myself in cultivation. Within the 9 Heavens mountain range, I consumed the essence of the blood and flesh of the demonic beasts, embarking on a frenzied path of growth. Yet, this ultimately was a dark art, gradually tainting my mind, turning me into a being of slaughter, consumed solely by the desire for bloodshed. Forgetting the original intent with which I entered the 9 Heavens mountain range, when I finally regained my senses, I found my entire family had been mercilessly slaughtered by the Ma family. In a fit of madness, I unleashed my fury, annihilating every member of the Ma family, sparing not even the tens of thousands in the entire Qingyang town. From that moment, I truly descended into the abyss, becoming a soulless puppet, massacring city after city. Viewing the millions of lives merely as resources to enhance my cultivation, I became a public enemy of the world, until one day, a girl appeared before me, claiming to be a survivor of our Chu family. Yet my heart remained unmoved, and I raised my hand to kill her. Her blood splattered across my face. And in that moment, I felt the unmistakable connection to my Chu lineage. It awakened a flicker of my conscience. reminding me of my initial purpose in entering the Nine Heavens mountain range. Ultimately, I chose to end my own life. All eyes were on the ancestor. Was this truly the harrowing experience he endured within the Heart Refinement Tower? How could it be so terrifying? The dark arts are not to be practiced, for they profoundly affect one's spirit. Moreover, my eagerness for rapid advancement led me to become a mere puppet of the dark arts, losing sight of my original intentions. Chu Tianyong sighed, reflecting on how he had been blinded by hatred, driven by vengeance to the point of becoming a habitual killer and a public enemy of the world. Ancestor, do you still recall the dark arts? Chu Hongxiao inquired. Just an ephemeral dream. Naturally, I cannot remember. Chu Tianyong shook his head, acknowledging that his trial of the heart had been a complete failure. Ha! How exhilarating. Just then, a roar erupted from the Heart Refinement Tower, as Chu Zhan emerged with an expression of sheer excitement. His high-grade spiritual physique, the mighty diamond body, had astonishingly evolved into a top-tier king-grade diamond battle body after consuming the reward body evolution pill. Chu Zhan had not anticipated such an outcome, yet he had been instructed by the beast god to keep this achievement confidential. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of the beast god. No one else possessed such capability. Chu Zhan, why are you out so soon? Chu Jingyue inquired, astonished, considering that Chu Zhan had only been inside for half a month. I'm not sure how it happened, but I just came out. Did you receive a reward? Chu Jingyue asked in disbelief. Chu Zhan nodded. A tremendous reward. He turned to Chu Shiran, saying, "Haha, Shiran, this time I shall challenge you once more." Certainly. Chu Shiran agreed. Wait, you two can duel later. Chu Zhan, what transpired within? Several elders hastily questioned. I returned to the day I was bound to the pillar of shame. However, that night, with the desperate protection of my clansmen, we young ones managed to escape. From that moment, I vowed not only to seek revenge, but also to restore the glory of the Chu family. However, I am acutely aware of my current capabilities, which has led me to choose the path of forbearance. Accompanied by a few surviving clansmen, I embarked on an expedition to the city of Fiery Sunday. Ultimately, I stumbled upon a legacy at a street stall, igniting my journey of cultivation once more. Despite my mediocre talent, I persevered in my training with gritted teeth, driven by the desire for vengeance and the revival of the Chu clan. Even so, it took me over a century to attain the third stage martial master, a pace akin to that of a snail, while my adversaries, the Ma family, had grown into a formidable six-star clan. After enduring a century of hardship, my resurgent clan faced yet another massacre at the hands of the Ma family. In the end, I sacrificed an arm to lead a portion of my kin to break free from the encirclement and escape into the Juxiao mountain range. Perhaps out of compassion, fate bestowed upon me a body refinement technique suited to my nature, marking the beginning of my rise. In 3 years, I broke through to martial sovereign. 10 years later, I ascended to martial king. A century thereafter, I achieved martial emperor, and after 5 centuries, I attained martial venerable, finally gaining the power to exact my revenge. Not only did I annihilate the Ma family, but I also expanded the Chu clan to an 8-star family. Ultimately, after millennia, I faced the end of my life, unable to transcend to martial emperor. Chu Zhan sighed, feeling as though he were in a dream. Yet the sensations were profoundly real, especially the anguish of witnessing his family's annihilation twice, as if it were truly happening. Thus, the distinction between you and the ancestor lies in your steadfastness to your original aspirations. Despite enduring numerous tribulations, you never wavered, with your goals consistently centered on vengeance and the strengthening of your clan. Conversely, the ancestor succumbed to the allure of demonic cultivation, losing his clarity after pursuing it and forgetting his initial intentions, leading to his failure. Chu Jingyue remarked that from these two cases, one can discern that entering the Heart Refinement Tower entails various trials, likely manifesting as psychological shadows in the present world. If one can remain true to their heart, they may pass the trials of the Heart Refinement Tower. However, should one lose their way, failure is inevitable. Chapter 50. Dragon Guardian Chu Zhan looked at the ancestor with a bemused expression, suddenly bursting into laughter, exclaiming, I never expected the ancestor to fail. Haha. Does that mean I am the first to conquer the Heart Refinement Tower? I feel compelled to inscribe my glory here. Chu Tianyong, visibly vexed, merely wished to subdue the lad beneath his foot. Thus, the trials within the Heart Refinement Tower are unrelated to cultivation. What is tempered is one's state of mind. As long as one's resolve remains unwavering, they can navigate the challenges within. However, one must also prepare mentally, for the experience may be harrowing. Those with fragile resolve should refrain from entering lightly, lest they crumble and become akin to lifeless husks. Chu Jingyue addressed the assembly. This is indeed plausible, just as the ancestor appeared quite off-kilter upon emerging. Hence, the rewards for defying fate within these confines may not be easily obtained. After much contemplation, some chose to enter, while others opted to await a more opportune moment before proceeding. In the subsequent days, Chu Tianyang refrained from hastily engaging in cultivation, opting instead to leisurely wander about his family and Qingyang City, seeking solace from his experiences in the Heart Refinement Tower. In the spatial realm's martial arena, he was astonished to discover that Chu Zhan was locked in an intense battle with Chu Shiran, neither able to gain the upper hand. How remarkable! The boy's physique has undergone a transformation. Observing Chu Zhan, whose skin radiated a golden hue, he could distinctly sense that the young man's constitution had transcended the spirit-level diamond body. This resembled the superior quality of the king-level diamond battle body. When did his constitution change? Could it be a reward acquired within the Heart Refinement Tower? Such an evolution of one's physique could only be attributed to the divine intervention of the beast god, yet Chu Zhan had only recently entered the Heart Refinement Tower, a treasure bestowed by the beast god. Thus, it was highly probable that Chu Zhan had received a reward for successfully navigating the trials of the mental realm. Indeed, it must be so. Chu Tianyang, too, coveted the beast god's reward. He was determined to re-enter at a later date, refusing to believe that he could not endure the trials of the heart. Gazing at the vast expanse of the nine-layered spatial world, he marveled at how, in just a year, the Chu family had progressed to such heights. All of this was thanks to the beast god. Yet, what could they possibly offer in return? Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. While they might be unable to contribute to the divine beasts, they must continuously affirm the beast god status within the Chu family. Subsequently, he sought out Chu Jinghua. What are your commands, ancestor? I have several notions regarding the family that may be worthwhile. Perhaps you would care to listen. Our Chu family has now ascended to the ranks of a 6-star family, yet we lack a family crest. I believe we should design one that embodies the essence of the Chu family and also signifies the beast god. From now on, the crest must be emblazoned upon the gazes of all Chu family members. Furthermore, we could create a battle flag based on this crest, thus establishing any territory marked by this flag as within the domain of the Chu family. Additionally, I propose the formation of an organization. Only the mightiest within our family shall be granted entry. Chu Jinghua looked at his ancestor in astonishment. Are you suggesting we cultivate an assassin organization, ancestor? Has the after effect of the Heart Refinement Tower not yet subsided? Do you wish to unleash havoc upon this world? Nonsense. Am I that sort of person? Chu Tianyang glared at Chu Jinghua. What I mean is that this organization will be named after dragons, possibly featuring the left and right dragon generals, the 7 dragon guardians, and so forth. This organization will become the hallmark of our Chu family in the future. Henceforth, it shall be the utmost honor for every member of the Chu family to join this organization. Do you comprehend my intent? Jinghua understood. I shall discuss this matter seriously with the other elders. We will formulate a plan in the shortest time possible. Chu Jinghua nodded, astonished by how agile his ancestor's mind had become. Could the Heart Refinement Tower possess such capabilities? What sort of look is that, you rascal? Do you dare to challenge me? Chu Tianyang glared at Chu Jinghua, irritated by the growing disregard for his position. One must swiftly transcend the realm of the martial sovereign, allowing them to recognize the formidable prowess of our venerable ancestor. Neither dares to defy, for Jingyu holds no such audacity. Chu Jinghua, with his astute decisiveness, convened all the elders that very day to articulate the ancestor's vision. Presently, the Chu clan boasts a multitude exceeding tens of thousands, necessitating extensive management, leading to an increase in the elders from the original 8 to over 20. The ancestor's idea is commendable. I shall be the first to pledge my allegiance to this organization, Chu Jinshin declared with enthusiasm. Do not be so hasty. We remain in the discussion phase. He continued. My vision is for this organization to embrace the principle of survival of the fittest, permitting only the most formidable to gain entry. Naturally, this organization shall also enjoy the highest privileges bestowed by the Chu family. We must instill in everyone the belief that joining this organization is the utmost honor. At this juncture, all present were encouraged to voice their thoughts regarding the design of the family emblem, the battle flag's motifs, and the nomenclature of the organization, as well as its hierarchy. Subsequently, a fervent debate ensued among the assembly. Ultimately, a consensus was reached. The family emblem would feature the character Chu at its center, encircled by a majestic dragon. The insignia of the Chu family battle flag would mirror this design. The organization was aptly named Dragon Guardian, with ranks including the left and right dragon sovereigns, 9 dragon generals, and 33 dragon guardians. Members of the Dragon Guardian would possess no substantive rights, but would hold a status equivalent to that of the esteemed elders within the Chu clan. Given this, I presume there would be no objection to my becoming one of the dual dragon sovereigns? Chu Jinshin asserted, his prowess undoubtedly distinguishing him among the elders. The other elders, not wishing to be outdone, eagerly sought to join as well. Cease your clamor. If all join the Dragon Guardian, how shall our Chu clan maintain its normal operations? We must recognize that the family's advancement is our paramount duty. The establishment of the Dragon Guardian serves not only to express our utmost respect for the beast god, but also to foster the clan's development. As for the method of joining the Dragon Guardian, I have devised a plan. We shall use martial prowess as the criterion. Only the strongest among us shall qualify for inclusion. We must not tarnish the honor of the Dragon Guardian. As for you elders, let us engage in a contest of martial skill. The 2 strongest shall temporarily assume the positions within the 33 Dragon Guardians. And should any surpass your might in the future, you shall graciously yield your positions. Under the auspices of Chu Jinghua, all elders aspiring to join the Dragon Guardian participated in a widely publicized duel within the spatial realm. This ignited curiosity among the clansmen. Why would the elders engage in combat without cause? Yet, with the unveiling of the Dragon Guardian, the rationale became clear. They sought to determine the mightiest among them for inclusion. Chapter 51. The arrival of the martial saint of Hell's Gate. All clansmen were permitted to participate, with 2 elders selected, while the remainder would be chosen from among the clansmen. The first selection would yield the 33 Dragon Guardians, followed by the 9 Dragon Generals, culminating in the appointment of the left and right Dragon Sovereigns. Only the 9 most formidable among the 33 Dragon Guardians could ascend to the rank of Dragon General. And from the Dragon Generals, the 2 most powerful would become the Dragon Sovereigns. As for any vacancies within the Dragon Guardians, they would continue to be filled from within the clan. The clansmen may ascend to become new Dragon Guardians by challenging the existing ones. Upon the announcement of this news by Chu Jinghua, the entire Chu family erupted in excitement. It was destined that only the strongest individuals from the Chu lineage would gather within the ranks of the Dragon Guardians. Haha, Dragon Guardians, you say? I, Chu Zhan, must become one of them. Chu Zhan laughed joyfully, while Chu Shiran and the others, had they not already entered the Heart Refinement Tower, would undoubtedly have joined him in exuberantly shouting their intent to join. In the ensuing period, the Chu family embarked on an intense selection process for the Dragon Guardians. Just then, the entire Qian domain, which had only recently settled after the fall of a martial saint, was shaken once again by a terrifying event. Over a dozen martial saints descended upon the Qian domain simultaneously. Such a dreadful occurrence instantly plunged all warriors in the Qian domain into silence, with everyone remaining indoors, fearing that a careless misstep might provoke the wrath of these formidable beings. Within the Beastmaster sect, trepidation gripped everyone from top to bottom, as the presence of these martial saints bore down upon them, imposing an overwhelming aura that rendered them unable to lift their heads. Their attire bore the emblem of the Hell Gate, a skull, with pale flames manifesting on their foreheads. So, you have yet to uncover any clues? One individual inquired coldly. Reporting to the Holy Envoy, the enemy's strength is inscrutable, and we have found no trace of them despite scouring the entire Qian domain. Long Yuan bowed deeply, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he spoke in a hushed tone. Inscrutable? Could it be that he is a martial emperor? Another scoffed. I suspect you have not truly exerted yourselves in the search. Were it not for the fact that your Beastmaster sect still holds some utility in the Qian domain, you would already have vanished. Yes, indeed. Faced with such insult, Long Yuan dared not retort. They indeed possessed such strength. Decades ago, an ancestor of a holy level force attempted to breach the martial emperor threshold without our consent and was ultimately slain by us. Moreover, it has been nearly 10 millennia since anyone dared to lay a hand on our Hellgate warriors. We shall see what sort of strong figures emerge from this mere Qian domain. As for this matter, you Beastmaster sect need not concern yourselves. Simply guard the gates well. As for the one who harmed our sect, we shall flay him alive as a lesson to others. Long Yuan quickly flattered. With the esteemed holy envoys taking action, that rogue will surely not escape your grasp. Indeed, that is a certainty. Shortly thereafter, the group of martial saints vanished from the Beastmaster sect, but one of them, as they departed, cast a wicked grin and abducted a beautiful elder from the sect. Yet, in the face of this spectacle, Long Yuan could only suppress his fury, silently praying that the elder would satisfy the holy envoy's needs, for after all, this too was an opportunity for them, was it not? The entire Qian domain was rife with tension, yet the Chu family in Qingyang City remained unfazed, continuing with their affairs as usual. The selection of Dragon Guardians proceeded as planned, with the first Elder Chu Hongtu and the 7th Elder Chu Jianshan emerging victorious, becoming 2 of the 33 Dragon Guardians. Within the clan, Chu Zhan emerged as a formidable force, and after a fortnight, the total number of Dragon Guardians had been firmly established at 44. Although you have now become a member of the Dragon Guardians, do not allow yourselves to grow complacent. From this day forth, elections for the Dragon Guardians will be held every 6 months. Should you find yourselves defeated during this time, you must leave the Dragon Guardians. However, if you can vanquish your superiors, you may ascend to the ranks of Dragon Generals or even Dragon Sovereigns. Chu Jingyue addressed the assembly, noting that members of the Chu family were scattered throughout the Jiuxiao Mountains for training, with some refining their skills in the Heart Refining Tower. Among them were formidable individuals such as Chu Shiran, Chu Shan, and Chu Luqing, all of whom were at the Martial King level. In 6 months, a fierce contest would undoubtedly ensue. Boom. Just then, a thunderous sound reverberated through Qingyang City, causing the entire city to tremble. Was someone attacking the grand formation of Qingyang City? Startled, Chu Jingyue immediately exited the spatial realm. Outside Qingyang City, a martial sage frowned as he surveyed the city before him. Not only was there a sacred-level grand formation, but also an entrance to a spatial realm? How could such a place harbor such anomalies? The martial sage of the Hell Gate, Kuei Jie, furrowed his brow. With several martial sages scattered across the various corners of the Qin domain, as long as the adversary remained within the Qin domain, they could unearth anyone who dared to provoke the Hell Gate, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. Kuei Jie had arrived at the Jiuxiao Mountains, a location previously home to a powerful force known as the Yunxiao sect. One of their ancestors had once evaded the watchful eyes of the Hell Gate and ascended to the martial emperor level through unknown means. Although he was ultimately slain by several martial emperors, the method by which he achieved his status without alerting them remained a mystery. Now, he had unexpectedly encountered an entrance to a spatial realm within this very city. Initially, he intended to force the city's strong to reveal themselves with a single strike, only to provoke a sacred-level formation that even he could not breach. Impossible. The creation of a spatial realm was an endeavor only a martial emperor could accomplish. How could such a being exist here? Suddenly, he recalled the martial emperor from the Yunxiao sect, and his heart jolted. This city was perfectly situated at the foot of the Jiuxiao Mountains. Could it be that someone among them had inherited the mysterious legacy of that martial emperor? Or perhaps they had even ascended to the martial emperor level themselves. Hence, they were able to establish a spatial realm here? If this were indeed the case, then I alone would find it difficult to subdue them. With this thought, Kuei Jie began to communicate with other martial sages in the Qian domain. Otherwise, a reckless incursion would result in a futile loss of life. Within Qingyang City, Chu Jingyue, accompanied by several elders, ascended to the city walls and beheld Kuei Jie outside. The overwhelming aura emanating from him filled them with trepidation. What manner of formidable being was this, and why did he attack our Qingyang City without provocation? Chu Jingyue pondered. Perhaps it was related to the recent demise of the martial sage from Tsangyan City. Chu Jinshin remarked that during this period, the entire Qinyu was fraught with tension, and our intelligence network has uncovered that numerous martial saints have descended upon Qinyu, all hailing from the same sect. This implies they are here to trouble our Chu family. Martial saints. It seems we must call upon the beast god for assistance. Chu Jingyue felt a surge of anxiety, acutely aware that against such multitudes of adversaries, they were unable to muster sufficient strength to aid the beast god. In less than an hour, over a dozen martial saints arrived outside Qingyang City, their terrifying auras sweeping through the air, causing spatial rifts to proliferate, with holy light illuminating the surroundings as if divine beings had descended upon the mortal realm. Chapter 52. The evidence is clear. The beast god is the demon emperor. A formidable presence reverberated, instantly plunging every martial artist within Qingyang City into a state of dread. Could there truly be an entrance to a spatial realm? The martial saint Wang Taibei gazed in astonishment towards the direction of the Chu family in Qingyang City. Though his white hair floated in the wind, his complexion remained youthful and rosy, reminiscent of a child. His eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, held a piercing intensity. Be careful. There seems to be a significant secret here. I surmise that they may have acquired the legacy of the Yunxiao sect within the Jiuxiao Mountains, and it is possible that a martial emperor-level expert is stationed here. Should we relay this information to headquarters and deploy emperor-level warriors? Kuei Jie inquired. Wang Taibei, the leader of their mission, not only possessed the pinnacle of martial saint cultivation, but also had the capability to contend with a quasi-saint, his strength profoundly unfathomable. It is impossible for an emperor-level expert to emerge here. The 9th-tier earthly veins in this area were obliterated by us long ago. Currently, aside from those forbidden areas we dare not enter, all other 9th-tier veins within the human realm are under our control. Therefore, it is unlikely for an emperor-level expert to be born. At most, we might encounter a quasi-emperor-level being. Wang Taibei stated calmly, his gaze sharp as he discerned Chu Jingyue, who occupied a central position on the city wall, concluding that he must be the person in charge here. With a commanding shout, he proclaimed, "Since you are the lord of this city, why do you not step forth to welcome us?" Due to Kuei Jie's earlier strike, The sun and moon star array had manifested, obstructing their entrance into the city. Chu Jingyue trembled as he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, akin to being targeted by a primordial beast. Yet, he gritted his teeth and sneered. If you were friends, I, Chu, would naturally welcome you. However, given your murderous intent, it is clear you come with ill intentions, and I, Chu, cannot greet you with a smile. Huh, a mere martial king dares to be so audacious. Who grants you such courage? Wang Taibei sneered, a murderous glint radiating from his eyes. It is I who grants him the courage. A thunderous voice suddenly boomed, and a colossal blue dragon head emerged from the storm clouds, its golden pupils fixated upon Wang Taibei and the others. Is this the Dragon Clan? Wang Taibei exclaimed in shock. How can this be? Hasn't the Dragon Clan entered the sacred realm? Why do they appear here? Kuei Jie and the others widened their eyes, as it was said that the Dragon Clan in the sacred realm was an exceedingly powerful race. Wang Taibei scrutinized the giant dragon, sensing that its aura was not particularly formidable. Could it be an unripe young dragon? According to Wang Taibei's knowledge, the growth cycle of dragons is notably lengthy. If one could capture the true dragon before them and deliver it to the sacred realm, would it not be a monumental achievement? In that instant, the avarice in his eyes was unmasked. To dare set their sights on me, what audacity! Suddenly, a blue dragon claw descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the group with a thunderous roar. Capture it alive! Wang Taibei bellowed, his energy surging violently around him, unleashing a terrifying assault aimed at the claw above. The other dozen or so martial saints erupted with unparalleled combat prowess, their foreheads aflame with a ghostly hue, roaring as they charged forth. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated, shaking the very heavens and earth. An endless cascade of holy light clashed with the blue dragon claw, unleashing a torrent of energy. Yet, as the energy dissipated, only the dragon claw remained suspended in the air, while the martial saints below had already vanished without a trace. The claw slowly retreated into the thunderclouds, and the figure of Long Yuan once again eluded everyone's gaze. Chu Jingyue and the others swallowed hard. Was this the might of the beast god? With a single claw, a dozen martial saints had been reduced to ashes. It was undeniable. The beast god was indeed the demon emperor. Without the strength of a demon emperor, how could such devastation be wrought? Not far from Qingyang City, the martial saint Du Laiyuan of the beast tamer sect trembled in fear. What manner of being was this? So terrifying? Could it be the demon emperor? Yet, even if you are the demon emperor, you shall not survive, for the Hell Gate shall not spare you. With so many martial saints perished, the Hell Gate would undoubtedly dispatch an emperor-level powerhouse. Du Laiyuan clenched his teeth. This demon emperor must be eradicated, or the beast tamer sect would never again lift its head in the Qian domain. I must report this matter immediately. This scene was witnessed not only by Du Laiyuan, but by many others. Now everyone knew that the beast god of the Chu family was indeed a demon emperor. The previous legends of the 7th-tier demon sovereign and 8th-tier demon saint had been shattered. In an instant, Qingyang City had become the epicenter of Cangzhou, and it would not be long before it became the heart of the Qian domain. Yet, the president of the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce, Gu Tianli, discreetly departed at the first opportunity, fleeing to Yanyang City to avoid calamity, for he understood well that Qingyang City might soon vanish from existence. This incident would undoubtedly stir the emperor-level powerhouses of the Hell Gate. Would a mere Qingyang City survive their intervention? What a pity. A family with such potential now faces obliteration. Gu Tianli sighed. However, the Chu family remained unperturbed. The beast goddess' ability to perform such feats must stem from some formidable backing, and all they needed to do was follow the beast goddess' directives to diligently develop their lineage. Elder 13, do you harbor any concerns? In the grand hall of the Chu family, Chu Jingyue observed the somewhat dazed expression of Elder 13, Chu limping. Alas, my grandson Chu Feng has likely perished in the Jiuxiao mountain range. The elderly Chu limping sighed. It had been 2 months without a word. Chu Feng. Chu Jingyue furrowed his brow. He recalled the boy. His talent was lacking, yet he had been exceptionally diligent in his cultivation, persevering for a whole decade without breaking through to the first-tier martial artist level. Yet he remained undeterred, steadfast in his relentless training. Chu Jingyue initially contemplated making the other party a beast god, but ultimately chose those with superior talents, such as Chu Shan and others. Alas, such is the nature of this world. One must remain vigilant, for danger of demise lurks at every corner. Despite the immense power of the Chu family, when venturing into the world, one must rely solely on their own true abilities. Death is a frequent occurrence in this realm. Meanwhile, deep within the Jiuxiao mountain range, a youth of approximately 20 suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp light erupted from the depths of his gaze. After years of arduous training without a breakthrough, he had finally ascended to the 3rd tier of martial mastery. Success. At long last, success. After enduring 81 trials within the illusion over several months, he had finally obtained the Chaos Pearl. Chu Feng gazed at the black orb within him, which emitted wisps of chaotic energy, continuously purifying his essence. Given sufficient time, his physique would evolve from a mere mortal body to an unparalleled chaos divine body. Casting his eyes upon the countless skeletal remains nearby, those who had entered but failed to pass the trials of the Chaos Pearl, Chu Feng shivered. Fortuitously, he had cultivated an indomitable spirit from a young age. Otherwise, he might have met the same fate as those unfortunate souls. Chapter 53. The Legacy of Yunxiao Sect. Although I did not acquire the other legacies of the Yunxiao sect, I have secured their most treasured Chaos Pearl, which is more than sufficient. Moreover, it seems that the other legacies of the Yunxiao sect are on the verge of emerging. I must promptly report this news to my family. The Yunxiao sect is rumored to possess the legendary inheritance of the martial emperor, and only by taking the initiative can one hope to seize the finest legacy. Otherwise, when the moment of revelation arrives, the storm will truly break. Through this experience, Chu Feng understood why so many were eager to venture out for training. The benefits reaped from a single opportunity could surpass years of diligent cultivation. Subsequently, he departed from that place and returned to his family. Fenger, you are alive. The moment he laid eyes on his grandson, Chu Linpeng, who had been despondent for some time, was overwhelmed with joy, embracing Chu Feng tightly. For this matter, he had not only searched extensively, but even the clan leader had issued a reward for Chu Feng's whereabouts, yet no news had surfaced. Grandfather. Chu Feng's eyes welled with tears. He could easily imagine the worry his grandfather must have endured during his absence. Chu Feng, you have returned. At that moment, Chu Zhan, carrying several bottles of wine, arrived, intending to share a few drinks with the elder, only to see Chu Feng's return. Chu Zhan, goodness. You have become a third-tier martial master? It seems you have encountered significant fortune during your travels. Chu Zhan exclaimed in astonishment. He was well aware of Chu Feng's talent. Despite years of cultivation, he had never managed to break through to the first tier of martial prowess. Even after the appearance of the beast god, which propelled the Chu family's strength to new heights, and despite the influx of various elixirs, Chu Feng's cultivation remained stagnant at the first tier. He had even expressed that he might never step into the realm of martial arts. Yet now, after a single journey, his cultivation had astonishingly risen to that of a third-tier martial master. Indeed, it left Chu Zhan utterly astonished. What? You have finally broken through to become a martial artist? In his excitement, Chu Linpeng quickly came to his senses, and upon careful perception, he was taken aback. Yes, grandfather, not only have I become a martial artist, but I have also advanced to a third-tier martial master. Chu Feng nodded eagerly. Aside from himself, perhaps only his grandfather truly understood the extent of his efforts. Wonderful, wonderful. Heaven bless, and the beast god protect. My grandson has finally made a breakthrough. Chu Linpeng laughed heartily. As the saying goes, silence is but a prelude to a resounding roar. Your journey in cultivation will surely be much smoother from now on. In light of this, let us hasten to cultivate. And one day we shall have a grand duel. Chu Zhan patted Chu Feng's shoulder. Agreed. Chu Feng nodded. By the way, grandfather, I have an urgent matter to report to the clan leader. You've only just returned. Whatever it is can wait until you've had a chance to rest. No. This matter is of great importance. I have discovered an ancient sect's legacy in the Jiuxiao mountain range, and according to the information I have gathered, it should be an 8-star sect, possibly one that has even produced a martial emperor. What? An 8-star sect? Chu Linpeng exclaimed. Come. Let us hurry to see the clan leader. If it were merely a small legacy, the Chu family might not have taken it seriously. But an 8-star legacy demands our utmost caution. Upon meeting with the clan leader, Chu Feng recounted the details of his findings in the Jiuxiao mountain range. Though he refrained from mentioning the matter of the chaotic pearl, the legacy of the Yunxiao sect? Excellent. Chu Feng, you have done remarkably well. Once this matter is concluded, I shall personally report your achievements to the beast god and seek a fortune for you. Chu Jingyue stated earnestly. I care not for fortunes. My only wish is for our Chu family to grow ever stronger and prevent the tragic events of the past from recurring. Chu Feng replied, as he possessed the chaotic pearl, rendering ordinary fortunes of little use to him. Fear not, the family will undoubtedly grow stronger. We shall never allow that scene to unfold again. Subsequently, Chu Jingyue directly summoned the ancestor, Chu Tianyang, who was in seclusion. After some time apart, his cultivation had reached new heights. The 10,000 spirits sacred body rendered his training speed remarkably terrifying. No other sacred body of comparable quality could rival the 10,000 spirits sacred body. In just a few months, he had ascended to the pinnacle of martial emperor. Ancestor, why do I feel as if your cultivation speed has never waned? Chu Jingyue inquired with curiosity. Because previously, The beast god bestowed upon me yet another opportunity. That explains it. What is the matter? Chu Tianyang asked. Chu Jingyue recounted the discoveries made by Chu Feng, the legacy of the Yunxiao sect. In that case, I shall take some individuals to investigate it at once. The legacy of the Yunxiao sect within the Jiuxiao mountain range has been the primary focus of the Chu family's recent explorations, and now we finally have a lead. Chu Tianyang, accompanied by several elders and clan members, entered the Jiuxiao mountain range under Chu Feng's guidance. I am quite curious. How did you dare venture so deeply into the Jiuxiao mountain range when you had yet to break through to even a first-tier martial artist? Chu Hongtu inquired with intrigue. Even we, as martial king elders, would not dare to enter the depths lightly. Chu Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he confessed, to be honest. I was forced in here by a demonic beast. Ah, I see. The others laughed heartily. It seems fate has led you to this opportunity. Such is luck. Had it been someone else, they would surely have perished at the hands of the beast. Following Chu Feng's lead, the group encountered no obstacles along their path and arrived at their destination without incident. Is this an underground spatial realm? Chu Tianyang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Chu Feng replied. This place was originally guarded by a treasured artifact, which I have now acquired, thus revealing the barrier here. Chu Tianyang nodded. Though he refrained from inquiring about the nature of the treasure, he surmised it must be extraordinarily valuable, as it was rumored that even martial saints and martial emperors had ventured here in search, only to find nothing. Such an artifact, eluding the gaze of such formidable beings, could hardly be ordinary. Were it anyone else who had obtained the treasure, they would undoubtedly attempt to seize it, for in this world, treasures rightfully belong to the strong. However, since Chu Feng was a member of the Chu family, there was no cause for concern, as he sensed the revealed underground transparent barrier. Chu Tianyang unleashed his peak martial emperor strength, channeling his formidable martial techniques. As his spiritual energy surged, he struck the barrier with a powerful punch, only to find it utterly unyielding. Let us all strike together. In an instant, the elders accompanying Chu Tianyang unleashed their terrifying power, their energies converging into a single force that assailed the transparent barrier before them, yet it remained unperturbed. What a robust barrier! Chu Jinshan exclaimed, astonished. Despite wielding the sacred sword and the combined might of the ancestors and elders, they were unable to breach the barrier. It seems we must call upon the beast god for assistance. Chu Tianyang sighed, and then picked up the communication stone to reach out. This device allowed for cross-regional communication. A most convenient tool. All right, everyone, let us wait here. The beast god shall arrive shortly. Just as he finished speaking, a blue dragon measuring only a few meters appeared before him. Chapter 54. The chaotic divine body of Chu Feng. Behold, a divine beast. Chu Tianyang hurriedly bowed, and the others followed suit. Long Yuan nodded, glancing at the barrier with mild surprise. Remarkable. This barrier is remarkably well preserved, as if it has not succumbed to the ravages of time. Who discovered this barrier? Reporting to the beast god, it was discovered by our clansman, Chu Feng. Long Yuan followed Chu Tianyang's gaze and beheld a young man with a resolute expression, yet a hint of panic in his eyes. Practitioner, Chu Feng, physique, chaotic divine body, growth level 1, cultivation realm, mid-stage 3rd rank martial master, physical strength, mid-stage 2nd rank martial artist, identity, member of the Chu family, treasure, chaotic pearl, supreme artifact. Oh? Long Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. A chaotic divine body at growth level 1? I have never encountered such a phenomenon before. And possessing a supreme artifact like the chaotic pearl. It seems he is indeed a person of great fortune. This physique must have been triggered by the chaotic pearl, I presume? Beast god. Is there something wrong with my grandson? Chu Limpeng asked with concern. No, it is quite impressive. If only your gaze were a touch more resolute, it would be even better. Strive diligently. I eagerly anticipate the day when you stand as the guardian of the dragon, flanking the dragon's sovereign. Long Yuan remarked to Chu Feng. Naturally, he was aware of the establishment of the guardian of the dragon by the Chu family, which served as a motivation for everyone to cultivate, and Long Yuan wholeheartedly supported this initiative. The crowd gazed at Chu Feng in astonishment. How could the beast god harbor such high expectations for him? It is important to note that the twin dragon sovereigns are the most formidable members within the guardian of the dragon. Chu Tianyang resolved to intensify his training efforts for Chu Feng upon their return. I will exert myself, Chu Feng declared, shaking his head. He sensed that the beast god might have discerned his secret, yet the latter appeared indifferent. Long Yuan gazed at the barrier and stated, "This is a barrier set by an imperial-level powerhouse, and due to certain reasons, its strength remains entirely intact. It is only natural that you cannot breach it." Imperial level? Could there truly be an imperial inheritance within? Chu Tianyang exclaimed excitedly. Perhaps. In any case, the imperial inheritance holds little significance for me. With a mere swipe of his dragon claw across the barrier, it shattered with a resounding crack, rendering the previously impenetrable barrier utterly helpless. Such strength from the beast god. Chu Feng thought in astonishment, as the imperial barrier seemed as fragile as tofu before him. Let us proceed and explore. Long Yuan flew ahead. The underground space was vast. Evidently, it was a realm crafted by an imperial-level powerhouse. However, this space was in a state of ruin, with fissures crisscrossing the ground, reminiscent of a site that had endured fierce assaults. As Long Yuan traversed the area, desolation and decay lay before his eyes, collapsed structures and shattered earth. How peculiar. Why does the evidence of destruction here feel so fresh? Chu Tianyang remarked, observing the fallen edifices. The Yunxiao sect had existed for millennia, yet the traces of battle and the damaged structures appeared as if they had just recently endured a fierce conflict. It is because a certain treasure has safeguarded this place. Long Yuan elucidated. This is indeed the opportunity that Chu Feng has encountered. I see. Chu Tianyang was even more astonished. Chu Feng's fortune was truly extraordinary. Achieving such a remarkable feat, Chu Feng was certain that the beast god was aware of the opportunity he had obtained, yet the latter seemed unconcerned. How foolish of him to have harbored doubts. Truly an underestimation of noble intentions. Do not wander off. Remnants of energy from the clash of imperial-level powerhouses linger here. A moment's carelessness could lead to peril. Long Yuan cautioned the group. Moments later, a headless corpse materialized before them. Even in death, the body exuded a terrifying aura that deterred the onlookers from approaching. Beast god, could this possibly be an imperial corpse? Chu Tianyang asked in horror, sensing that the aura emanating from it would obliterate them should they dare to draw near. Indeed, this is an imperial corpse. Moreover, its aura bears a striking resemblance to that of the martial saints I previously vanquished. It likely belongs to the same organization. As Long Yuan's claw descended, the imperial corpse shattered instantaneously into dust, and the terrifying aura it emanated promptly dissipated. With the fall of a martial emperor. Could it be true that the Yunxiao sect had once given rise to a martial emperor, one so formidable as to slay others of the same rank? Chu Tianyang trembled at the thought, pondering the immense strength of his adversary. He hoped that a legacy of the martial emperor had been left behind. The structures here were in ruins. The entire sect lay utterly devastated, devoid of any living being. Yet, fortune smiled upon them as they discovered the legacy of the 8-star sect, Yunxiao sect, within a remarkably well-preserved pavilion. To their astonishment, there existed a method that could lead directly to the 8th-grade martial saint. Though their family already possessed an 8th-grade technique bestowed by the beast god, one could never have too many such treasures. This would indeed enrich their family as foundation. Long Yuan nodded. The complete legacy encompassing all techniques, medicinal concoctions, formations, and forging methods of an 8-star sect held tremendous value, an invaluable gem for the Chu family in their current state. Despite having plundered all the legacies from the Tsangyan sect, which was merely a 6-star sect, they were still far removed from the prestige of an 8th-grade sect. Beast god, ancestor, there is a legacy of beast tamers. An excited young female clan member exclaimed. She was Chu Yunling, possessing a delicate oval face, her white gown accentuating her slender figure. She was the girl who had previously acquired a fragmentary beast tamer legacy in the Zhexiao mountain range, having contracted a treasure-hunting mouse that had aided her family in unearthing hidden treasures within the Tsangyan sect. Very well, upon our return, you shall begin to comprehend this complete legacy. Chu Tianyang nodded. Beast tamers were a formidable profession, their combat prowess rivaling that of other martial artists, complemented by the powerful spirit beasts they commanded. While they could not traverse realms, overcoming multiple foes of the same realm was a trivial task. Thus, given the opportunity, the Chu family would undoubtedly establish a legion of beast tamers. Alas, it was regrettable that no imperial legacy had been uncovered. Chu Tianyang shook his head, pondering how perfect it would have been had such a legacy been found. Suddenly, Long Yuan struck the void before him with a punch, and with a crack, the space shattered, revealing a black stone tablet that fell forth. What is this? The surrounding individuals gathered around. The tablet was entirely dark, devoid of any markings. Yet at that moment, a dark radiance erupted from Chu Feng's brow, illuminating the black stone tablet, causing a series of scriptures to manifest. It is the imperial scripture. Long Yuan declared. What? This is the imperial scripture? The crowd gasped, their attention fixated upon the stone tablet. However, before they could decipher its significance, the entire tablet unexpectedly flew into Chu Feng's brow. If he was not mistaken, this imperial scripture must have been specifically bequeathed to Chu Feng by that martial emperor of the Yunxiao sect, or perhaps intended for the one who possessed the Chaos Pearl. Given this, all present were forbidden from discussing any matters regarding the imperial scripture, or they would face the consequences dictated by clan rules. Chu Tianyong spoke sternly. Understood. The crowd responded, fully aware of the catastrophic repercussions that would ensue should the information regarding the imperial scripture be leaked. Chapter 55, The Demon Emperor. Fire Lin Beast Chu Feng touched his brow, astonished by this unexpected turn of events. He never intended to claim the imperial scripture for himself. Since it has come into your possession, it is destined for you. Cultivate diligently, and do not let down the expectations of those who believe in you. Moreover, this scripture cannot be cultivated by anyone else. Long Yuan calmly remarked, having discerned with a mere glance that only one possessing a chaotic body could practice it. Thus, even if it were given to others, they would merely stare in disbelief. Indeed, Chu Feng shall not disappoint the beast goddess' hopes. Chu Feng nodded in agreement. Long Yuan acknowledged, with the aid of the imperial-level techniques and the chaotic pearl, Chu Feng's future is undoubtedly more than merely that of a martial emperor. The regrets of Chu Tianyong have been dispelled. The imperial-level technique has been acquired by the clan, and with the sacred-level inheritance here, this endeavor has been remarkably fruitful. Let us continue searching. We must leave no stone unturned for anything of value. Long Yuan declared. Absolutely. The entire subterranean realm was meticulously scoured by the Chu family, leaving not a single corner untouched. Once everything was cleared, the group exited the underground world. However, upon returning to the entrance of the barrier, they were met with the gaze of a colossal beast. Humans, what treasures have you extracted from within? Hand them over, and I shall spare your lives. The creature, wreathed in flames, resembled a lion but boasted a pair of antlers atop its head. It was a fire unicorn beast of the demon emperor level. Chu Tianyong's eyes narrowed, surprised that this creature lay in wait for them. Huh. If you desire our treasures, you must prove your worth. Chu Tianyong stepped forward. Halt. Long Yuan interjected suddenly. He then turned to Chu Yunling and instructed, You shall contract this demon beast. Me contract this demon emperor? It will never agree. Chu Yunling replied, fear evident in her voice. Contracting a spirit beast cannot be done at will. It must be agreed upon by both parties. While she held a great admiration for it, the beast would hardly regard her. After all, she was merely a third-tier martial artist, while it was a powerful demon emperor, capable of obliterating her with a mere sneeze. It will agree. Long Yuan replied calmly. If Chu Yunling could successfully contract this demon emperor, it would mean an additional demon emperor level warrior for the Chu family, expediting the completion of their mission. With this thought, Long Yuan felt he had discovered a swift path to elevate the Chu family and fulfill their objectives. Moreover, this fire unicorn beast possessed a trace of Qilin bloodline. Long Yuan suddenly recalled the celestial wolf king he had encountered when searching for the essence of heaven and earth, which bore the bloodline of a divine beast. If it were now, he would undoubtedly have made it a contracted beast. Very well. Seeing the beast god's encouragement, Chu Yunling took a deep breath and approached the demon emperor fire unicorn beast, proclaiming, Esteemed demon emperor, I beseech you to become my contracted beast. Such courage from the sister of the Yunling clan. Chu Feng marveled. Despite having obtained a remarkable legacy, he dared not speak so boldly to a demon emperor. What is there to fear? With the divine beast by our side, there shall be no issues. Chu Limpeng asserted resolutely. The beast god serves as the pillar of the Chu family. With the beast god present, no calamity can truly be deemed perilous. Ha ha. To become the contracted beast of a mere martial artist like you? Surely, you must be dreaming. The Fire Lin beast laughed heartily, its flames blazing fiercely. This human girl truly possesses audacity. A glance at Long Yuan, the source of her courage, sent a tremor through the Fire Lin beast. Its own bloodline quaked uncontrollably. A manifestation of the suppression of a superior bloodline over an inferior one, though they belonged to different races. The ancient true dragons and Qilins were both supreme among the demon tribes. At this moment, Long Yuan's bloodline strength matched that of a genuine Qilin, exerting significant pressure on the Fire Lin beast, which possessed but a trace of Qilin blood. How could I possibly fear a mere longworm? This is utterly preposterous. Enraged, the Fire Lin beast roared, its pride as a demon emperor at stake. Die! It opened its massive jaws wide, aiming to devour Chu Yunling. Buzz! At that instant, an overwhelming aura descended, pressing down on the Fire Lin beast like a colossal mountain. Is this dragon might? Are you a true dragon? The Fire Lin beast's eyes widened in disbelief as it gazed at Long Yuan, its memories of the Qilin bloodline awakening, recognizing the true dragon's pressure. What? You've recognized me as a true dragon, not just a longworm? Long Yuan teased with a smirk. I wouldn't dare. The Fire Lin beast lowered its grand head, unable to meet Long Yuan's gaze directly. Its massive form trembled uncontrollably, its flames flickering erratically. I am the guardian beast of the Chu family. Now, I present you with a choice. Become this girl's contracted beast, or be destined to become my meal. The choice is yours. Long Yuan spoke calmly. I am willing. I am willing to become the contracted beast. Please, senior, do not slay me. The Fire Lin beast hastily pleaded for mercy. Was there even a choice to be made? Congratulations on making the right decision. Following her will not lead you astray. When the time is ripe, you may yet have the opportunity to return to your ancestral form and become a true divine beast, a Qilin. Ah, a divine beast Qilin? Is this truly the case? The Fire Lin beast exclaimed with excitement. Rest assured, senior, I will wholeheartedly assist her in becoming a formidable powerhouse. Subsequently, the Fire Lin beast took the initiative to contract with Chu Yunling, transforming its massive body into that of a calf, trailing closely beside her. Thank you, beast god. Chu Yunling bowed in gratitude, realizing that she had now become comparable to a martial emperor. Well, upon your return, seize the opportunity to visit the Heart Refinement Tower. If you succeed in passing, I shall grant you a chance of extraordinary fortune. Your future path as a beast master will be unobstructed. Thank you, beast god. The onlookers gazed at Chu Yunling with envy, marveling at her good fortune to receive such favor from the beast god. Not only did she contract with a demon emperor spirit beast, but the beast god also promised her an opportunity. She was truly destined to soar. Chu Tianyong nodded, recognizing that these were the seeds of talent the Chu family aimed to cultivate vigorously. Several days after the Chu family's departure, the underground world was first discovered by the beasts, soon followed by humanity. The entire Zhangzhou became aware of the resurgence of the once prestigious Yuxiao sect, nestled within the Jiuxiao mountain range. In a whirlwind of excitement, countless martial artists flocked to the mountains, even stirring the entire Qian domain. Jiuxiao mountain range, once again, captured the collective attention. Within the Beastmaster sect, Du Yuan furrowed his brow. He had already reported the disappearance of the martial saint to his superiors, yet for reasons unknown. No martial emperor had yet descended. Ancestor, shall we dispatch someone? Inquired sect leaders Wat Songmo. Although Yuxiao sect was once an 8-star sect like their own, the former possessed the legacy of a martial emperor. Had it not been for their clandestine betrayal to the Hell Gate, the current strength of Yuxiao sect would remain an enigma. Chapter 56. The Power of the Dragon Emperor Cauldron. Indeed, their primary interest lay in the mysterious means of breaking through to the martial emperor level without being sensed by the Hell Gate. Should the Beastmaster sect acquire such knowledge, they could quietly cultivate a martial emperor. Du Yuan longed for this too, but the mere thought of that colossal blue creature sent chills down his spine. That entity was truly terrifying. Send a few elders to investigate, but remember to avoid provoking the Chu family for the time being. Once the martial emperor from the Hell Gate arrives, their days of prosperity will inevitably come to an end, Du Yuan advised. Zhuo Songmu frowned, but ancestor, the Chu family is expanding its influence at an alarming rate, rapidly becoming the most formidable power in Zhangzhou, even beginning to extend its reach throughout the Qian domain. Many factions, upon learning of so many fallen martial saints, are contemplating whether to ally with the Chu family. If we do not curb their growth, the Beastmaster sect may soon find itself restrained by them. The development of a faction is often contingent upon the presence of a strong leader, which allows it to snowball into greater power. The allegiance of other factions would naturally facilitate an increase in resources. Currently, the Chu family wields immense influence as a 6-star family. Should they ascend to an 8-star family, the repercussions would be dire. Would not the entire Qian domain willingly become their vassals? Did I not say? Once the martial emperor from the Hell Gate arrives, what is a mere Chu family? Let them develop as they wish. In the end, they will have to relinquish it all. Du Yuan waved his hand dismissively. He also harbored doubts that the Blue True Dragon might have already acquired the legacy of Yuxiao sect, allowing it to quietly break through to the Demon Emperor level. Consequently, Du Yuan held little hope for the martial emperor legacy of Yuxiao sect. With numerous martial artists in Jiuxiao mountain range and an even greater influx in Qingyang city, the city had to expand once again to accommodate the burgeoning population, as the saint-level formation could encompass a vast area. Originally, the Tanzhou region, where the Beastmaster sect was located, served as the center of the Qian domain, but it seemed that the focal point was beginning to shift. It is said that a mountain is not defined by its height, but by the presence of immortals. Even though the once impoverished Qingyang town had little to offer, the emergence of a massive force would undoubtedly spur its development. Months later, within the spatial realm of the Chu family, a powerful aura erupted, signaling that Chu Tianyong had ascended to the 7th-tier martial venerable. Possessing the sacred body of all beings, he cultivates at an astonishing pace. Congratulations to the ancestor for successfully breaking through to the martial sovereign realm. The attainment of martial saint is surely just around the corner. The elders, including Chu Jingwe, have long awaited at the location where Chu Tianyong is in seclusion, all bowing in unison to celebrate. Ha ha ha. Although he has achieved martial sovereign, the distance to martial saint still remains insurmountable. Chu Tianyong laughed heartily, noting that as one progresses further, the time required for each breakthrough elongates significantly. Based on Chu Tianyong's estimations, barring any fortuitous encounters, breaking through to martial saint may take no less than 5 or 6 years. Has anything significant occurred within the family recently? Chu Tianyong inquired. There haven't been any major events. But many are now suspicious that the inheritance within the Nine Sky Mountains underground space has been acquired by our Chu family, particularly since they have found no trace of it themselves. Some even claim that the beast god has obtained the inheritance there, which has propelled our Chu family's advancement. Many powerful individuals have begun to express their dissatisfaction with us, demanding that we surrender the Yunxiao sect's legacy. Chu Jinghua frowned as he spoke. Especially some unknown martial sovereigns are stirring up trouble in the shadows, seeking to obtain the martial saint inheritance from our Chu family. The situation has become quite tense. Do they truly believe they have the right to be so brazen before my Chu family? This is a trifling matter. It hasn't caused any alarm for the beast god, has it? Rest assured, ancestor, how could such a minor issue possibly disturb the beast god? Moreover, mere martial sovereigns are hardly worthy of my attention. Chu Jinghua confidently replied with a smile. Despite being merely at the martial king level, he remained unafraid of the martial sovereigns without needing to summon the beast god. Chu Tianyong furrowed his brow, contemplating where this young man derived such audacity. Was it a gift from the beast god? Patriarch, trouble looms. 3 martial sovereigns have united, demanding that our Chu family relinquish the martial emperor's inheritance. At that moment, a family member hurriedly reported, Come, let us witness how this martial king disregards the martial sovereigns. Chu Tianyong chuckled, leading everyone swiftly out of the spatial realm. Outside the Chu family estate, 3 martial sovereigns took the lead, followed by hundreds of martial kings and martial emperors. Recently, the Nine Sky Mountains have gathered most of the powerful figures from the entire Qian domain, all seeking the inheritance of the Yunxiao sect's martial emperor. What a grand display you all have assembled. Chu Tianyong greeted with a cold laugh. Chu Tianyong, have you finally decided to show yourself? You actually broke through to martial sovereign? The 3 martial sovereigns were taken aback, astonished that in just over a year, Chu Tianyong had ascended from 2nd-tier martial warrior to 7th-tier martial sovereign. Such a feat was unprecedented. It must be due to the martial emperor's inheritance. Otherwise, how could he cultivate so rapidly? One martial sovereign exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he gazed at Chu Tianyong. The higher the level of the cultivation method, the faster the cultivation speed naturally becomes. Fellow Taoist Chu, it would not be proper for your Chu family to monopolize the Yunxiao sect's inheritance. I believe we should jointly comprehend the imperial scriptures. After all, it is better to share joy than to indulge in solitary delight. Wouldn't you agree, fellow Taoist Chu? A martial sovereign coldly suggested. Indeed, the Yunxiao sect's inheritance ought to be shared, not hoarded by your Chu family. Surrender the inheritance, or we vow not to relent today. Trampling the Chu family, seizing the legacy of the martial emperor. The 3 martial sovereigns, flanked by numerous formidable martial kings and emperors, exuded an astonishing aura, poised as if prepared to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. Before the throng, the 3 martial sovereigns wore cold smirks, doubting that the Chu family would dare to act against such a multitude, for that would surely invoke the wrath of many. As for the entity that had annihilated countless martial saints, they were not genuinely intent on obliterating the Chu family. They merely sought the martial emperor's inheritance, and surely a being of the demon emperor's caliber would refrain from intervening. Chu Tianyong regarded the 3 with a cold smile, proclaiming, I harbor no grand ambitions. My sole desire is for the happiness of my family. Thus, I must decline your demands. He then turned to Chu Jinghua and said, Let me witness your disregard for the martial sovereign's might. Chu Jinghua addressed the 3 martial sovereigns. Are you truly resolved to raise my Chu family in pursuit of the martial emperor's legacy? If you refuse to relinquish it, we shall have no choice but to act accordingly. One of them spoke in a grave tone. In that case, you shall meet your demise. Chu Jinghua's expression turned frosty, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, a colossal tripod materialized from the void. With a thunderous crash, the 3 martial sovereigns and the multitude of martial kings and emperors behind them were obliterated, reduced to mere blood mist. Blood splattered, saturating the ground before the Chu family, forming a crimson river that flowed forth. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding warriors turned pale. Over 100 powerful beings had perished in that singular moment. Well then, do you still covet the so-called martial emperor's legacy? Chu Jinghua raised his hand, the tripod ascending once more, seemingly intent on annihilating all present. Run for your lives. The crowd screamed, realizing that their sheer numbers had not deterred the Chu family from acting. They had indeed acted with resolute decisiveness. In the blink of an eye, all had vanished. Nearby onlookers were left in shock, their hairs standing on end. The Chu family was undeniably ruthless and astonishingly powerful. Even in the absence of their beast god, they had rendered the martial sovereigns incapable of resistance, sending them to the netherworld. What kind of treasure was that tripod? Possessing such terrifying might? And had Chu Tianyong truly broken through to martial sovereign? The ancestral imperial weapon, the Dragon Emperor tripod? You can actually wield the power of the Dragon Emperor tripod? Chu Tianyong gazed at Chu Jingwei in astonishment. The beast god had once stated that one must not only possess the Chu bloodline, but also harness the clan's fortune to activate the tripod's power. This indicated that Chu Jingwei had tapped into the clan's fortune and could manipulate the Dragon Emperor tripod through it. Did this mean that Chu Jingwei now possessed power rivaling that of the martial emperor? The thought left Chu Tianyong utterly astounded. Oh, I couldn't sleep that night and decided to study the ancestral imperial weapon. I had merely intended to explore its mysteries, yet I truly managed to unlock its secrets. Chu Jingwei chuckled, now perceiving golden strands of clan fortune swirling around the Dragon Emperor tripod, where the fortune coalesced into a golden serpent, exulting joyously. Splendid. Indeed. I did not misjudge you by appointing you as the clan leader. Chu Tianyong stroked his beard, reflecting on the numerous elders within the Chu family. Yet it was Chu Jingwei who first sensed the presence of clan fortunes. Truly deserving of the title of clan leader. The clan leader is formidable. Chu Hongxiao gave a thumbs up. He too had extensively studied the ancestral imperial weapon but found no leads whatsoever. Clan leader. To what extent can you subdue formidable adversaries while mobilizing the ancestral imperial weapon? Elder Chu Yunfei inquired. If I unleash its full power, I should be able to subdue an average martial emperor. The collective intake of breath echoed as everyone gazed at the clan leader in disbelief. Has the clan leader truly reached such impressive heights? Yet, there are limitations. The further the ancestral imperial weapon is from our family, the weaker its explosive power becomes. Hence, this imperial weapon must have been forged by the beast god specifically to protect our clan, Chu Jingwei remarked. Ever since he began perceiving the clan's fortunes, he had been diligently researching the Dragon Emperor cauldron, all of which were products of his own study. Moreover, the concept of clan fortunes is profound. He could observe the recent sentiments within the clan, and if a major crisis or opportunity arose, fluctuations in clan fortunes would manifest. The most terrifying aspect is that he seemingly could cultivate through the clan fortunes. Under the enhancement of clan fortunes, his perception of everything becomes clearer, making breakthroughs in realms significantly easier. However, he is still delving deeper into this matter, believing that results will soon follow. Even so, that alone is indeed formidable. It is akin to having a martial emperor safeguarding the clan. Chu Tianyong nodded appreciatively. No wonder Chu Jingwei claimed to disregard martial sovereigns. It is indeed true. Even if a martial emperor were to appear, he might not regard them with any seriousness. Jingwei, have you entered the heart-refining tower? Chu Tianyong queried. Ancestor, I have yet to enter. Now that I have emerged from seclusion, you should venture inside. If you successfully endure the trials of the heart, the benefits will exceed your imagination. He hoped that Chu Jingwei could obtain a body evolution pill to elevate his spiritual physique into a royal body. I have been contemplating that. Chu Jingwei nodded. Having recently researched many clan members who attempted the heart-refining tower, but a significant portion, even upon passing, received only mediocre rewards. Not everyone could achieve extraordinary rewards. In fact, it was proven that this correlated with the difficulty of the heart trials encountered. The more terrifying the tribulations faced during the trials, and if one's mindset remained unaffected by illusions, the better the ultimate reward would be. In recent months, only a few members of the Chu family have successfully navigated the trials. The news of the Chu family effortlessly slaying 3 martial sovereigns and over 100 formidable opponents, alongside Chu Tianyong's breakthrough to martial sovereign, spread like wildfire, solidifying the Chu family's acquisition of the Yunxiao sect's legacy. But so what? The Chu family today is no longer an entity that can be easily provoked. Within the beast-taming sect, the clan leaders Wei Tsongmu reported grimly to the ancestor. The elders we dispatched have been slain by the Chu family. Indeed, one of the 3 martial sovereigns who instigated trouble at the Chu family was an elder from their beast-taming sect. Extracting the heritage of the Yunxiao sect is but one aspect. On the other hand, it is also to observe whether the beast god of the Chu family will intervene readily. Little did I expect such an outcome. The formidable Chu Jingwei single-handedly subdued us. At this moment, Du Yuan's expression was exceedingly grim, not due to the elder's demise, but rather because the Hell Gate had not dispatched a martial emperor to assist. Instead, they commanded the beast control sect to annihilate the Chu family in Qingyang City within the shortest time possible. Du Yuan pressed his forehead in frustration. Had they dared to act, they would have done so long ago. rather than waiting until now. Initially, he had intended to seek aid from the Hell Gate, but now he found himself under their command. Long Yuan felt utterly despondent, contemplating surrendering to fate. What if a being emerged in the Qian domain to rival their beast control sect? Yet it was too late. The orders from the Hell Gate had arrived, and failure to comply would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. What transpired at the Hell Gate? Why this delay? Ordinarily, upon the appearance of a martial emperor beyond their control, one would expect immediate extermination, so why has there been no response this time? If only their beast god would remain inactive. That would indeed be a terrifying prospect. Ancestor, what troubles you? Inquired Zhuot Songmu. Nothing much. The Hell Gate has commanded us to annihilate the Chu family. Therefore, from this moment forth, you must continuously send individuals to challenge the limits of the Chu family, to gauge the stance of their beast god. Long Yuan speculated that if the Chu family's beast god was indeed a demon emperor, they would likely refrain from acting hastily. Furthermore, even when 3 martial lords took action, their beast god had not appeared. Thus, Long Yuan believed that as long as the martial saint did not intervene, the demon emperor would probably disregard these matters. Understood. Zhuot Songmu nodded and took his leave. Upon reflection, he promptly convened the subordinate forces of the beast control sect, deeming it most advantageous to use them as cannon fodder. Thus, the first step would be to eliminate the Chu family's affiliated forces. Zhuot Songmu narrowed his eyes. With the recent expansion of the Chu family, their allied powers had also increased significantly. The territories marked by the Chu family's battle flag were indisputably within their domain. Eventually, this would pose a threat to the dominance of the beast control sect in the Qian domain, a notion that had long irked Zhuot Songmu. What? We are to eradicate the Chu family's affiliated forces? The factions summoned to the beast control sect were visibly alarmed. What a farce. The Chu family is protected by a demon emperor-level powerhouse. Provoking them would surely lead to ruin. Fear not. We have received word that the beast god of the Chu family is currently unable to act, making this the opportune moment to eliminate them. Moreover, do you truly believe that a demon emperor would care about the existence of a 6-star family? Thus, I, Zhuot Songmu, pledge in the name of the beast control sect that should we acquire the Chu family's heritage at the Yunxiao sect, the 3 factions that contribute the most will share in the martial emperor inheritance. If I should break this promise, I, Zhuot Songmu, willingly accept the wrath of the heavens. Zhuot Songmu addressed the representatives of the various factions before him. The numerous factions mentioned are the most formidable forces under the banner of the Beastmaster sect. The illustrious Qingshan Academy stands as an authentic 7-star power, and rumors abound that their venerable ancestor has attained the pinnacle of martial sovereign, tantalizingly close to the realm of martial saint. Should we seize this opportunity to eliminate the ancestor of Qingshan Academy, it would indeed serve to eradicate a potential threat to the Beastmaster sect. While the other factions may not have reached the 7-star designation, nearly all are fortified by powerful martial sovereigns. It would be most prudent to employ them against the Chu family, especially to probe the capabilities of that enigmatic beast god. Eagerly, many factions stirred at the mention of sharing the martial emperor's legacy. Rest assured, sect leader Zhuo, my heavenly gate will be the first to heed the call of the Beastmaster sect. How audacious of the Chu family, having risen in prominence in just over a year, to so brazenly extend their reach, disregarding our presence. Such insolence is intolerable. Elder Chu Li of the Heavenly Gate, hunched and wielding his cane, struck it forcefully against the ground and coldly proclaimed, if we allow such a faction to flourish unchecked, it is only a matter of time before their banners are planted within our territories. Therefore, the eradication of the Chu family is imperative. Upon hearing agreement from others, Zhuot Songmu nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the Chu family has grown excessively arrogant. They are merely a 6-star faction, yet they dare to extend their claws so far. Should they continue to expand, it would spell disaster. An elder from the Guangming sect also nodded in concurrence. The other factions echoed their intent to annihilate the Chu family, save for Elder Gao Wumian of Qingshan Academy, who remained silent and contemplative. Elder Gao, do you harbor any objections? Zhuot Songmu inquired, his brow furrowed. Sect leader Zhuo, I have heard that the Chu family possesses considerable means. Even without the intervention of their mysterious beast god, they have swiftly dispatched 3 martial sovereigns and nearly 100 powerful warriors. Against them, we martial sovereigns may hardly make a ripple. Gao Wumian responded with a respectful bow. Ha, I was concerned you had deeper worries. But tell me, do you know the strength of the one who vanquished those 3 martial sovereigns and numerous martial kings and emperors? Let me enlighten you. They are only at the martial king level. To slay so many formidable beings without employing some forbidden means, would you believe that? Such methods cannot be utilized lightly. They inevitably come at a grievous cost. Thus, rest assured, there is no need for concern. Once we obliterate the Chu family, Their martial emperor legacy shall be ours, Zhuo Songmu declared, turning to Gao Wumian. Elder Gao, do you still harbor any apprehensions? Taking a deep breath, Gao Wumian firmly clasped his hands and replied, none whatsoever. Sect leader Zhuo, rest assured, Qingshan Academy shall also answer the call of the Beastmaster sect. We cannot allow the Chu family to grow. Excellent. With such fervor, we shall undoubtedly eradicate the Chu family and seize the Yunxiao sect's legacy. In that moment, we may even catch a glimpse of the profound mysteries of martial saint or even martial emperor, Zhuo Songmu proclaimed loudly, igniting excitement among the assembly. As they fervently shouted for the destruction of the Chu family and the reclamation of the Yunxiao sect's legacy, Gao Wumian joined the chorus. Yet his eyes betrayed a distinct lack of the fervor and madness exhibited by the others, merely striving to blend in rather than stand out. Departing from the Beastmaster sect, Gao Wumian hastened back to Qingshan Academy, eager to report the matter to both the dean and the elder. The Chu family currently flourished, particularly with the presence of that demon emperor, a being not to be trifled with. Should they provoke such an entity, a mere breath could obliterate the so-called sacred ground of the Beastmaster sect, let alone their Qingshan Academy. Moreover, what of the martial emperor? Who is unaware that to transcend to the martial emperor realm in the mortal world, one must first appease the gates of hell? Otherwise, there lies only a path to demise. One ought to paint a more realistic picture. Upon returning to the academy, Gao Wumian immediately conveyed the news to Dean Mo Shaoling, who, without hesitation, relayed the information to Elder Xingfeng. Elder, what is the true intention of the Beastmaster sect? If they possess the capability to annihilate the Chu family, why not act directly? Is it not more advantageous to act unilaterally rather than share their spoils with us? Mo Shaoling pondered, perplexed. Having been a subordinate force for so many years, they were acutely aware of the Beastmaster sect's tendencies, and this clearly did not align with their usual modus operandi. Elder Xingfeng, with his hair grayed and clad in coarse linen, hunched yet emanating a vibrant spark in his eyes, replied, you are correct. This does not conform to their customary behavior. If I am not mistaken, they likely seek the inheritance of the Yunxiao sect, but are wary of the Chu family's beast deity's strength. Thus, they have enlisted us as pawns to test the waters. After all, in the eyes of a demon emperor, the six-star Chu family is probably not of great significance. Perhaps their previous intervention was merely a fleeting impulse. Therefore, the Beastmaster sect is likely probing whether the Chu family's beast deity will take action. Moreover, I suspect that the elder of the Beastmaster sect will not intervene. Elder Xingfeng analyzed meticulously. The last time the martial saint appeared, the beast deity acted. This time, with 3 martial venerables leading numerous powerful forces against the Chu family. Yet the beast deity remains absent, strongly suggesting that, in the absence of a martial saint, the Chu family's beast deity may not intervene either. Then, are we to partake in this endeavor to eradicate the Chu family? Mo Shaoling inquired. No, we cannot afford to participate in such a high-stakes gamble. Failure would mean the obliteration of our Qingshan Academy's millennia-long legacy. Xingfeng shook his head. However, if we abstain from involvement, it will undoubtedly incite the displeasure of the Beastmaster sect. They have long been wary of you, Elder. If we do not respond to their call, they may seize the opportunity to retaliate against our Qingshan Academy. Fear not, I shall break through to the martial saint level. What, Elder? Do you have confidence in breaking through to the martial saint? None whatsoever, Xingfeng replied, shaking his head. Mo Shaoling looked on, bewildered. Very well. Arrange matters and prepare for my eventual departure. A few days later, news reached the Beastmaster sect, the elder of Qingshan Academy. In a fervent effort to heed the call of the Beastmaster sect and utterly eradicate the Chu family, forcibly broke through to the martial saint level and ultimately perished in the attempt. Did this old fellow truly perish or feign death? How coincidental is his demise? Zhuo Songmu frowned, subsequently dispatching 2 martial venerable elders to Qingshan Academy to offer condolences. Certainly, the most critical matter at hand is to ascertain whether that old fellow is truly deceased. If he has indeed passed away, it is a relief. However, should he dare to feign death, then let him perish once more, thoroughly eliminating this potential threat. Yet, upon the return of the 2 elders from the Beastmaster sect, Zhuo Songmu could not help but sigh. The old man is genuinely dead. Chapter 59. We are not far from the 7 Stars family. However, this also implies that the impending annihilation of the Chu family will lack a formidable warrior at the martial sovereign level. Not dying on the battlefield is simply a waste. Zhuo Songmu shook his head. Master, the Qingshan Academy has informed us that Sheng Feng's funeral will be held next month, which may delay his involvement in the battle. An elder remarked. Why must it be next month? They say it falls on an auspicious day. Utterly foolish. A dignified martial artist actually believes in the superstitions of common folk? Zhuo Songmu retorted angrily. However, Considering the deceased's connection to their ancestor, he refrained from pressing the matter, as the individual had perished while valiantly responding to the Beastmaster sect's call to arms. What of the other factions? Master. The other factions are fully prepared and ready to strike at any moment. Good. Let us first target those factions that bear the Chu family's battle flag, and let everyone witness the fate of those who follow the Chu family. Songmu declared coldly. Furthermore, Elder Xiaomu, you and Elder Zhang Lu shall represent the Beastmaster sect in battle. Understood. Patriarch, there's grave news. Our affiliated forces have been annihilated. Chu Hongxiao reported hastily upon receiving the news. As he reached the doorway, an overwhelming aura erupted from within the room, majestic and regal, as if a sovereign had descended. The martial sovereign aura? Has the patriarch broken through to martial sovereign? Chu Hongtu was astonished. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. How could he disturb the patriarch at such a critical moment? What if there were complications during the breakthrough? In truth, Chu Jingyue should have achieved his breakthrough long ago. However, his responsibilities within the family had delayed him, rendering his progression slower than that of the other martial sovereigns. At that moment, the door swung open, and Chu Jingyue emerged. What did you just say? Patriarch, our affiliated sect, the 5-star sect, Qingyun sect, has been destroyed. Our battle flag has been severed and replaced with the Beastmaster sect's flag, and the other affiliated forces have also come under attack. So, it appears the 8-star sect, the Beastmaster sect, has turned against us? Chu Jingyue's eyes narrowed. Previously, there had been rumors that one of the 3 leading troublemakers was an elder from the Beastmaster sect. But the Chu family had deemed themselves unprepared to annihilate their adversaries and refrained from striking. Who would have thought they would take the initiative to attack? It seems certain. Perhaps the Beastmaster sect covets the legacy of the Yunxiao sect or perceives our rapid development as a threat to their interests. Patriarch, what shall we do? What can we do? Since they seek battle, then let it be so. Our Chu family has developed for over a year without encountering a significant conflict. This is a fortuitous opportunity. It is time for a change in the dominant power of this realm. Chu Jingyue exuded an aura of fierce determination. After several months, the legacy of the Yunxiao sect had been nearly assimilated, significantly enhancing the family's strength. It was time to test the fruits of their labor. Consequently, Chu Jingyue summoned all the elders to discuss this matter. Was the time for battle finally at hand? I have eagerly awaited this moment. The 10th elder, Chu Zhenan, clenched his fist, his face alight with excitement. Despite his white hair, his eyes sparkled with vitality, brimming with martial spirit. The others were curious. Ever since his last venture into the Heart Refinement Tower, he seemed to have undergone a transformation, radiating an invigorated fighting spirit. Some elders speculated that he must have acquired a formidable physique, as he had emerged with an insatiable thirst for battle, rivaling even that of Chu Zhan. With a smile, Chu Zhenan thought to himself that had it not been for the divine beast's admonition to keep his newfound fortune secret, he would have proudly revealed that he had obtained the saintly physique, the combat saint body. As a saint body, it was an immensely powerful constitution, particularly adept at breaking through during combat. Thus, he was now eagerly poised for action. Very well, let this battle resoundingly establish the Chu family's reputation in the Qian domain. Chu Jingyue and the esteemed elders began to strategize. Chu Tianyang also emerged from seclusion, leading a contingent of clansmen directly towards the obliterated Qingyun sect. That place had been seized by the Heavenly Gate, its flag now flying under the Beastmaster sect. Not only did he intend to retaliate, but he also aimed to strike at the heart of the Heavenly Gate. Just as he departed from the family stronghold, a black tower descended from the heavens. Landing in Chu Tianyang's grasp, it was the Dragon Abyss's innate spiritual artifact, the Myriad Dragon Tower. If they were to slay, let it be with such ferocity that it instills terror in their foes. Let the entire Qian domain tremble at the might of the Chu family. Seizing this opportunity, they would solidify their position as the true sovereigns of the Qian domain. The voice of the beast god echoed in Chu Tianyang's ears. Indeed, I shall not fail in my mission. Chu Tianyang responded solemnly. His target was clear, the powerful martial sovereigns among those factions. In truth, Long Yuan had observed all that transpired in the Qian domain, yet he seldom intervened in troubles the Chu family could resolve on their own. If the strongest in this world was merely at the emperor level, he could effortlessly sweep away all opposition, employing the method of rapid advancement to elevate the Chu family's rank. However, it was evident that such was not the case. Beyond the emperor level lay the divine level, and perhaps even higher realms. Merely being a decorative figure might allow them to swiftly ascend to the emperor level, but achieving divinity or beyond would prove arduous. Thus, the Chu family required the crucible of blood and fire, which was the reason for his restraint. You must strive hard. The distance to becoming a 7-star family is not far. Chu Tianyang had achieved the status of martial sovereign and 6 martial emperors had already emerged within the Chu family, bringing them ever closer to the esteemed title of 7-star family. However, Long Yuan felt a pang of regret, for despite having assisted Chu Yunling in contracting 2 martial emperor beasts, the system indicated that they could only be counted as 1 martial emperor. This left Long Yuan quite vexed, were it not for this predicament. The quest for the 7-star family would have already been accomplished. Long Yuan had contemplated forging a contract with a demon emperor beast for other members of his clan, thereby instantly manifesting another formidable demon emperor. Alas, the art of beast taming requires a unique talent. Without it, even if one were to contract a spirit beast, they would be unable to receive any cultivation feedback during breakthroughs. Host: Long Yuan race. Azure Flame Blue Dragon. Cultivation level: 9th stage Demon Emperor Perfection. Physical level: 10th stage Demon God Perfection. Current task: elevate the family to a 7-star clan. Task rewards: 10 years of cultivation, 1 bloodline return to ancestry, 10 sacred artifacts, 5 portions of sacred physique essence, 5 portions of sacred martial soul essence, and the Imperial level body refinement technique. Cosmic Star Technique, Guardian Clan level, 6 star, host cultivation speed increases by 60 times. Gazing at the rewards, Long Yuan could not help but lick his lips. His recent efforts in cultivation had brought him closer to the divine level. He felt a strong conviction that upon completing the 7-star clan task, his cultivation realm would undoubtedly transcend the divine level. Just imagine the implications of uninterrupted cultivation under a divine level technique for 600 years. It was an inevitable breakthrough. Chapter 60, The Battle Begins. Chu Tianyang led a portion of the clan ahead, followed closely by the Dragon Guard. The Dragon Guard was commanded by the twin dragon sovereigns, Chu Jinshan and Chu Yunling, both of whom were formidable martial emperors. Chu Jinshan's Jade Spirit Sword Martial Soul had evolved into a king-level Heavenly Sword Martial Soul after the trials in the Heart Refining Tower, rendering his combat prowess immensely powerful. Meanwhile, Chu Yunling had already surpassed the Martial Emperor rank. While most martial artists might struggle to break through so swiftly as a beast tamer, her contracted spirit beasts would contribute part of their cultivation during their own breakthroughs, particularly as her previous cultivation was lower than that of her spirit beasts, resulting in substantial feedback. This was the secret to her rapid advancement. Now, her spirit beast, the Fire Qilin, was nearing the 6th stage demon sovereign rank. This was made possible by Chu Yunling's acquisition of the sacred level martial soul essence, Heart of the Beast Tamer, within the Heart Refining Tower. Although this martial soul did not enhance her combat strength directly, as her own cultivation improved, the Heart of the Beast Tamer could continuously purify the bloodlines of her contracted spirit beasts, an unparalleled ability for a beast tamer. Long Yuan turned his gaze toward the Fire Qilin. Demon Cultivation. Fire Qilin Emperor Race. Fire Qilin, Bloodline Awakening Rate, 25. Cultivation Level, 6th Stage Demon Emperor Perfection. Physical Level, 5th Stage Demon King Perfection. Identity. Contracted Beast of Chu Yunling. The rate of Bloodline Awakening was impressively rapid. When Long Yuan first encountered him, the awakening rate of his Fire Qilin bloodline was merely 3. After Chu Yunling obtained the martial soul heart of the Beast Tamer, his bloodline began to awaken swiftly. The Fire Qilin is a divine beast. Once the awakening rate reaches 100, it will inevitably attain divine physical form. This almost guarantees him a place among divine-level powers. Moreover, Chu Yunling's other contracted Demon Emperor Spirit Beast, the Azure Dragon Bloodline Thundercloud Jiao, was also remarkable. A creature Long Yuan discovered deep within the Jiuxiao Mountains. Although he could not add another martial emperor to the system, it undeniably represented a significant strength for the Chu family. Within the realm of the martial emperor, as long as one does not encounter beings of imperial or divine physique, Chu Yunling undoubtedly stands as an invincible force. The bloodlines of the Azure Dragon and the Fire Qilin equally enhance the combat prowess of the two spiritual beasts. Master, will the beast god not intervene? Inquired the Fire Qilin Emperor, directing his question towards Chu Yunling. If the beast god were to act, we would be rendered insignificant. Chu Yunling responded calmly. Perhaps this is a test from the beast god for our Chu family. Therefore, we must fight with all our might to demonstrate the might of the Chu family to the entire Qian domain. Moreover, I have heard that the beast-taming sect possesses elixirs capable of enhancing the bloodlines of spiritual beasts. We shall seize them and provide them as treats for you. Upon hearing this, the two spiritual beasts brightened. Elixirs for bloodline enhancement? Such treasures indeed. Yes, we must acquire them this time, declared the Azure Thundercloud Dragon. You speak wisely, Master. Once the beast god intervenes, we will be of no consequence. Old Qing, the beast god has mentioned that you possess a trace of Azure Dragon bloodline, belonging to the same dragon lineage as the beast god. Can you sense the power of the beast god? Asked the Fire Qilin Emperor. I cannot perceive it, but as a dragon, regardless of the cultivation level. Upon becoming a pure-blood dragon, one's physical strength reaches the divine level. You, as a Qilin, should be aware of this, Chu Yunling remarked, gazing at the two spiritual beasts. What do you mean by divine level? We know not what that entails. Master only needs to understand that the beast goddess power far surpasses that of those at the imperial level. In the presence of the beast god, those martial emperors and monster emperors are utterly insignificant, replied the fire Qilin emperor. Is the beast god truly that formidable? Chu Yunling's eyes widened in astonishment. Initially, she believed the beast god to be merely a monster emperor, but judging by the tone of her two spiritual beasts, could it be that the beast god's strength has transcended the imperial level? How could this be possible? Wasn't the imperial level considered the pinnacle? Behind Chu Yunling and Chu Jianxin, the Dragon Guard, led by Chu Zhan, followed closely. In Qingyang City, witnessing the multitude of Chu family warriors preparing for battle, the martial artists, informed of the impending events, whispered among themselves. Do you think the Chu family can stand against the beast-taming sect? Many questioned in hushed tones. Is that even a question? Unless the beast god of the Chu family remains passive, how could they possibly contend with the beast-taming sect? Furthermore, according to various reports, the beast-taming sect has mobilized all its affiliated powers. What a colossal force that is. The Chu family and their subordinates are simply no match for them. Of course, this presupposes that the beast god of the Chu family does not intervene. If the beast god were to act, it would likely be beyond the capability of any imperial-level expert to withstand. This was a universally acknowledged truth, foretelling a conclusion, regardless of the circumstances. As long as there were no imperial-level experts among the adversaries, the Chu family could not be extinguished. Yet, many were curious why the beast-taming sect would provoke the Chu family. Knowing this, was it not akin to courting death? The Chu clan has mobilized, along with numerous affiliated forces. Naturally, some weaker factions lack the qualification to engage in such a battle, at the very least. A martial emperor-level expert must preside over any sect or family, otherwise, they would merely be cannon fodder. Upon realizing the fate that awaited the Chu clan, many of the subordinate forces also took action. Chu Tianyong, leading a portion of his kin, charged headlong towards the Qingyun sect, while the formidable beings of the Tianmin were fully aware of their impending arrival. After all, many from the Qingyun sect had been taken hostage to compel the enemy's advance. Thus, they awaited them directly at the scene. Reporting to the ancestor, the elder of the Chu clan, Chu Tianyong, has arrived, announced the Tianmin's elder, Chu Li, as he leaned on his cane while addressing the sect's ancestor, Emperor Shitian. Having recently heard of Chu Tianyong's breakthrough to the martial respect level, an equivalent realm to his own, Emperor Shitian resolved to personally claim his head as a trophy to present to the Beastmaster sect. This would serve to demonstrate that the 8-star sect is not to be trifled with, and that the Chu clan is merely a newly risen upstart. Clad in a flowing black robe, Emperor Shitian exuded an overwhelming presence, his gaze sharp and piercing. Chu Tianyong, having just ascended to the martial respect level, would surely fall easily to the prowess of the ancestor. Chu Li spoke with reverence. Emperor Shitian smiled and took a step forward, his figure vanishing to appear outside the Qingyun sect. Upon arriving at the entrance, Chu Tianyong furrowed his brow as he surveyed the corpses strewn about, his heart igniting with fury. If they had grievances against the Chu clan, they should have declared war outright. Such underhanded tactics are truly despicable. Unbeknownst to him, the Beastmaster sect's actions were merely a means to test the limits of the beast god. What? Is it just you? Where are the martial respect ancestors from the other factions? Chu Tianyong inquired directly as the two met. This question incited Emperor Shitian's ire, his white hair billowing wildly like a furious beast. The implication was clear. He deemed Chu Tianyong unworthy of his attention, a blatant display of disdain. Chu Tianyong, how laughable for a mere upstart like you to be so audacious before me. You have cultivated for merely a century or so. What right do you have to bark at me, a veteran who has trained for millennia? Chapter 61. The Battle of Martial Respect with a Thunderous Roar. Emperor Shitian transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Chu Tianyong. What? You have been cultivating for thousands of years, and only now have you reached the martial respect level? How pathetic. Chu Tianyong scoffed without reservation. I shall slay you. Emperor Shitian bellowed, his fists radiating brilliance and surging with overwhelming power as he charged at Chu Tianyong. As a mere mortal, having painstakingly ascended to this realm over the course of millennia, he had outstripped countless others. How dare the opponent look down upon him? Today, I shall not rest until I tear your insolent mouth apart. If I do, I shall no longer bear the name of emperor. Then perhaps you should change your name, for you are unworthy of it. Chu Tianyong retorted with a cold smirk, soaring into the air to confront the enraged Emperor Shitian head-on. Boom. The two figures clashed violently, their fists and palms intertwining, unleashing dazzling bursts of light that radiated across the sky, sending ripples of energy outward in a formidable display. Though merely at the initial stage of martial sovereign, your combat prowess is astonishingly formidable. After several skirmishes, Emperor Shurtian was taken aback, realizing that his opponent could contend with a late-stage martial sovereign like himself. Humph. You overestimate your own capabilities. You are but a late-stage martial sovereign. Chu Tianyang sneered. Although his Myriad Spirits Sacred Body did not significantly enhance his combat strength, that was only when compared to other sacred bodies. Against a mortal physique, transcending 2 minor realms was still within reach. As the two exchanged words, their hands remained in constant motion, unleashing a powerful martial technique that resonated in the sky with thunderous explosions. How could this be? Chu Tianyang is actually able to battle evenly with the ancestor. Had he not just recently broken through to martial sovereign? Elder Chu Li of the Heavenly Gate stared at the sky in astonishment, for he had anticipated that his ancestor would dispatch Chu Tianyang with a single blow. How could this be? Ha ha ha, my ancestor's capabilities are beyond your imagination. Come, you little brats of the Heavenly Gate, witness the might of the Chu family. Chu Jinan bellowed, and was the first to charge forward. The combatant's sacred body surged forth, radiant gold erupting from him as he plunged into the throng. Chu Hongxiao, Chu Yunfei, and Chu Xiaoran followed closely, joining the fray. Come on, old man, let me see your true prowess. Chu Xiaoran quickly confronted Chu Li. Where did such an impertinent child come from? Go home and drink your milk. Chu Li scoffed, dismissing Chu Xiaoran, who was still under 20 years of age. I will annihilate you. Chu Xiaoran fumed, incensed by such contempt. Now that he was a sacred body, his fury ignited, causing golden lightning to flicker around him as the aura of a martial emperor erupted forth. What? A martial emperor? Chu Li's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly biting his tongue. This seemingly diminutive child was actually a martial emperor powerhouse? Old man, you will soon regret uttering those words. Chu Xiaoran transformed into a streak of lightning and charged forward. Chu Li, though shocked, did not hesitate, wielding his 6th-tier spiritual artifact staff as the two engaged in an instant clash. The confrontation of martial emperors unleashed a torrent of energy, forging a vast battlefield around them. Although the Heavenly Gate was under the protection of a martial sovereign ancestor, it was not a 7-star sect, meaning they did not possess 7 martial emperors, and even fewer remained to guard the sect. Aside from Chu Li, there was but one other. That individual, however, was also impeded by the combined forces of Chu Hongxiao and Chu Yunfei, both fully realized martial kings. In an instant, the battle erupted in full force. In the skies, 2 martial sovereigns clashed while on the ground. Martial emperors and those beneath them engaged in fierce combat. A tumultuous surge of vibrant energy exploded, devastating everything in its path, flattening mountains and leaving ghastly fissures in the earth. Shortly thereafter, the ancestor of the Qingyun sect and other sect members, having lost the Heavenly Gate's suppression, emerged from within. The ancestor of the Qingyun sect was also a martial emperor, and though gravely injured, he radiated a fierce aura, unleashing bloodied fists that rendered the Heavenly Gate disciples beneath the martial emperor level utterly powerless. The blood of our fallen disciples demands retribution. The patriarch of the Qingyun sect, consumed by fury, unleashed his formidable might, causing the disciples of the Heavenly Gate to disintegrate into a crimson mist, leaving no trace of their existence. In the sky, a more terrifying energy erupted. As the ultimate martial techniques of both sides clashed, a thunderous roar reverberated as a colossal palm collided with a golden fist imprint, radiating a dazzling light in the heavens. The surging energy crashed against Emperor Shurtian, forcing him to retreat several hundred meters, and he tasted blood at the back of his throat, spitting out a mouthful. Saint-level martial arts. Has your Chu family truly inherited the legacy of the Yunxiao sect? Emperor Shurtian's expression darkened. Such techniques were beyond the reach of even their Heavenly Gate. Moreover, despite the opponent being merely at the initial stage of martial sovereign, how could their combat prowess be so terrifying? Particularly, their physical strength surpassed his significantly. Guess. Chu Tianyang sneered as he charged forward, intent on delivering another lethal blow. This sacred combat skill was indeed derived from the legacy of the Yunxiao sect. This exemplifies the profound heritage of a family. Do not be arrogant. Emperor Shurtian produced his 7th-tier spirit artifact. The opponent's wealth was astonishing. As they wielded 2 7th-tier spirit artifacts simultaneously, a dark red bell above and a silver war spear in hand, launching a fierce assault upon Chu Tianyang. Boom. The chime of the bell echoed through the sky, followed by the spear descending with the force of 10,000 June. The sound transformed into visible red ripples, as the spear unleashed a silver strike that seemed capable of rending the very heavens apart. Huh. Energy surged around Chu Tianyong, his body shimmering with silver starlight. A result of practicing the saint-level technique, the star-refining body method. Simultaneously, a silver longsword appeared in his grasp. A 7th-tier spirit artifact procured from the Yuan Domain Merchant Association. Azure blade. Chu Tianyong swung his sword, unleashing a 1,000-meter silver blade of light that collided with the oncoming strike and the bell's ripples. Energy intertwined, erupting in the skies in a breathtaking display. One blade has deflected 2 of my attacks. This is yet another sacred martial skill. Emperor Shirtian's teeth ground in frustration as he bellowed and charged forward once more. In an instant, the 2 figures entwined once again. Below, a martial sovereign elder of the heavenly gate fell, surrounded and besieged by Chu Hongxiao, Chu Yunfei, and the patriarch of the Qingyun sect. Ultimately, he was pierced through the chest by the patriarch's fist. But the patriarch too was rendered incapacitated by the elder's final counterattack. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as the spirit artifact staff in Chu Li's hands shattered under the onslaught of Chu Xiuran's thunderous fists, only to be struck in the abdomen by another punch. Golden lightning flared, penetrating Chu Li's midsection. Blood gushed forth as he staggered back, terror etched upon his face. His earlier composure utterly shattered. Little brother, spare me. I was coerced by the Beastmaster sect. I am not in control of my own fate. Chapter 62, Valley of 100 Flowers. Chu Li wept bitterly, hoping his performance would deceive the youthful figure before him. I cannot ascertain whether you are coerced. Nor do I care, but it was indeed you who just instructed me to return home for milk. Chu Xiuran's expression suddenly turned cold and fierce, with a single gesture. He unleashed a bolt of golden lightning that pierced through Chu Li's brow in an instant. Chu Li widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the youth before him. Despite his tender age, how could he act with such decisiveness? Moreover, a tinge of regret lingered in his heart. Had he known the Chu family would be so formidable, he would not have been so eager to eradicate them. I was bewitched by the inheritance of the martial emperor. With that, he collapsed, entirely devoid of life. Humph! How dare you attempt such petty tricks before me? Do you truly believe my venture into the Heart Refinement Tower was merely for leisure? Chu Xiuran scoffed. He had endured a lifetime of trials within the tower, experiencing every cunning stratagem imaginable. Did he think he could escape through mere theatrics? That was nothing but a delusion. With the demise of the 2 martial emperors from the Heavenly Gate, the fate of the others was sealed. They were annihilated without even a chance to surrender. While Chu Tianyong battled against Emperor Shirtian, the terrifying energy fluctuations were sensed by other martial sovereigns. It was the aura of the Heavenly Gate's ancestor, Emperor Shirtian. Engaged in combat with another martial sovereign, it was undoubtedly Chu Tianyong, as the Chu family seemed to possess but this single martial sovereign. Let us proceed. Capturing Chu Tianyong alive would compel them to surrender the inheritance of Yunxiao sect. Elders Xia Mu and Jiang Lu from the Beastmaster sect. After exterminating a 4-star sect of tens of thousands, since the clash of 2 formidable presences, with Chu Tianyong, the ancestral figure of the Chu family, in hand, they need not fear the Chu family's compliance, just as they made their way towards the Qingyun sect. The martial sovereign-level experts from the affiliated sects of the Beastmaster sect also hastened towards the same destination. All harbored the same intention. As for those affiliated forces with only martial emperor-level strength, they obeyed the Beastmaster sect's orders, continuing their slaughter of the sects bearing the Chu family's battle flag. Kill. With the saint-level sect, the Beastmaster sect, as our backing, what do we have to fear from the Chu family? Baiwa Valley, the Huan sect, is upon you. Previously, both our sects were also affiliated with the Beastmaster sect, and we could not openly act against you. But now that you have betrayed the Beastmaster sect and allied with the Chu family, today I shall show no mercy. Ancestor of Baiwa Valley. You too possess the strength of a martial emperor. If you could become my furnace, I would surely transcend the martial sovereign realm. An elder from the Huan sect, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, gazed greedily at the ancestor of Baiwa sect, unabashedly revealing his covetousness. Although our years of cultivation are comparable, why does the other appear as though she is in her 40s? Nevertheless, this is preferable. There is no need to extinguish the light. Betray the Beastmaster sect? If I had the power, I would have annihilated them long ago. Every year, we are compelled to offer the Beastmaster sect 100 of the most exquisite female disciples. And even my former sect leader was ravaged to death by that beast, is what Songmu, the ancestor of Baiwa Valley, Xiumin, trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he spoke. That night, the anguished cries of the sect leader echoed throughout the entire sect. Since then, the venerable Xiumin has suffered a profound disturbance in her state of mind, rendering her unable to cultivate further. I could scarcely contain my desire to consume her flesh and savor her marrow, had it not been for the bestial nature of the Beastmaster sect. The Hundred Flowers Valley would not have sought refuge with other sections. It was not only Chu Min who felt this way. The current sect leader beside her, along with the women of the sect, cast furious glares at those from the Harmony sect. Why speak so harshly? How many yearn for the privilege of being graced by the left sect leader? One of them jested. Your sect leader was fortunate to have spent a night with him. Moreover, having allied with the Chu family, did they not present their female disciples on a silver platter? What difference did it make? The ancestor of the Harmony sect sneered, his gaze fiercely fixed upon Chu Min. With such a commendable attitude, why not offer your mother to left Sangmu for a night of pleasure? Chu Min retorted angrily. Although some of their female disciples had entered the Chu family, it was done with mutual consent, in a manner both honorable and respectful, unlike the beasts of the Beastmaster sect. Enough of this shamelessness. If that is the case, then let us slay, commanded the ancestor of the Harmony sect, a wicked laughter escaping his lips. Today, we shall spare no consideration. The women of the Hundred Flowers sect are ripe for the taking. Whoever captures one shall claim her. Kill. Today, even if we are reduced to ashes. We must not allow this pack of beasts from the Harmony sect to succeed. Chu Min bellowed, her face a mask of fury. They had endured enough of their previous existence. Under the protection of the Chu family for these past months, they had truly tasted freedom. Thus, even if it meant death, they would resist. Furthermore, many members of the Chu family were related by marriage to the Hundred Flowers Valley and would not stand idly by. In an instant, the two factions clashed in a fierce battle. Sharp beams of sword light crisscrossed, energies erupted, and the air was filled with screams and the splatter of blood. Oh, lovely maidens, I am coming. This time I want 10. One of them cried out. I have just learned a new dual cultivation pose. Which beauty wishes to practice with me? I assure you, she will ascend to the heavens. My skills in the art of seduction have reached perfection. To cultivate with me is truly a blessing you have earned over several lifetimes. The disciples of the Harmony sect laughed heartily, their eyes gleaming with avarice, saliva pooling at their lips. Their desire for the female disciples of the Hundred Flowers Valley had long since become insatiable. For the sect possessed an extraordinary technique that not only preserved youth, but also enhanced beauty as one's cultivation deepened. In the entire Qian domain, which man did not take pride in obtaining a disciple from the Hundred Flowers Valley? Many secretly resorted to unscrupulous means to seek even a fleeting touch. Better to shatter like jade than to remain whole like tile. The sect leader of the Hundred Flowers Valley, when Ruyu, veiled in a pristine white scarf, revealed a pair of enchanting eyes. At this moment, she wielded a long sword, fiercely battling the leader of the Harmony sect. Would you care to share a bed with me, esteemed leader? The leader of the Harmony sect laughed heartily, and amidst their fierce exchange, he tore off when Ruyu's veil. The visage revealed before him startled him, for the face was marred by a multitude of deep, intersecting scars. Goodness, what a fright! How could one bear such a hideous appearance? This was indeed the doing of those beasts from the beast-taming sect, when Ruyu's sword grew ever sharper. Since that incident involving the sect leader, every succeeding leader had chosen to mar their own appearance before assuming the role, to prevent those vile creatures from taking notice. Chu Min, despite your years of cultivation, how could you possibly contend with me? You might as well submit to me. I can liberate your hands and allow you to experience the joys of womanhood. The ancestor of the Harmony sect unleashed a palm strike devoid of energy upon Chu Min, and the sensation was exquisite. 2 words, tightly compact. He then erupted into boisterous laughter. Chapter 63, The Martial Sovereign's Siege Die. Chu Min trembled with rage. Her focus shattered in an instant, falling prey to the Harmony sect's ancestor, whose cultivation surpassed hers, resulting in her capture and the sealing of her powers. I wonder from where I should commence. The ancestor of the Harmony sect brazenly roamed over Chu Min's form. Ancestor. When Ruyu gasped in alarm, her heart racing, for them. A martial emperor ancestor was their greatest pillar of support. Indeed, the moment Chu Min was captured, the entire Hundred Flowers Valley descended into chaos, with many either injured or captured, and as for the dead, how could one cultivate together if they were slain? The Harmony sect had no interest in defiling corpses. Heaven is determined to doom my Hundred Flowers Valley. Tears streamed down Chu Min's face. Yet, it is better than a life spent in constant fear and humiliation. You hideous monster, perish. The Harmony sect's leader, upon gazing at when Ruyu's grotesque visage, unleashed a surge of energy and struck with a powerful palm. Clang. The sound of a sword resonated as a beam of sword light sliced through the air, severing the leader's arm with precision. Who dares to ambush this sect leader? Looking up, they beheld a figure standing in the sky, wielding a black longsword, their expression cold and enigmatic. You hail from the Chu family? The Harmony sect's leader was taken aback, retreating repeatedly. It is Chu Jianshun, the dragon guardian of the Chu family. The Hundred Flowers Valley is allied with my Chu family. How dare you vile miscreants covet it? Chu Jinshan's voice was frigid as he descended step by step, an overwhelming sword intent emanating from him, coiling like ethereal serpents around his form. Has the Chu family finally arrived? Xiao Min felt a slight easing in her heart upon seeing the newcomer. Yet when she realized he was alone and merely at the initial stage of martial emperor, her heart sank once more. After all, the ancestor of Harmony sect was at the late stage of martial emperor. How could one individual save them in the 100 Flowers Valley? Just you alone? You underestimate the Harmony sect far too much. The ancestor of the Harmony sect scoffed coldly, recognizing that the opponent's cultivation was 2 minor realms below his own. If he could capture this one and hand him over to the beast-taming sect, it would surely be a great achievement. Killing you will suffice. With that, he swung his holy sword, and a dark beam of sword light cleaved through the void, aimed at the ancestor of the Harmony sect. Ignorant child. Today I shall demonstrate that even a single minor realm of difference creates an insurmountable chasm. The ancestral figure of the Huan sect let out a cold laugh. As a brilliant light erupted from his fist, an unparalleled terror surging forth, exuding an overwhelming force capable of bringing devastation. Let us see how you intend to slay me. With that, he unleashed a punch towards the ominous blade of darkness aimed at him. With a piercing sound, the dark sword light swept through, cleaving the formidable ancestor of the Huan sect in two. A profound silence enveloped the scene until the sound of the severed body collapsing to the ground jolted everyone awake. The ancestor has fallen? The sect leader of the Huan staggered back, and before he could make another move, another beam of sword light sliced through the air, sending his head spinning away, leaving his body standing motionless. You should be able to handle the rest, right? Chu Jinshan, wielding the sacred sword, calmly addressed Xiao Min. As if he had merely executed a trivial task, Xiao Min involuntarily swallowed hard, despite being at the initial stage of the martial emperor realm like the others. Why was the opponent's strength so terrifying? Could he instantly dispatch those at the late stage of the martial emperor? Thank you, esteemed senior, for your intervention. We can manage what remains. When Ryu, coming to her senses from the shock, marveled at the overwhelming power of the so-called strongest dragon guardian of the Chu family. Truly formidable. May I suggest that you press the advantage and utterly obliterate the Huan sect? With their martial emperor ancestor now fallen, the remaining members should pose no threat to you, so I shall take my leave. With that, Chu Jinshan departed, as he had other matters to attend to. After leaving the Chu family, the Dragon Guardians dispersed to aid the various factions in distress, although they could only contend with those merely guarded by martial emperors. As for the martial sovereigns, they would be left for the ancestors to handle. Eradicate this band of lecherous scoundrels from the Huan sect. Watching Chu Jinshan leave, when Ryu commanded fiercely, leading her disciples from the 100 Flower Valley in a counterattack. In mere moments, thousands of disciples from the Huan sect were slain. Ancestor, should we heed the esteemed senior's words and completely annihilate the Huan sect? When Ryu inquired. Alas, I never anticipated that our two sects would descend to this state. Xiao Min sighed. Their two sects had a long-standing heritage, once powerful and deeply intertwined in ancient times, often uniting through marriages of their holy sons and holy maidens. Unfortunately, as time passed, both sects declined, while the Huan sect strayed down a dark path of using women as vessels. According to some fragmented records from the 100 Flower Valley, in ancient times, the Huan sect also practiced dual cultivation, but it was a mutually beneficial exchange that caused no harm to either partner, instead enhancing their cultivation. Thus, many female disciples of the 100 Flower Valley yearned to become companions of Huan sect warriors in that era. However, with the passage of time, everything changed. Let us slay them. What more can be said now that matters have escalated to this point? Xiao Min declared decisively with a sigh. Following this, when Ryu led her disciples from the 100 Flower Valley directly towards the Huan sect. Meanwhile, on another front, Chu Yunling successfully rescued a subsidiary sect of the Chu family. Her two spirit beasts alongside herself forming a trio of martial emperors, easily overpowering any ordinary faction. Not only the members of the Chu family, but also several affiliated forces have joined the fray. The conduct of the Beastmaster sect suggests that should they gain the upper hand, the affiliated factions of the Chu family would surely face dire consequences. This includes the other 4 6-star sects in Sangzhou, as well as the 6-star forces from neighboring states. Many formidable martial emperors have gathered as well. If the Chu family suffers defeat, they too shall be unfortunate. Conversely, should the Chu family emerge victorious, they will revel in prosperity. Yet, they firmly believe that the Chu family shall not falter, for a powerful beast god stands behind them. With such an entity in their corner, the Chu family is destined for triumph. In the skies above the Qingyun sect, following a fierce battle, Chu Tianyang pierced the brow of Emperor Shitian with his sword, effortlessly claiming the opponent's spiritual artifact. However, Before he could catch his breath, a multitude of terrifying auras surged towards him. They have arrived, he thought, but this saves me the trouble of searching for each of you individually. Chu Tianyong hovered in the air, his eyes radiating brilliance, exuding an overwhelming presence. In a mere moment, led by the elders Xia Mu and Zhang Lu of the Beastmaster sect, over a dozen martial lords descended, encircling Chu Tianyong. Chu Tianyong, I offer you a chance at life. Surrender the martial emperor inheritance of the Yunshao sect immediately. Such an opportunity is not for a mere Chu family to claim. Xiaomu admonished sternly. Indeed, Chu Tianyong, considering your status as a martial lord, it would be wise to yield your treasures or face certain death. The elders of the Guangming sect watched him with predatory intent. Training is arduous? Forgive me, but I have scarcely risen to prominence for 2 years. And as for the martial emperor inheritance, if my Chu family lacks the qualifications, then who among you possesses them? Chapter 64. Tower God, please vanquish these martial lords. The Beastmaster sect? With your current demeanor, what right do you have to claim the martial emperor inheritance? Even if you were to acquire it, you would merely kneel before the gates of hell like a wretched dog, surrendering the so-called martial emperor inheritance without daring to utter a sound. With your pitiful, sycophantic behavior, you have no right to be the overlords of my Qian domain. It is a disgrace to us all. If I were your ancestor, I would be ashamed to the point of ending my own life here. Chu Tianyong scoffed. Ah, Chu Tianyong, you are truly doomed. Do you not comprehend the power of the gates of hell? When you finally confront them, your Chu family will appear even less significant than we, the Beastmaster sect. Xiaomu bellowed in fury. Humph, and what of it? The last time numerous martial saints visited my Qingyang city, did they not perish like ants? Do not speak of martial saints. Even if the martial emperor of the gates of hell were to descend, what could he possibly do to my Chu family? Nonsense. Without your beast god, what do you think your Chu family amounts to? Zhang Lu retorted angrily. That is a valid point. If you are so formidable, find yourselves a powerful beast god. I have no objections. However, given the nature of your Beastmaster sect, I doubt any divine beast would deign to associate with you. Ah, Chu Tianyong, I will kill you. Xiaomu seethed with rage, furious at this audacious elder's insolent tongue. However, his mental fortitude continued to expand. For he had not forgotten the rationale behind targeting the affiliated forces of the Chu clan. It was merely a test of the beast god's limits. Thus, at this moment, he felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that the claws of the beast god might suddenly emerge from the fractured void above him. Kill. The other martial sovereigns surged forward in unison, unleashing their formidable martial techniques, leaving Chu Tianyong with no chance for resistance, intent on suppressing him in an instant. Since you choose to disregard the principles of martial ethics, do not blame me for the consequences. Chu Tianyong bellowed. Tower God, please annihilate these martial sovereign warriors. Whoosh. The Dragon Abyss's innate spiritual weapon, the 10,000 Dragon Tower, materialized and soared into the heavens, transforming into a mountain-sized behemoth. It then trembled violently, accompanied by resounding dragon roars as the void quaked. All the martial sovereigns charging toward Chu Tianyong had no time to react before they were obliterated, dissolving into a mist of blood that scattered in the wind. The might of the beast god, the power of the tower god. Witnessing this scene from below, Chu Xiuran shouted with exhilaration. Indeed, the beast god was an invincible entity. Even his innate spiritual weapon was of such formidable caliber, having previously vanquished a martial emperor. This time, he could easily annihilate over a dozen martial sovereigns. This was undoubtedly a sacred artifact, perhaps even an imperial weapon. Chu Yunfei and the others gasped in awe. Even without the beast god intervening, his innate spiritual weapon was beyond compare. Initially, he had no intention of summoning the tower god so soon, but it seemed his adversaries had chosen to forsake martial decorum. Chu Tianyong cradled the 10,000 Dragon Tower in his hands as it diminished in size. All members of the Chu clan and their affiliated forces were commanded to immediately eradicate the affiliated forces of the beast-taming sect. Those who surrendered would be spared. Chu Tianyong's voice resonated across Zhangzhou and the surrounding continents, heralding a shift in the tide of battle. Shortly thereafter, news swept through the entire Qian domain like a tempest. All the martial sovereign ancestors of the factions allied with the beast-taming sect had perished. Such an event sent shockwaves through the battlefield, where the absence of the martial saint meant that the fall of all martial sovereigns signified a clear shift in the balance of power. The Chu clan was overwhelmingly powerful. Even without the beast god's direct involvement, they could still obliterate such a multitude of martial sovereigns. It seemed that henceforth, the Chu clan would truly stand as the preeminent power in the Qian domain, second only to the beast-taming sect. No, according to detailed intelligence, although the beast god did not personally engage, the innate spiritual weapon of the beast god had been summoned. It was said that this artifact had swiftly dispatched all the martial sovereigns. Otherwise, relying solely on the strength of Chu Tianyong as a martial sovereign, he would have been incapable of contending with so many martial sovereign warriors. Could it be that this was yet another matter related to the beast god? What extraordinary fortune had the Chu clan encountered to have such a powerful guardian beast? Everyone marveled and envied. The true rise of the Chu clan had begun with the appearance of this guardian beast. Now, rumors circulated that the Chu clan's beast god had perhaps indeed acquired the martial emperor's legacy from the Yunxiao sect, enabling him to cultivate to the martial emperor realm. Yet, the reasons behind such might and why he chose to be the guardian of the Chu clan remained a mystery to all. In an instant, the affiliated sects of the beast-taming sect were engulfed in panic. How could all their martial sovereign ancestors have perished? At this juncture, the only option left was to flee. Otherwise, when the Chu clan truly came knocking at their door, escape would no longer be an option. What was there to fear? Is there not still a martial sage from the Beastmaster sect? With such a powerful figure present, how could we possibly encounter misfortune? Are you foolish? If the martial sage of the Beastmaster sect were truly capable of intervening, he would have done so by now. The fact that both martial venerables from the Beastmaster sect have perished without him taking action indicates what? It suggests that he is wary of the beast god from the Chu family and dares not intervene. Numerous factions, even with their leaders at the helm, have seen their morale wane. Many have already begun to flee. This pertains to the struggle for supremacy in the Qin domain, where a moment's carelessness could lead these subordinate factions to suffer a devastating backlash. Most critically, many are acutely aware that with the presence of that demon emperor, the Chu family cannot possibly be annihilated. Thus, the only entity destined for defeat is the faction led by the Beastmaster sect. It is fair to say the outcome is already glaringly clear. At this moment within the Beastmaster sect, leaders and patriarchs of various factions have gathered, fervently beseeching the ancestral figure Du Yuan to take action, for he represents their sole opportunity for a turnaround. Deep within the Beastmaster sect, Du Yuan furrowed his brow. The baseline for this operation has been tested. Even if that beast god does not personally engage, he will still employ certain means to ensure the Chu family's safety. Why would a dignified demon emperor regard such a minor entity as the Chu family with such gravity? Du Yuan could not fathom it. Logically, such beings transcend all and should not be so concerned. As for the numerous martial venerables from subordinate factions who have fallen, he remains indifferent, as they are not his own. However, the deaths of the two elders, Xiang Mu and Jiang Lu, do cause him some sorrow. Unlike the Chu family's sudden ascent, these martial venerables have painstakingly cultivated their strength over centuries, if not millennia. To see their lives extinguished so abruptly is indeed lamentable. Additionally, considering the elder who instigated the recent unrest in Qingyang City and the martial venerable abducted by the Hell Gates martial sage, the Beastmaster sect has already suffered the loss of 4 martial venerables, leaving them with but a handful remaining. Du Yuan, the ancestral figure of the Beastmaster sect. Do you intend to remain cooped up here indefinitely? Do you not feel the slightest remorse for treating so many martial venerables as mere cannon fodder? A thunderous roar suddenly reverberated above the Beastmaster sect, echoing in the ears of all present. Chu Tianyong. Du Yuan's gaze turned cold as he instantly appeared in the skies above the Beastmaster sect. How audacious you are to dare infiltrate my Beastmaster sect. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? I suspect you lack the courage to take my life. If you were bold enough, you would have acted long ago rather than hide like a coward within the confines of the Beastmaster sect. Chapter 65. The demise of the martial sage of the Beastmaster sect. Though merely a martial venerable, the aura exuded by Chu Tianyong surpassed that of the martial sage Du Yuan. The latter gritted his teeth in frustration, his fists cracking ominously, yet he dared not strike. Fear gripped him. Setting aside whether that mysterious beast god would intervene, the black tower in the opponent's possession could very well annihilate him. Chu Tianyong. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Du Yuan inquired coldly. While our two factions may have conflicts, surely it has not escalated to the point of mutual destruction. Although the Beastmaster sect has previously eradicated some of your Chu family's subordinate factions, it should have had no impact on your family, should it? Your audacity in visiting my Beastmaster sect today is truly excessive, don't you think? Chu Tianyong scoffed. Excessive? Not in the slightest. The moment you severed the battle banner of the Chu family, it signified your declaration of war. Given this, you ought to be mentally prepared. So what do you desire? Let us engage in battle. Battle? With merely a lowly martial sovereign like you? Du Yuan sneered. Humph, with the divine tower in my possession. With that, Chu Tianyong revealed the black tower he held. Du Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he roared. You shameless fiend. Yet, the black tower had already ascended into the heavens, expanding instantaneously, its formidable aura overwhelming. rendering the entire Beastmaster sect's experts immobile. Du Yuan bellowed, unleashing the terrifying power of a martial sage. And before Chu Tianyang's astonished gaze, a spiritual cave manifested behind Du Yuan, from which a saint-level spiritual beast, the demon tiger, erupted. The spiritual cave is a unique ability exclusive to beast masters, a sanctuary for nurturing spiritual beasts. Only those martial artists who have awakened their spiritual caves can become beast masters. Beastmaster sect indeed harbors profound secrets. To think there are 2 martial sages stationed here. Nevertheless, Du Yuan, you shall not escape today. Tower God, please vanquish our foes. Chu Tianyang bowed deeply. To hesitate in utilizing such aid would be folly. Roar. The dragon's roar resonated, shaking the firmament, its might boundless, accompanied by the tremors of space. Du Yuan and his demon saint spiritual beast were ground to dust. No, you cannot slay me. I am backed by the Hell Gate. Should you kill me, the martial emperors of the Hell Gate will surely annihilate your Chu family, erasing your existence from this world. Though Du Yuan's body lay lifeless, his soul persisted, transforming into a tiny figure the size of a fist, howling in terror. Due to the suppression of the Wanlong Tower, even as a martial sage, he could not budge an inch. He could only invoke the Hell Gate in hopes of instilling dread within the Chu family. In the face of the Hell Gate, your Beastmaster sect is not even worth a dog. Do you truly believe they would act on your behalf? Du Yuan, you overestimate your Beastmaster sect. With that, the Wanlong Tower trembled violently, and Du Yuan's soul was utterly obliterated. The Wanlong Tower is the divine artifact of Long Yuan. Its level commensurate with Long Yuan's cultivation, having attained divine status. To subdue a martial sage is indeed a trivial matter. Below, the sect leader of the Beastmaster sect, Zhuot Songmu, sat helplessly on the ground, utterly defeated. Their martial sage ancestor had perished just like that. It's over, their sect is doomed. Meanwhile, the sect leaders of the affiliated forces were left in a state of utter shock, their minds blank. Why has this happened? The leader of the Radiance sect cried out in terror, recalling how the Beastmaster sect had once assured them that the divine beast of the Chu family would not intervene for certain reasons. Moreover, they had the martial emperor of the Hell Gate as their support. Where's the promised assistance? They have truly been led to ruin by the Beastmaster sect. We are willing to surrender. Finally, some sect leaders and clan elders could no longer contain themselves. The Beastmaster sect had lost all momentum. And even if they were not annihilated, they had already fallen from the status of an 8-star sect, never to reclaim dominance in the Qian domain. After a brief moment, all the leaders of the sects and families simultaneously expressed their intentions to surrender and submit to Chu Tianyang. Zhuot Songmu's face turned ashen. While the subordinate forces might survive their surrender, the Beastmaster sect, as the principal conspirator, would likely face dire consequences. Very well. I, Chu Tianyang, am not one to indulge in slaughter. As long as you submit sincerely and provide adequate reparations to the sects you have harmed, my Chu family can overlook past grievances. After all, it is impossible for the Chu family to annihilate all these forces, even if that means slaughtering millions. Rest assured, Elder Chu, my Guangming sect will certainly offer satisfactory compensation to demonstrate our allegiance to the Chu family. The sect leader of Guangming, Pei Lin, was the first to voice his support. Zhuot Songmu glared at him, filled with murderous intent. This scoundrel was always the first to surrender. He recalled how, thousands of years ago, when the Beastmaster sect rose to power, Guangming sect was the first to yield. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly descended upon the Qianyu region, imposing a pressure on all living beings. Is that a martial emperor's presence? Some powerful individuals were struck with horror at this unexpected arrival. It must be the martial emperor of the Hell Gate. With the Chu family's demon emperor yet to emerge, it could only be him. The situation shifted dramatically. With the arrival of a martial emperor, the Chu family's advantage evaporated. What once seemed like a sure victory for the Chu family was now uncertain. In the skies above the Beastmaster sect, the void was abruptly torn apart by a pair of colossal hands, and a figure of immense stature, exuding an overwhelming force, descended. The terrifying aura surged like an abyss, shaking the very core of those present. Martial Emperor. Martial Emperor, have you finally arrived? Zhuot Songmu knelt before the Martial Emperor, pleading, my Beastmaster sect is on the brink of annihilation. I beseech you to uphold justice for us. Seeing that imposing figure descend, Zhuot Songmu felt as though he had grasped the last straw of hope. He dropped to his knees, crawling out of the grand hall, tears streaming down his face as he bowed to the Martial Emperor of the Hell Gate. Martial Emperor? Pei Lin trembled, incredulous as he gazed at the figure in the sky. He noticed the individual had flowing white hair, and a pale flame burned fiercely at their brow. This was undoubtedly the emblem of the Hell Gate. Martial Emperor, please save us. The Chu family, relying on their demon emperor-level beast god, has forcibly compelled our various sects to submit, igniting war throughout the Qianyu region and causing rivers of blood to flow. The Hell Gate has been the eternal sovereign of the mortal realm. I implore you to act on our behalf and restore peace to the Qianyu. Pei Lin knelt in desperation, tears streaming down his face as he recounted the transgressions of the Chu family. In that fleeting moment, he realized that while the Chu family possessed but a single demon emperor, the Hell Gate had multiple martial emperors in every era. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Zhuo Songmu silently cursed. That shameless opportunist Pei Lin has no sense of shame. Following Pei Lin, several other sect leaders also knelt before the martial emperor, tearfully denouncing the Chu family for instigating unwarranted conflict. Qi Mia felt disgruntled. They had been engaged in an assault on a forbidden land, only to be abruptly summoned here. A demon emperor? How could the demon emperor emerge here? Across the vast realm, to ascend to the throne, one must first receive the nod from my Hell Gate. Otherwise, who could dare to become an emperor? Who would even consider it? Qi Mia furrowed his brow as he surveyed the crowd, reporting to the martial emperor. The demon emperor of the Chu family has obtained a mysterious inheritance from the Yunshao sect of the Nine Heavens mountain range, enabling him to achieve the rank of emperor without alerting the outside world. Chapter 66. The Tower God saves, the martial emperor falls. What did you say? The mysterious inheritance of the Yunshao sect? Qi Mia's expression turned severe, a terrifying aura enveloping the surrounding space, causing the very ground beneath him to collapse. For he had participated in the battle that led to the destruction of the Yunshao sect, where the martial emperor of that sect exhibited such formidable prowess that 3 martial emperors from Hellgate fell, and he himself sustained grave injuries, taking thousands of years to recuperate. The recollection still sent shivers down his spine. Thus, upon hearing that the opponent had acquired the mysterious inheritance of the Yunshao sect's martial emperor, an uncontrollable killing intent surged within Qi Mia. We nearly scoured the entire Nine Heavens mountain range in search of that inheritance, yet it has now surfaced unexpectedly. He demanded, tell me, how long has the opponent been a martial emperor? Qi Mia glared fiercely, resembling a beast poised to unleash its wrath upon Zhuo Songmu and the others. If the adversary had been a martial emperor for some time, he might not stand a chance against them. The younger generation is unaware. But that demon emperor is the guardian beast of the Chu family, and coincidentally, the Chu family's ancestor, Chu Tianyang, is right here, Zhuo Songmu said, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Chu Tianyang. Qi Mia's gaze fixated on the anxious elder hovering above the Beastmaster sect. If you wish to avoid suffering, you better divulge everything about your so-called beast god. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to make you experience a fate worse than death. Although Chu Tianyang trembled at the thought of the beast god's might, he steeled himself and replied, with just your status as a martial emperor, you think you can uncover the secrets of our beast god? However, before he could finish, Qi Mia's massive hands had already descended upon him. Zhuo Songmu and the others exchanged triumphant glances, believing the Chu family had grown arrogant, thinking their demon emperor could shield them from consequences. Let us see how you meet your end. Ah, Tower God, save me. Chu Tianyang cried out, and with a thunderous roar, the 10,000 dragon tower soared into the air, transforming into a colossal structure that confronted Qi Mia's descending hand. Boom. The two forces collided, and to the astonishment of Zhuo Songmu and the others, Qi Mia's hand exploded into a mist of blood. Ah, what is that thing? An imperial weapon? Qi Mia staggered back, terror etched upon his face as he gazed at the ominous black tower before him. As a late-stage martial emperor, how could an imperial weapon injure him? Yet, the resilience of a martial emperor was formidable. Visibly, his shattered arm regenerated. Qi Mia's pagoda fist. He bellowed, unleashing his most potent divine ability in a relentless assault on the looming black tower. Boom. As he struck, a crimson brilliance erupted from his fist, unleashing a torrent of energy that shattered the very fabric of space. However, in the face of a punch powerful enough to vanquish even a martial emperor, the Wanlong Tower showed no signs of retreat, boldly confronting the threat once more. A deafening explosion ensued, more terrifying than before. As half of Qi Mia's body was obliterated, a sight too gruesome to behold. His countenance twisted in terror, he retreated incessantly. The ominous black tower before him was undeniably a force he could not provoke. Yet, the Wanlong Tower had no intention of sparing him. It instantly tore through the void and descended upon Qi Mia, its overwhelming divine might radiating forth, rendering him immobile. What do you intend to do? What are your intentions? I am the martial emperor of Hell's Gate, the sovereign of the mortal realm. Do you dare to strike against me? Qi Mia bellowed, a foreboding sense gnawing at him. At that moment, a colossal black dragon's maw emerged from the base of the Wanlong Tower. accompanied by an unparalleled force of suction that swiftly drew Chi Mia into the tower's interior. With a thunderous crash, the tower trembled violently, followed by a blood-curdling scream. And then everything returned to a haunting stillness. The Wanlong Tower then diminished in size, landing in the hands of Chu Tianyang. Gulp! Chu Tianyang's hands trembled, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. He was aware of the tower's might, but had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. Even a martial emperor could be easily subdued. Zhuo Songmu and the others quivered in fear. Could it be that the martial emperor had truly perished? This was an outcome they had never foreseen. Why? How could this happen? Could it be that even the martial emperor of Hell's Gate could not suppress the divine beast of the Chu family? What left them in despair was the realization that the divine beast had not even lifted a finger. Merely the opponent's innate spiritual weapon was sufficient to annihilate a martial emperor. Just how formidable was the opponent? I, as a representative of the Guangming sect, pledged to follow the Chu family for generations to come. Should I harbor any treachery, let the heavens strike me down. Pei Lin continued to be a fence-sitter, swearing allegiance to Chu Tianyang. However, as soon as he uttered these words, a deafening thunderclap suddenly erupted above his head. In an instant, he howled in agony. Chu Tianyang turned, only to find that it was the lad Chu Shiran who had unleashed a lightning technique upon Pei Lin's head. Well struck. The Chu family has no need for your kind of fence-sitters. Chu Tianyang's expression turned icy, and with a swift motion, he struck down upon Pei Lin, reducing him to a mere smear of flesh, killing him on the spot. He then turned his wrath upon Zhuo Songmu and several other martial sovereigns from the Beastmaster sect. He would not allow the formidable foes from the Beastmaster sect to escape. Before long, the news of the martial emperor of Hell's Gate's demise spread like wildfire, leaving all in a state of shock. They had expected that the arrival of a martial emperor would stabilize the conflict. Yet they could hardly fathom that a martial emperor had fallen to the Chu family. This was utterly unprecedented. The Chu family was indeed formidable. Gatianli of the Wanyu Merchants Association trembled with astonishment upon receiving the news. He was well aware that Chi Mia was an unparalleled powerhouse at the later stages of martial emperor. Thus, anyone capable of defeating him must possess strength beyond that realm. The Chu family's divine beast had relied solely on its innate spiritual weapon to annihilate its opponent. He speculated that the mysterious divine beast of the Chu family had likely reached the pinnacle of the martial emperor stage. Such a level of mastery was invincible even among martial emperors. It was likely that there were scarcely a handful of martial emperors at such a peak within Hell's Gate. Gu Tianli finds himself in a quandary regarding his relationship with the Chu family. Should he cultivate their friendship or maintain a distance? While fostering goodwill may invite the ire of the Hell's Gate, estranging them could be perilous should the Chu family ascend to the ranks of a formidable imperial family in the future. For the time being, a posture of cautious observation seems prudent, continuing to engage with them on a business level. This might well be the most sagacious approach. Fortunately, the ancestor possesses foresight. Within the confines of Qing Shan Academy, the ancestor, Sheng Feng, emerged from his coffin, his heart racing upon receiving the news. Thankfully, he had employed drastic measures to eliminate threats. Otherwise, Qing Shan Academy might have met a fate akin to that of the Guangming sect. Director Mo Shaoling remarked on Sheng Feng's cunning. Indeed, he is a wily old fox. The Chu family has eradicated several forces that were once on par with Qing Shan Academy, causing millennia of legacy to dissipate. This calamity stemmed from their reckless association with the Beastmaster sect. What good is the legacy of a martial emperor if one cannot enjoy the fruits of their labor? Even if one were to attain the title of martial emperor, what would it matter if discovered by Hell's Gate, leading to inevitable demise? Ancestor, what of the Chu family? Mo Shaoling inquired. Have they expressed any desire for us to submit to them? None, replied Sheng Feng. The Chu family seems indifferent to those who do not willingly pledge allegiance. Only those eager to submit will become their vassals. Chapter 67. You may remove your mask. Let us wait and see. The current situation is too ambiguous. Hell's Gate is an ancient titan, not easily provoked. How long can the Chu family sustain themselves with merely a beast god? Sheng Feng waved his hand dismissively. The stakes are high. A misstep could result in utter annihilation. Moreover, I remain skeptical of the Chu family's capabilities. With the demise of the martial emperor at Hell's Gate, a wave of martial emperors will inevitably follow. How will the Chu family cope then? Thus, the best course of action remains one of vigilant observation. Moreover, we must remain as inconspicuous as possible, avoiding the attention of both the Chu family and Hell's Gate. When the time is right, you shall orchestrate my grand funeral, Sheng Feng instructed Mo Shaoling. Is such an elaborate ruse truly necessary, ancestor? One must commit fully to the performance. Not only must you arrange my funeral, but I shall also need to lie within the coffin. From that moment forth, I shall retreat to the Academy's cemetery, only intervening should the academy face existential peril. Understood. Ancestor. As the entire Qian domain buzzed with activity, the Chu family soared to new heights. With the annihilation of the Beastmaster sect and its affiliated forces, some of which had thrived for millennia, their formidable legacies were now subsumed by the Chu family. The resources accumulated over centuries, particularly from the 8-star sect of the Beastmaster sect, although lacking imperial lineage, provided a wealth of medicinal pills and precious stones. The destruction of the Beastmaster sect has significantly enriched the Chu family in these regards. Do not hesitate to distribute the available medicinal pills. Ensure our kin are well supplied without reservation. Our primary task remains the vigorous development of the Chu family, as the number of strong individuals within our lineage is still lamentably scarce. Within the Grand Hall of the Chu family, upon receiving the report of our recent gains, Chu Jingwe promptly issued a command to the assembled elders. Presently, our family is supported solely by our venerable ancestor, a lone martial venerable. While the number of martial emperors is woefully insufficient, Chu Jingwe believes that in order to truly ascend to the ranks of great powers, our family must possess at least several martial venerables to safeguard our interests. However, transcending to the realm beyond martial emperor poses significant challenges. It necessitates not only the passage of time, but also the accumulation of various resources for swift advancement. Particularly, having offended the Hell Gate, a true behemoth in the mortal realm, reigning supreme for countless ages, we must prepare ourselves for the eventuality that, should they unleash their full might, only the beast god would stand a chance against them. It is unacceptable for the Chu family to remain in retreat indefinitely. We must persist in cultivating strong individuals, at the very least to alleviate some of the pressure on the beast god when the time comes. At that moment, a messenger arrived with a report. Patriarch, the leader of the 100 Flowers Valley, Wenruyu, requests an audience. Let her enter. Many female disciples from the 100 Flowers Valley have married into the Chu family, establishing not merely a subordinate relationship, but also a familial bond. Wenruyu had previously met with the patriarch and the esteemed elders, adorned in flowing white garments. Despite her veil, her eyes shimmered with clarity akin to crystal waters. There is no need for excessive formalities, Valley Master One. I trust that the troubles of your esteemed sect have been resolved? Chu Jingwe inquired as he rose. Thanks to the timely intervention of the Chu family's dragon guardians, we suffered minimal casualties. My visit serves two purposes: to express my gratitude and to report the discovery of a hidden realm. When Ryu bowed, your courtesy is appreciated. Yet it is only natural for us to assist, given our familial ties. As for this hidden realm, do you know its location? It lies within the forbidden depths of the Huan sect. The Huan sect? Chu Jingwe exclaimed, recognizing the sect notorious for its dual cultivation practices, which had wrought havoc upon male and female warriors alike. Indeed, it resides deep within the mausoleum of the Huan sect. Our ancestral martial emperor attempted to breach the barrier there, yet could not even stir it a fraction, indicating that only a martial venerable possesses the strength to force it open. When Ryu candidly explained, detailing their discovery while searching for the Huan sect. The barrier was cleverly concealed, surrounded by heaps of rubble, likely the result of a powerful individual's failed attempt to breach it, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse without yielding to the barrier. The members of the 100 Flowers Valley were left perplexed as to why such a place existed within the Huan sect. Ultimately, their ancestor, Xiaomin, attempted to intervene but could not budge the barrier at all. With no other recourse, they felt compelled to report this matter to the Chu family, hoping they might possess a solution. Even a martial emperor could not succeed? In that case, I shall relay this matter to our venerable ancestor, Chu Jingwe declared. That would be most agreeable. When Ryu nodded, just as she prepared to take her leave, Chu Jingwe added, Valley Master One, you may remove your veil now. Though my Chu family may not be a bastion of righteousness and power, we would never stoop to the base deeds of the Beastmaster sect. Upon finishing his words, a pill soared towards Wenryu, who caught it and discovered it to be a rejuvenating elixir capable of restoring her beauty. Taking a deep breath, her delicate form trembled, and she bowed in gratitude. Once the clan meeting concluded, Chu Jingwe promptly sought out the elder, Chu Tianyang, to relay the discoveries made in the 100 Flower Valley. Another secret realm? If that is the case, I shall embark on a journey. Chu Tianyang left his seclusion, and as he entered the family plaza, he beheld an elderly man furiously dragging a frail, pallid youth with sunken eyes, who appeared utterly dispirited. The elder bellowed, I instructed you to seek out women for a day. Instead, you neglect your cultivation. You are merely 18. In just over a year, you have already fathered 3 children. As a warrior, do you not fear being drained by women, thereby never attaining the profound heights of martial arts? Chu Long cried out, Grandfather, I am acutely aware of my limited aptitude and cannot bolster the family's strength. Hence I must bear the responsibility of continuing our lineage. Nonsense. Limited aptitude? It seems you are ensnared by the allure of beauty. Look at Chu Family. He was once inferior to you, yet he never surrendered and now soars to greatness. If you were to apply yourself, who knows, perhaps one day the beast god may take notice and you could alter your fate. The elder roared, delivering a swift kick to Chu Long's behind. No, grandfather, the moment I close my eyes, visions of alluring figures invade my mind. I am utterly powerless to resist. Please, allow me to fulfill my duty of expanding the Chu family. I promise to grant you dozens of great-grandchildren within a year, Chu Long exclaimed. Previously, before his encounters with women, he felt none of this, but since marrying and experiencing the pleasures of intimacy, he could no longer contain himself. Each time he shut his eyes, his mind was flooded with enchanting women, leaving him restless. Only in their company could he find solace for his agitated heart. Chapter 68. Chu Long, the secret realm of the Huan sect. You claim not to be ensnared by beauty? Now that the Chu family is flourishing, you fail to seize the moment and utter such words? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. While it is true that the Chu family is vigorously expanding its population, it is rare to find a grandson like mine. A warrior yet squandered in the arms of women daily. Most warriors aspire to ride the winds of fortune, while the burden of procreation largely falls upon those without martial talent. The irony is that my grandson, possessing the cultivation of a second-tier warrior, languishes amidst his wives, nearly exhausted, while dreaming of acquiring even more beautiful concubines. With his potential for cultivation, how can he not strive for every moment? Is it any wonder that I, as his grandfather, am incensed? Just then, Chu Long spied the elder and the clan leader in the distance and shouted, "Ah, Uncle Clan Leader, grandfather, help me." At this call, Chu Long's grandfather also noticed the elder and the clan leader, promptly releasing his grandson. What is the meaning of this? Chu Tianyang and another approached with inquiries. Grandfather Chu Long sighed heavily and recounted the situation. What indulgence in beauty. I am merely contributing to the family. Chu Long darted behind the elder, justifying himself boldly. You little rascal, see if I don't break your third leg. Grandfather, save me. Clan leader, save me. My grandfather seeks to eliminate this loyal contributor to our family. Grandfather Chu Long pursued him, while Chu Long circled around Chu Tianyang and the other. Enough. Chu Jingyue intervened. The vigorous development of our clan's population is a directive issued personally by the beast god, and we must never become complacent. Although our Chu family now boasts several tens of thousands, thanks to the recent births, as long as the beast god does not decree a halt, this endeavor must continue unceasingly. He then turned to Chu Long. However, this does not imply unrestrained indulgence. Just look at yourself. You were once so robust, yet now you appear so frail. At that moment, although Chu Long stood tall, he lacked the vigor of his former self. His lips were pale, his eyes sunken, and devoid of luster, clearly a victim of excessive indulgence. This won't do. How can the disciples of the Chu family exhibit such lackluster spirit? But clan leader, I simply cannot control myself. Young people are like this. It will improve over time. Chu Jingyue reassured him. Come, let us take a stroll to ease your mind. Perhaps the pressures of recent times have weighed heavily on you. Chu Tianyang suggested, for indeed, the Chu family had endured a significant downfall followed by a remarkable resurgence, which could understandably lead to psychological strains for some. Yes, grandfather. At the Huan sect, Chu Tianyang brought Chu Long to a site where the disciples had either perished or fled, leaving the sect nearly in ruins. I have met with Elder Chu. The two elders responsible for waiting at Baiwa Valley bowed in respect. Chu Tianyang nodded and inquired, where is that secret realm? Please follow us. The elders of Baiwa Valley led Chu Tianyang deep into the Huan sect cemetery. There, Chu Tianyang indeed discovered a golden barrier within a mountain. Everyone stepped back. Without hesitation, he prepared to breach the barrier. Energy surged within him as he unleashed powerful sacred-grade martial techniques. His fist glimmered brilliantly. With a single, thunderous punch, an explosive sound reverberated, shaking the mountain that housed the barrier and causing stones to tumble from above, yet the barrier remained utterly unyielding. Chu Tianyang was astonished. How could this barrier be so formidable? He was a martial sovereign, yet he could not break it with a single blow. Unwilling to accept defeat, he continued to strike, even resorting to a seventh-tier spiritual weapon, but to no avail. What a mystery. How could the Huan sect possess such an impervious barrier? Chu Tianyang, bewildered, turned to the elders of Baiwa Valley. What level of power does the Huan sect hold? Reporting to you, elder. They are a 6-star force with a martial emperor stationed here. However, our patriarch has mentioned that the Huan sect may have been exceedingly powerful in ancient times. This barrier is likely a remnant from ancient times, though the specifics remain unclear. Even the elders of the Huan sect were unaware of its existence. Replied the elder of the 100 Flowers Valley. I see. It appears there is no alternative but to summon the beast god, sighed Chu Tianyang. He had an unsettling premonition that this barrier was likely more formidable than the one within the Jiuxiao Mountains. The mere thought startled him. After all, the barrier in the Jiuxiao Mountains was left behind by the martial emperor. What could possibly be more terrifying than that? Without hesitation, he retrieved a communication stone to inform the beast god of the predicament. The two elders of the 100 Flowers Valley exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with astonishment. Was the enigmatic beast god of the Chu family about to make an appearance? They had only heard tales of his name, never having witnessed his true form. Naturally, the news stirred a profound sense of trepidation within them. However, before the members of the 100 Flowers Valley could mentally prepare themselves, a colossal entity, stretching several hundred meters, materialized before them. Long Yuan was now capable of controlling his size, altering his form at will. I pay my respects to the beast god. Chu Tianyang bowed, prompting the others to hurriedly follow suit. Is this the beast god of the Chu family? The two elders of the 100 Flowers Valley were struck with awe. Though his size was not excessively large, the aura he emanated was as deep as the abyss, leaving them unable to fully comprehend it. Long Yuan displayed little interest in the crowd. Upon his arrival, he immediately sensed the barrier's formidable nature. Remarkably, its strength surpassed that of the imperial level. The divine aura radiating from the barrier indicated that the being who established it was undoubtedly beyond the imperial level. Yet, how could there exist a being in the mortal realm surpassing the imperial level? This was perplexing. His divine consciousness had not detected any divine-level beings in this world. Surpassing the imperial level? Chu Tianyang's heart raced as he widened his eyes and inquired, Beast God, does that mean there are realms beyond the imperial level? Indeed, there are. Long Yuan replied. However, this is not something you should concern yourself with at present. When you attain the imperial level, I shall reveal those matters to you. Attain the imperial level? Chu Tianyang shook his head with a wry smile. The Beast God is unaware that in our realm, one must gain the approval of the Hell Gate to reach the imperial level, and currently, they would never consent. Previously, they had been oblivious to such secrets. But as their family grew stronger, they became privy to matters reserved for the most powerful. The approval of the Hell Gate? Long Yuan scoffed. Perhaps it was necessary in the past, but henceforth, in all territories under the Chu family's influence, such consent will no longer be required. Moreover, how could the Hell Gate interfere with mortal affairs? This rule must be revised. Beside him, Chu Long couldn't help but admire the beast god's imposing aura. At this moment, Long Yuan approached the barrier and instructed the crowd, step back. Chapter 69, a heart-stirring omen then, a blue dragon claw extended forth. Though no energy emanated from it, a thunderous roar resonated within the claw, indicating that he was employing the power of his physical form. Due to the insufficiency of the Demon Emperor's complete cultivation to breach this barrier, a claw struck the golden barrier with a resounding boom. The entire golden barrier rippled but remained unscathed. Long Yuan narrowed his eyes. This barrier was extraordinary. It seemed evident that this sect must have been exceedingly powerful in ancient times, for such a formidable barrier could not exist without a substantial foundation. Just moments ago, Chu Tianyang had conveyed the situation through a transmission stone, recounting the past of the Huan sect during the ancient era. Long Yuan speculated that this was likely true, and his curiosity regarding the contents within the barrier intensified. As he invoked his divine powers, Long Yuan's colossal claw subtly transformed into an ancient stone tablet, engraved with archaic characters. Utilizing the divine technique, the celestial dragon's tablet-seizing hand, a tremendous explosion ensued, reducing the entire mountain shrouded by the barrier to mere dust under the terrifying energy's impact. The barrier trembled violently, causing even the surrounding mountains to quiver in response. Witnessing this spectacle, Long Yuan unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful divine techniques. Moments later, accompanied by a cracking sound, a fissure finally appeared in the barrier. After several more strikes, the entire barrier shattered, revealing a colossal opening. Yet, at the instant the barrier broke, a magnificent golden radiance soared into the heavens, resplendent and boundless, piercing the skies. Roaring and screeching, amidst the golden light, a colossal golden dragon soared, accompanied by countless golden divine phoenixes that danced alongside it. What a terrifying phenomenon! Chu Tianyang and his companions were profoundly astonished. There had been no such manifestations when the Wu Emperor's barrier at the Jiuxiao mountain range was breached. What level of inheritance was this? Long Yuan squinted at the soaring golden dragon in the sky, pondering whether the inheritance within was connected to the dragon and phoenix clans. Let us proceed within, Long Yuan declared, leading the way as Chu Tianyang and the others followed closely. The two elders of Baiwa Valley exchanged glances, curiosity evident in their eyes. However, Regardless of the inheritance within, it was of no concern to them, and involvement in any clandestine matters could jeopardize their lives. Thus, the two elders commanded all members of Baiwa Valley to remain outside the barrier and not enter. At that moment, Chu Tianyang suddenly addressed the two elders. There is no need for such caution. This barrier was discovered by your Baiwa Valley, so let your disciples enter. If they can seize any opportunities, that would be their fortune. As their family was a subordinate force of the Chu clan, with close marital ties, it was only fair that they shared in the spoils. Much like the recent downfall of the beast-taming sect, any family or sect that had allied with them against the beast-taming sect had ultimately reaped considerable benefits. This further solidified the allegiance of those forces to the Chu family. We are most grateful, esteemed elder. The two Baiwa Valley elders expressed their thanks. Recognizing that regardless of whether they gained any opportunities, the Chu family's attitude was 1,000 times better than that of the beast-taming sect in the past. The spectacle that has unfolded here is nothing short of astonishing. The entire Qian domain, and even regions beyond, has been stirred by this phenomenon. Particularly, the resonant sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries exude an aura of boundless majesty. Truly, this is a monumental occurrence of cosmic significance. Some formidable beings, overwhelmed with excitement, have hastened towards the epicenter of this extraordinary event. Naturally, Qingyang City has also perceived the anomaly, with many cultivators unable to contain their eagerness as they rush towards the source of the manifestation. Opportunities like this are coveted by all. That direction seems to lead to the Hahuan sect. Surely, the ancestors have entered the secret realm. Chu Jingyue gazes at the resplendent golden radiance, filled with anticipation for the fortunes that may arise. Suddenly, he looks skyward, where the ancestral lineage of the Chu family, once flowing like a great river, now surges violently. As if on the verge of combustion, Chu Jingyue inhales sharply, astonished. Could it be that my family is destined to receive an extraordinary boon there? The last time they obliterated the Beastmaster sect, a similar fervor in their lineage had occurred, leading him to conclude that the Chu family was destined for victory. Yet, the intensity of the current surge surpasses that of their previous triumphs over multiple sects. What could this signify? It suggests that this opportunity is even greater than before. Chu Jingyue finds it hard to fathom what this fortune could entail. In less than half a day's time, a multitude of martial artists has congregated here, predominantly martial emperors, with a significant number of martial sages among them. However, the frustration of the crowd is palpable, as the barrier exudes an indescribable aura, causing even the martial emperors and sages to hesitate in approaching. Should they dare to touch the golden light, they would instantly be reduced to mere motes of golden brilliance, vanishing without a trace. This indicates that the barrier is beyond the reach of these powerful beings. Alas, it is a lamentable circumstance that such a heavenly boon lies before them, yet remains unattainable. All the strong practitioners sigh in dismay, exclaiming, "We urgently need a martial saint or above to shield us from this destructive golden radiance." Many, consumed with envy, shout in desperation, wishing merely to catch a glimpse of the opportunity that lies within. A day later, several martial saints arrived in unison. As the holy light cascaded over the area, all present martial emperors and sages felt an unparalleled pressure. These were the martial saints from surrounding regions, drawn by the widespread impact of the phenomenon. Let me see what this so-called destructive golden light truly is. A martial saint scoffed, brandishing his sacred artifact. Yet, to the horror of all, the artifact disintegrated into golden light upon contact with the barrier's entrance, leaving several martial saints gasping in shock. "Let us strike together," called the venerable martial Saint Lu, his voice deep and resonant. Despite his elderly appearance, his aura was terrifying, a testament to his perfected martial saint prowess. However, the other martial saints present understood that although his cultivation might be that of a perfect martial saint, his combat capability was akin to that of a quasi-martial emperor. For he possessed a physique most rare and exceptional. If it were not for the formidable dominion exerted by the gate of hell, the adversary might have long since transcended to the level of a martial emperor. As articulated by Elder Lu Chun, the assembled martial emperors nodded in agreement. With such a multitude of powerful beings uniting their efforts, even an imperial-level barrier would scarcely endure for long. Under the anticipatory gazes of all present, the martial saints, led by Lu Chun, simultaneously summoned their sacred artifacts, unleashing a cataclysmic strike. A thunderous roar resonated as their combined assaults converged, surging forth like a primordial torrent, shattering the void. The terrifying impact struck the breached entrance of the barrier, yet, astonishingly, even these formidable martial saints found their most potent onslaught dissipated into mere nothingness by the golden radiance. Not only the onlookers, but even the martial saints themselves were left in utter disbelief. Chapter 70. If Chu Long can do it, why can't we? How can this be possible? Our united attack has failed to leave even the slightest mark here? The other martial saints were taken aback by this incredulity. They believed that even a quasi-martial emperor could not withstand such a concerted effort. How could the barrier remain entirely unscathed? Press on. Lu Chun, undeterred by the inexplicable, rallied once more with the other martial saints against the already fractured barrier. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Long Yuan felt a profound oddity. The space was confined, barren, and desolate, seemingly untouched for eons. The only prominent feature was a towering golden stone pillar standing resolutely at the center, from which all the peculiar phenomena emanated. This golden cylindrical pillar soared several dozen feet high, requiring several individuals to encircle it completely. Coiling around the pillar was a magnificent golden dragon, flanked by numerous golden phoenixes of varying postures, all guarding the dragon with regal poise. Long Yuan circled the golden column, scrutinizing it closely. Aside from the intricate carvings, there was naught else upon the pillar. What could this be? A legacy? Or perhaps a divine weapon? Long Yuan extended his consciousness into the golden pillar, only to encounter a vast expanse of chaos, devoid of any discernible discovery. How strange. There appeared to be neither legacy nor treasure. This left Long Yuan perplexed. Without any inheritance or artifact, what then could account for such a terrifying spectacle? At this moment, Chu Tianyang and his companions arrived, and upon their investigation, they too found no answers. Could it be that the opportunity lay elsewhere, concealed in some hidden location? Chu Tianyang speculated. Reminiscent of the stone tablet discovered in the subterranean realms of the Nine Heavens mountain range, shrouded in the fabric of space. Long Yuan shook his head, stating, I have already sensed this space. Apart from this stone pillar, there exists nothing else. There remained a possibility that the hidden object was concealed so deeply that his current level of cultivation rendered him incapable of perceiving it. Just as the group was engulfed in confusion, Chu Long approached the pillar, curiously caressing its golden surface. In an instant, a resounding dragon's roar and the melodious cry of the phoenix reverberated throughout the space. Suddenly, the golden dragon upon the pillar opened its eyes, its radiant golden gaze locking onto Chu Long. Chu Tianyang was taken aback, entirely unaware of the situation at hand. He assumed that Chu Long had encountered some peril, prompting him to take action. However, a force suddenly descended upon him, rendering him immobile. It was the intervention of Long Yuan. Do not touch him. Perhaps he shares a fateful connection with this object. After much contemplation, Long Yuan failed to uncover any significant insights. The slightest contact from the other party had instigated an extraordinary phenomenon. Surely this indicated a profound connection. Practitioner, Chu Long, physique, none, cultivation realm. Late stage of second-rank warrior, physical cultivation. Perfected first-rank warrior, identity. Member of the Chu clan. Long Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering the incongruity. This individual appeared quite ordinary. How could he provoke a response from the golden pillar? Furthermore, it was evident from the person's demeanor that he was utterly drained, his vitality severely depleted. How could such a person elicit a reaction from the stone column? This was utterly perplexing. Moreover, was this not the legacy of the Dragon clan? If he could not invoke a reaction himself, why would it respond to someone so engrossed in earthly pleasures? Just then, Chu Long's figure vanished. But Long Yuan discerned clearly that he had been drawn into the eye of the golden divine dragon. Beast god, Chu Tianyang exclaimed anxiously. While it was true that Chu Long was often lost in his indulgences, he was still a descendant of the Chu family. No matter. He must have been absorbed into the interior of this pillar. Perhaps this is a fortuitous opportunity. Long Yuan spoke calmly. Yet, when he again probed the interior of the stone pillar with his consciousness, he found only chaos, devoid of any trace of Chu Long. This astonished Long Yuan. How could this be? Perhaps the pillar's nature was of such an elevated caliber that, with his current cultivation, he could not fathom the secrets within. You may also approach the stone pillar to see if it elicits any response. Subsequently, Chu Tianyang and the others from Baiwa Valley took turns attempting to interact with the pillar, but none provoked any change. It seems you are not destined to encounter the opportunities here, Long Yuan remarked, shaking his head. Indeed, such fortunes are bestowed upon those with a fateful connection. Those without such ties cannot forcefully obtain them. How could this be? That little rascal Chu Long is nothing but a lecher, forever lost in the allure of beauty. Humph. On our journey here, that little scoundrel even claimed he had devised dozens of different postures and asked if I wished to learn. He offered to teach me for free. Chu Tianyang's face darkened with discontent. He had realized that Chu Long was indeed a frivolous individual, consumed by thoughts of his numerous wives and concubines instead of focusing on his cultivation. It was no wonder his grandfather had dealt with him so sternly. He had been far too lenient. Upon returning, he would ensure his grandfather continued to discipline him thoroughly. Ha ha ha, perhaps this legacy truly requires someone like that little rogue. Long Yuan laughed heartily. How could that be? What legacy would be so blind as to choose such a person? Chu Tianyang shook his head in disbelief. Elder, do not forget, this is the Hahuan sect. It is possible that the legacy here may very well be the ultimate foundation of the Hahuan sect from ancient times. An elder from Baiwa Valley cautioned. Chu Tianyang's forehead broke into a cold sweat. The Hahuan sect's legacy? That is certainly not a desirable inheritance. If that young man, Chu Long, truly acquires the legacy of the Hahuan sect, it would spell disaster. Who knows how many female warriors would suffer as a result? There is no need for concern, esteemed elder. I have heard that in ancient times, the Hahuan sect was a legitimate sect, and their dual cultivation methods differed significantly from those of today. Back then, many female warriors vied fiercely to become the companions of Hahuan sect disciples. However, as time has progressed, their orthodox teachings have been lost, leading them down the path of the current dual cultivation heresy. The elder of the 100 Flowers Valley remarked that this information was relayed to her by ancestor Chiu Min. Though she was quite taken aback, the ancestor had no reason to deceive her. We shall see how this unfolds. If it is indeed the orthodox dual cultivation method, then it is acceptable. However, if it involves using the other party as a furnace to absorb their cultivation, then we cannot allow him to cultivate this legacy under any circumstances. Chu Tianyang stated solemnly. Considering that the Hahuan sect's reputation is exceedingly tarnished, driven by an unscrupulous pursuit of power. At that moment, Chu Long entered a peculiar space where he was confronted with an array of 108 erotic paintings. As he gazed upon the vividly depicted and fantastically diverse postures, he realized that his own research was utterly trivial in comparison. Marvelous! He could not help but exclaim in admiration, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming as if he had stumbled upon a new realm. Just as he was overwhelmed with exhilaration, enchanting figures emerged from the walls, adorned in alluring sheer gowns. Approaching him, "Young master, please engage in dual cultivation with us." The alluring whispers echoed in Chu Long's ears, igniting a fervent restlessness within him. Chapter 71. Mysterious Techniques. The golden pillar, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, exuded an imposing authority. Chu Long's disappearance compelled everyone to remain stationed in place. Long Yuan initially contemplated uprooting the pillar, but fearing any adverse effects on the vanished Chu Long, he opted to wait patiently instead. Outside the barrier, the number of warriors drawn by the anomaly increased, effectively surrounding the Hahuan sect. The martial saints led by Lu Chun fell silent, realizing that this barrier was beyond their capacity to breach. Neither the already broken entrance nor the intact barrier surrounding it could be disturbed in the slightest. There is evidently a massive hole in this barrier, clearly man-made. Yet why can we not enter? One martial saint inquired, perplexed. Lu Chun pondered. I suspect that the means employed here were left behind by the formidable being who breached the barrier, intended to prevent our entry. What shall we do then? We cannot simply stand by and watch such a significant opportunity fall into the hands of another. The other martial saints expressed their impatience. The anomalies alone were enough to instill awe, indicating that the opportunities within were undoubtedly extraordinary. What else can be done? The only one capable of breaking this barrier must undoubtedly be a martial emperor. Do you truly believe we can seize opportunities from the hands of a martial emperor? Lu Chun shook his head. A martial emperor? Could it be the martial emperor of the Hell Gate? The collective breath of the martial saints caught in their throats. If it indeed were the martial emperor of the Hell Gate, they would not dare harbor any improper thoughts regarding the opportunities present here. After all, many among them are vassals of the Hell Gate. It is not entirely unfounded. I recently overheard snippets from other martial artists that the Chu family of Zhangzhou in the Qian domain has given rise to a demon emperor. Furthermore, the Hahuan sect was annihilated by the subordinate forces of the Chu family. Could it be that demon emperor from the Chu family? Lu Chun furrowed his brows, as those around him spoke increasingly outlandish tales, even claiming that the Chu family's demon emperor had slain a martial emperor of the Hell Gate. Such assertions seemed absurd. However, he recalled an ominous aura that had swept over his Taishian sect not long ago. It appeared to emanate from a martial emperor. Could this be true? If it were, the implications would be terrifying. Yet, Lu Chun deemed the likelihood to be exceedingly slim. After all, if the Hell Gate had indeed lost a martial emperor, their forces would have already descended upon them, making it improbable for the Chu family's demon emperor to remain alive. For now, it would be prudent to wait and see. They would inevitably reveal themselves. If they were truly imperial-level beings, they would have to relinquish the opportunity. Conversely, if they were not, they must seize the chance at all costs. Within the barrier, Chu Long reappeared before the crowd. Though his face bore an expression of delight, his eyes still reflected trepidation. Fortunately, he had previously entered the family's heart refinement tower, Otherwise, he would have surely been ensnared by the alluring beauty that had manifested earlier, leading to a perilous fate. Chu Long, what inheritance have you obtained? Inquired Chu Tianyong, furrowing his brow. Hee, ancestor, I have learned 108 postures from within. Chu Long replied with a grin. Do you believe I will return you to your grandfather? Please, ancestor, I truly have learned 108 postures. But they constitute an exceedingly powerful inheritance known as the Dragon and Phoenix Reversal Yin-Yang 108 forms. This is vastly different from the nefarious techniques of the Huan sect. It is a legitimate method of dual cultivation. Chu Long hastily clarified, explaining that this technique did not rely on one partner becoming the other's furnace, but rather allowed for mutual cultivation, rapidly enhancing both parties' cultivation levels. It is indeed an unparalleled method of dual cultivation. Even more astonishingly, upon reaching a certain level, the male practitioner could attain a Yang dragon body, while the female practitioner would embody a Yin phoenix. In battle, should both partners be present, their combined swords could manifest a dragon and phoenix symphony, unleashing even more terrifying combat prowess. Moreover, he could form formidable battle formations with multiple partners, transcending borders with ease. Chu Tianyong listened, utterly astonished. Such miraculous techniques exist in the world? He cast a doubtful glance toward the beast god. Ancestor, beast god, you must believe me. I would never dare to deceive you. Chu Long implored anxiously, emphasizing that this cultivation technique necessitated a partner. Should the ancestor doubt him and think he was merely infatuated with women, concocting lies, he feared being imprisoned in anger, which would hinder his rapid growth. Thus, he gazed at the beast god with hopeful eyes, for if the beast god spoke, the ancestor would undoubtedly acquiesce. Long Yuan remarked, there are countless strange techniques in the world. We have yet to encounter many of them, as numerous as the stars in the sky. As for whether it is a nefarious practice, we shall observe him and his companions for a while, and their cultivation levels and conditions will soon become evident. Hence, there is no need for us to rush to a conclusion. Haha, the beast god is formidable, Chu Long exclaimed with excitement. With the beast goddess endorsement, he no longer had to worry about the ancestor. Indeed, Chu Tianyong remarked, since the beast god has spoken, we shall observe you for a time. Should I learn that you dare to use other female warriors as vessels, I shall not show you mercy. Although the Chu family is not known for their benevolence, Chu Tianyong would not permit his kin to cultivate such wicked arts. Rest assured, ancestor, I would never commit such an act. Chu Long patted his chest, then whispered, ancestor, would you like me to teach you some postures? Slap. Chu Tianyong smacked the back of Chu Long's head, fuming, you rascal. From now on, focus on your cultivation and the development of the family. If I discover that you are disseminating anything detrimental to the family's progress, I shall not hesitate to break your third leg. Ancestor, you misunderstand. I merely wish to ask if you would like to learn this legacy. I could teach it to you. Chu Long protested, rubbing the back of his head. Never mind, I touched the golden stone pillar earlier, but it yielded no response, indicating that I am not destined for this legacy. Even if you were to pass this technique to me, I would likely be incapable of cultivating it, or my efficiency would be far inferior to yours. Most importantly, I have no interest in so-called dual cultivation. Chu Tianyong shook his head, acknowledging that everyone has their own opportunities and fortunes. Ancestor, you are not interested in women? I'll beat you, you little rascal. Beast god, save me. Ancestor is going to stifle our family's talents. Witnessing this scene, Long Yuan smiled and shook his head. However, the warmth of the moment was quite comforting. He even did not foresee that years later, Chu Long's lineage would give rise to many extraordinary talents for the Chu family. Subsequently, Long Yuan directly employed his abilities to extract the entire divine pillar, intending to place it within the Chu family's ninefold spatial realm. For perhaps someone in the future might attain this legacy, as such treasures are not one-time use. Outside the barrier, everyone awaited eagerly, with some already preparing to launch an attack, as the previous anomaly had vanished, indicating that the legacy might have been seized by certain individuals. Once someone emerged, they would seize the legacy with overwhelming force. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Chu Tianyong and the others exited the barrier. So many have come to greet us. Chu Tianyong smiled at the warriors blocking their path. Chu Tianyong of the Chu family? Lu Chen inquired. Indeed, and you are? I am Lu Chen from the Taishan sect. Taishan sect? Is that not a force from the Qin domain? Chu Tianyong was astonished that the anomaly here had even attracted powers from beyond their realm. It is an honor to meet a senior from the Taishan sect. Might I inquire as to why you and your companions obstruct our path? Lu Chen smiled. I have heard that the Chu family has produced a powerful demon emperor, and we have come to pay our respects. Demon emperor? What demon emperor? Chu Tianyong was perplexed. The beast god had never acknowledged himself as a demon emperor. How amusing. As an emperor-level powerhouse remains unseen, we have come here out of admiration, So I implore you, esteemed ancestor of the Chu family, do not keep yourself hidden. The martial saint of the 10,000 Swords sect chuckled. Indeed, it is only fitting that we are granted an audience. The martial saint of the Divine Fist sect crossed his arms, nodding, revealing his muscular golden arms, robust as tree trunks. It is said that he is a true dragon? My heavenly dragon abyss belongs to the lineage of the flood dragons. It is imperative that we behold the legendary true dragon. I beseech you, esteemed ancestor of the Chu family, to summon your beast god so that I may admire the grandeur of the true dragon. An elder, with hair as red as fire and adorned with a pair of flood dragon horns, stood before Chu Tianyang. Though he spoke thus, Jiao Fei was skeptical. While it is true that a scant few flood dragons harbor a trace of true dragon blood, they are exceedingly rare. The existence of a true dragon is virtually non-existent. Had one existed, it would have long been captured by the Hell Gate and brought into the sacred realm. How could it possibly appear here? Jiao Fei's ambition lay in the legacy contained within. He had clearly observed the manifestation of a golden true dragon's ethereal form within. He suspected that this legacy was undeniably connected to the dragon and phoenix clans. Thus he was determined to find a way to acquire it. Chu Tianyang regarded these visitors, who professed to seek the beast god, but in reality, their intent was merely to probe for the truth and subsequently vie for the legacy. Since you all have come to visit my Chu family's beast god, I presume you have brought substantial offerings. How about this? Present your gifts to me, and I shall summon the beast god for you. Chu Tianyang smiled faintly. What nonsense about a beast god? I see it merely as these individuals perpetuating baseless rumors. There is no demon emperor to speak of. Have they considered the formidable might of the Hell Gate, which has ruled the human realm for countless ages? How could there be any existence beyond their control? And what of slaying a martial emperor of the Hell Gate? Who has witnessed such a thing? It is all mere gossip. The martial saint of the Divine Fist sect, Hao Jiang, grew weary of the charade and bellowed, his eyes blazing. As a subordinate force of the Hell Gate, he was acutely aware of its overwhelming strength. There were not just a handful of martial emperors there. Furthermore, given the nature of the Hell Gate, if a martial emperor had indeed perished here, they would have dispatched numerous emperor-level powerhouses to eliminate the threat, and the Chu family would not still be standing. With that, he took the initiative, launching a flurry of golden punches towards Chu Tianyang, akin to ancient divine mountains bearing down upon him. Indeed, the legacy here today shall be claimed by this saint. Even the demon emperor could not obstruct me. Seeing this, Jiao Fei was unwilling to lag behind. One hand transformed into a claw adorned with red scales, reaching out toward Chu Tianyang and the others. The remaining martial saints also sprang into action, for the early bird catches the worm. Moreover, did it not say that the Chu family had obtained the legacy of the Yunxiu sect from the Jiuxiao mountain range? While smaller factions may be unaware of the Yunxiu sect, these esteemed forces, with their long-standing heritage, were well acquainted with the events surrounding the Yunxiu sect, which indeed birthed a martial emperor. If today they were to obtain the inheritance of the Cloud Sky sect, they might exchange it for a complete alliance with the Hell Gate, rather than remaining merely as vassals as they are now. Thus, the group exerted themselves without reservation. Only Lu Chun furrowed his brow, quietly retreating behind the others. He was not affiliated with the Hell Gate and lacked formidable backing, which necessitated a more cautious and restrained approach. Moreover, Chu Tianyang's demeanor was marked by a blatant audacity, suggesting he had some hidden advantage. It would be wise to observe the unfolding events. As the ferocious onslaught from the others surged forth, Chu Tianyang, positioned at the forefront, felt as though he would be torn asunder. Yet, at that moment, a surge of power emerged, shielding him from the terrifying might of the martial saints. Just as the martial saints were about to reach him, a colossal blue claw suddenly emerged from behind the golden barrier, enveloping the martial saints above. Instantly, a wave of divine power erupted, resembling a heavenly canopy descending upon them, suppressing the attacking martial saints, rendering them immobile. Jiao Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. He sensed an unsettling agitation and fear within his bloodline, an experience unlike any he had encountered before. Could it truly be that a true dragon was present? As this thought crossed his mind, a blue true dragon emerged from within the barrier, coiling above the crowd. A true dragon, indeed a true dragon? This was inconceivable. Jiao Fei trembled uncontrollably. In the presence of the true dragon's bloodline, his own dragon lineage seemed utterly insignificant, leaving him prostrate on the ground. The beast god of the Chu family. This is the beast god of the Chu family. A nearby martial artist, having witnessed Long Yuan in Qingyang City, exclaimed loudly. In an instant, all the martial saints were filled with dread. The beast god of the Chu family was indeed a true dragon? Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the true dragon, a martial saint from the Divine Fist sect screamed in terror, "Please spare me, Senior." My Divine Fist sect is a subordinate force of the Hell Gate. I implore you to spare my life for the sake of the Hell Gate. He was the swiftest to act and the quickest to beg for mercy. The Hell Gate? Long Yuan scoffed. Are you not aware that I recently vanquished a martial emperor of the Hell Gate? I believe his name was Chimia. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the martial saints widened in horror, their bodies trembling. They had not anticipated that the rumors they had heard were indeed true. Furthermore, a few among them had heard of the infamous Chimia. Please spare me. I am from the Jiao Dragon clan of Tian Long Yuan, and I am willing to serve you as a dragon god in the future. Jiao Fei shouted urgently, feeling the most immense pressure among the martial saints, which stemmed from the true dragon's overwhelming presence. Do I look like I covet the title of your dragon god? Die, without granting them further opportunity to plead for mercy. Long Yuan tightened his claw, and the martial saints exploded, leaving no trace behind. Slaying the martial saints was as effortless as slaughtering chickens or dogs. The reason Long Yuan had not emerged immediately was to allow these individuals to act first. After all, taking a life requires justification. Otherwise, it would tarnish the reputation of the Chu family. The surrounding crowd felt a shiver run down their spines, their hair standing on end. Indeed, as the legends foretold, the prowess of the beast god of the Chu family was formidable beyond imagination. Not far away, Lu Chen's mind was nearly in a daze. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure, or he would have met the same fate as those around him. Gazing at the true dragon, Lu Chen was overwhelmed with astonishment. Is this truly the beast god of the Chu family? Its aura was as profound as the abyss, unfathomable. Could it possibly be a demon emperor of unparalleled strength, transcending even the authority of the Hell Gate? Yet, why would it dare to openly challenge the Hell Gate? Should it not be lying low at this moment? With a slight grip of the dragon's claws, a trace of crimson dragon blood began to coalesce from the dissipating blood mist. Chapter 73, The Bloodline Returns. I shall return this to Chu Yunling. This is a drop of dragon blood that can elevate her contract beast's bloodline further. Long Yuan handed the drop of dragon blood to Chu Tianyong, who bowed deeply, saying, On behalf of Yunling, I thank the beast god. Chu Long was immensely excited. This was the true embodiment of strength, disregarding all, be it a martial sage or any background, all were mere punches in its eyes. One day, I, Chu Long, shall also become a powerhouse akin to the dragon god. However, I must first return home and engage in dual cultivation with my beloved wives. Chu Long stroked his chin, already contemplating the postures from the 108 styles. As Long Yuan departed with the crowd, the original golden barrier abruptly shattered. The multitude of warriors, elated, surged in, only to find nothing of value, not even a single useful spiritual herb or elixir. Henceforth, one must never provoke the Chu family. Lu Chen sighed, sensing that monumental changes were on the horizon. Perhaps the dominion of the Hell Gate, established over countless ages, would soon be affected. I must also prepare for my ascension to martial emperor. In Lu Chen's eyes, this era represented a golden opportunity. Upon returning to his family, Chu Long eagerly sought out his wife, who was deep in meditation. What? Now? Shen Biao's face flushed with embarrassment as she chided, It is broad daylight. Moreover, during your absence, grandfather came to see us, saying that we cannot indulge you too much. Just look at what you've become. Despite daily nourishment, you remain as thin as a rake, nearly drained of vitality. Thus, I, along with several sisters, have decided that you must abstain for a month. Once your body has sufficiently recovered, we shall reconsider. Shen Biao sat on the mat, eyes closed, unyielding. Before marrying into the Chu family, she was merely an ordinary warrior with mediocre talent, lacking training resources, and had to cautiously navigate the advances of men who coveted her beauty, living in a state of constant anxiety. Consequently, she cherished her current life and naturally wished for no misfortune to befall her supportive husband, Chu Long. But I can no longer restrain myself. You must hold back. No, I truly cannot hold back. Chu Long pressed Shen Biao onto the mat. However, prior to their dual cultivation, he imparted a set of teachings to her, for this time was not merely for pleasure, but for the purpose of cultivation. If, after a period of time, no results can be achieved, then it seems I may truly be destined for abstinence as decreed by my ancestors. As the dual cultivation commenced, spiritual energy began to flow between the two bodies, accompanied by the resounding echoes of dragon roars and phoenix cries within them. Before long, a golden divine dragon's phantom coiled around Chu Long, while a golden divine phoenix's phantom appeared beside Shen Biao, and the dragon and phoenix began to intertwine in a unique manner. Outside the room, Chu Tianyong squinted as he observed, his aged face slightly flushed. Yet he could not help but feel astonished upon witnessing the emergence of the dragon and phoenix phantoms. It appears that this young man was indeed speaking the truth. He has truly acquired an extraordinary inheritance. Nevertheless, Chu Tianyang felt it prudent to continue observing for a while longer, to discern whether Chu Long's wife would exhibit any adverse reactions following the dual cultivation. Of course, this observation was not to be conducted as a peeping Tom. He was no voyeur. However, the posture of their dual cultivation was indeed intriguing. Despite having engaged in various endeavors over the decades, he had never attempted such a position. Unbeknownst to him, above Qingyang City, within the storm clouds, a pair of eyes were also watching this scene unfold. This should not be a malevolent practice. It appears to be a legitimate method of dual cultivation. Long Yuan observed the events transpiring within the room, and while he had a modicum of understanding regarding such postures, he found himself lacking the inclination to witness their dual cultivation, for the long-awaited voice of the system finally resonated. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task, and the level of your protected family has been elevated to 7 stars. Reward: 10 years of cultivation, 1 instance of bloodline return, 10 sacred artifacts, 5 portions of sacred physical essence, 5 portions of sacred martial soul essence, and the imperial level body refinement technique, the cosmic star technique. After months of anticipation, the moment had finally arrived. Long Yuan sighed, for the period of waiting had culminated in reward. He felt a surge of excitement, particularly regarding the bloodline return. What remarkable existence might it yield? System: absorbed 10 years of cultivation. Such treasures ought to be savored until the end. In an instant, a gentle energy surged into his body, as though he had cultivated for several centuries, and his aura began to gradually ascend, while his physique also expanded. This absorption of energy took several days, possibly due to the elevated level he had attained. Once the 600 years of cultivation was fully absorbed, just as he had anticipated, he successfully broke through the divine level. However, he had underestimated the accumulation required for the divine level. Despite breaking through, he was only at the mid-stage of the demon god realm, far from achieving its completion. Nevertheless, the realm of cultivation mattered little. His greatest anticipation lay in this bloodline return. He pondered what kind of existence this bloodline return might yield, and to what degree his physical cultivation would ascend. Amidst overwhelming excitement, he finally absorbed the reward from the bloodline return. Days later, within the storm clouds above Qingyang City, inside the Dragon Emperor Hall, an enormous creature, measuring tens of thousands of meters in length, freely roamed the skies. Its entire body was adorned with blue dragon scales, yet the mane along its neck, trailing down to its tail, had transformed into a brilliant crimson hue, and the 3 majestic dragon horns atop its head had also shifted from blue to red. Host: Long Yuan race, Icefire Celestial Dragon, cultivation level, mid-stage of the 10th rank demon god, physical cultivation, perfection of the immortal realm, current task, to cultivate an 8th rank martial saint for the guardian family, task rewards, a century of cultivation. The supreme artifact time tower, the unparalleled divine skill ancestral dragon fist, 20 body enhancement pills, 20 martial soul enhancement pills, guardian family level, 7 stars, cultivation speed of the host increases by 70 times. The Icefire Celestial Dragon. Long Yuan's excitement was palpable. Previously, he possessed only the power of ice, but now he also wielded the might of flames. Not to mention, his appearance had become significantly more formidable. Additionally, his physical cultivation had reached the perfection of the immortal realm, a level where, even if the soul were to perish, the body would endure through endless epochs without decay. Even in death, as long as the body had not been entirely obliterated, it could nurture a soul once more after countless ages, granting a chance at rebirth. Long Yuan was thrilled. Was this not akin to a second chance at life? Furthermore, the newly presented task rewards were quite enticing, particularly the Supreme Artifact Time Tower. According to the system's description, this artifact possessed the ability to accelerate time. What a treasure! Does the Chu family not require time at this juncture? With the Time Tower, the Chu family could swiftly cultivate formidable beings, and the system's tasks could also be accomplished with great efficiency. This artifact arrived at the most opportune moment. Chapter 74. The method for rapidly cultivating a martial saint. As one's cultivation level ascends, the time required to break through each realm increases significantly. Even with a powerful physique, there exists no potential for limitless rapid advancement. Thus, the importance of the Time Tower is self-evident. An 8th rank martial saint? Currently, the highest cultivation in the Chu family belongs to Chu Tianyang, yet he is merely at the early stage of martial venerable, still years away from attaining martial saint status. A method for swiftly birthing a martial saint? Long Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization. He seemingly possessed a solution, for the Chu family had beast tamers. Why not have Chu Yin contract a holy beast? Yes, indeed, that method is feasible. However, we're to find a holy level beast. In the absence of the martial emperor, such beings are virtually the overlords of this realm. Suddenly, He recalled the martial saint dragon he had slain with a single strike at the Huan sect. Had it not claimed to hail from the celestial dragon abyss? Where is the celestial dragon abyss? Long Yuan's consciousness swept forth, swiftly locating the celestial dragon abyss next to the Qian domain. After breaking through to the divine level, his consciousness transformed into true divine awareness, enabling him to glimpse nearly the entirety of the mortal realm with a mere thought. Oh, there are several areas where my divine perception seems unable to penetrate. A forbidden zone, perhaps? How intriguing. Could there be divine-level beings within? Nevertheless, he was indifferent to such matters. As long as they did not hinder the development of the Chu family, everything else was inconsequential to him. He then promptly summoned Chu Tianyang. Beast God, have you once again awakened your ancestral bloodline? Chu Tianyang gazed in astonishment at the colossal figure before him. Not only had its appearance changed, but its size had also expanded exponentially. Previously, it measured nearly 1,000 meters, but now it was at least 10,000 meters. Does this not suggest that the beast goddess power has undergone a tremendous transformation? Has he perhaps reached the pinnacle of the demon emperor? Indeed. Because you have become part of the 7-star family, I have joyfully returned to my ancestral bloodline. Chu Tianyang was left speechless. The beast god is truly remarkable. With just a moment of joy, he reverts to his ancestral bloodline. Since our acquaintance, I wonder how many times you have undergone this transformation? To other warriors and demon beasts, it is regarded as an unparalleled opportunity, yet for you, it seems to occur at the slightest happiness. Is there any room left for others to thrive? At that moment, a golden jade slip soared towards Chu Tianyang. What is this? The emperor-level martial art. The Tsang Tian battle technique. Long Yuan calmly remarked, now that you are part of the 7-star family, the distance to an emperor-level family is not far off. Strive diligently, for the road ahead is still long. Chu Tianyang trembled as he held the jade slip. An emperor-level martial art. Indeed an emperor-level martial art? Although previously, Chu Feng had also received the emperor-level inheritance, it was one that only he could utilize. Moreover, there was the mysterious inheritance of Chu Long, which likely did not fall short of the emperor level, yet those inheritances were too limited and lacked universality. However, what the beast god has provided is something that all can cultivate. This is the true ultimate foundation. I have told you countless times, as an ancestor, you must remain composed. Do not always appear as though you have never seen the world. Long Yuan sighed. What is just an emperor-level martial art? Look at how excited the old man is. He is nearly leaping to the pure land of ultimate bliss. Thank you, beast god. 1,000 words of gratitude ultimately condensed into a single statement. The grace bestowed upon the Chu family by the beast god is greater than the heavens. And Chu Tianyang could scarcely articulate his feelings of thankfulness. After his departure, Long Yuan became aware of Chu Yunling, who was in the midst of cultivation. Come, accompany me outside. Yes, beast god. Chu Yunling readily agreed, her spiritual cave manifesting behind her, revealing the azure sky thundercloud flood dragon. Upon seeing the young man with fiery red hair before her, the azure sky thundercloud flood dragon was immediately struck with fear, quaking in trepidation and lowering its head. This was the pressure stemming from bloodline. What are you afraid of? I shall not consume you. Long Yuan snorted lightly. The azure sky thundercloud flood dragon was further engulfed in fear, as the faint dragon might in the other's voice was nearly unbearable. Cultivate well. I look forward to the day you transform into a true dragon. Long Yuan proclaimed. Spirit beast. Azure Sky Thunder Cloud Flood Dragon Race, Flood Dragon, Thunder Dragon Bloodline Awakening Degree 37, Realm of Cultivation, 6th Tier, Demon Emperor Perfection, Physical Cultivation, 5th Tier, Demon King Perfection Identity, Contract Beast of Chu Yunling. Thank you immensely, esteemed elder. I shall not disappoint your high expectations. The Azure Sky Thunder Cloud Flood Dragon was both delighted and frightened. Does the beast god hold such lofty expectations for me? Subsequently, Chu Yunling and Long Yuan stood upon the back of the Azure Sky Thundercloud Flood Dragon and soared towards the direction of Tianlong Abyss. Meanwhile, as news of the demise of the martial saint from the Huan sect reached Tianlong Abyss and other factions such as the Divine Fist sect, all high-ranking members immediately reported this to the Hell Gate, for this was beyond the capacity of their saint-level forces to handle. It is astonishing that even the Red Extinction has perished. It seems that a new Emperor-level powerhouse has indeed emerged from that region of Qianyu. It is indeed a restless place. We had severed the 9th-tier celestial vein there, yet how could an Imperial-level powerhouse still arise? That region should have been transformed into a desolate wasteland to eliminate any future threats. At this moment, within the celestial realm at the heart of the 33 domains of the human world, several martial emperors sat in the void, their expressions rather grim. The Yunshao sect of the Qian domain had already caused them to lose several martial emperors, and now chaos had erupted once more. This left the martial emperors of the Hell Gate quite displeased. Perhaps we should dispatch a few more martial emperors to suppress the situation directly. I fear that as time passes, it may become increasingly troublesome. One martial emperor spoke coldly. No, we lack the energy to manage such matters right now. Our primary focus must be on conquering the forbidden zone we are currently assaulting. Within that forbidden area, there is a high possibility of possessing divine-level inheritance. At that time, we, who have honed our skills for countless millennia at the martial emperor level, might even catch a glimpse of the martial god realm. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all martial emperors sparkled with brilliance, each breathing rapidly, their energy surging wildly. At their level, they sought nothing else. Their sole aspiration was the divine. The allure of the divine level was far more potent than that of an uncontrollable demon emperor. Alas, we were not chosen by the sacred realm. Otherwise, breaking through to the divine level within the sacred realm would be a mere trifle. One martial emperor sighed. The sacred realm selects talents with a minimum requirement of an imperial physique. The standards are exceedingly high. The other martial emperors shook their heads. In the present human world, an imperial physique emerges only once every several millennia, making it exceedingly rare. That said, we cannot turn a blind eye to that imperial powerhouse who has slipped from our grasp. In my view, granting some imperial artifacts and complete martial emperor attack methods to the Tianlong Abyss and the Divine Fist sect should suffice to eliminate our opponent. No matter how formidable they may be, they cannot surpass a complete martial emperor. Indeed, let us employ this strategy. While we assault the forbidden zone here, we shall allow the Divine Fist sect to act on our behalf and eliminate that new emperor. This way, we can achieve both objectives. Meanwhile, Long Yuan and Chu Yunling descended unreservedly upon the skies above the dominant force of the Tianlong Abyss. Chapter 75, Tianlong Abyss. The Tianlong Abyss is situated in a deep chasm, where legends speak of true dragons existing. However, this legend holds a kernel of truth for Long Yuan, as he senses the presence of true dragons, and it is quite potent. A radiant light ignited in Long Yuan's eyes as he gazed into the profound depths of the Tianlong Abyss, astonished to discover a golden lake therein. Could it be the blood of true dragons? Long Yuan's expression shifted slightly. The golden lake was unmistakably filled with the blood of true dragons. Within his gaze, golden, young true dragons swam within the lake, though they were not true dragons, but merely the essence of dragon blood contained within. No wonder the Tianlong Abyss continuously gives rise to the Jiaolong clan. It is nourished by this lake of dragon blood. However, the aura of true dragons there is overwhelmingly dense, exuding a terrifying dragon might. For the Jiaolong within the Tianlong Abyss, that lake is a forbidden area they dare not approach. Yet the dragon energy that emanates from the lakes is sufficient to nurture the entire Tianlong Abyss. It appears that the Tianlong Abyss is also a subordinate force of the Hell Gate. With narrowed eyes, Long Yuan reflected on how he had slain a martial emperor of the Hell Gate, thus forging an enduring enmity between them. Furthermore, in order to ascend to the status of martial emperor in this world, one must obtain the Hell Gate's approval, a condition that Long Yuan finds utterly intolerable, thus sealing their fates in opposition. Given this reality, it would be of no consequence for me to seize some opportunities here. Glancing at the azure sky thundercloud Jiao beneath him, he pondered that perhaps this place held a significant fortune for him. As for himself, the dragon blood here holds no value. Who dares? The aura of the azure sky thundercloud Jiao immediately attracted the attention of numerous powerful beings within the Tianlong Abyss. In an instant, the sound of dragon roars reverberated throughout the Tianlong Abyss. Soon, several Jiao dragons surged forth from the depths of the abyss, encircling the group. Pay them no heed. Proceed directly into the depths of the Tianlong Abyss. Long Yuan stated calmly. Understood. The azure sky thundercloud Jiao swayed its massive body and surged forward. Wherever it passed, the obstructing Jiao dragons seemed to be swept aside by an invisible hand, creating a clear path. Who dares to trespass into my Tianlong Abyss? Regardless of your identity, you shall meet your demise today, roared a furious demon lord Jiao, its claw aimed menacingly at the azure sky thundercloud Jiao. They had established the Tianlong Abyss for hundreds of thousands of years, aside from the Hell Gate, who would dare to invade their territory in silence. The colossal dragon claw, imbued with the force of heaven and earth, descended with a devastating might. Yet as it neared the azure sky thundercloud Jiao, it erupted in a thunderous explosion. This scene left the surrounding Jiao dragons wide-eyed in astonishment. Quick, notify the sect master of the formidable enemy intruding. The opponent had not even made a move, yet possessed such mysterious and formidable power, which was undoubtedly beyond their capacity to withstand. Roaring softly, the azure sky thundercloud Jiao emitted a low dragon cry. Though uncertain of the circumstances, it could assure that the recent occurrence was undoubtedly an intervention by the beast god. With this realization, it felt liberated from any lingering concerns. Its massive form surged forward, and before long, it arrived at the edge of the Golden Lake. Thanks to the protection of the Tianlong Abyss, the azure sky thundercloud Jiao felt no oppressive force from the dragon blood. This lake contains dragon blood, although it has thinned over the ages. It will undoubtedly be of use to you. Long Yuan addressed the azure sky thundercloud Jiao. Enter and absorb as much as you can. Dragon blood? Both the azure sky thundercloud Jiao and Chu Yunling widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at the lake before them. Is there truly dragon blood in our world? According to Chu Yunling's knowledge, aside from the beast god, there should be no true dragons in their world. How could dragon blood possibly exist here? This is a remnant from an ancient era, not a product of our current times, Long Yuan explained. Moreover, do not underestimate this world. Beyond the Hell Gate, there exist formidable beings in certain forbidden areas that surpass your imagination. Subsequently, Long Yuan pointed at the heart of the azure thundercloud Jiao, saying, Go forth. I have left protective measures within your body. The might of the dragon within the dragon blood, along with the ferocious energies, shall not inflict any harm upon you. Fear not, and boldly absorb the true dragon blood here. This time, it will undoubtedly bring you a step closer to becoming a true dragon. Before arriving here, Long Yuan had not sensed the presence of dragon blood, and now it was a delightful surprise. He wondered what level the azure thunder cloud Jiao's bloodline would attain after absorbing this dragon blood. Thank you, beast god. The azure thunder cloud Jiao clasped its clawed hands in gratitude towards Long Yuan. With a splash, it leaped into the golden lake. Chu Yunling also clenched her fists, knowing that after this, Shaoqing's strength would experience a remarkable surge, and as a beast master herself, her own power would naturally rise as well. However, at that moment, tens of thousands of meters away from the dragon blood lake, several terrifying auras suddenly descended. They belonged to the martial saints of Long Yuan. One could not help but be astonished by the profound heritage of Long Yuan, which boasted multiple martial saints. At that moment, their eyes glittered with astonishment as they gazed towards the dragon blood lake. Especially upon witnessing a cerulean Jiao immersed in the lake, their breathing quickened. How is this possible? That Jiao can directly enter the dragon blood lake? That is a place even imperial-level powerhouses cannot approach. As Long Yuan relied on the dragon blood lake as its ultimate foundation, they were well aware of what lay within. It had always been an unattainable aspiration. Yet now, a being from outside Long Yuan had entered the very place they had longed to access for generations. The elders were filled with envy, for they could only absorb the dissipated dragon energy from the periphery, while the azure thunder cloud Jiao luxuriated in the waters. Esteemed guests, this is the territory of Long Yuan. Your reckless intrusion seems rather inappropriate, spoke the golden saint elder of Long Yuan, his golden hair cascading behind him, adorned with a pair of golden dragon horns. Long Yuan turned to face them, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. There are indeed several fully realized demon saints among you. Upon looking at the golden saint elder, his eyes glimmered. Ah, you possess a trace of the imperial golden dragon bloodline? Beast, void golden dragon Jiao race, Jiao dragon, imperial golden dragon bloodline awakening degree, 45, realm, 9th tier demon saint, fully realized, physical cultivation, 8th tier demon sovereign. Fully realized identity, elder of Long Yuan, remarkable indeed. As a genuine dragon kin, Long Yuan had inherited certain legacies from the dragon lineage. Among the dragon clans, there were several formidable branches, such as the imperial golden dragon, the divine beast azure dragon, the world-dominating demon dragon, and the supreme Long. These branches represented the pinnacle of combat power within the dragon lineage. As for his own ice-fire mystical heaven dragon, it was considered a variant true dragon. Now, he stood before a dragon kin possessing the imperial golden dragon bloodline, and this Jiao naturally wielded the power of spatial control, truly impressive. Without any discernible actions, he and Chu Yunling appeared before several ancient demon saints of the heavenly dragon abyss. In an instant, the elders surrounded the two completely, their imposing presence and fierce gazes suggesting an intent to dismember them from the inside out. What method did you employ to enter the dragon blood lake? Inquired one of the blue-scaled dragons coldly. A chilling aura emanated from him, as if seeking to encase everything around in ice. Unfortunately, that terrifying cold dissipated into nothingness just as it approached the two from Dragon Abyss. Simultaneously, flames danced, fierce winds howled, thunder rumbled, and golden light dazzled. Each elder erupted with terrifying and awe-inspiring energy, capable of easily collapsing the ancient mountains. If they could grasp the method to enter the Dragon Blood Lake, they too could transform into true dragons. What means did you use? Long Yuan smiled faintly, his brow suddenly furrowing as an even purer dragon might emanate, instantly enveloping the gathered elders of the heavenly dragon abyss. The abrupt change caused several dragon spirits to shriek in agony, their human forms uncontrollably reverting to their dragon bodies. Such pure dragon might. You are a true dragon? You are the guardian beast of the Chu family? The Golden Saint Elder shouted in terror. Already aware of the news regarding the fall of the Elder Jiao Fei, knowing that the Chu family had produced a true dragon demon emperor, a figure daring enough to slay even the Emperor of Hell's Gate. Yet, they had never anticipated that this individual would come to their heavenly dragon abyss. Oh, you've guessed who I am so quickly? Long Yuan gazed at them calmly, the pressure of the dragon lineage overwhelming, before the true dragon bloodline. The dragon bloodlines of the Jiaos could not even lift their heads. Select one among these demon saints to be your contracted beast, Long Yuan instructed Chu Yunling. A contracted demon saint? Chu Yunling exclaimed in astonishment. Such formidable beings were not even present within their Chu family. Indeed, this is precisely why I brought you here. Look, choose which one you fancy and contract it. Long Yuan then addressed the demon saints. I offer you a chance to transform into dragons. Whoever becomes this young lady's contracted beast shall be taken to the Dragon Blood Lake. Do not feel wronged. This young lady possesses a unique ability to continuously enhance the bloodline of her contracted spirit beast, so you should comprehend the advantages therein. With excitement swirling in her heart, Chu Yunling scanned the various Jiao dragons, hoping to select a suitable spirit beast. However, upon inspection, she found all the demon saints to be incredibly powerful. The demon saints themselves were torn. The prospect of transformation into dragons was undeniably alluring, yet becoming a contracted beast would strip them of their current freedom. Yet, the ability to continuously elevate the bloodline of their contracted beasts was immensely tempting for all the demon saints. Beast God, I am but a humble junior. Unable to discern their differences, I beseech the beast god for guidance. Chu Yunling finally turned to Long Yuan for assistance after surveying the scene. Then let it be that golden Jiao dragon. Long Yuan pointed to the Golden Saint Elder. The lineage of the Royal Wei Golden Dragon is indeed remarkable. Cultivating it will undoubtedly yield formidable combat prowess. The entangled Golden Sage ancestor sighed, uncertain whether this turn of events heralded fortune or misfortune. Yet, what could misfortune possibly signify in the presence of the true dragon demon emperor, who rendered any resistance futile? Ultimately, he had no choice but to forge a pact with Chu Yunling. Witnessing this spectacle, several demon saints also aspired to enter into a contract, but alas, their opportunity had slipped away. Long Yuan permitted Chu Yunling to bind only one demon saint, for any additional would prove superfluous. Even if Chu Yunling were to contract 2 demon saints, the system would only acknowledge one in its assessment. Moreover, this pact was merely a means to swiftly fulfill system tasks and acquire the supreme artifact, the Tower of Time. With the Tower of Time in their possession, the Chu family's strength could once again burgeon. As for the family's advancement, they must tread their own path step by step. Long Yuan adhered to their previous agreement, guiding the already contracted Golden Sage ancestor towards the Dragon Blood Lake. He truly felt no oppressive dragon might. From birth, he had yearned to enter this place, and now, his wish had been fulfilled. Subsequently, amidst the envious gazes of all the demon saints outside, the Golden Sage ancestor entered the Dragon Blood Lake. At last, Long Yuan received the system's notification. Congratulations, host, for cultivating an 8th-tier martial saint for the Guardian family. Task rewards: a century of cultivation, the supreme artifact Tower of Time, the supreme technique Ancestral Dragon Fist, 20 body enhancement pills, 20 martial soul enhancement pills, to be distributed in the system space. Completing the task felt incredibly gratifying. Long Yuan gazed at the 10-tiered golden tower that had materialized in the system space. Each level of the Tower of Time boasted a distinct time acceleration function. The first level accelerates time by 10-fold, the second by 20-fold, the third by 40-fold, the fourth by 80-fold, the sixth by 320-fold, the ninth by 2,560-fold, and the 10th by 5,120-fold. Each layer's time acceleration doubles that of the preceding one, culminating in a staggering rate of over 5,000 times at the 10th level. This implies that while a year passes in the outside world, 5,120 years elapse on the 10th level. Astonishing, truly worthy of being a supreme artifact. Long Yuan was taken aback. This would significantly benefit the development of the Chu family. However, the Tower of Time is not without its costs. It requires vast quantities of celestial spirit stones as energy support. Even a single day of operation at the first level demands the consumption of hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Ordinary and small families simply cannot afford such expenses, and even the current Chu family cannot sustain prolonged usage. Fortunately, the internal space of the Tower of Time is sufficiently vast to accommodate many individuals training simultaneously. Glancing at the two dragon serpents still absorbing dragon blood, Long Yuan began to absorb the supreme technique ancestral dragon fist bestowed by the system. As for the century of cultivation, he would wait until returning to Qingyang Town to absorb that. Host, Long Yuan race, Ice Fire, Xiantian Dragon, cultivation level, mid-stage of 10-tier demon god, physical cultivation, perfect immortal realm, current mission. Cultivate the guardian family to an 8-star family, mission rewards, 1 instance of bloodline reversion. 1,000 years of cultivation, the eternal dragon god technique for longevity, 5 imperial artifacts, 20 body evolution pills, 20 martial soul evolution pills. And a divine formation, the heavenly universe array, guardian family level, 7-star, host cultivation speed increased by 70 times. Was there another opportunity for bloodline reversion? Long Yuan was astonished. His Ice Fire Xiantian Dragon bloodline was already immensely powerful, and now it could revert again? What might the outcome of this reversion be? Furthermore, the rewards seemed extraordinarily generous. With cultivation, longevity techniques, imperial weapons, various evolution pills, and a divine formation, merely cultivating the Chu family to an 8-star family warranted such lavish rewards. One could only imagine the rewards for elevating the Chu family to an imperial or even divine family. With this thought, Long Yuan felt even more invigorated. The two dragon serpents were still absorbing the true dragon bloodline, but at that moment, the void golden dragon serpent suddenly spoke. Beast God, I can hardly contain myself. Long Yuan was perplexed. What did that mean? Were you about to relieve yourself in the dragon blood lake? I feel on the verge of breaking through to the demon emperor. Chapter 77. The breakthrough of the holy light ancestor to the demon emperor. He had already accumulated a long time in the perfect demon sage realm. Only a step away from becoming a demon sage. Now, propelled by the energy of the dragon blood, a breakthrough to the demon emperor seemed inevitable. Yet, the void golden dragon serpent felt both excited and apprehensive. After all, the demon emperor was the supreme realm coveted by all saint-level powerhouses. But to break through to the demon emperor meant facing the hell gate, which was almost a dead end. For in this world, to become an imperial powerhouse, one must receive the hell gate's approval, otherwise it would lead to certain death. Just like the martial emperor of the Yunshao sect from 10,000 years ago. Never mind. If you wish to break through, then do so without any worries. They are merely a group of martial emperors. If they dare to come, I would not mind annihilating them. Long Yuan looked at the void golden dragon serpent with some surprise. The latter's breakthrough to the imperial level was beyond his expectations. However, this was even better. Did it not mean the task of cultivating a 9-tier martial emperor would be completed ahead of time? Would it not be more advantageous to claim the rewards then? Although the void golden dragon serpent was astonished by Long Yuan's confident and somewhat ostentatious tone, hesitation lingered. After all, their Tai Long Yuan had been an affiliated force of the Hell Gate for many millennia, and they were well aware of the Hell Gate's might and ruthlessness. Just then, Chu Yunling's confident voice echoed. If the beast god says you can break through, then do so. The martial emperor of the Hell Gate had not been devoid of slaying. All right, a breakthrough it is. At worst, I shall die. The void golden dragon's serpent steeled itself. Breaking through to the demon emperor might only result in death. But remaining stuck in the demon sage realm would be a lifelong regret. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from the void golden dragon serpent, as it radiated a golden brilliance. It was finally time for it to transcend from sage to emperor. On the periphery of the dragon blood lake, all the powerful demon saints were struck with astonishment. Is the golden saint truly on the verge of breaking through to the demon emperor? Has he sought permission from the Hell Gate before daring to make such a leap? This could spell doom for our dragon abyss. If the Hell Gate pursues this matter, we shall surely be erased from existence. But hasn't he already become a contracted beast of the Chu family? Surely, the Hell Gate would not hold us accountable for this. How could that be? Do you believe the Hell Gate is the sort to adhere to reason? Alas, why does he only consider his own advancement without regard for us? The assembly of ancient demon saints from the dragon abyss bore no expressions of joy. Rather, their faces were marked with dread, as if they could already foresee the day when the Hell Gate would lay waste to the dragon abyss. Harnessing the energy of the dragon blood lake, the void golden dragon serpent felt its aura steadily ascend, soon reaching the initial stage of the demon emperor. Is this the sensation of being at the imperial level? Indeed, it is boundlessly powerful. No wonder it can suppress the saint-level beings with ease. The void golden dragon serpent flexed its claws, reveling in this exhilarating feeling. Moreover, not only had its cultivation advanced, but the concentration of the royal golden dragon bloodline within had also significantly increased, now exceeding 90. In appearance, aside from its 4 dragon claws, it bore no distinction from a true dragon. However, when the void golden dragon serpent gazed at the young man with crimson hair by the lake, its pupils abruptly constricted. Despite its initial stage of the demon emperor cultivation, it could not fathom the other's essence. To its eyes, the figure of Long Yuan seemed shrouded in a layer of enigmatic mist, obscuring its comprehension of the other's power. Could it be that the other is a perfected demon emperor? The void golden dragon serpent speculated. And considering that the other's innate spirit weapon was capable of vanquishing the mid-stage martial emperor, the opponent's strength must be formidable indeed. Is this the confidence that allows him to confront the Hellgate head-on? Days later, the azure sky thundercloud serpent emerged as well. Its bloodline concentration having reached a plateau. Under the influence of the dragon blood, its cultivation had ascended to the level of the demon saint, a remarkable leap forward. Indeed, this enhancement in strength was substantial. Long Yuan nodded in appreciation, grateful for the opportunity bestowed by the beast god. The azure sky thundercloud serpent rumbled in a deep voice. Yes, upon returning, diligent cultivation shall be paramount. We must not become complacent. Thus, the void golden dragon serpent bid farewell to the ancient demon saints of the dragon abyss, having become the contracted beast of Chu Yunling. It could no longer remain in this place. Esteemed ones, I am aware that attaining the status of demon emperor is a catastrophe for the dragon abyss. Yet I must proceed, the void golden dragon serpent declared. Becoming a guardian beast for the Chu family places me in direct opposition to the Hellgate. To remain a mere demon would mean death, while becoming a demon emperor might offer a fighting chance. What can be said at this point? The other demon saints sighed in resignation. The situation had reached an irrevocable conclusion. They could only pray that the Hellgate would not unleash its wrath upon them. Esteemed ones, I actually have a suggestion. The void golden dragon serpent proposed that we sever ties with the Hellgate and submit to the Chu family. However, as soon as the words left its mouth, the others voiced their dissent. There may still be a sliver of hope in not rebelling. To completely betray the Hellgate would leave us with no chance of survival. They are acutely aware of the formidable power of the Hellgate. Throughout history, nearly all Imperial-level warriors have originated from this force, making it difficult for them to fathom the terrifying depth of its influence. At that moment, Long Yuan interjected, suggesting that the proposal presented might indeed be a viable strategy. At least for him, Imperial-level warriors were hardly worthy of his concern. Thus, he believed that their survival rate would undoubtedly be higher if they aligned themselves with the Chu family. The numerous ancient demon sages gazed at Long Yuan in astonishment, questioning his assertion that he regarded Imperial-level warriors with such disdain. Did he mean to imply that no matter how many Imperial-level warriors came forth, he could vanquish them all? Was he sincere in his declaration? The celestial demon sages of the Dragon Abyss looked at him in disbelief, incredulous that he could dismiss the might of Imperial-level warriors. The strongest beings in the world. I swear by the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. The convoluted efforts were solely driven by Long Yuan's desire to find a suitable place for the future beast masters of the Chu family to contract spirit beasts. The serpentine dragons within the Dragon Abyss, possessing a faint lineage of true dragons, represented an excellent opportunity. Otherwise, he would not have wasted his breath in such a manner. The crowd was taken aback by his oath on the dragon bloodline. Even the void golden dragon serpent regarded Long Yuan with surprise, pondering whether he had truly reached such formidable heights, to not even acknowledge the presence of any Imperial-level warriors. Yet, this was advantageous, for the stronger the beast god, the greater the safety of all involved. Ultimately, after much deliberation, several ancient demon sages resolved to defect from the Hellgate and pledge their allegiance to the Chu family. Subsequently, Long Yuan communicated with Chu Tianyong, summoning him to discuss pertinent matters, leaving the specifics of the Chu family's development beyond his concern. The allegiance of such a holy-level force astonished Chu Tianyong, yet he found it less surprising considering the beast god's personal involvement. However, he was even more astounded to learn that the beast god had appointed an Imperial-level warrior as Chu Yunling's contracted beast. This revelation shattered Chu Tianyong's worldview. Zheyun had ventured to the Hellgate, a figure who held a profound sense of belonging to that faction among all the ancient ancestors. The void golden dragon serpent informed Chu Tianyong that indeed, their lineage had once boasted a powerful ancestor who joined the Hellgate and became a renowned demon emperor, thus establishing a close connection to the Hellgate. Chapter 78. The Tactics of the Hellgate. In truth, most factions that aligned with the Hellgate did so merely for self-preservation, lacking any special relationship with it. Therefore, we must await their return to seize the opportunity, correct? Chu Tianyong inquired. No, I have a superior plan. The void golden dragon serpent replied solemnly. At present, aside from our few ancient ancestors, no one else is aware that we have aligned with the Chu family. Given this, why not act as internal informants to uncover the true methods of the Hellgate? Perhaps we could deal a significant blow at a critical juncture. Chu Tianyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was indeed an excellent idea. After much discussion, they finalized their strategy. On the surface, the Dragon Abyss would still appear as a subordinate force of the Hell Gate, while secretly, they had already embraced the Chu family's cause. And all of this was made possible by the confidence instilled in them by Long Yuan. Especially after Long Yuan pledged allegiance with the bloodline of the Dragon clan, their confidence soared. With a plan in place, the Void Golden Dragon Jiao refrained from immediately heading to the Chu family. He chose to remain and await the return of Jiao Yun from the gates of hell. Once matters here were resolved, he would hasten back to the Chu family, where an environment conducive to the cultivation of an emperor-level powerhouse awaited him. As he prepared to depart, Long Yuan addressed the Void Golden Dragon Jiao, causing the latter to be taken aback. Did this imply that the Chu family possessed a 9th-tier celestial vein? He promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Furthermore, once this matter concluded, I shall employ my abilities to create a passage directly leading to the Dragon Blood Lake, allowing all of you to enter and refine your bloodlines. This declaration was directed towards the other demon saints, and indeed, upon hearing this, the expressions of the demon saints transformed into one of delight. To purify their bloodlines and evolve into dragons was the ultimate aspiration for nearly all Jiao dragons. Thank you, esteemed elder. They collectively expressed their gratitude. Half a month after Long Yuan and the others departed, Jiao Yun returned from the gates of hell, brimming with excitement. Ha ha ha, this time, the Chu family is doomed. Upon his return to Long Yuan, the Jiao dragon erupted into laughter, his silver hair billowing, exuding an air of arrogance. Oh, what does this mean? Is a powerhouse from the gates of hell personally stepping in? The other ancestors inquired, puzzled. How could a mere Chu family warrant the attention of an emperor-level powerhouse? Jiao Yun scoffed. However, even without their direct intervention, they have bestowed upon us imperial weapons and emperor-level talismans. This time, the elders from the gates of hell have invested a significant cost, providing us with 5 or 6 imperial weapons and dozens of emperor-level talismans. With such extraordinary means, how could the Chu family possibly survive? Jiao Yun stated nonchalantly. Had this been before Long Yuan's arrival, all the demon saints would have been astonished by the gates of hell's grand provision. Yet, the situation had changed. The beast deity of the Chu family scarcely regarded even emperor-level powerhouses, let alone mere imperial weapons and talismans. Nevertheless, the crowd still exhibited expressions of shock, each echoing sentiments that the Chu family was undoubtedly fated for destruction. Subsequently, the Golden Sage Ancestor and others collaborated to uncover more of the gates of hell's plans. In addition to Long Yuan, there were also the Divine Fist sect, the 10,000 Sword sect, and a total of 6 sacred-level sections. These sects were formidable forces surrounding the Qian domain, and this time, they were resolute in their intent to annihilate the Chu family. With the paramount concern being the protective beast of the Chu family, the Golden Sage Ancestor exchanged glances with the others, deciding to swiftly relay this information to the Chu family, urging them to prepare for defense to avert any potential ambush that could lead to catastrophic losses. At this moment, within the 9-layered spatial world of the Chu family, Long Yuan placed the Tower of Time there. When he revealed the capabilities of the Tower of Time, Chu Tianyang and Chu Jingwei were instantly astounded. It accelerates time within, they exclaimed, and the 10th layer boasts over 5,000 times the time acceleration? Indeed. But the consumption of spirit stones is exorbitant, so preparations must be made before its use. I cannot afford to squander it. Long Yuan nodded, initially contemplating placing the Tower of Time within the Dragon Emperor's Hall, considering the presence of divine-level celestial veins and the dense celestial essence there. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. With his own system in place, the rewards from it were undoubtedly superior to the cultivation within the Tower of Time. This artifact could undoubtedly enhance the strength of the Chu family at an accelerated pace. Chu Jingwei exclaimed. Should he unlock the 10th level, a year spent outside would equate to over 5 millennia within the tower. Such a miraculous function could easily be deemed a treasure. In comparison, a trivial amount of spirit stones seemed insignificant. As for how to utilize the Dragon Abyss, he refrained from meddling, ensuring everything was in order before returning to the Dragon Emperor Hall. As a recluse, he preferred to remain hidden unless absolutely necessary. Nonetheless, within the Dragon Emperor Hall, he observed Chu Long's condition. Was he still engaging in dual cultivation? In the chamber of Chu Long, the harmonious sounds of dragon and phoenix resonated, revealing a golden divine dragon and a golden divine phoenix gracefully dancing together, sometimes intertwining, sometimes soaring around the two individuals. Chu Long's complexion had significantly improved, shedding the pallor of someone drained, and his cultivation had even ascended to the 4th tier of martial master. Long Yuan was somewhat astonished. Within less than a month of acquiring this inheritance, he had advanced from a second-tier warrior to a fourth tier. Such an extraordinary pace of cultivation was indeed remarkable. Then he turned his gaze to Chu Long's partner, Shin Biao. Unlike an ordinary furnace, she had not been drained to a husk. Instead, her complexion was rosy, and her cultivation had undergone a tremendous transformation. It could be said that during this period of dual cultivation, both Chu Long and his partners had experienced rapid advancements in their cultivation levels. Indeed, it seemed this was not some malevolent dual cultivation inheritance. Long Yuan nodded in agreement. Furthermore, he noticed that a subtle tattoo of a golden dragon and a golden phoenix had begun to appear on the two of them. Was this the embryonic form of the Yang dragon body and Yin phoenix body? In that moment, Long Yuan was convinced that Chu Long's fortune was truly extraordinary. This world was astounding. It harbored such remarkable inheritances. Yet, it was peculiar that this inheritance had been interrupted, resulting in a decline where not a single divine-level powerhouse could emerge. Could it be related to the Hell Gate? Not to mention, the very name of this faction sounded odd. This realm, known as the human realm, inexplicably featured a so-called Hell Gate? Was this not akin to a region controlling the human domain? Of course, the primary issue lay in the absence of divine-level earth veins in this world. Without divine-level earth veins, the birth of divine-level powerhouses would naturally be impossible. Through Long Yuan's spiritual perception, he discerned that the human realm still possessed numerous formidable inheritances, including the dragon blood lake of the heavenly dragon abyss, the ancient heavenly steel of the divine fist sect, and the sword mountain of the 10,000 swords sect, all of which were powerful legacies. Unfortunately, none had managed to produce a divine-level powerhouse. His consciousness swept over the martial arts arena, where two figures were engaged in a fierce clash. It was none other than the dragon guard Chu Zhan and elder Chu Zhanan, their silhouettes soaring from the ground to the sky, exchanging blows amidst a whirlwind of energy. How exhilarating. Chapter 79, The Fall of the Jiao Cloud Ancestor. The battle saint body of Chu Zhan then confers formidable advantages in combat, rendering him increasingly valiant as he faces challenges, often achieving breakthroughs amidst battle. Conversely, although Chu Zhan possesses only the king body, his profound mastery and physical refinement places him among the elite of the Chu clan, making him one of the foremost practitioners. Consequently, for a time, neither figure could decisively claim victory. It would indeed be fortuitous if the Time Tower could be activated, as it would significantly enhance their power. Even a brief month on the first level would equate to nearly a year within, affording the Chu clan ample opportunity to ascend to a new echelon of strength. As for the Essence Stones, having previously plundered a wealth of resources from the Beastmaster sect, the Chu clan is well equipped to sustain several months of activation on the first level of the Time Tower. This is Dragon Yuan's perspective. Yet the surrounding major factions are reluctant to grant the Chu clan such a reprieve. Days later, Chu Jingyu entered the Dragon Emperor Hall to consult with Dragon Yuan, as news from the Tian Long Yuan had arrived. Oh, no Imperial-level warriors have yet made their move? Is this a sign of contempt for me? Dragon Yuan scoffed. Beast God, what shall we do? Chu Jingyu inquired anxiously. What shall we do? Since they have come to our doorstep, we must naturally strike to eliminate them. Do you not covet the resources of those sacred lands? Dragon Yuan replied calmly. Is it merely some sacred sects and a few imperial weapons? What significance do they hold? Chu Jingyu chuckled awkwardly. He indeed coveted the treasures of those sacred lands, yet the mention of so many imperial weapons and imperial-level talismans filled him with trepidation. In truth, the most troublesome aspect is not the so-called imperial weapons and talismans. Such items are of little concern to me, Dragon Yuan asserted. The real challenge lies in their reluctance to confront us openly, choosing instead to operate from the shadows. Therefore, if possible, it would be best to gather them in one place so I may eliminate them all at once. Given his current strength, extinguishing those sacred lands would be but a mere flick of his fingers. However, in Dragon Yuan's eyes, the Chu clan is the true protagonist. Matters they can resolve themselves should be entrusted to them. Otherwise, how can the family be tempered and forged? Ultimately, Dragon Yuan seeks to ascend to the highest realms, relying upon the Chu clan for support. Gathering them together? Chu Jingyu pondered. Then we shall take on this task. What? Do you have a plan? Not at the moment, but with so many of us, we are bound to devise a solution. Very well, if that is the case, I shall entrust this to you. Should you succeed in gathering them, I will personally annihilate them. Primarily, Dragon Yuan prefers a reclusive life, shunning the limelight and desiring to act decisively only at critical junctures. He relishes a lifestyle that allows for leisurely pursuits and occasional cultivation. With the Beast Goddess endorsement, Chu Jingyu felt a surge of confidence. After his departure, Dragon Yuan flicked his finger, sending several beams of light slicing through the void and into the Heart Refinement Tower. During this period, he received rewards from the system, and over time, He discerned that these rewards were divided into two parts, one pertaining to his personal achievements and the other designated for the Chu family by the system. Consequently, he deposited the rewards allocated to the Chu family into the heart refining tower, which included sacred artifacts, the essence of sacred level physiques, and the essence of sacred level martial souls, along with 20 enhancement pills for both physique and martial soul. Undoubtedly, the treasures within the heart refining tower would be considered paramount even among the entirety of the human realm. As for the imperial level body refining technique, the cosmic star technique, he decided to gradually impart it to them later, or perhaps wait until Chu Tianyang reached the martial saint realm before bestowing it upon the Chu family. Upon receiving the mission, Chu Jingyue immediately convened the elders and ancestors upon returning to Qingyang City to deliberate on this matter. Gathering everyone together, Chu Tianyang pondered deeply, realizing that this was no trivial affair. After all, those sacred-level forces were distributed around the Qian domain. Should hostilities ensue, they would likely converge from all directions. To gather them in one place, I believe we must rely on the Tianlong Abyss to mediate. It would be unwise for us to intervene directly, an elder remarked thoughtfully. Chu Jingyue mused. The reason they are going to such great lengths is due to their apprehension of the beast god. Given the current status of our 7 stars Chu family, we are hardly worthy of their attention. Thus, their focus will undoubtedly be on the beast god. We can exploit this to lure them together. After extensive discussion, Chu Jingyue and the others ultimately devised a plan. Days later, under the pretext of subjugating the Chu family's demon emperor, the Tianlong Abyss summoned sects such as the Divine Fist sect and the 10,000 Sword Gate to discuss the joint effort. However, as it was merely a discussion, each sect sent only one elder to represent them, rather than gathering all their powerful members in one location. Observing this scene, the Golden Saint ancestor sighed inwardly, lamenting that if all the formidable forces were to convene, a mere whisper from him could lead to their demise. Yet alas, the timing was not ripe. Golden Saint ancestor, you claim that Tianlong Abyss possesses a method to deal with the Chu family's demon emperor. Pray tell, what is this method? Inquired the elder of the Divine Fist sect. Iron Hand Fist, with palpable impatience. First, I must convey some unfortunate news. The elder Jiao Yun of Tianlong Abyss has fallen, the Golden Saint ancestor stated solemnly. What? Jiao Yun has fallen? All the elders gasped in unison, their expressions reflecting shock. He was a perfected existence of the demon saint level. Could it be? The elder of the 10,000 Sword Gate, Jin Chun, paled slightly as a realization dawned upon him. Indeed, he was slain by the Chu family's demon emperor. Elder Jiao Yun ventured deep into the Chu family to gather intelligence on the demon emperor, aiming to ensure the successful completion of the mission assigned by the Hell Gate, and ultimately met his demise there. The Golden Saint ancestor sighed, his eyes filled with sorrow. Jiao Yun had indeed fallen, but not at the hands of the Chu family. Rather, he had perished at the hands of the Golden Saint ancestor. Since they had already aligned themselves with the Chu family, Jiao Yun's fate was sealed. There was nothing to be done. After all, the ties between the opposing lineage and the Hell Gate ran deep. Once he learns that the Tianlong Abyss has surrendered to the Chu family, with Jiao Yun's temperament, he will undoubtedly expose the identity of the spy from Tianlong Abyss. Iron Fist, rising to his feet, collided his fists together, producing a resonant clang of metal, and exclaimed angrily, even as the Chu family's demon emperor faces imminent death, he remains unrepentant and dares to strike against us. I believe we should act without delay and immediately crush him into dust. Iron Fist, why the haste? The opponent is a true imperial-level powerhouse. If we cannot deal a decisive blow, it might very well be our demise. The ancestral elder Jin Chun of the 10,000 Swords sect replied solemnly. He then furrowed his brow and inquired, is it possible that the imperial artifact held by Jiao Yun might fall into the hands of that demon emperor? Rest assured, he left the artifact behind in Tianlong Abyss out of concern for his own safety. Came the response. That is indeed fortunate. If the artifact were to fall into the enemy's possession, it would spell trouble. By the way, has Elder Jiao Yun gathered any intelligence regarding the Chu family's demon emperor? Jian Shin further questioned, as none of those present had ever encountered the demon emperor, and their knowledge was merely hearsay. Chapter 80, The Great Pit. Yes, and it is quite significant intelligence. Elder Jin Sheng affirmed with a nod. In an instant, all the elder saints present brightened with interest. If they could obtain some information about that demon emperor, it would greatly aid them in their endeavors against him. They had possessed the imperial artifacts and methods granted by the Gate of Hell for some time, but had refrained from taking action out of caution. As he was indeed a true imperial powerhouse. Have any of you pondered why this demon emperor, despite his formidable strength and having slain the chiming martial emperor, rarely acts personally? Why does he resort to relying on the minor Chu family? Elder Jin Sheng spoke, his voice grave. Perhaps he fears attracting the attention of the gate of hell? Iron Fist speculated after some thought. I see you have channeled all your intellect into honing those iron fists, leaving your remaining wits somewhat lacking. Elder Gong Pu of the Desolate God Pavilion scoffed. What did you say? Do you wish to test whether my fists can shatter your skull? Iron Fist retorted, his pride ignited. Feel free to try? Gong Pu showed no sign of retreating. If the opponent truly fears attracting the gate of hell's notice, he should remain in hiding, rather than occasionally revealing himself, and even slaying the chiming martial emperor. Iron Fist, infuriated, fell silent, unable to counter. Let us not quarrel amongst ourselves. Our current objective is to slay the demon emperor of the Chu family, not engage in infighting. Elder Jin Sheng quickly intervened. To be candid, according to the intelligence transmitted by Jiao Yun, it is not that the demon emperor is unwilling to act, but rather that there is an issue with his body. Oh, what do you mean? Elder Jin Shun inquired eagerly. According to the intelligence gathered at the cost of Elder Jiao Yun's life, the Chu family's demon emperor becomes weakened every full moon, causing his combat prowess to diminish from the peak of a demon emperor to that of an early-stage demon emperor. As for the reasons behind this, we surmise that the thin dragon blood within the opponent is undergoing some form of uncontrollable transformation. This is precisely why they hesitate to act recklessly. Is such a phenomenon even possible? Everyone was astonished, having heard rumors that the demon emperor of the Chu family might indeed be a true dragon. Yet, due to the absence of direct evidence, they remained skeptical. After all, a true dragon is a divine beast, and legends state that a pure-blooded true dragon is born as a martial deity. If that were the case, what hope would they have of defeating such a being? Even if the opponent stood before them, they would find it impossible to breach their defenses. Moreover, such an existence could hardly manifest in the mortal realm. Thus, they leaned more towards the notion that the opponent was a dragon-blooded flood dragon. In light of this, it seems that the words of the venerable golden sage hold merit. Furthermore, considering the fall of the Crimson Annihilation Martial Emperor, it is sufficient to illustrate that the Chu family's demon emperor possesses extraordinary combat prowess, undoubtedly surpassing that of the Crimson Annihilation Martial Emperor. Does this not imply that if we are to strike, it would be wise to choose a night of the full moon? Indeed. Yet, even so, it remains precarious. For the demon emperor is cunning and elusive, and on such a night, they may find themselves utterly unaware of where to seek him. Should they inadvertently alert him, the consequences would be dire. What then shall we do? In this light, your previous assertions would be akin to mere empty words. The Iron Fist Divine Punch cursed, incensed, while the venerable golden sage gritted his teeth, contemplating a direct assault on him. You foolish creature, we have convened today to deliberate on how to formulate a foolproof strategy. If the demon emperor were so easily vanquished, why would we go to such lengths? The venerable elder of the divine wild pavilion scoffed derisively. Golden sage, do you possess any means to contend with that demon emperor? Speak forth, that we may deliberate together. Jian Chen interjected. The fact that they had been summoned together indicated the existence of a viable plan. Otherwise, such time would not be squandered. Indeed, I do possess a method. However, do not be so tedious. Hasten to reveal it, for my fists have long been eager for action. It is well known that, aside from the elder Jiao Yun, Elder Jiao Fei had also fallen to that demon emperor. Thus, enmity between my Tianlong Abyss and the Chu family's demon emperor is irreconcilable. Were it not for this relationship, my Tianlong Abyss would never resort to such a trump card. The golden sage's expression turned icy, exuding a terrifying aura that betrayed his current fury. Were Long Yuan present, he would undoubtedly give him a thumbs up. It would be a disservice not to present you with a small golden trophy. For your performance is such that even these ancient beings, who have lived for tens of thousands of years, cannot discern the truth from the facade. The golden sage, suppressing his anger, urged, please, share your method. If it proves feasible, we shall certainly lend our support. Jian Shun, too, grew increasingly impatient. Noticing the atmosphere had reached a tipping point, the golden sage finally spoke. As I mentioned earlier, the demon emperor of the Chu family is experiencing uncontrollable changes in strength due to the dragon blood. Therefore, my Tianlong Abyss intends to lure him forth using our ultimate asset, the dragon blood lake. Upon the utterance of these words, all the venerable ancestors of the saint level gazed in astonishment at the golden saint ancestor, utterly unprepared for the extent of his capabilities. It is essential to recognize that the dragon blood lake is the very origin of the heavenly dragon abyss. Any misstep here could lead to profound losses for it. Did not the demon emperor of the Chu family refrain from showing himself on the night of the full moon? Thus, I shall disseminate the news that the suppression of our dragon blood lake wanes with each full moon. Should the dragon blood within him falter, it will inevitably draw him towards the lake. Moreover, even if his afflictions are not caused by the dragon blood, the mere mention of the dragon blood lake will compel him to come. It is the innate nature of all our dragonkind. If he dares to approach on the night of the full moon, he shall find himself ensnared in our meticulously laid trap, ensuring he cannot escape. The Golden Saint Ancestor declared with unwavering conviction, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, as if wishing to rend the dragon abyss into 1,000 pieces. The other saint-level ancestors exchanged glances, each contemplating the feasibility of this strategy. Since the heavenly dragon abyss had committed such considerable resources, my Divine Fist sect could not remain idle. After years of accumulation, we possess significant strength. Thus, my sect is willing to deploy an imperial-level grand formation, which will undoubtedly ensnare the Chu family demon emperor, granting us the means to obliterate him completely. The Iron Fist sect proclaimed immediately, while the other factions, apart from the Hellgate's imperial artifacts and imperial great attack talismans, also revealed their formidable reserves. These factions have endured for at least several tens of thousands of years. Without some measure of strength, their existence would be untenable. After extensive deliberation and calculations, all present felt assured of success, for they were dealing with a genuine imperial-level powerhouse. Warranting utmost caution, failure could mean their own demise. Not one among them harbored doubts about the heavenly dragon abyss aligning with the Chu family, for they had laid bare their ultimate resources to contend with the Chu family demon emperor. Chapter 81. Coordinated Performance. Now, we await the arrival of the Chu family demon emperor. The Iron Fist sect smiled faintly, envisioning the slaughter of the emperor, which ignited a fervor within him. The Golden Saint Ancestor nodded in agreement. His willingness to employ such tactics stemmed from the prior assertion of the Dragon Abyss that he regarded all imperial-level maneuvers with disdain. With this confidence, he could boldly execute his plans, leading these factions into a veritable pitfall. The mere thought stirred a thrill within him, for he had never engaged in such audacious endeavors throughout his long life. Subsequently, the ancestors of the various factions returned to prepare their methods for the impending slaughter of the emperor. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Dragon Abyss disseminated news of the Dragon Blood Lake to Qingyang City. Indeed, on the very day the news reached Qingyang City, the Dragon Abyss appeared above the Dragon Blood Lake. Alas, after circling the area several times and attempting multiple assaults on the lake, he ultimately had to depart in disappointment upon discovering he could not enter. This scene was witnessed by the Divine Fist sect and other factions, solidifying their belief that the dragon had truly arrived, exuding an aura that unmistakably resonated with the fullness of the demon emperor. It appears that the intelligence gathered by Jiao Yun was indeed accurate. The power of the Chu family's demon emperor is truly terrifying. Having reached the pinnacle of the demon emperor realm, initially, some sects believed it was unnecessary to act, thinking that the means granted by the Hell Gate were sufficient to suppress their adversaries. However, upon sensing Long Yuan's formidable strength, they hesitated to act rashly. The most powerful techniques bestowed by the Hell Gate merely amounted to the emperor-level perfected talismans, which could never hope to annihilate their opponent in a single strike. Yet, all of this was merely a performance orchestrated by Long Yuan, aimed at gathering all their formidable beings in one fell swoop. During this period, the Chu family expended a significant amount of spiritual stones to unlock the first level of the Tower of Time. Those permitted to enter the tower, besides the Dragon Guardians, included numerous prodigies of the Chu clan, with even Chu Tianyang among them. Such an opportunity was not to be missed, even with the Wanling Sacred Body. Achieving the rank of Martial Saint from Martial Master would require considerable time. Only the Tower of Time could potentially save him a vast amount of that time. Many elders also entered the tower for intensive cultivation, but the clan leader, Chu Jingyue, refrained from doing so. His innate constitution was originally a spirit-level golden light body. But seeing his diligent contributions to the Chu family and the limited time he had for cultivation, Long Yuan directly bestowed upon him a body evolution pill, transforming his golden light body into a king-level golden light battle body. Remarkably, despite being merely a king body, his cultivation had actually advanced to the early stages of a 7th-tier martial master. This was a result of his comprehension of a method to aid his cultivation derived from the clan's fortune, which was far more potent than the tenfold acceleration offered by the Tower of Time. The more powerful the clan's fortune, the swifter his cultivation progressed, similar in nature to the enhancements bestowed upon Long Yuan by the system. Moreover, as the clan leader, his treatment was exceptional. He could utilize any pills obtained from the Beastmasters, ensuring that even with limited time for cultivation, his progress remained unimpeded. At one point, he contemplated resigning from the position of clan leader to focus solely on his cultivation, but was dissuaded by Chu Tianyang. After all, Chu Jingyue was the only one in the Chu family to have grasped the clan's fortune and the sole individual capable of activating the clan's imperial artifact, the Dragon Emperor Cauldron. It would be a pity for such a person not to serve as clan leader. Wait until our Chu family truly ascends to the status of an imperial family, or until another comprehends the existence of the clan's fortune. Only then may you step down from the position of clan leader, Chu Tianyang remarked. At this stage, no one was more suited to the role of clan leader than Chu Jinghua. As the cycles of the sun and moon continued, and the night of the full moon in the mortal realm approached as expected, Long Yuan arrived, hovering over the Dragon Blood Lake. There are indeed quite a number of visitors. Observing the various ancestral elders of the hidden factions below, he sensed over 30 saint-level experts. They had certainly brought forth their entire foundation. A cold smile crept upon Long Yuan's lips. Furthermore, the concealed murderous intent in this place would likely make it difficult for even an initial stage emperor-level individual to retreat unscathed. There were several emperor-level killing formations among them, underscoring their intense desire to eliminate him. Nevertheless, to accommodate their expectations, Long Yuan emanated an aura indicative of an initial stage emperor. This further solidified the beliefs of those lurking in the shadows regarding the previous intelligence concerning the Jiao Yun. Indeed, during the last encounter, the adversary emanated the aura of a fully realized demon emperor, whereas this time, only the initial cultivation level of a demon emperor was present. It appears that his strength has significantly diminished since the night of the full moon. If that is the case, their chances of success have greatly increased. The esteemed ancestor Jin Sheng wielded a black spear and stood shoulder to shoulder with ancestor Wu Chun of the Divine Fist sect, both holding imperial artifacts bestowed by the gates of hell. Enter. Hurry and enter, ancestor Wu Chun exclaimed, gazing at the swirling Jiao dragon overhead. Yet, one must wonder, is it truly a Jiao dragon? It seems so much like a genuine dragon to me. Ancestor Jin Sheng shook his head, stating, how could that be? This world could not possibly harbor a true dragon. It merely resembles one. However, he too felt a surge of excitement within, for it was his first encounter with the true form of Long Yuan, and indeed, his first sighting of a genuine dragon. This was also one of the reasons they were willing to submit to the Chu family, not only due to Long Yuan's formidable strength, but also because he was the sole true dragon in the realm of mortals. As descendants bearing the bloodline of dragons, witnessing Long Yuan felt akin to encountering their ancestral forebear. Why are you so agitated? Ancestor Wu Chen inquired, puzzled by ancestor Jin Sheng's fervor. Is it not obvious? It is the Emperor Slayer. Are you not excited? Indeed, Wu Chen conceded. After all, this was a monumental event destined to be recorded in the annals of history. As all awaited with bated breath, Long Yuan plunged into the Dragon Blood Lake. Entering their encirclement, activate the Grand Formation. Ancestor Wu Chen bellowed with fervor. In an instant, radiant beams of light erupted, enveloping the area above Long Yuan with 3 layers of barriers, a terrifying aura quickly permeating the surroundings. This was the imperial-level formation they had prepared, complete with confinement and slaughter arrays, vowing to vanquish the Chu family's demon emperor in this very place. Boom! The moment the formation illuminated, over 30 saint-level powerhouses ceased their concealment and appeared in unison, each representing their faction, each wielding an imperial artifact. Together, they unleashed their combined might, emanating a terrifying energy capable of rending the heavens and earth. An ambush? Long Yuan exclaimed in shock, hastily attempting to flee, only to collide with the Grand Formation and be forcibly driven back. Ha ha ha, Chu family demon emperor, only now do you realize there is an ambush? It may be a tad too late. Today, I shall slay the emperor. I shall refine your imperial blood to forge my unparalleled iron fists. The Iron Fist sect's leader laughed heartily at this scene, yet they remained prudent, refraining from immediate action. Instead, the Wanjian sect activated their prearranged imperial-level slaughter formation, the Annihilation Cross sword formation, intending to wear him down first. In an instant, billions of radiant sword lights erupted from the formation, surging towards the central position of Long Yuan with a devastating force. This is the imperial-level formation my Wanjian sect acquired from Sword Mountain. Even if we cannot slay you, we shall at least strip away a layer of your skin, Jian Chun stated solemnly, grasping his longsword. Chapter 82. Everyone, do not panic. The billions of threads of sword light shone with unparalleled brilliance, each imbued with terrifying lethality, rendering even the fully realized saint-level powerhouses utterly defenseless before the Annihilation Cross sword formation. Clang, clang, clang. A resounding clash of metal echoed as the radiant blade struck the azure scales of Long Yuan, momentarily engulfing it in a vast sea of shimmering sword light. The Golden Saint ancestor felt a chill run down his spine. He recognized that even with his initial stage of Demon Emperor cultivation, he could scarcely withstand this notorious sword formation without sustaining significant injuries. Yet at the heart of the sword array, Long Yuan stood immobile, refraining from employing any means to counter the assault. Instead, He savored the tingling sensation of the sword light against his body, reminiscent of a soothing massage from a previous life. If only the intensity were greater, he mused quietly, for his physical strength had already reached the pinnacle of immortality, and a divine array's might would surely enhance his comfort. Outside the sword formation, a wave of exhilaration swept through the onlookers as they sensed a decline in the aura emanating from within. Everyone attack! Iron Hand Divine Fist bellowed, unleashing a surge of energy that flowed into the Tsangming blade, the imperial weapon wielded by Ancestor Wu Chun. Simultaneously, several other saint-level ancestors from the Divine Fist sect channeled their full strength into the imperial artifact. It was evident that unleashing the full potential of an imperial weapon was beyond the capability of a single martial saint, and even the combined might of several could only approximate its true power. Under the immense energy, the Tsangming blade erupted in a dazzling crimson glow, illuminating the surrounding realm. The air vibrated with the resonance of blade energy, shattering the void into a swirling abyss. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire dragon domain where Long Yuan resided, as if an unparalleled martial emperor had descended, instilling dread among all warriors present. What transpired within the dragon abyss? Observers from various factions gazed towards it, yet dared not approach, fully aware that whatever unfolded there was beyond their reach. As the Divine Fist sect summoned the might of their imperial weapon, the 10,000 Sword sect, the Wild God Pavilion, and the Dragon Abyss also activated their imperial armaments. In that instant, a chilling energy intertwined, transforming the Dragon Abyss into an arena of unparalleled ferocity. Kill! Today, I shall slay the Emperor. Iron Hand Divine Fist exclaimed, his excitement palpable as the Tsangming blade, under the control of the Divine Fist sect, descended with tremendous force. The scarlet brilliance erupted, and the blade's radiance reached unprecedented heights, cleaving through the air with a devastating momentum that rendered the void as fragile as tofu. With a thunderous impact, the colossal blade struck the convergence point of the Extinction Cross sword array, unleashing an earth-shattering sound. The formidable energy instantly obliterated the previously gathered sword light, crashing down upon Long Yuan's head. The Divine Fist sect's members rejoiced, astonished that their opponent had not evaded the attack. Ha ha ha. He must have been gravely injured by the Extinction Cross sword array. It seems the Chu family's demon emperor has suffered a significant weakening on this full moon night. Ancestor Wu Chen sneered. The demise of Taoist Jiao Yun was indeed worthwhile. Otherwise, they might not have found it so easy to slay an emperor. Subsequently, the void sword wielded by the 10,000 Sword sect, the celestial steel controlled by the Divine Wilderness Pavilion, along with several other imperial weapons from various factions, unleashed their most formidable powers, striking towards the central area engulfed in vast energy. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar. This was the simultaneous assault of multiple imperial weapons, an unparalleled display of might. Old Ancestor Jin Sheng, are you not going to take action? The Iron Hand Divine Fist, pale-faced, gazed at the several saint-level experts from Tianlong Abyss who were still gathering strength. The recent activation of the imperial weapon had nearly drained his entire energy reserve, but the terrifying power it exhibited left him quite satisfied. Patience, patience. The longer we gather, the greater the force we can unleash, ensuring an assured kill. Old Ancestor Jin Sheng replied with a smile. At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar erupted in the ears of all present, followed by the sudden ascent of a majestic dragon from the sea of energy. Its scales shimmered with a serene blue light, while its mane and horns blazed with fiery crimson flames, exuding an imposing aura. Had your fun? Now it is my turn. Long Yuan surveyed the crowd with disdain, feeling invigorated by the recent flurry of attacks. What? You are completely unscathed? The saint-level experts erupted in shock, as the opponent bore not a single wound. How could this be? Hadn't his aura been diminishing moments ago? How could such a thing occur? Instantly, a chill of fear gripped everyone. Stay calm. We still possess imperial talismans. That is our true trump card. Old Ancestor Gong Pu of the Divine Wilderness Pavilion bellowed, his crimson eyes ablaze. Their talismans contain the power of a perfected imperial expert's attack. Indeed, he can withstand the imperial weapons because we are unable to unleash their full potential. But the imperial talismans are different. With just a hint of energy to ignite them, they can unleash a perfected imperial attack. On the night of the full moon, his strength is diminished. He will surely be unable to withstand the assault of the imperial talismans. Iron Hand Divine Fist declared, swiftly producing the imperial talisman bestowed by the gates of hell. What a splendid item. It can serve as a foundation for the Chu family. Long Yuan chuckled, feeling no inclination to refine one himself, as it was now delivered to him on a silver platter, with a mid-stage demon god's consciousness extending. The imperial talismans that had just appeared in the hands of the crowd were immediately seized by his formless mind. All stared in disbelief at their now empty palms. The imperial talismans, deemed their ultimate trump card, had vanished. Where are the talismans? My talismans. Oh no, our talismans have been taken by the Chu family's demon emperor. The crowd turned pale, witnessing dozens of talismans neatly suspended before Long Yuan, which were then collected without a hint of restraint. It is over, utterly over. Ah, old ancestor Jin Sheng, are you still not going to act? Old ancestor Gong Pu cried out in urgency. For their only hope of survival lay in leveraging the saint-level experts of Tianlong Abyss to unleash the might of the imperial weapons. Very well, I shall act now. Old ancestor Jin Sheng laughed heartily, the aura of the demon emperor erupting instantaneously, imperial might sweeping across the entire dragon domain. In this moment, the myriad beings of the dragon domain distinctly sensed the arrival of a transcendent martial emperor, whose terrifying aura rendered all present breathless. The emperor's weapon, the piercing sky spear, held by the venerable Jin Sheng, erupted with a dark radiance, unleashing the full might of an imperial artifact, echoing with an unfathomable power that was utterly horrifying. Martial Emperor? Are you truly the demon emperor? All were stricken with dread, bewildered by this unforeseen turn of events. How could Jin Sheng possibly have ascended to the rank of demon emperor? Kill! Jin Sheng, with a calm demeanor, wielded the imperial weapon, the dark light sweeping through the vicinity. The few martial saints of the Divine Fist sect, standing nearby, were the first to meet their doom. Instantly reduced to ashes beneath the artifact's glow. Chapter 83. The Fall of the Martial Saints. Jin Sheng, what in the world are you doing? Jian Xuan of the Heavenly Sword sect bellowed. Jin Sheng had annihilated several martial saints with a single strike. What am I doing? Can you not see that I am here to eradicate you? Jin Sheng retorted. Do you realize you are betraying the Hell Gate? I advise you to reconsider your path and swiftly eliminate the demon emperor of the Chu clan. Perhaps you might gain the Hell Gate's forgiveness, or even have an opportunity to join them and become a true power within their ranks. Gong Pu intently gazed at Jin Sheng, his voice low and serious. Indeed, your Dragon Abyss is but a subsidiary force of the Hell Gate. Even if you ascended to the rank of Demon Emperor without their consent, they would likely offer you a path to survival rather than pursue your annihilation. Jian Chen added coldly. Now that the Holy Light Ancestor had broken through to the Demon Emperor level, it could potentially be their chance to escape. But only if they could persuade him to turn against the Chu clan's Demon Emperor. Ha ha ha, you have overestimated the Hell Gate. Anyone who fails to adhere to their regulations meets only with death. The Chu family of the Xinyuan domain is a perfect example. Thus, I have indeed betrayed the Hell Gate. Moreover, do you still not perceive that all of this is a grand scheme orchestrated by my Dragon Abyss in collusion with the Chu clan? The objective is to ensnare all of your martial saints in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Wild God Pavilion turned entirely ashen. You have allied with the Chu clan? Gong Pu exclaimed incredulously, staring at Jin Sheng as if he had lost his senses. How could he forsake the dominion of the Hell Gate to ally with a mere Chu clan? Are you not afraid of the Hell Gate seeking retribution against you? Haha, the Hell Gate. They are currently too preoccupied with their own matters to concern themselves with us. Besides, even if the Hell Gate were to come, I would not fear them. Jin Sheng narrowed his eyes, brandishing the imperial weapon and advancing towards the Wild God Pavilion and the 10,000 Sword Mountain. Ah, Jin Sheng, dare you betray the Hell Gate? You shall not meet a good end. Gong Pu roared, his body obliterated under the onslaught of the imperial weapon. Before long, every martial saint who had ventured to the Dragon Abyss had perished at the hands of Jin Sheng, marking their allegiance to the Chu clan. Long Yuan nodded, refraining from intervening. A mere group of insignificant pawns hardly warranted his involvement. He merely served as bait. Very well. The next step is to reap the wealth of these sects. However, assistance is still required from you. Although the ancient ancestors of those factions have passed away, their profound heritage remains intact, and there may still be some venerable relics in command. The Chu family has yet to fully mature. They cannot possibly absorb such vast and formidable powers all at once. Long Yuan remarked to Elder Jin Sheng. Indeed, when the time comes, I shall personally lead the demon saints of Long Yuan to accompany the Chu family until they completely take over the 5 formidable sacred powers. Good. In that case, I shall take my leave. As for this imperial artifact and the imperial grade talisman in your possession, keep them for now, just in case. Understood. Elder Jin Sheng felt deeply moved, not expecting the other party to consider their safety. Long Yuan collected the imperial artifacts brought by the other 5 factions, which could serve as a foundation for the Chu family. He firmly believed that with the backing of these 5 sacred powers, combined with the Time Tower, the Chu family's strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative transformation in the foreseeable future. Without mentioning the Martial Emperor, it is likely that several martial saints could emerge. The completion of the mission is not far off. Subsequently, Long Yuan employed his skills to open a passage for the demon saints of Long Yuan leading to the Dragon Blood Lake, a route untainted by the dragon's might within the blood. This action filled the demon saints with joy, as they feared being forgotten. Although the dragon blood had endured the test of time, it was still sufficient to significantly enhance the bloodlines of these demon saints. Once any of you attain the status of Dragon God, this place shall become the eternal legacy of Long Yuan. Dragon God, the hearts of the demon saints soared. For such an aspiration was beyond their wildest dreams. Long Yuan informed Chu Tianyang, who had just emerged from the Time Tower, that he would no longer need to concern himself with acquiring resources from the other sacred factions. This time, the Time Tower had only opened its first level and for a mere month, during which 10 months elapsed inside the tower. This duration allowed Chu Tianyang to break through a minor realm, reaching the mid-stage of Martial Venerable. Given more time, further progress was certain. Upon learning of the events that transpired, Chu Tianyang promptly notified Chu Jingwei to begin mobilizing the Chu family's members in preparation to consolidate the resources of the several sacred lands. With these resources at hand, they could potentially extend the Time Tower's activation. The Time Tower is a crucial avenue for the rapid enhancement of their family's strength. Currently, their power remains insufficient. Aside from Chu Yunling, an Imperial-grade Beastmaster, only Chu Tianyang and Chu Jingwei stand as martial venerables. Thus, the prolonged activation of the Time Tower has become an essential pathway for their swift advancement. In no time, the Chu family busied themselves once again. Their large-scale mobilization piqued the curiosity of other factions within the Qian domain. The last time the Chu family had moved on such a grand scale was during the downfall of the Qian domain's Overlord, the Beastmaster sect. What then? Were they up to this time? Unfortunately, the Chu family did not disclose any information about their actions, leaving the Qian domain in the dark about what truly transpired. The beast god indeed proved extraordinarily powerful, managing to obliterate 5 sacred lands surrounding the Qian domain without anyone being aware. Under the guidance of a demon saint, Chu Zhan, Chu Feng, and several members of the Chu family soared towards the domain of the Divine Fist sect. The annihilation of the sacred lands comprised 5 sects: the Divine Fist sect, the 10,000 Sword Gate, the Wild God Pavilion, the 10,000 Stars Mountain, and the Celestial Severance Cult. Each of these factions possessed its own unique legacy, with the Divine Fist sect's martial arts being exceptionally rare in the contemporary world. It is said that they possessed the ancient heavenly steel, a mysterious relic inscribed with the supreme martial arts of antiquity. Both Chu Zhan and Chu Feng harbored a keen interest in the heavenly steel, thus they ventured to the Divine Fist sect. Conversely, Chu Jianxun was drawn to the Sword Mountain of the 10,000 Sword Gate, while the formidable Chu Zhan then sought the Celestial Severance Cult. Chu Luing aimed for the 10,000 Stars Mountain, although her starry glazed body had ascended to the royal level of the Celestial Star Body. It still resonated harmoniously with the legacy of the 10,000 Stars Mountain, potentially granting her fortuitous opportunities. In essence, the Chu family dispatched nearly all their elders and formidable beings to the major sacred lands, not merely to harvest resources, but primarily to acquire the potent legacies of these factions. The current Chu family could not afford to miss any opportunity to bolster their strength. As Chu Zhan and his companions descended upon the Divine Fist sect, the sect remained oblivious to the demise of several of its ancestors. Upon witnessing a forceful intrusion, the sect's leader, accompanied by a cadre of elders, stormed forth to confront the intruders. Chapter 84. The Fall of the 5 Great Sacred Sects. Who dares to trespass upon my Divine Fist sect? The sect leader bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. What arrogance! Your ancestors have perished, yet you continue to boast, scoffed the ancient demon saint from the heavenly dragon abyss. Nonsense. Our ancestors possess unparalleled prowess. How could they possibly fall? The sect leader, resolute in disbelief, commanded, do not disturb our peace. Depart now, or you shall regret entering this world. The leader remained convinced that their ancestors, wielders of imperial weapons and formidable talismans, were invulnerable. Enough talk, attack. The ancient saint of the heavenly dragon abyss led the charge. Although the absence of the martial saint ancestor was felt, the Divine Fist sect still boasted profound reserves, with dozens of martial sovereigns among their ranks. The members of the Chu family were no match for such formidable opponents. Come, sweet child. I've heard the Divine Fist sect's martial arts are unmatched in the world. Allow me to experience them today. Chu Zhan laughed heartily as he rolled up his sleeves, charging into the ranks of the sect's martial sovereigns, directly clashing with the sect's holy son. The opponent, endowed with a special holy physique, surpassed Chu Zhan's royal body in strength. Yet, due to his rigorous training and a powerful body refinement technique, Chu Zhan's physique was equally formidable. In an instant, their fists collided, igniting sparks and reverberating with a cacophony that shook the heavens. Who are these insignificant ants daring to provoke my divine fist sect? The Holy Sun thundered, furious that for the first time, they were being struck at their own doorstep. A role reversal he could hardly fathom. His fists erupted like dragons, unleashing magnificent and unmatched punches that swept across the battlefield, forcing Chu Zhan to retreat under the onslaught. What a terrifying martial art! Chu Zhan was filled with trepidation. The might of this fist technique was astonishingly potent, rendering him hesitant to confront its fierce brilliance head-on. Humph! An audacious rogue, daring to ambush my sacred fist sect in the absence of our venerable ancestor. Today, I shall obliterate your skull with my 8 characters divine fist. The Holy Sun of the Sacred Fist sect glared furiously, witnessing the cries of agony from the sect leader and elders a short distance away, fallen amidst pools of blood. His anger surged, and without restraint, he charged toward Chu Zhan with reckless abandon. The 8 characters divine fist, you say? Excellent. After today, the Chu clan shall prevail. Chu Zhan's face lit with exhilaration. He yearned for such a confrontation. With a thunderous roar, his muscles swelled, and he lunged forward once more. In an instant, 2 figures ascended from the ground into the heavens, their fists colliding, palms striking with force. Though merely 2 martial emperors, they exuded the imposing aura of martial saints. Count me in. Chu Feng laughed as he joined the fray, pitted against several other holy sons of the Sacred Fist sect. His combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable, surpassing even Chu Zhan, although he was still at the martial king level. The swirling tendrils of black, chaotic energy enveloping his body allowed him to confront even the most powerful martial sovereign, transcending 2 major realms. After all, the chaotic power born from his incomplete chaotic divine body was not something an ordinary warrior could withstand. Moreover, to cultivate his physique, the Chu clan had invested a significant amount of rare materials in him. It is not an exaggeration to say that the resources he consumed equated to those of several, if not more, warriors of the same realm. The results were remarkable. When facing a martial emperor 1 realm above him, he could dispatch them with a mere slap. In no time, several martial emperor holy sons had perished at his hands. Without pausing, Chu Zhan then engaged an elder of martial sovereign rank. A mere Chu clan. Yet you possess such talent? I shall take you with me to the afterlife today. Initially uncertain of the enemy's affiliation, the higher-ups of the Sacred Fist sect quickly recognized the Chu insignia entwined with a true dragon on their banner. They understood the Chu clan had come to challenge them. Yet, confusion arose within their ranks. Had not their ancestors allied with 5 other major sacred powers against the Chu clan? How could the Chu clan possibly be here? Was it true, as previously claimed, that their ancestors had fallen? Panic ensued among the higher-ups of the Sacred Fist sect. Do you truly believe you can perish alongside me? Such delusions. Chu Feng scoffed. After several rounds of combat, he observed the elder charging recklessly forward, his body swelling ominously, realizing the elder intended to self-destruct. But what purpose would that serve? He extended his hand, summoning a pitch-black stone tablet, the very one discovered by Long Yuan in the Cloudy Sky Sect's scripture repository. Inscribed with imperial-level techniques, this tablet was no ordinary artifact. Forged from chaotic stone, it was an immensely powerful spiritual instrument. Unfortunately, it could only be wielded by those possessing a chaotic divine body. The tablet soared into the air, growing to several meters in size, before crashing down upon the elder preparing to self-detonate, reducing him to a mere pile of flesh and blood. Once the revered ancestor of the Dragon Abyss demon participated, the formidable practitioners of the Divine Fist sect suffered countless casualties in mere moments. Disciples either perished or fled, leaving the entirety of the sect in chaos, with the towers collapsing and devastation all around. After swiftly emptying the treasures from the Divine Fist sect's treasury and library, Chu Zhan and his companions eagerly advanced to the Forbidden Ground, the site of the ancient heavenly steel. This ancient heavenly steel lay deep within the Divine Fist sect, typically guarded by the ancestors, making it unfathomable for ordinary disciples to approach. Only the prodigies of the sect were privy to its insights. Is this truly the ancient heavenly steel? Chu Zhan marveled at the seemingly unremarkable gray stone tablet before him, standing approximately 3 zhang high, devoid of any scriptures or profound texts, bearing only 8 simple fist imprints, which appeared rather ordinary at first glance. This must be it. Let us attempt to comprehend its essence. The Chu family members sat cross-legged beside the ancient heavenly steel, commencing their exploration of the supreme inheritance of the Divine Fist sect. Chu Zhan was filled with exhilaration during their previous encounters. He had heard the Holy Sun mention that the ancient heavenly steel contained the highest profundities of martial arts in the world, and even a mere glimpse would prove invaluable for a lifetime. Moreover, it was said to encompass the legendary 8 forms of supreme fist technique. embodying the essence of the universe. This was the true 8 characters Divine Fist technique. Regrettably, even the Divine Fist sect, which had occupied the ancient heavenly steel for hundreds of thousands of years, had few who could grasp the 8 characters Divine Fist technique. However, those who could comprehend even one of its forms would qualify for membership in the Hell Gate, illustrating the immense power of this martial art. Concurrently, as the Divine Fist sect was thoroughly besieged, several other sacred grounds fell almost simultaneously, with the battle flag of the Chu family proudly hoisted. Like the Divine Fist sect, to counter the Dragon Abyss, these forces had exhausted their resources. Aside from the nearly comatose martial saint of the Wilderness Divine Pavilion, no one could stir any significant waves. Especially since the Wilderness Divine Pavilion was led by Chu Yunling, with the Golden Saint ancestor accompanying her. Under such a formidable assembly, any martial saint would meet a certain demise. Thus, the 5 sacred grounds, which had persisted for hundreds of thousands of years, fell entirely into the hands of the Chu family. Chapter 85. Is a change in the heavens approaching? Meanwhile, at the 10,000 Sword sect, Chu Jinshan arrived with the intent of witnessing the famed Sword Mountain. The 10,000 Swords sect was lauded as the foremost sanctuary of swordsmanship in the mortal realm, and he hoped it would not disappoint him. Previously, he had encountered the sword techniques of the 10,000 Swords sect. While formidable, they did not yet warrant the title of the best in the mortal realm, merely standing on par with his own sacred spirit sword technique from the sacred sword of ink. Thus, he now ascended the Sword Mountain, hoping to uncover deeper insights into the art of the sword. Upon a stone mountain that pierced the clouds like a rapier, remnants of weathered long swords lay scattered, haphazardly embedded within the rock. As Chu Jinshan approached, the long swords upon the mountain quivered in unison, emitting a resonant cry, followed by an overwhelming, invisible sword intent surging towards him, seemingly intent on engulfing him. In that critical moment, strands of radiant sword light emanated from him, sharp and imposing. It seemed that the sword energy emanating from him caused the invisible sword lights to dissipate entirely. Thus, it became evident that without a natural aptitude for the sword path, one would struggle to ascend this sword mountain. With a cold yet resolute expression, Chu Jinshan gripped the sacred sword, Mo-Yi, and steadily traversed the winding path up the mountain. Behind him, many elite members of the Chu family aspired to ascend as well, yet upon taking their first steps, they were forcefully repelled by the overwhelming sword intent. Those without a sword path aptitude should refrain from climbing. Otherwise, they risk injury from the sword intent here, Chu Jinshan cautioned, glancing back. A chorus of reluctant nods ensued, for although he was no longer an elder, his status as one of the esteemed dragon guardians was on par with any elder, and his strength surpassed that of all elders combined. After all, only the strongest members of the Chu family were eligible to join the dragon guardians. His words carried significant weight, and while many coveted the opportunities lying ahead, those lacking sword aptitude had no choice but to withdraw. Only a handful managed to ascend the mountain. As Chu Jinshan continued upward, the previously vanished sword intent re-emerged, pressing toward him. Was this a test? The stronger one's sword aptitude, the higher one could ascend? In that case, the heavenly sword martial soul manifested behind him, its piercing sword intent enveloping the surroundings. Indeed, the oppressive sword intent that had appeared dissipated once more. After a considerable time, Chu Jinshan reached a point halfway up the mountain. Here, the long swords embedded in the surrounding stones occasionally trembled, emitting a deep resonating hum, and at times, unleashed sword energy directed at him. Even with his martial soul activated, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. How terrifying! With a king-level heavenly sword martial soul, could he only reach this point? What level of sword aptitude would be required to reach the summit? Saint level or emperor level? Contemplating this, Chu Jinshan decided to hold nothing back. A blood-red long sword materialized on his forehead, and streams of crimson sword light surged forth from within him, shielding him from the surrounding sword intent of the mountain. This was the 9 Calamities sword body, a reward obtained through the Heart Refinement Tower. It was his first time acquiring a martial soul evolution elixir through the tower, elevating his spirit-level martial soul to king level. He had initially hoped to continue obtaining more evolution elixirs, yet unexpectedly, on his second attempt, he received the Saint-level 9 Calamities sword body. In that moment, Chu Jinshan was torn between joy and sorrow as a sword practitioner. His singular desire was to enhance his heavenly sword martial soul, yearning for the day it would ascend to saint level or even emperor level. It seemed he must venture into the Heart Refinement Tower more frequently. With this thought, he felt a shiver of trepidation. The more one entered the tower, the more terrifying the illusions within became, and achieving a flawless clearance was increasingly challenging. He truly felt uncertain about his ability to continue obtaining evolution elixirs. Taking a deep breath, Chu Jinshan cast aside his distractions and resumed his ascent. With the enhancement of the 9 calamities sword body and the heavenly sword martial soul, he felt an immediate sense of lightness, his steps becoming considerably more buoyant. Ultimately, however, he could only ascend to a point less than 100 meters from the pinnacle. For this was his limit. Chu Jinshan did not force himself, for the sword mountain lay before him, firmly in the grasp of the Chu family, and opportunities would abound in the future. He seated himself in meditation, beginning to comprehend the supreme swordsmanship that enveloped him. Meanwhile, within the arid god pavilion, a youth of rugged features, formidable stature, and unkempt hair ventured into the realm that others dared not approach. Goodness! This fellow Chu Huang has indeed found a connection with the legacy of the arid god pavilion. Many around expressed their envy. Perhaps this was his destined fortune. Chu Yunling remarked that the legacy of the arid god pavilion was terrifying, seemingly imbued with a mystical power capable of rendering all things desolate and annihilated, even impervious to the might of a martial emperor. Yet, she felt no envy, for the opportunity bestowed upon her by the beast god was sufficient to make her entire clan green with envy. As the Chu family reaped the fortunes of the 5 sacred lands, the regions housing these sanctuaries trembled profoundly, and news of their obliteration spread like a tempest. The Divine Fist sect has been annihilated? How is that possible? There were no signs whatsoever. Who possessed such terrifying power to obliterate a sacred land? It was the Chu family of the Qian domain. Impossible. The Chu family is merely an emerging 7-star family. How could they possess the strength to destroy a sacred land guarded by several martial saints? Indeed, the Chu family was a 7-star family. But it was rumored that they had a demon emperor in their ranks, and it was this demon emperor who had secretly intervened to annihilate the sacred land. A demon emperor? Can the mortal realm truly give rise to an imperial powerhouse? Moreover, wasn't the Divine Fist sect a subordinate force of the Hell Gate? If it were destroyed, wouldn't the Hell Gate take notice? In a fleeting moment, nearly all martial artists engaged in fervent discussions. For the obliteration of a sacred land was no trivial matter, especially for the subordinate forces of the Divine Fist sect, who trembled in fear, anxious that the Chu family might turn their attention to them as well. Yet, it was not long before an even more terrifying revelation spread across the surrounding domains. The Chu family had not only annihilated the Divine Fist sect, but also the 10,000 Sword sect, the Arid God Pavilion, the 10,000 Star Mountain, and the Sky-Severing Cult. The world was shaken to its core. These 5 sacred lands had each harbored legacies for decades, now inexplicably destroyed by a newly risen family. Was the mortal realm on the brink of upheaval? The elders of the Taishan sect, such as Lu Chun, felt a chill run down their spines. They were sacred lands akin to the Divine Fist sect, and if the Chu family could obliterate the other 5, they could easily do the same to them. Fortunately, we were cautious in the past, otherwise, our fate today might mirror that of the Divine Fist sect. Lu Chun sighed, though he found it peculiar that the Tianlong Abyss remained unscathed. They, like the Divine Fist sect, were also a subordinate force of the Hell Gate, and should have weathered the storm together. Now, with other forces obliterated, only the Tianlong Abyss stood intact. There must be some hidden truth behind this. What shall we do in the Taishan sect? The mortal realm seems to be on the verge of turmoil. Should we rise to seize the moment? The next course of action relied on how the Hell Gate would respond. From this day forth, we shall seal our sect and retreat from the world, remaining hidden until the landscape of the mortal realm becomes clear. Chapter 86. Reactions from all sides. Not only did other regions stir with tumultuous waves, but the Qian domain also echoed with voices of astonishment. Alas, I have often wondered about the sudden and formidable actions of the Chu family. It turns out they have ventured to obliterate the sacred lands. I truly did not foresee this. The destruction of the Beastmaster sect was but a fleeting moment ago, and now several sacred lands have also fallen. The Chu family is indeed ferocious. However, it is not merely the Chu family's ferocity that is at play, but rather the overwhelming prowess of their beast god. Without that divine entity, the Chu family would lack the foundation to annihilate even a single sacred land. This is a universally acknowledged truth. The sacred lands are immensely powerful, ruling over territories for countless millennia. Their depth of heritage so profound that even other sacred lands may not be able to vanquish one another. Who else, besides an emperor-level powerhouse, could achieve such feats? Thus, it is inevitable that the beast god of the Chu family has intervened. Does the Chu family truly aspire to overturn the unparalleled position of the Hell Gate, which has persisted for eons? And what is the Hell Gate doing in the meantime? Why, despite the evident fall of an emperor-level warrior, have they not taken any action? Instead, they allow the presence of the Chu family's beast god to linger? In Yinyang City, Gu Tianli, the president of the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce, paces restlessly within his chamber, for all of this is exceedingly abnormal. Has something unforeseen transpired at the Hell Gate? He had already relayed the news of the Emperor's demise back to headquarters, yet their response merely advised him to maintain a distance from the Chu family, lest the flames of war engulf the Wanyu Chamber of Commerce. The rivalry of Emperor-level powerhouses is not a realm they can dare to enter. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. Furthermore, from headquarters' perspective, the downfall of the Chu family is simply a matter of time. The ramifications of this incident are vast, known not only in the Qian domain and surrounding regions, but even beginning to spread to other realms of the human world. In an instant, the entire human realm seems to be in turmoil. This is an unprecedented occurrence. In times past, whenever someone broke through to the Emperor level without the Hell Gate's approval, they were met with swift and merciless suppression. Yet this time, the Hell Gate was unable to quell the uprising, resulting instead in the fall of an emperor and 5 subordinate sacred lands. What does this signify? Is it a blatant declaration of war against the Hell Gate? In that moment, nearly all factions are fixated on the Qian domain, eager to witness what will transpire next. Within the Yen domain, Chu Yen, who has just escaped the clutches of pursuers, is struck by this news, left in stunned disbelief. How could such events have unfolded in just over a year? The slaying of an emperor? The annihilation of sacred lands? Is this truly within the capabilities of their modest Chu family? Surely, this cannot be a fabrication. Chu Yen ventures to the Tianji Pavilion to seek further information, for it is the largest intelligence agency in the human realm, reputed to uncover any intelligence as long as one can afford the price. Ultimately, the findings confirm that all that has transpired in the Qian domain is indeed true. The beast god, it turns out, is involved. A sudden realization washes over Chu Yen. The beast god is shrouded in mystery, and the elder Yao had previously intimated that the beast god might be an emperor of beasts. It now appears that this is indeed the case. He retrieves a jade slip from his spatial ring, a gift from the beast god, who had assured him that upon shattering this jade, the deity would appear at his side. Should I shatter this jade slip and beseech the beast god for assistance? Chu Yen found himself in a state of turmoil, having uncovered the whereabouts of his mother. He faced the grim reality that she had entered the perilous realm of the Ling Tian cave void. Meanwhile, to save himself, Master Yao had been captured by the formidable forces of the Hell Gate. The predicament he now confronted was more dire than any he had previously encountered. Perhaps the beast god could effortlessly resolve all his troubles. No, I have not yet reached my limits. If I can refine the heavenly flames ranked first and second on the heavenly fire list, I may yet have a chance for a turnaround. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yen understood that summoning the beast god might be the quickest solution, but the situation facing the Chu family could not be overlooked. Having been away for so long, he was acutely aware of the vastness of the Hell Gate organization, a true dominion of the mortal realm. If the beast god were to leave the Chu family, who would guard it? If the Hell Gate were to strike, what fate would await his family? After much contemplation, Chu Yen resolved to rely on himself. I must not only rescue Master Yao and the others, but also strive to break through to the martial emperor and return to my family, contributing to their cause. The power of the Hell Gate is too great. He feared that relying solely on the beast god would be insufficient. After devising a plan, he stealthily infiltrated the Hell Gate branch within the Flame Domain. What? You mean to say that the Chu family, which has stirred up great turmoil in the mortal realm, was once a branch of our Chu family? In a secret chamber of the sacred-level Chu family in the Tsang Domain, the family head, Chu Dingtian, widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the elder before him. Ancestor, are you certain that you are not mistaken? Rest assured, family head. I have examined the family records, and that Chu family indeed separated from our Tsang Domain lineage tens of thousands of years ago. The elder continued. You must recall that when someone from our Chu family broke through to the martial emperor without the consent of the Hell Gate, we had to resort to means to deliver that martial emperor to them to quell their wrath. Yet, before his demise, he managed to send his lineage away from the Tsang Domain. Are you implying that the current Chu family in the Qian Domain is descended from that martial emperor's line? Chu Dingtian murmured. Precisely. With a resounding crash, Chu Dingtian smashed the furniture before him, his voice laced with fury. Once again, it is this lineage? Why can they not remain content? They nearly brought our Chu family to ruin before. Now they seek to harm us again? This matter is far more serious than the last, for a martial emperor from the Hell Gate has already fallen. They will not let this slide easily. What will happen if they discover those individuals are connected to our Chu family? Ancestor, what shall we do now? Chu Dingtian asked, trembling. Remain as if you are uninvolved and observe the developments. After all, that incident occurred tens of thousands of years ago. Aside from our records, others would find it difficult to investigate. Moreover, we have had no contact over the years. Even if traces were uncovered, how would it relate to our Chu family? We have remained quite compliant with the Hell Gate over these years. Alas, let us hope this matter resolves swiftly. Boom. A terrifying aura began to permeate the atmosphere, an overwhelming intent to kill. The demon emperor of the Chu family. Unexpectedly, despite our extensive measures, we failed to eliminate him and instead suffered the loss of several sacred grounds at his hands. The reputation of the Hell Gate has truly been tarnished this time. Within the central heavenly domain of the human realm, at the headquarters of the Hell Gate, terrifying auras erupted like a volcanic eruption, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The entire heavenly domain fell into a profound silence, as if all existence had succumbed to a complete stillness. We cannot allow this to continue. We must deploy imperial-level powerhouses to eradicate him once and for all. If this persists, the entire human realm may plunge into utter turmoil. Where would that leave the dignity of our Hell Gate? The Beast Emperor spoke solemnly. Chapter 87. Focus on the Qian domain. His deep-set eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and the soul fire at his brow blazed fiercely, manifesting his fury. Behind him, powerful spirit beasts, summoned by his mastery, emitted low growls, revealing him to be a beast-tamer emperor. Naturally, the Chu family's Beast Emperor must be dealt with, but you are all aware of our current predicament. The battle with the Forbidden Land has already erupted in full force, and even the Sacred Realm will send forth beings beyond the imperial level. How can we afford to be distracted at this juncture? Another emperor spoke gravely, emphasizing that, in comparison to a mere Beast Emperor, their priority lay with the Forbidden Land. For them, the annihilation of even numerous Beast Emperors would be but a mere flick of the finger. Yet the ongoing conflict in the Forbidden Land left them powerless to attend to other matters. You are aware that strong beings from the Sacred Realm are on their way. If they arrive and discover that the human realm under our jurisdiction has descended into chaos, I wonder if they might not hold us accountable for our inadequate oversight. The Beast Emperor spoke gravely. All the emperors felt a shiver run through them. If the Sacred Realm's powerful beings were to find the human realm spiraling out of control, the consequences would indeed be unbearable for them. In that case, I will leave the matter of the Chu family's Beast Emperor to you. Is that acceptable? An elder emperor spoke solemnly. Of course, there is no issue. Rest assured, I shall capture the Chu family's Beast Emperor alive and present him before you, allowing you to decide his fate. Upon receiving permission to venture into the Qian domain, the Beast Emperor could not help but grin widely. Do not think we are unaware of your intentions. You intend to forge a contract with that Chu family's Beast Emperor, do you not? Is there anything wrong with that? After all, I am a beast tamer. The Beast Emperor laughed heartily as he departed. The Chu family's Beast Emperor, capable of slaying the Crimson Extinction Emperor, undoubtedly possesses strength that exceeds the mid-level of Beast Emperors, making him an ideal candidate for my spirit beast. However, the other emperors acknowledged his prowess, for the contracted imperial-level spirit beasts he commanded were numerous. In an all-out battle, none within the imperial level could contend with him. Leaving the headquarters of the Hell Gate, the Beast Emperor immediately summoned his cultivated Beast Emperor spirit beast, the Inferno Raven, from the spirit cave and soared towards the Qian domain. As he passed through, he did not conceal his overwhelming presence, alarming many powerful factions. Is that the Beast Emperor? Hiss, the Martial Emperor has actually made his move. This is a veteran of the Hell Gate, possessing contracts with several imperial-level spirit beasts, and his own cultivation has reached the terrifying peak of Martial Emperor, making him one of the most formidable Martial Emperors within the Hell Gate. With this Martial Emperor in action, the moment of the Chu family's Demon Emperor's demise has arrived. All who disrespect the Hell Gate deserve to perish. Some holy-level forces recognized that aura and were immediately filled with dread. The emergence of such an invincible existence as a peak Martial Emperor indicates that the Hell Gate is finally taking serious action. It is best that the restless branch be utterly eradicated, otherwise, I will remain in constant fear. Song Yu's Chu family patriarch, Chu Dingtian, coldly declared, eagerly anticipating that the beast Martial Emperor would strike down the so-called Chu family Demon Emperor with thunderous ferocity, obliterating that disquieting bloodline. Otherwise, he feared that the flames of war might unwarrantedly engulf their Chu family. Observe closely, you juniors. Witness the fate that befalls those who dare to oppose the Hell Gate. Some elders of various forces admonished the younger generation, lest they unwittingly provoke the Hell Gate in the future. At this moment, nearly half of the human realm's gaze was fixed upon the Qian domain, all eager to witness the cataclysmic disaster that would befall the family that had slain the Martial Emperor of the Hell Gate. Having acquired the full essence of the 5 major holy sects, the resources of the Chu family had expanded to an extraordinarily vast extent. With these precious stones, the Time Tower could be activated for an even longer duration. Chu Jinghua exclaimed with excitement. Last time, they had only opened the first layer for a month, yet it had already allowed the Chu family members who entered to savor its sweet rewards. Now, with the resources obtained from the other 5 holy sites, They were poised to unlock higher levels for extended periods. This would undoubtedly propel the Chu family's strength to unprecedented heights. Subsequently, Chu Jingyue directed the elders to formulate a reasonable plan for this entry into the Time Tower, including the distribution of medicinal pills and resources within it. Under the accelerated passage of time, combined with the elixirs, he could hardly fathom the degree of growth that the Chu family's power would achieve. Patriarch, I recommend encouraging the clan members to enter the Heart Refinement Tower for further honing before activating the Time Tower. It would be ideal for them to seize the opportunities within, Elder Chu Hongxiao proposed. Currently, there were still some clan members at the 5 major holy sites, obtaining opportunities and yet to return to the family. The portion of clan members who could seize such opportunities were the cream of the crop. Even if some are not currently, they will be in the future. That makes sense. So let us swiftly mobilize the clan members who can enter the Heart Refinement Tower to do so. Chu Jingyue nodded. For the opportunities within the Heart Refinement Tower were truly extraordinary. Not only were there physique and martial soul evolution elixirs, but also sacred level physiques and martial soul origins, along with realm breakthrough elixirs. Any one of these could incite profound upheaval in this world. Just as Chu Jingyue and the elders were deliberating their plans, a terrifying aura, like a vast ocean from the 9th heaven, was approaching the Qian domain, silencing all in its wake. The realm of mortals is vast, and even a formidable martial emperor cannot traverse from the celestial domain to the Qian domain in the blink of an eye. Within the Dragon Emperor Hall, Long Yuan opened his eyes and cast a glance towards the direction from which the myriad beasts martial emperor approached. Yet, it was merely a fleeting glance. A mere martial emperor at perfection held little significance in his eyes. Presently, only a divine-level being would merit his attention. Regrettably, the Chu family lacks an emperor-level powerhouse. Otherwise, they would have an excellent contender for practice. Chu Yunling, accompanied by the Golden Sage Ancestor, remained at the abandoned God Pavilion. Otherwise, allowing her to take action would also provide a valuable opportunity for training. Ultimately, Long Yuan resolved that such an opportunity, if missed, would be a grave misfortune. Chu Yunling and the Golden Sage Ancestor sat cross-legged outside the abandoned God Pavilion, awaiting the arrival of Chu Huang, when a black vortex suddenly materialized before them. Long Yuan's voice resonated from within, announcing the descent of an emperor-level powerhouse upon the Chu family. Chu Yunling's eyes narrowed slightly. It must be from the gates of hell. It seems they are truly becoming desperate. I wonder which martial emperor has arrived. The Golden Sage Ancestor spoke in a deep tone. It matters not which martial emperor it is. Did you not hear the beast god say? It is an opportunity for you to engage in combat with an emperor-level powerhouse for training. Thus, there should be no danger whatsoever, even if danger arises. With the beast god present, such threats are hardly formidable. Chu Yunling replied coolly. Chapter 88. The Myriad Beasts Martial Emperor. The Golden Sage Ancestor nodded, and the two stepped directly into the black vortex. As light illuminated their surroundings, they found themselves within the Dragon Emperor Hall. The richness of the elemental essence in the air astonished the Golden Sage Ancestor. Upon reaching the Emperor level, the 8th-tier elemental veins could no longer sustain his cultivation. Yet the elemental essence here was astonishingly abundant. Could it be that there exists a 9th-tier elemental vein? An Emperor-level Beastmaster approaches the Chu family. You have just broken through to the Emperor level. It is a perfect opportunity for you to spar and experience the intensity of Emperor-level combat. Long Yuan remarked to the Golden Sage Ancestor. Indeed, the latter nodded, feeling an exhilarating anticipation at the prospect of battling an Emperor-level opponent. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly descended upon the Qian domain, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Has the martial emperor of the gates of hell finally arrived? In Yinyang City, Gu Tianli exclaimed, trembling. At that moment, all martial practitioners in the Qian domain felt an unparalleled pressure bearing down upon them, rendering them breathless. Is this the might of a martial emperor? Why did the Chu family's demon emperor not exude such an aura previously? The Chu family's demon emperor had appeared before. Yet the impression he left was akin to an ordinary martial practitioner. His presence was as refreshing as a spring breeze, lacking any overwhelming sense of pressure aside from his physical stature. Perhaps the Chu family's demon emperor simply lacked the strength to rival this one? It appears that the Chu family is indeed facing an unavoidable calamity. As whispers spread among the crowd, the colossal form of the Netherfire Flying Crow suddenly descended. The pale, ghostly flames engulfed its body, as if the very void were on the verge of melting away. Above him stood a robust middle-aged man, his long hair cascading down like a flowing mane, emanating an aura of immeasurable depth. Is this the territory of the Chu family? How could a mere 7-star family stir such a commotion? He felt a chilling gaze sweep over him as the dark wings of the phoenix of the underworld vibrated violently. A torrent of pale, Ghostly flames cascaded down like a waterfall from the heavens, engulfing the entirety of Qingyang City. In an instant, this terrifying fire completely consumed the celestial array that enveloped Qingyang City. At this moment, a frigid despair permeated the air within the city. Chu Jingyue of the Chu family clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. Damn it! If only we had another year or two. Even the martial emperor of the Hell Gate would not daunt us. Once we activate the Tower of Time to absorb the entire essence of the 5 sacred lands, our strength would undoubtedly surge. Yet, their adversary arrived so swiftly, leaving them no time to bolster their power. Just then, a rift suddenly appeared in the void above Qingyang City, swallowing the surging ghostly flames that threatened to incinerate the entire city, making them vanish without a trace. Oh, has the demon emperor of the Chu family intervened? The beast emperor's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the next moment, a golden dragon emerged from the thunderclouds above Qingyang City, soaring into the heights, its colossal form hovering before the phoenix of the underworld. Are you the demon emperor of the Chu family? How can you possess only the cultivation of an initial stage demon emperor? The beast emperor frowned. If this individual had slain the Crimson Extinction martial emperor, his prowess should be above the mid-stage of the demon emperor realm. Why, then, does he appear so underwhelming? Humph. I am a spirit beast contracted by the beast master of the Chu family. You must be referring to the beast god. But do you truly believe your strength is sufficient to meet the beast god? I think you are deluding yourself. The golden sage elder scoffed. The beast emperor seethed with indignation. It had been countless millennia since anyone had dared to insult him so brazenly. With a booming voice, he retorted, "A mere initial stage demon emperor dares to be so arrogant? I see you are courting death." As a spatial portal materialized behind him, 2 more spirit beasts emerged, a sinister-eyed white tiger and a jade-eyed demon ape, both exuding a terrifying aura of initial stage demon emperors. In that instant, the entire Qian domain fell into a profound silence. How could anyone withstand such a formidable lineup? A perfected demon emperor accompanied by 2 initial stage and 1 mid-stage spirit beast. Do you feel the despair creeping in? The beast emperor gazed down at the golden sage elder, declaring, "Had you been the demon emperor of the Chu family, I might have offered you a chance for a contract. Alas, as you are merely someone else's contracted beast, you shall meet your demise." With a sweeping gesture, he commanded the sinister-eyed white tiger and the jade-eyed demon ape to charge toward the golden sage elder. "Come forth. Let me experience the thrill of battle at the demon emperor level." The golden sage elder laughed heartily, fearlessly rushing forward. In an instant, the 3 demon emperors clashed in combat. The golden sage elder stood against 2 foes, his enormous dragon claws colliding with his adversaries, the sheer force staggering them back repeatedly. What formidable combat prowess! The beast emperor narrowed his eyes, immediately discerning that the bloodline and strength of the spirit beast before him were far from ordinary, which explained its formidable combat prowess. Subsequently, the 2 spirit beasts swiftly adjusted their tactics, opting not to confront the golden sage ancestor head-on, but instead executing a flanking maneuver. As they clashed, energy erupted, illuminating the skies above. The confrontation between imperial-level powerhouses resonated with earth-shattering intensity, dazzling divine light blossoming through the heavens like resplendent fireworks. The void itself seemed to collapse, and a tempest of energy surged forth, obliterating all in its path. Nonetheless, despite being merely at the initial stages of the Demon Emperor realm, the Golden Sage ancestor relied on his mastery over spatial abilities to maintain a firm grip against the malevolent-eyed white tiger and the azure-eyed demon ape. Within the city of Qingyang, many were left pondering. Was that figure truly not a beast god of the Chu family? Alas, such a powerful spirit beast had already been contracted by another. The beast emperor sighed, wishing he could forge a contract with it himself. Seizing the opportunity amidst their fierce battle, the beast emperor cast his gaze toward Qingyang City and then struck down with a mighty hand. An immense wave of energy materialized into a colossal palm, shrouding the sky. Instantly, the entire city was engulfed in darkness, as light was obscured. Where the massive palm passed, destruction ensued, annihilating the void itself. A suffocating sensation enveloped Qingyang City, causing all living beings within to tremble, many collapsing to the ground. This was indeed the might of city annihilation. However, just as that seemingly apocalyptic palm approached Qingyang City, it inexplicably vanished into thin air, as if winter snow had met the blazing sun, leaving no trace behind. All creatures within the city were left stunned, while the beast emperor outside the city was equally bewildered. What had transpired? Where had my attack gone? His previous strike, though not at full strength, had been executed with considerable force. How could it simply disappear without reason? Moreover, he himself was baffled by its vanishing act. I shall uncover what trickery is afoot. The Beast Emperor's fury surged, his internal energy roaring like thunder, brilliant light erupting from his fist, as if various spirit beast phantoms were howling in ferocious rage. The 10,000 Beast Fist. The Beast Emperor unleashed his signature technique. With one punch, the world trembled, the roar of myriad beasts erupting from the colossal fist's radiance, deafening all who heard. To the eyes of the onlookers, that fist light transformed into a dragon, then into a phoenix, and again into other mythical beasts. Chapter 89. A roar of explosive power from the Emperor. The 10,000 Beasts Fist lived up to its name. Although many recognized that the earlier attack likely belonged to the beast god of the Chu family, the sheer terror of such a fist still sent chills through the hearts of all present. The Beast Emperor narrowed his eyes, his consciousness extending as he observed every movement within Qingyang City. I shall see who is behind this. Initially, he believed the golden dragon to be a beast of the Chu family, but the words spoken by the opponent indicated otherwise, suggesting that the Chu family possessed two demon emperors. While the addition of another demon emperor did not concern him, the reality differed significantly from the intelligence he had received. The depths of the Chu family's affairs appeared quite profound. The Golden Fist attack struck Qingyang City, yet strangely, it did not trigger any explosion. Instead, the martial art he took the greatest pride in, the 10,000 Beast Fist, seemed to be devoured by an enigmatic energy. What on earth was happening? Before the 10,000 Beasts martial emperor could finish his thought, his pupils suddenly constricted. He witnessed a colossal fist light abruptly manifest from the very spot where the 10,000 Beasts Fist had just vanished, that very technique he had unleashed. What sent chills down his spine was the realization that the emerging fist light was aimed directly at him. What nonsense is this? The 10,000 Beasts martial emperor bellowed in outrage. Was he to be assaulted by his own hand? He felt utterly humiliated. In response, his internal energy surged forth, radiating brilliance as he unleashed the 10,000 Beasts Fist once more. It was not merely that he possessed this single martial technique. Rather, the 10,000 Beasts Fist was his own creation, a skill he held in the highest regard. Boom! The void was rent asunder by his 10,000 Beasts Fist, creating a vast chasm in the air. The sound of myriad beasts surged forth. The two fist imprints collided before Qingyang City, producing a thunderous roar that echoed like the collapse of heaven and earth. A brilliance erupted, illuminating the nine heavens. Its magnificence might rendered all martial artists unable to gaze directly upon it. After a considerable time, as the energy gradually subsided and tranquility began to restore, those standing on the city wall, including Chu Jingwei, were left astounded. They beheld a figure lying several thousand meters outside Qingyang City, his expression one of sheer terror. And a massive, through-and-through gaping wound marred his abdomen. It was none other than the 10,000 Beasts martial emperor. How could this be? The power of that fist attack had been amplified to such an extent that even I could not withstand it. What kind of entity is covertly orchestrating this? Has the opponent's strength truly surpassed the pinnacle of the emperor level? Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Aside from the Forbidden Lands, how could such a formidable existence exist in the mortal realm? The 10,000 Beasts martial emperor murmured to himself, a gentle light emanating from the wound on his abdomen. As the horrific injury began to mend, the vitality of the martial emperor was formidable. This blow had not claimed his life. Yet, he was already engulfed in terror, pondering what kind of means could transform his own attack into that of his adversary. This did not resemble the legacy of the martial emperor from Yunxiao's sect. The 10,000 Beasts martial emperor rose, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Qingyang City. He was aware of the techniques possessed by that martial emperor from Yunxiao's sect. Although terrifyingly powerful, records of his methods in the Hell Gate indicated that he lacked the ability to turn one's own attacks against oneself. I refuse to believe that you can truly be invincible. The 10,000 Beasts martial emperor narrowed his eyes, and a spiritual cave materialized behind him, from which a golden toad leaped forth. Though its size was modest, the aura it exuded was utterly terrifying, rivaling that of the 10,000 Beasts martial emperor himself. This was unmistakably a fully realized spirit beast of the demon emperor level. On the city wall, Chu Jingwei and the others gasped in astonishment. Is this the depth of the Hell Gate? Merely a beast master possesses such a multitude of emperor-level spirit beasts, and they are all fully realized? Such combat prowess must belong to an invincible existence among the emperor ranks. In the shadows, various factions fixating their attention on this spectacle felt a tremor in their hearts. This is the formidable strength of the Hell Gate, the eternal sovereign of the mortal realm. Now do you comprehend why it is unwise to provoke the gate of hell? Among certain sanctified realms, martial saints, through their prowess or by employing treasured artifacts, have witnessed the events transpiring before Qingyang City. They utilize this occurrence to impart wisdom to their esteemed juniors, urging them to heed caution. The paramount edict of existence in the realm of mortals is to refrain from antagonizing the gate of hell. Indeed, esteemed ancestor, we remain vigilant. The younger generation, upon beholding the reflection of the scene before them, felt a shiver run down their spines, their hearts gripped with profound dread towards the gate of hell, resolutely deciding that even unto death, they would not dare oppose it. In the Tsanyu region, when Chu Dingtian discerned that the so-called demon emperor of the Chu family was merely at the initial stages of his power, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Such strength would scarcely withstand a single exchange against the beast martial emperor. However, when the beast martial emperor was pierced through the abdomen, a wave of shock surged within him. Could it be that the Chu family harbors other imperial-level powerhouses? Yet upon witnessing the beast martial emperor summon a fully fledged imperial spirit beast, Chu Dingtian nodded once more. With the intervention of two fully realized imperial-level beings, the restless Chu family would surely face annihilation. Tun Tian, let us strike together. I am eager to see if they can truly withstand our might. Yes, master. In an instant, the two fully realized imperial beings resolutely unleashed their most potent assaults. The beast martial emperor continued to execute his most cherished technique, the 10,000 beasts fist. As the cacophony of myriad beasts resonated, the might of which remained earth-shattering. Meanwhile, the golden toad opened its maw wide, conjuring a golden vortex that erupted with an unparalleled devouring force, a terrifying power that caused the entirety of Qingyang City to tremble. The combined might of the two fully realized imperial powerhouses was nothing short of terrifying. At this moment, even Chu Jingyue and others began to feel apprehensive. Could the beast god truly withstand such formidable onslaught? Begone! Just then, an enraged roar reverberated through the air, akin to the voice of the heavens wielding divine authority, crashing towards the beast martial emperor and the golden toad, who were executing their otherworldly abilities. Boom, boom. Two explosive sounds erupted suddenly, revealing a scene that left all in shock. The attacks unleashed by the beast martial emperor and the golden toad were utterly shattered, and immediately thereafter, the bodies of the two fully realized imperial beings seemed to suffer an incomprehensibly terrifying assault, their forms exploding into two clouds of sanguine mist. Golden imperial blood wafted through the air before Qingyang City. In that instant, the world fell silent, a profound stillness enveloping all. A single utterance obliterated two fully realized martial emperors? Is this the true strength of the beast god? The prowess of Long Yuan has once again elevated in the minds of Chu Jingyue and the others. They had always presumed the beast god to be merely a demon emperor, yet it now appeared that he was no ordinary demon emperor. Is there a possibility that the beast god's strength has transcended that of a martial emperor? Chu Long unconsciously swallowed hard. If he had not surpassed the martial emperor level, how could he possibly obliterate two fully realized emperors with a mere word? It seems implausible. The strongest in the realm of mortals is the martial emperor. What other realms could possibly exist beyond this? Yet, the true extent of the beast god's power remains an enigma. Chu Jingyue felt that, for the beast god, there seemed to be no adversary in this world worthy of his regard. Shaking his head, he surveyed his surroundings with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "Where is the ancestor?" In such a breathtaking moment, why is there no sign of him? Perhaps he is in seclusion. Yet, prior to the arrival of this martial emperor, I sought out the ancestor, only to find no trace of him. Chapter 90. A situation contrary to expectations. What could be happening outside? Why is there such a commotion? In a peculiar space, Chu Tianyang furrowed his brow and gazed upward, sensing that something must have transpired in Qingyang City. However, with the beast god stationed, nothing of great consequence should occur. Let me see what lies within the secret realm that once nearly led to the downfall of the Chu family. He inserted the token he held into a slot before him, and instantly, a silver barrier portal materialized before his eyes. This token was the very one discovered by Long Yuan after vanquishing the ancestor of the Ma family. Chu Tianyang had studied it for an extended period and finally uncovered its secrets on the recent night of the full moon. It turned out that the token only reacted when infused with energy on a full moon night. Following the token's guidance, he had finally arrived here, only to be astonished to find this location was situated within Qingyang Lake itself. Everyone had previously believed that the inheritance lay amidst the thunderclouds above Qingyang Lake, never considering that the true entrance to the secret realm was submerged below in the lake. I hope it is not a lowly inheritance, Chu Tianyang prayed. For the Chu family had indeed transformed significantly since then. Outside Qingyang City, an eerie silence had descended, as the martial emperor of 10,000 beasts and his spirit beast had erupted into a cloud of sanguine mist, never to recover. Everyone comprehended that the martial emperor of 10,000 beasts had perished in that recent cold huff. In the skies above, the evil-eyed white tiger and the azure-eyed demon ape, who had been locked in battle with the golden sage ancestor, had now completely fallen to the disadvantage. The death of their beast master had inflicted severe backlash upon the two contracted spirit beasts, leaving their souls gravely wounded, howling in distress. Kill. Take advantage of his weakness to claim his life. The Golden Sage ancestor decisively struck, delivering a fierce and unreserved assault upon the heads of his adversaries, instantly obliterating the two imperial-level spirit beasts. The beast god's words were indeed accurate. He truly regarded imperial-level strength with disdain. The Golden Sage ancestor gazed at the dispersing blood mist outside Qingyang City, sighing at the sight of a dignified, fully realized imperial-level powerhouse unable to withstand a mere utterance from the beast god. Perhaps the beast god could indeed overturn the gates of hell. Yet, why does he not take action himself, but instead cultivate the Chu family to do so? The Golden Sage ancestor found it perplexing, with the beast god's prowess. He could easily establish a transcendent force opposing the gates of hell, yet he chose to nurture the Chu family. This was indeed strange. Boom. Two colossal figures plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the Jiuxiao Mountains behind Qingyang City. The thunderous sound jolted all the martial artists in Qingyang City from their stunned reverie. Good heavens, what have I witnessed? I have seen the fall of emperors. Moreover, for imperial-level powerhouses have perished? Finally, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Is such a spectacle something that mere mortals like us can witness for free? The onlookers, having regained their senses, were profoundly shaken. Rather than reveling in their miraculous survival, they lamented the fall of the four martial emperors of the Hell Gate. While many had merely heard rumors of the demise of the Crimson Annihilation Martial Emperor, today they bore witness to it firsthand. What hidden strengths does the Chu family possess? Aside from the formidable beast god, there exists another demon emperor? This revelation left everyone astounded. The presence of a single imperial powerhouse had already left them in awe, yet the Chu family now boasts two. What was more perplexing was that the Hell Gate seemed utterly powerless against the Chu family. Was it merely a facade of strength? In the hearts of the people of Qingyang City, doubt lingered. They had only heard tales of the Hell Gate's immense power, where those imperial forces who acted without consent met a grim fate. Yet, despite the Hell Gate suffering numerous losses among its elite, the Chu family remained unscathed. Elder, are the martial emperors of the Hell Gate truly so feeble? The various factions, who had been observing intently, fell into silence at the youthful inquiry, as it contrasted starkly with their expectations. Shouldn't the Hell Gate have effortlessly dispatched the Chu family's demon emperor? How had the situation reversed? This was merely a momentary lapse on the part of the Hell Gate. The Chu family and their demon emperor were surely destined for annihilation. You young ones must not question the might of the Hell Gate. They have only dispatched a single martial emperor thus far. When they grow serious, the Chu family will have no hope of survival. Let us wait and see. It will not be long before the Chu family is utterly obliterated. Some elder powerhouses spoke with unwavering conviction, asserting that the depths of the Hell Gate's strength were beyond the imagination of the younger generation. When their true capabilities were revealed, the youth would undoubtedly be paralyzed with fear. What is happening? The Chu family in the Azure Domain was bewildered. The fall of the beast martial emperor of the Hell Gate was unfathomable, for he was a martial emperor at the peak of his existence. Could it be that the mysterious demon emperor of the Chu family is even more terrifying than a perfected martial emperor? This was inconceivable. What could possibly surpass a perfected martial emperor? Would it not be better for you to simply perish at the hands of the beast martial emperor? Must you instill fear in us as well? Chu Dingtian spoke gravely. Were it not for the constraints of his strength, he would have dispatched the Chu family's martial saint to eradicate the opponent, ensuring that all threats vanished entirely. It was utterly preposterous that a mere forsaken branch could outshine their main lineage. This ignited a furious blaze within Chu Dingtian. He could not fathom what stroke of fortune had befallen the Chu family, allowing such powerful guardians to emerge. Alas, I hope the Hell Gate swiftly eliminates them. Yet, what perplexed everyone was that the Hell Gate had not acted immediately upon learning of the events in the Qian domain. How strange. Had something occurred within the Hell Gate that demanded their full attention? Such an action was unexpected. Speculation began to arise. Even some perfected martial saints felt a surge of eagerness. Perhaps this presented an opportune moment to transcend into martial emperors. Not long after, news emerged from the Hell Gate, proclaiming that the day they seized the Forbidden Land would mark the downfall of the Chu family. It became clear. I had suspected that the Hell Gate would not allow the Chu family to persist. They were indeed launching an assault on the Forbidden Land. Many people suddenly understood. The human realm is replete with forbidden zones, and if the Hell Gate reigns as the eternal dominator of this realm, controlling the lives and deaths of its inhabitants, then the Forbidden Lands are everlasting sanctuaries, places where even the Hell Gate dares not tread. Now that the Hell Gate had turned its attention towards the Forbidden Land, it was no wonder they had no energy left to focus on the Chu family. Humph, compared to the Forbidden Land, What is a mere Chu family? Once the Hell Gate truly frees its hands, the Chu family would be extinguished with but a flick of a finger. Chu Dingtian let out a soft snort, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. In Qingyang City, the recent battle had not instilled fear in the hearts of its inhabitants. Rather, it attracted even more warriors to gather here. Some even went so far as to name the city Human City, hoping that the Chu family's demon emperor would lead them in tearing apart the endless reign of the Hell Gate, allowing the human realm to truly become a world governed by humanity. They wished for those capable of transcending the imperial level to have the opportunity to break through to the martial emperor rank, no longer needing the Hell Gate's approval. Chapter 91. The otherworldly space beneath Qingyang Lake. At this moment, nearly a month had passed since the fall of the Beast Emperor, and the talented members of the clan who had absorbed the teachings from the Sacred Fist sect and other holy places had returned to their families. Consequently, the flags of the Chu family now flew over all 5 sacred domains, with even many factions originally affiliated with the 5 great sacred sects surrendering to the Chu family. It is time to activate the Time Tower once more, Chu Jingyue declared solemnly. After such a lengthy wait, the talented individuals from the Chu family, who had received their legacies from the 5 great sacred sects, had returned, bringing with them considerable gains. Especially notable was Chu Zhan, who upon his return immediately entered seclusion, abandoning his former combative nature. What kind of legacy had he received? Clan leader, based on our calculations regarding the essence stones, we are fully capable of opening the 6th level for an entire year, Chu Hongxiao reported. Oh, a year on the 6th level? That would equate to 320 years within the Time Tower. Indeed. Excellent. 320 years will be more than sufficient for our Chu family's strength to ascend to a new realm. Chu Jinghua exclaimed with excitement. The Chu family was now fully prepared. They simply required time. With these 320 years, their power would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement, and perhaps even the emergence of an imperial-level powerhouse. Immediately notify everyone. The Time Tower will soon be opened. All Dragon Guards must participate, and other members will be selected based on merit. Chu Jinghua promptly issued the command. However, the whereabouts of the Elder remained a mystery. The Elder was the most likely among us to achieve the rank of Martial Emperor, and his absence during this activation would indeed be a great regret. Chu Hongxiao frowned. What? The Elder has not been seen for so long. Chu Jinghua was taken aback. Logically, the Elder should either be in the Dragon Emperor Hall or in a place of seclusion. How could he simply have vanished? Where could the Elder have gone? Chu Jinghua furrowed his brow and remarked, in that case, I shall seek out the Beast God to inquire if he knows the whereabouts of our ancestor. If our ancestor has indeed ventured far away, unbeknownst to even them, then it is likely that only the Beast God possesses such knowledge. Within the Dragon Emperor's Hall. Upon hearing Chu Jingyue's inquiry, Long Yuan responded, all I know is that on the day the Martial Emperor descended at the Hell Gate, Chu Tianyang seemed to have entered the Qingyang Lake. Is he still not emerged? Long Yuan had been observing everything outside Qingyang City at that time. He merely sensed Chu Tianyang's position but was unaware of his specific actions. After all, apart from Chu Long Yuan seldom focused on anyone else. Qingyang Lake? What could our ancestor be doing there? Chu Jinghua pondered aloud. Uncertain. However, given that he has not shown himself for such an extended period, we should descend and investigate. Long Yuan's massive form began to shrink, ultimately transforming into a size of several zhang, and together with Chu Jinghua, they entered the Qingyang Lake. The vicinity of Qingyang Lake was seldom frequented, as everyone was aware that the Chu family's demon emperor concealed himself amidst the thunderclouds above. As they entered the lake, the two soon discovered a barrier portal. How can there be a barrier here? Chu Jinghua exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the silver portal. It was astonishing that they, residing so close to Qingyang Lake, were oblivious to such a secret. It must have been opened by your ancestor. Without hesitation, Long Yuan stepped through the silver portal. Beyond the portal lay a vast, decaying realm, with the ground littered with various ancient, fragmented spiritual artifacts, and the earth riddled with ravines. The air thick with the scent of time, reminiscent of an ancient battlefield. Is there truly such an expansive space here? Chu Jinghua was taken aback, realizing they had been dwelling above an entire realm. Long Yuan's consciousness swept across this space and swiftly located Chu Tianyang. Let us go. He vanished from their original spot, reappearing in a different location within this spatial realm. Upon seeing Chu Tianyang, Chu Jinghua was startled. His ancestor lay there, battered and bruised, surrounded by lingering sword qi that left numerous cuts upon his body. As he attempted to approach, he felt an overwhelming force of lethality, as if it could obliterate all existence, sending waves of fear coursing through him. Beast God, what has happened to our ancestor? Chu Jinghua inquired urgently. He has been wounded by the residual sword qi here. Long Yuan struck down with a claw, instantly shattering the surrounding sword chi. Chu Jingyue hurried forward to support his ancestor. This is an ancient battlefield. Even after eons, some terrifying killing intent remains. Your ancestor has inadvertently stumbled into this perilous place. This battlefield bore a resemblance to the ruins of the Yunshao sect, yet the concealed dangers here were far more formidable. For it was evident that attacks had been left by beings surpassing the divine level, indicating that a divine war had once erupted here. Long Yuan, gazing at the unconscious Chu Tianyong, pressed a finger to his forehead, causing several streams of sword chi to shoot forth from his brow. Fortunately, the hidden force of slaughter here has diminished over the years, leaving only a remnant. Although he has sustained grave injuries, he is fortunate to still be alive. Long Yuan remarked with a calm demeanor. Alas, how could the ancestor be so reckless, daring to wander into such a perilous place? He must be out of his mind. Chu Jingyue sighed, hastily administering a pill to the ancestor. Such a dangerous endeavor should have warranted a warning to the beast god. Had it not been for the opening of the Tower of Time, the ancestor might have truly met his demise here. You, young man, are in dire need of a lesson. Chu Tianyong's weak voice emerged. Upon his arrival, he had not detected the lurking dangers, nor had his spiritual sense picked up any hints. Unwittingly, he had stepped into a deadly domain, and by the time he realized it, it was far too late. How did you discover this place? Long Yuan inquired, puzzled, for he too had lingered within the thunderclouds for quite some time without making such a revelation. Do you recall the token we found on the elder of the Ma family? Chu Tianyong disclosed the secret of his token's discovery to Long Yuan. Only by infusing energy on the night of the full moon could one provoke a transformation in the token, which led me here, following its guidance. Chu Jingyue speculated. Could it be that the elder of the Ma family discovered this place, leading to their sudden surge in resources? Indeed, the elder must have stumbled upon some remnants in the borderlands, granting the Ma family an opportunity for resurgence. No wonder he sought to eliminate our two families. He must have feared the secret of this spatial realm would be divulged. Chu Jingyue realized. Only by completely occupying the former Qingyang town could the Ma family unscrupulously plunder the legacies within this ruin. However, even had they succeeded in annihilating our two families, with their strength, they would have met only a dead end had they dared to delve deeper. Chu Tianyong scoffed, acknowledging that the concealed murderous intent grew increasingly terrifying as they ventured further. With the Ma family's former strength, even a slight encounter with the hidden dangers would render them powerless. Chapter 92. Encounter with the bloodied coffin of beings while they conversed. Long Yuan's eyes blazed with radiant light as he gazed into the depths of this spatial realm. To his astonishment, he beheld a woman clad in silver robes lying atop a blood-stained coffin, and what intrigued him most was the faint vitality that still flowed within her. A living person. Let us proceed deeper to investigate, Long Yuan declared, leading the two swiftly into the profound depths of this realm. The murderous aura there was even more terrifying. Despite Long Yuan's protection, it still instilled fear and trepidation in Chu Tianyong and the others. As they ventured further, waves of lethal energy coalesced into crimson whirlwinds and vast seas of sword chi, manifesting ominous phenomena throughout the depths of the space. These manifestations of slaughter did not unleash an overwhelming destructive force, yet any external intrusion would instantly trigger devastating lethality. It is no exaggeration to say that even an emperor-level powerhouse would be unable to withstand such killing intent, inevitably meeting their end here. What caliber of being could leave behind such a horrifyingly powerful attack? Chu Tianyong exclaimed in horror, fortunate that he was merely trapped on the periphery. Had he ventured deeper, he might have met a dismal end. At the very least, it was a realm beyond the divine. Long Yuan responded. Divine? What realm is that? Chu Jingyue asked, taken aback. He had never heard of such a domain. It is a level above the emperor. What? There are realms beyond the emperor? Both men's expressions shifted dramatically. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would have dismissed them outright. In their long-held beliefs, the martial emperor was the pinnacle of strength. However, coming from the beast god, they had no choice but to accept its veracity. Otherwise, who else could leave such a violent aura that could obliterate a perfected emperor-level warrior in an instant? Long Yuan stated calmly. Moreover, it is not merely a matter of the martial god realm. It is possible that an existence beyond the immortal realm has once battled here. No wonder the beast god was unafraid of the martial emperor. Could it be that the beast god had transcended even the martial emperor's domain? Chu Tianyong gazed at Long Yuan in astonishment. It was terrifying. When they first met, the latter had only been a fourth-level martial sovereign. How could he have so swiftly ascended to such heights? Long Yuan chuckled, offering no explanation. Their realms were still too low for further discourse to be of any benefit. Seeing the beast god's expression, Chu Tianyong felt a tremor within. It reminded him of the time when everyone speculated that the beast god was the demon emperor. A bold conjecture formed in Chu Tianyang's mind that the beast god might possess powers far beyond those of a mere martial god. At this thought, Chu Tianyang's heart raced fervently. As they ventured deeper, an even more horrifying killing intent permeated the air. Long Yuan, indifferent to evasion, charged forth with his formidable immortal body, allowing the terrifying assaults to rain down upon him. Sparks flew as the clang of impacts echoed, with each horrific strike landing upon Long Yuan's dragon scales, producing piercing sounds that resonated within Chu Tianyang and Chu Jinju, causing their hearts to tremble. Before long, Long Yuan led the two to the innermost sanctum, where they beheld a blood-stained ancient coffin and the figure of a woman lying upon it. "There's actually someone here?" Chu Tianyang gasped in astonishment, instinctively reaching out with his consciousness, only to be halted by Long Yuan. "Do you dare to probe with your consciousness without discerning the nature of this being? Do you seek instant annihilation?" Long Yuan's voice was grave. Chu Tianyang's forehead beaded with cold sweat. I understand my error." He had no idea he had nearly provoked such dire consequences. "Beast god, is it possible that this woman possesses strength surpassing that of the martial emperor, making her a martial god?" Chu Jinju inquired, noting that if she were merely an emperor, the beast god would not have exhibited such a strong reaction. "No. She is a being far more terrifying than a martial god." Long Yuan's words compelled both men to swallow hard. "More terrifying than a martial god? So, there are realms beyond the martial god? Then beast god, what are we doing here? We should leave at once. This is far too perilous for us," Chu Tianyang urged. "I am aware, but do not fear. At the very least, the aura emanating from this woman does not instill any sense of dread within me. From the moment I stepped into this realm of spatial wonders, the entity within the coffin revealed an overwhelming intent to kill. I deemed it essential to eradicate it." "What? There is indeed a living creature within the coffin?" Chu Jingyue gasped in shock. This was utterly terrifying. Without life, what purpose would this woman lying in the coffin serve? Long Yuan smirked. "The beast god suggests that this woman lies here to suppress the being within the coffin? That must be the case." Just then, a chilling, eerie voice emanated from within the coffin. "Ha ha ha. After millions of years, someone has finally entered this space. And it is none other than a dragon of the immortal realm. Ha ha ha. Our wait has been excruciating." As the words fell, the coffin lid trembled violently, and a strand of ominous red mist seeped forth, transforming into a blood-red chain that coiled toward Long Yuan like a constricting serpent. Noticing this, Long Yuan wasted no time in employing his divine powers. The moment he sensed the murderous intent directed at him, the positions of both parties were irrevocably established. Divine energy surged within him as his blue dragon claws struck forward, manifesting an ancient stone monument entwined with a celestial force, pressing onward with an overwhelming might. The Azure Dragon's monumental strike. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted as the stone tablet collided with the chain, unleashing a sound that reverberated through the very air. The vast energy rippled outward, obliterating the terrifying phenomena wrought by murderous intent. Yet, the impact caused the ancient coffin's lid to shift ever so slightly. "Ha ha ha. Young dragon, I truly am grateful to you." Boom. An even more terrifying blood mist surged forth from the fissure, morphing into countless ghastly visages that lunged at Long Yuan, swiftly encircling him in a menacing embrace. "Ha ha ha. Young dragon, surrender your life essence to me." All the apparitions shrieked as they charged toward him. Chu Tianyang and his companion were rendered speechless, feeling as though they were but a small boat adrift on a tumultuous sea, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Boom. A fierce crimson flame ignited around Long Yuan, warping the very void. Simultaneously, brilliant patterns illuminated the blue scales upon him, releasing a terrifying aura that radiated forth. Martial God realm, immortal realm. As more and more patterns glowed, the intensity of Long Yuan's aura escalated, the flames roaring fiercer as they incinerated the menacing, ghastly faces that approached. "What is this power? You were merely at the mid-stage of the demon god realm before. How have you ascended to the immortal realm, and even continue to rise?" A voice of dread emanated from within the coffin. Long Yuan offered no reply, the crimson flames surging forth, morphing into a fiery dragon that surged into the coffin, coursing through the blood-red mist. Chapter 93, Moon Goddess. Just moments ago, he had employed the divine technique, Dragon God's 9 transformations. Each transformation temporarily elevates one's realm. And as the 9th transformation was fully unleashed, Long Yuan's cultivation had soared from the pinnacle of the demon god realm to surpass the immortal realm, entering an unprecedented domain. As the ice fire Shintian dragon, his recent assault was fueled by his very own dragon fire. The surging flames transformed into a fearsome dragon, incinerating the surrounding ghostly visages completely, and surged into the coffin along with the crimson mist. Immediately, a chilling wail echoed as the coffin began to tremble violently. The creature within was enduring the wrath of the dragon fire. Long Yuan narrowed his eyes, regardless of what dwelled inside, the moment it exuded murderous intent towards him. He had resolved to extinguish its life. Peering through the fissures of the coffin, Long Yuan caught a glimpse of a peculiar being within. It bore a somewhat humanoid form, yet it was grotesquely adorned with long, coarse red fur, from which grotesque faces dangled ominously. Long Yuan was taken aback. What manner of creature was this? Growing in such a bizarre fashion? It emanated an aura of foreboding, intensifying his resolve to obliterate it utterly. Clenching his dragon claw tightly, a golden dragon silhouette faintly hovered above it, heralding the unparalleled divine technique of the ancestral dragon fist. At that very moment, the ethereal figure of a woman atop the coffin slowly opened her eyes. A luminous radiance akin to moonlight blossomed from her brow, revealing a silver lunar mark. To his astonishment, someone had indeed found this place. A cool voice resonated from her lips as her gaze fixed intently upon Long Yuan. Dragonkin? Or perhaps from the more powerful lineage of the ice-fire Shintian dragon. Are you from the supreme divine realm? No, I hail from the mortal realm. Long Yuan halted the ancestral dragon fist he was about to unleash and replied. The mortal realm? Wasn't he the divine essence of the mortal realm annihilated by the underworld? How could a formidable being such as you arise? Do you originate from those forbidden grounds? The woman, now seated cross-legged atop the blood-red coffin, radiated a gentle moonlight. Soft and flowing. Yet to Chu Tianyang and his companion, she appeared as a celestial goddess, looking down upon them with an air of sovereignty. The divine light surrounding her rendered them hesitant to gaze upon her visage, as it felt akin to blasphemy against the deity. Long Yuan furrowed his brow. He was familiar with the concept of forbidden grounds, but what of the underworld? Did it have any connection to the gates of hell? Nevertheless, he responded, no. I merely originate from an ordinary place. Due to certain fortuitous circumstances, I have ascended to my current cultivation level. And what might your esteemed name be? I am the Moon Goddess. The Moon Goddess? I have not heard of you. Naturally, you have not. My era is far too distant. The Moon Goddess enveloped herself in a gentle moonlight that permeated the blood-red coffin. Long Yuan frowned as he realized that his fire dragon had been subdued and dissipated by her influence. Predecessor, what is your intention? This Moon Goddess was actually shielding the strange creature within the coffin? This perplexed Long Yuan, for he had assumed her presence was meant to suppress the being within. I humbly request that you exercise restraint. The individual within the coffin was once a dear friend of mine, but he fell victim to malevolent forces during a great battle, transforming him into this state. I have confined him here to dispel the evil that has tainted him, in hopes of restoring him to his former self. Therefore, I implore you to show mercy, the Moon Goddess said with a sorrowful gaze. Infection? Surely, this is not merely a case of infection. It is evident that he is no longer a being of the ordinary races. Even if he were merely infected, he has likely succumbed entirely to corruption. Are you certain that you can still purge the evil from him? Long Yuan inquired, his brow furrowing. The entity within the coffin is far from a typical life form, especially given the chilling malevolence that accompanied its display of power. The expression of the Moon Goddess suddenly turned icy, and she replied solemnly. I have stated that it is possible, thus it shall be so. Kindly take your leave. Long Yuan narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the blood-red coffin, then at the Moon Goddess. He turned away, calmly stating, I care not what it is, but I hope it does not affect me. Otherwise, the consequences will be more dire than mere words. After employing the dragon god's 9 transformations, I might manage to confront the being within the coffin, but dealing with both it and the Moon Goddess simultaneously would prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, this spatial realm lies beneath Qingyang Lake. Should a battle erupt, it could potentially impact all of Qingyang City. Thus, Long Yuan resolved to act only after securing an overwhelming advantage. Without further ado, he departed with Chu Tianyang and the others. In the realm of space, the Moon Goddess caressed the crimson coffin, murmuring, ultimately, it is not a powerful being from the supreme divine realm that has descended upon us. It seems they have long forgotten us. I have always contended that the existence of this world bears no relation to us. Would it not be better to retreat to a secluded corner? If not for your insistence on participating in that so-called defense battle, we would not find ourselves in such a predicament. Previously, I was invited to join the underworld, but I declined. In retrospect, perhaps I should have accepted. The outcome could hardly have been worse than the present. Even the star god has forgotten us. Sun god, when will you awaken? With a sigh, the Moon Goddess felt the Sun god's consciousness being invaded by that sinister force, nearing dissolution. Once more, she radiated moonlight, channeling it into the coffin to assist the Sun god in resisting that strange and malevolent energy. Upon exiting the lake realm, Long Yuan returned to the Dragon Emperor's hall. After learning that the Chu family was about to activate the Tower of Time, he entrusted the imperial-level body refining technique, the Cosmic Star Formula, to Chu Tianyang. Those who manage to break through to the Martial Emperor level shall be rewarded with an imperial artifact, while those who reach the Martial Saint level will receive a mirror-breaking pill. This reward has been personally decreed by the Beast God. Within the 9-layered spatial world of the Chu family, Chu Tianyang stood before the Tower of Time, addressing all the clansmen preparing to enter. Everyone was astonished. The rewards for breaking through to the Martial Emperor and Martial Saint levels were indeed substantial. Henceforth, any needs expressed by those entering the Tower of Time will be met by the family to the best of their abilities. I urgently require numerous Dao partners. As soon as Chu Tianyang finished speaking, Chu Long exclaimed loudly. Chu Tianyang exhaled through his nostrils, his thoughts consumed with matters concerning his Dao partner. In Chapter 94, titled The Joys of Dual Tasks, he observed Chu Long, who, despite his numerous consorts, exhibited remarkable growth in his cultivation. Astonishingly, he had attained the 6th rank of Martial Emperor, while his companions also demonstrated rapid advancements in their own prowess. Chu Tianyang had investigated Chu Long's wives, finding them to be rather ordinary individuals without any exceptional talents. Yet, following their dual cultivation with Chu Long, they had experienced significant breakthroughs. What was even more intriguing was the subtle air of nobility that now surrounded these formerly unremarkable women. This transformation piqued Chu Tianyang's curiosity, prompting him to consult the Beast God. The response from Long Yuan suggested that this change might be influenced by the Yin Phoenix physique. The technique of reversing the dragon and phoenix in the 108 forms enables males to cultivate the Yang dragon body and females the Yin Phoenix body. Since the Phoenix clan is inherently noble, the emergence of the Yin Phoenix physique likely bestowed such an aura of grandeur. Moreover, aside from his Dao partners, Chu Long had not utilized any resources from his family, including elixirs or treasures from the Heart Refinement Tower. He had once entered the tower and received a physique evolution pill, which he chose to return to his family. Thus, it could be said that his cultivation relied solely on his own efforts and those of his companions. Chu Tianyang speculated that Chu Long might achieve the rank of Martial Emperor during the upcoming opening of the Time Tower. Perhaps we should send Chu Long to the Tianlong Abyss, suggested Chu Yunling, for there reside many exceptionally talented dragon maidens. If he finds favor with one, it could greatly enhance his cultivation. Many within the Chu family were already aware of the extraordinary techniques Chu Long practiced, and it was rumored that he was quite vigorous. Given the innate lustfulness of dragons and the robust physique of the Flood Dragon, it seemed only fitting that he engage in a passionate endeavor with Chu Long. However, this led Chu Yunling to ponder the Beast God, a true dragon of the lineage. Why did he lack the distinct traits commonly associated with dragons? Chu Tianyang nodded in agreement. Addressing Chu Long, very well, you shall journey to the Tianlong Abyss and see if you can find a suitable dragon maiden. But remember to return promptly. For every day you linger outside, a year will pass within the Time Tower. Understood, ancestor? Chu Long exclaimed with a hearty laugh, swiftly departing in pursuit of his dragon sister. The onlookers were left in astonishment, questioning whether he was embarking on a quest for cultivation or romance. 320 years on the 6th floor? This time, let us set aside cultivation for the moment. My physical realm must ascend to that of Martial Emperor, Chu Zhan declared solemnly. He had always prioritized the cultivation of his physical form, believing that true combat was defined by the visceral clash of fists. Furthermore, he sought to integrate the inheritance he had received from the Divine Fist sect. Although he had not acquired the complete 8-character Divine Fist technique, he had obtained one of its forms, the Earth character Fist. Similarly, Chu Feng had acquired the Flood character Fist. The phrases Heaven and Earth, Mysterious Yellow, Universe, and Primordial Chaos each represented a distinct martial technique. Collectively, these 8 characters encapsulated the essence of all martial arts. Mastery of all 8 forms of the Divine Fist would grant one unparalleled power beyond imagination. The members of the Chu family, who had inherited the sacred legacy, clenched their fists, silently vowing to achieve remarkable progress within the Tower of Time. In a corner stood Chu Huang, isolated from others, emanating an enigmatic energy capable of rendering all things silent. Anyone who drew near would inevitably be influenced by it. Chu Huang's sole aim was to fully master the legacy of the Ruins God and harness this formidable power during this period. Among the crowd, the radiant starlight surrounding Chu Luing manifested as fist-sized celestial bodies that gently revolved beside her, a testament to her inheritance from the star god of the Wanqing Mountain. Not far from her, Chu Jinshan stood with his eyes closed, enveloped by a swirling aura of sword energy, a powerful force that deterred those around him from approaching. The Tower of Time had opened, and all entered in an excited and orderly fashion. Their enthusiasm was palpable, and so too was that of Long Yuan, who anticipated the completion of several system tasks due to this event. What rewards would follow? Long Yuan observed as the Chu family members stepped into the tower, including the clan leader, Chu Jingyue, which prompted the family to adopt a more subdued stance. Aside from their regular business, the prodigies of the Chu family seemed to have vanished from public view, leading to rampant speculation that their disappearance was linked to the Hell Gate. Indeed, it seemed that the Chu family was intimidated by the Hell Gate, retreating into obscurity. Rumors swirled that the talented members of the family had been secretly dispersed across various locations. The Chu family appeared on the brink of extinction. In an instant, negative news spread like wildfire, causing turmoil throughout Qingyang City. Yet, the Chu family remained unfazed, seemingly uninterested in offering any explanations. Long Yuan noticed this apathy but chose to disregard it, knowing that when the members of the Chu family re-emerged from the Tower of Time, they would embody a formidable power that would instill fear across the mortal realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for elevating the Guardian family to an 8-star family. Task rewards: 1 instance of Bloodline reversion, 1,000 years of cultivation, the Eternal Dragon God technique, 5 Imperial artifacts, 20 physique evolution pills, 20 martial soul evolution pills, and the divine level formation, the Heaven and Earth Qiankuan array. In the 2 months that the Chu family spent within the Tower of Time, the voice of the system finally resonated in Long Yuan's ears once more. This indicated that the Chu family had birthed an 8-stage martial saint and 8 7-stage martial lords, bringing them to a level comparable to the Beastmasters. Following this announcement, the system chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for cultivating a martial emperor for the Guardian family. Task rewards: 3,000 years of cultivation, the Heavenly Fist of the Universe, Dominion level, the True Dragon Sky Treading Step, Dominion level, the Heaven and Earth Qiankuan technique, Divine level. 10 Imperial Grade Physique Essences, 10 Imperial Grade Martial Soul Essences, and 10 Imperial Grade Artifacts. What astonishing rewards! Long Yuan was taken aback. The bounties from the system, whether for himself or the Chu family, were indeed substantial. As for the Martial Emperor, was not the venerable ancestor, the Golden Sage, bound by a contract with Chu Yunling, a Martial Emperor himself? This task was completed long ago. The system, Bloodline reversion. Compared to other rewards, this is what Long Yuan has eagerly anticipated. He is deeply curious about what transformations will occur after this reversion. After expending considerable time, Long Yuan not only accomplished the Bloodline reversion but also absorbed a total of 310,000 years of cultivation rewards from the system, greatly enhancing his prowess. Host: Long Yuan race, 5 elements extreme dragon, cultivation realm, perfect dominance realm, physical cultivation, perfect longevity realm, current task. Cultivate the Guardian family into an Imperial level family, task rewards: 1 Bloodline reversion, 10,000 years of cultivation, divine ability Dragon's Roar of the Living, dominance level, body refinement technique, Xiantian 9 transformations, divine level, 1 Chaos Essence Vein, Guardian family level, 8 stars, host cultivation speed increased by 80 times. Chapter 95. Stirring restlessly upon witnessing this result, Long Yuan exhibited a look of astonishment. The 5 Elements Extreme Dragon is a formidable bloodline, comparable to the Imperial Golden Dragon, the Divine Beast Azure Dragon, the Peerless Demon Dragon, and the Supreme Long, naturally wielding control over the 5 elemental forces. Moreover, based on the information gleaned from his dragon blood, Long Yuan learned that historically, the ancestral dragons emerged from these 4 dragon bloodlines. This implies that relying on the current 5 Elements Extreme Dragon bloodline, Long Yuan could potentially cultivate to become the ancestral dragon of this era. However, the system's rewards indicate that further reversion from the 5 Elements Extreme Dragon is still possible. To what extent will this reversion go? Currently, the Chu family is merely an 8-star family, and having reached this level himself, if the Chu family continues to ascend, could he potentially undergo endless reversion? Furthermore, with his physical realm having reached the longevity realm, it signifies that with each bloodline reversion, his physical realm will elevate by a significant tier. The demon god, the immortal realm, the longevity realm, the dominance realm. Are there further realms beyond these? The longevity realm, where the body is immortal and the soul remains intact, signifies true eternal life. Upon reaching this realm, barring external forces, one can genuinely exist perpetually, unaging. Achieving the dominance realm grants one the true power to dominate the heavens and earth, allowing the absorption of chaotic energy. Attaining this realm is akin to becoming a colossal entity within the universe. This means that Long Yuan has now emerged as an unparalleled giant within the cosmos. After all, he possesses over 300,000 years of cultivation. If my calculations are correct, by the conclusion of this journey through the Tower of Time, the system's new task will undoubtedly be fulfilled. Long Yuan could not help but rub his dragon claws together, producing a resonant sound. Not to mention the bloodline reversion. The mere prospect of 10,000 years of cultivation excites him immensely, with an 80-fold enhancement. That equates to 800,000 years, a span of time that should enable a substantial leap in his strength. His consciousness expanded, enveloping the entire human realm. He perceived places previously inaccessible to his divine sense, and observed nearly 100 Imperial-level powerhouses from the Hell Gate besieging a forbidden area. This is the depth of the Hell Gate. Such an abundance of Imperial-level powerhouses. No single Imperial-level being could withstand this onslaught. Even the mightiest cannot withstand the relentless assault of numerous formidable adversaries. However, the essence of the Forbidden Land is extraordinary, particularly in this domain currently besieged by the Hell Gate, where beings exist that transcend even the martial deity. The Hell Gate possesses entities that surpass the martial deity? At this moment, Long Yuan observed that among the formidable beings attacking the Forbidden Land, the leader was surprisingly an immortal and several martial deities. How curious. During the last exploration of the Hell Gate's headquarters in the heavenly domain, no such powerful beings were discovered. Long Yuan's eyes sparkled with divine light as he traversed the boundless expanse, gazing towards the location of the temporal cave within the Forbidden Land. The temporal cave is a wondrous place, filled with terrifying shards of time that dance about, should one make contact. Any being below the realm of eternal life would instantly be reduced to dust. The power of time. Long Yuan immediately comprehended the force residing there. This power is lethal to any martial artist beneath the eternal life realm. To touch it is to meet death. Yet, after merely a glance, he withdrew his consciousness, losing interest in the battle that unfolded there. The Chu family has opted for a low profile, yet some of its affiliated factions have begun to act ostentatiously. Many factions believe that the Chu family, out of fear of the Hell Gate, has begun to disperse its kin, preparing for the eventual annihilation of their lineage. Master, is this not somewhat inappropriate? An elder from the Reverse Water sect expressed concern, as the master had decided to claim a piece of the earthly essence that originally belonged to the Chu family. This essence was once held by the Wanqing Mountain, and after its demise, it naturally fell into the hands of the Chu family. Since the Reverse Water sect is not far from this earthly essence and has willingly become an affiliated sect of the Chu family, they were tasked with its extraction. Regarding these resources, the Chu family employed a 3-to-7 profit-sharing method, with the Chu family taking 70% and the Reverse Water sect receiving 30%, which significantly bolstered their income. The master, Reverse Water Han, rose and declared solemnly, one must possess foresight. Once the Chu family falls to the Hell Gate, will these resources not be coveted by other factions? Rather than waiting, it is better to act preemptively, by the time others decide to move. It may already be too late. The Master's assertion was indeed accurate. Given the current plight of the Chu family, annihilation appeared imminent. We should seize the opportunity and not remain passive. While this event poses an existential threat to the Chu family, it presents an excellent opportunity for us to turn the tide. Several elders hastily concurred, noting that previously, with the colossal presence of Wanqing Mountain, they had never dared to entertain any unseemly thoughts. However, the situation has changed. The Chu family has eradicated Wanqing Mountain, and now they find themselves in a dire predicament, presenting a splendid opportunity for many factions. Nonetheless, even so, we should not imprison the Chu family's steward. Elder Tan Xiufeng expressed her worries. You are being overly cautious. I retain that steward merely as a precaution. Should a flicker of hope remain for the Chu family, we can exploit that steward to our advantage. If the Chu family were indeed to be annihilated by the Hell Gate, there would be no need to retain that steward, the sect leader, Su Shui Han, coldly remarked. Moreover, this sentiment was not confined to the Su Shui sect alone. Numerous factions began to exhibit similar inclinations. Qiu Fengming sighed, realizing that the sect leader would be impervious to his counsel. Thus, on the following day, he departed from the Su Shui sect, seeking a secluded refuge unknown to others. He harbored a foreboding sense that the Su Shui sect might truly be facing its demise, with their millennia-old legacy on the verge of obliteration. I have said all I could, and if they choose to court their own destruction, there is little I can do, Qiu Fengming mused, shaking his head before vanishing from the sight of all in the Su Shui sect. As Su Shui Han had predicted, several factions within the 5 domains, now besieged by the Chu family, began to exhibit signs of rebellion. Yet, some factions opted to remain watchful and dormant, wary of making any hasty moves until the situation became clearer. Even within the Qin domain, where the Chu family resided, certain factions began to waver, quietly delineating their spheres of influence. Every one of these maneuvers was closely observed by the Chu family. However, due to a prior warning from Chu Jingyue to the elders managing family affairs before entering the Tower of Time, they were instructed to disregard any such developments, promising to settle accounts upon their return. Chu Jingyue was acutely aware that many factions were secretly restless. And even after the fall of the sacred sect of the Five Domains, some factions covertly reached out to the Hell Gate, hoping to become its inside informants, ready to stab the Chu family in the back at a pivotal moment. Without concrete evidence, they were unable to take any action. Thus, Chu Jingyue sought to leverage this opportunity to expose these factions, exterminating them completely. Chapter 96. The birth of a divine physique. The Chu family had never claimed to be a benevolent force, nor had they ever coerced any faction into allegiance. However, if certain factions chose to align themselves with them, they should uphold their responsibilities. Should there be any actions detrimental to the Chu family, they would not show leniency. On this day, a series of dragon roars suddenly resonated from the nine-tiered spatial realm of the Chu family, exuding an immense draconic might. Awakening from a deep slumber, Long Yuan opened his eyes, gazing towards the Chu family estate, his expression turning to one of astonishment. Above the estate, 9 colossal dragon apparitions of varying hues soared, each resembling an imposing mountain, radiating an aura of boundless majesty. What is this? Long Yuan exited the Dragon Emperor Hall, his immense form appearing above Qingyang City. Of course, this was his diminished size. Had he revealed his true form, it would have been vast enough to overshadow an entire domain. Is that the beast god of the Chu family? He is still in Qingyang City? A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Although his appearance had slightly changed, the familiar aura unmistakably signified that it was indeed the beast god of the Chu family. They all understood that the strength of the Chu family was derived from their beast god, and as long as the beast god remained, the Chu family could never be extinguished. Could it be that the recent low profile of the Chu family is not due to their fear of the Hell Gate, but rather because of certain matters of which they are unaware? This notion instantly astonished many factions and sent shivers down the spines of those who were eager to take action against the Chu family. Salutations to the beast god. The Chu family members outside hurriedly bowed as they entered. Long Yuan nodded, observing the extraordinary phenomenon hovering above the Chu family. Beast god, what is happening? Someone inquired, gazing at the astonishing sight. If I am not mistaken, it appears that someone from the Chu family has awakened an extraordinary physique. Long Yuan spoke solemnly. Given such a phenomenon, this physique must be incredibly powerful, possibly reaching the legendary divine level. The divine physique and martial soul represent the highest echelon, a rarity that has not graced the mortal realm for countless ages, truly a supreme physique. The surrounding members of the Chu family were astounded. If even the beast god acknowledged this as an extraordinary physique, what could it possibly be? Long Yuan swiftly entered the ninefold space, discovering that the source of the phenomenon was indeed the Tower of Time. Could it be that someone within had awakened a unique physique? He stepped inside. At the same moment, near the time cave, a considerable distance from the Qian domain, powerful energies surged as two figures engaged in a fierce battle in the void. Humph. You from the underworld may wreak havoc in the mortal realm as you please, but to dare extend your hand towards us is to invite your own demise. One figure scoffed, the power of time boiling around him, exuding unmatched might as his sword slashed through the air, each strike imbued with formidable killing intent. Allowing your forbidden existence to persist for so long has been a kindness. It is now time for you to return to dust. The powerful figure from the Hell Gate declared. His movements were steady and forceful, each blow unleashing a devastating force that collided with his opponent's sword. The void fractured. Chaos erupted, wreaking havoc across the heavens and the earth. Submit to you? What a farce. A group of prisoners sealed in the underworld dares to demand our submission? The Time Cave warrior retorted disdainfully. You are not in a much better position. Destined to remain forever in your forbidden land, glorified as guardians of the demonic realm's passage. Yet what purpose does that serve other than to be prisoners? The two engaged in a fierce clash, divine light radiating and illuminating the world. However, just as they prepared to continue their battle, a mighty dragon's roar echoed throughout the universe. Both combatants turned their gazes towards the Qian domain, their expressions filled with astonishment. How is this possible? A divine physique has actually emerged in the mortal realm? The powerful being from the underworld was taken aback. How could the environment of the mortal realm give rise to a divine physique? Yet, they could not afford to ponder further. The Hell Gate's martial emperor ordered. Martial emperors of the Hell Gate, heed my command. Immediately dispatch someone to locate this divine physique and ensure it is brought back. Those who obstruct our path shall be mercilessly slain. Yes, the martial emperors responded in astonishment, and 5 of them immediately soared towards the direction of the extraordinary phenomenon. That direction points to the Qian domain. Could it possibly be the Chu family again? A martial emperor furrowed his brow, for that direction indeed leads to the Qian domain. Previously, even the Beast Emperor had fallen there. The likelihood is substantial. Those who have not yet reached the pinnacle of the Emperor level must promptly return and bring forth fully realized Emperor-level powerhouses. The Qian domain may have birthed an extraordinary being. The Jun Tian Martial Emperor spoke solemnly, recalling that the fallen Beast Emperor was a genuine pinnacle martial emperor, accompanied by a contract beast of the peak Demon Emperor level. The fact that such formidable strength succumbed there indicates that the opposing force possesses the capability to slay two pinnacle Emperor-level warriors. In such circumstances, venturing below the pinnacle of the Emperor level is tantamount to delivering oneself as prey. Indeed, two among them nodded and retreated to summon two fully realized Emperor-level warriors. Thus, 5 pinnacle martial emperors convened, and the Jun Tian Martial Emperor could not fathom how such a formidable assembly could fail to subdue the opponent. Long Yuan entered the Time Tower, seeking the source of the anomaly. Astonishingly, it was a newly born child that precipitated such phenomena. Beast God. What is the meaning of this? Initially in seclusion, Chu Tianyang and Chu Jingyue arrived ahead of the others. They had not anticipated that the matter here would rouse the attention of the Beast God, who typically disregarded affairs of the Chu family. You should inquire with Chu Long about this matter, suggested Long Yuan, glancing at the anxious Chu Long pacing nearby. This must be the child born of Biao that has triggered this anomaly, Chu Long remarked uncertainly, gazing into the room from whence the sound of a child's cries emanated. Chu Tianyang cast a sidelong glance at Chu Long, chiding, "You rascal. The Time Tower opens for your cultivation, and here you are, involved in childbearing?" At that moment, one of Chu Long's consorts emerged, cradling a freshly born child. It was a chubby little boy, and around him danced 9 true dragons, each a foot long. Indeed, this little one has incited the anomaly, Chu Jingyue exclaimed, recognizing him as the first child of their family to be born with such a phenomenon. Beast God. What sort of constitution does this child possess? Chu Tianyang inquired in astonishment, for they had never encountered such a constitution in their texts. Divine grade constitution. The 9 dragon battle body, Long Yuan declared in shock. Divine grade? The surrounding individuals gasped in unison, their eyes widening as they beheld the child before them. The current Chu family is no longer the naive clan of yore. They had gleaned some knowledge of the divine grade from ancient texts, which denotes a constitution far surpassing that of the Emperor level, the strongest of all. Chapter 97. Establishing an Emperor-level family. Long Yuan's astonishment stemmed entirely from the fact that the 9 dragon battle body is an exceedingly terrifying combat-oriented constitution. When the 9 dragons manifest, they can unleash 9-fold combat power, truly fearsome. Furthermore, the 9 dragons embody 9 supreme forces within the cosmos, signifying that any warrior endowed with such a constitution is inherently capable of wielding these 9 ultimate powers, rivaling even the formidable chaos divine body. Once fully developed, this will serve as an immense source of terrifying strength for the Chu family. The onlookers gazed intently at the boy cradled in Chu Long's arms, utterly astonished that, in such a moment, the Chu family would welcome an extraordinary prodigy. Chu Tianyang's perception of Chu Long shifted significantly. If the family could produce such a marvel, having a few more would be no burden at all. He implored the beast deity to bestow a name upon the child. Cradling the infant, Chu Long turned his gaze towards the beast deity. Let us keep it simple. We shall name him Chu Ming. May he one day resonate throughout the heavens. Dragon Yuan proclaimed solemnly. Chu Ming, excellent. From henceforth, you shall be known as Chu Ming. Pray, do not disappoint the beast deity. Chu Long said to the child in his embrace, believing that receiving a name from the beast deity was a fortunate blessing for the boy. He was confident that this name would bring prosperity to his child. Beast deity, should we allow this child to grow within the Tower of Time, or arrange for him to experience the world outside? Chu Tianyang inquired. If he grows within the tower, he can rapidly become a formidable warrior. Let him grow outside. Dragon Yuan replied. You are all engrossed in your own cultivation and scarcely have time to care for a child. Moreover, a child should flourish in a normal environment. It is advisable that he does not enter the Tower of Time for cultivation before the age of 10. Wouldn't that squander a significant amount of time? Chu Tianyang questioned. Not at all, Dragon Yuan calmly responded. The development of the Chu family is a long journey. There is no rush. Achieving an imperial-level family is straightforward, but evolving into a divine-level family requires considerable time. Without the support of the Tower of Time, it could take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to reach that status. Very well, in that case, let us send Chu Ming out of the Tower of Time, allowing him to grow in the 9-fold spatial world. Chu Tianyang declared. Chu Long nodded in agreement, wishing for his child to spend his childhood among peers of the Chu family rather than with those who were obsessively devoted to cultivation. For such a childhood would be exceedingly monotonous. As Dragon Yuan exited the ninefold spatial world, he sensed the presence of 5 martial emperors from the Hell Gate approaching Qingyang City from a vast distance. Are they seeking their demise once more? Dragon Yuan shook his head. He could hardly be bothered with mere imperial-level foes. If an immortal-level powerhouse were to make an appearance, perhaps he might spare a glance. He now hoped for more members of the Chu family to break through to Martial Emperor, alleviating the need for him to intervene personally. Just as Dragon Yuan returned to the Dragon Emperor Hall to rest, the system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host, for cultivating the Guardian family into an imperial-level family. Task reward: 1 instance of Bloodline retrogression, 10,000 years of cultivation, the Divine Ability Dragon Roar for all, Dominion level, the Body Refinement Technique Xian Tion's 9 transformations, Divine level, 1 strand of Chaos Essence, 10 Imperial artifacts, and 1 Divine weapon. It had been less than half a year, and the task of establishing an Imperial-level family was already accomplished. This meant that, apart from the Imperial existence of the Golden Saint ancestor, Chu Yunling, the Chu family had already produced 9 martial saints, a timeline far swifter than Dragon Yuan had anticipated. At this pace, after the closure of the Tower of Time, the Chu family would likely give rise to several martial emperors. Chu Tianyang is undoubtedly on the cusp of a breakthrough. During our previous encounter, Long Yuan sensed that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the martial saint realm, merely a step away from becoming a martial emperor. Additionally, Chu Jingyue boasts an even deeper accumulation in the martial saint realm, a testament to the fortuitous blessings derived from their family's lineage, thus ensuring his imminent breakthrough as well. Among the others, Long Yuan harbors the greatest hopes for Chu Long, whose dual cultivation techniques have propelled his prowess to new heights. Remarkably, the abilities of his numerous consorts are formidable as well. Although their cultivation speed may not match Chu Long's, it is nearly comparable to that of an ordinary sacred body. The ascension of these individuals to martial emperor seems inevitable, though the prospects for others remain uncertain. Nevertheless, the emergence of several martial saints appears promising. Contemplating this, Long Yuan initially wished to awaken his ancestral bloodline, but restrained his impulses. Mindful of the impending arrival of the Hell Gate's martial emperor, he decided it prudent to address that threat before pursuing his lineage's revival. Days later, led by the Jun Tian martial emperor, 5 figures of unparalleled might descended upon Qingyang City. In light of the previous demise of the 10,000 Beasts martial emperor, they refrained from immediate action, opting instead to observe. Yet, the terrifying aura emanating from their united presence instilled dread across the realm, causing all martial artists to tremble in fear. At that moment, the Hell Gate was poised to make its formidable move against the Chu family. Almost every powerful faction in the mortal realm had their eyes fixed on the Qian domain, as the Hell Gate struck like thunder. Among them were the Jun Tian martial emperor and the Hua Yi martial emperor, each an embodiment of imperial perfection. Let us witness whether you survive this, Chu Dingtian thought, gazing into a reflective artifact that displayed the unfolding events outside Qingyang City. His heart surged with excitement. With these 5 formidable martial emperors in action, the annihilation of the Chu family was all but assured. The factions that had already rebelled were elated, for once the Chu family fell, the resources they had seized would become theirs. Reports indicated that the Chu family had given rise to 2 monstrous emperors, one a mighty dragon, and the other presumably the legendary true dragon emperor of the Chu family. Jun Tian spoke solemnly, yet their senses revealed no trace of any imperial-level power. A true dragon? Such beings may exist in the sacred realm, but how could they possibly appear in the mortal realm? Hua Yi martial emperor scoffed. Clad in an imperial-grade golden chainmail and wielding a black halberd, his fierce gaze radiating unparalleled dominance. Let us not jump to conclusions too hastily. After all, even the seemingly impossible divine physiques have emerged. Jun Tian martial emperor countered. If a true dragon were to manifest, do you think the holy envoy would allow us martial emperors to take action? Hua Yi martial emperor retorted, dismissing the notion. According to reports from the sacred realm, a pure-blooded true dragon's physical form reaches the martial god realm. If such a being existed, the holy envoy would not send us to our demise. Then what do you propose we do? We shall strike directly. With the combined might of the 5 of us, we will unleash a thunderous assault, rendering any countermeasures futile. Indeed, I sense that within the storm clouds looming over this city lies an essence of imperial might. The beast deity of the Chu family is likely concealed within, and it would be prudent for us to unite our efforts and swiftly eradicate the adversary. While their task is to seek out the divine physique, it has been confirmed that this exceptional entity resides within the confines of this city. New grievances and old resentments should be resolved today. Chapter 98. Subduing the Martial Emperor, offering assistance after much deliberation among the 5. They reached a unanimous decision to act decisively. A terrifying aura emanated from their beings, shattering the void and transforming it into a black hole. Radiant light burst forth from them, illuminating the heavens and the earth. "Kill!" roared the martial Emperor Jun Tian, as his longsword, enveloped in a sharp blade aura, lunged towards the storm clouds above Qingyang City. The other martial emperors, including Hui Yi, followed suit, their halberds swirling with formidable energy that swept the surroundings. In that moment, the 5 imperial weapons erupted with a breathtaking might. The inhabitants of Qingyang City were engulfed in a suffocating despair, the imperial might looming over them like a deity or a demon. Not only the Qian domain felt the oppressive aura, but even the neighboring realms were shaken by its intensity. Within the dragon abyss, an elder furrowed his brow, questioning whether the Chu family could withstand the onslaught of 5 martial emperors. The once formidable demon saints had silently ascended to the early stages of the demon emperor, rendering the dragon abyss extraordinarily powerful. Yet, before 5 fully realized martial emperors, it remained vulnerable. The higher the realm, the more pronounced the disparity, even between minor levels. The Chu family could not withstand such force, but their beast deity posed no such concerns. Have you forgotten that the adversary previously claimed to regard all within the imperial realm with indifference? One elder spoke solemnly. Indeed, on a previous occasion, a mere word had subdued 2 martial emperors. I believe this time will be no different. If any faction truly comprehends the strength of the dragon abyss, it is undoubtedly the dragon abyss itself. Within Qingyang City, the overwhelming imperial might descended like a vast firmament, imparting to all the true essence of imperial power. We beseech the beast deity to intervene. At this moment, a member of the Chu family could no longer contain himself, howling towards the heavens. We implore the divine beast to act. We beseech the beast deity of the Chu family to emerge. A cacophony of voices surged through Qingyang City, resonating like a tempest. It was not just the Chu family. The entire populace raised their voices in fervent appeal, for they all understood that their only hope of overcoming this peril lay in the intervention of the beast deity. You cannot even secure your own safety, let alone hope for salvation, bellowed Hui Yi, his halberd radiating a dark brilliance, piercing towards the storm clouds above Qingyang City. The 5 unleashed their full strength in a singular assault. Even the resurrection of the martial emperor of the Yunxiao sect would stand no chance against their combined might. As they unleashed their powers, a fearsome energy rent the air, surging into the storm clouds. Clang, clang, clang. In the next instant, a violent collision resonated, causing Hui Yi and the others to shudder, as if they had struck an impenetrable barrier. Immediately thereafter, a colossal dragon claw emerged, entwined with the elemental forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, emanating an unparalleled might that violently dislodged the imperial weapons from the grasp of the 5. In their eyes, filled with terror, the imperial weapons uncontrollably soared into the stormy clouds. Even the golden chainmail worn by the martial emperor, Huaya, slipped from his body, vanishing before their gaze. This was but a fleeting confrontation, leaving the 5 martial emperors momentarily dazed, as the opponent's strength seemed capable of overwhelming them entirely, rendering them utterly defenseless. The opponent's power was inscrutable. We must retreat at once. The martial emperor Jun Tian bellowed, his body abruptly retreating, distancing itself from Qingyang City. Though Huaya harbored reluctance, the brief encounter had confirmed that their adversary far exceeded their expectations, a force beyond their capacity to contend with. Retreat? Did I grant permission? A deep voice resonated from the storm clouds. The dragon claw, with its elemental energies interwoven, transformed into a vortex of the 5 elements, releasing an unparalleled gravitational pull that drew the retreating figures back toward it. As they withdrew, their bodies suddenly faltered, feeling an incomprehensible power ensnaring them towards the dragon claw. A chorus of shouts erupted from their lips, as a torrent of energy surged within them, radiating a blinding brilliance that illuminated the heavens and the earth. Yet, it proved utterly futile. Their bodies began to uncontrollably ascend towards the dragon claw emerging from the storm clouds. What manner of existence is this? How can such tremendous power exist? Huaya finally felt panic, as they began to understand why the once mighty martial emperor of 10,000 beasts had fallen here. It was neither a rival nor a surprise attack, but rather an absolute power that could crush them. They were bewildered, unable to comprehend how 5 martial emperors at their pinnacle could be so easily overpowered. Saint Envoy, Ancestor, save me. In this critical moment, Huaya cried out to the heavens, for the Saint Envoy residing in the time cave had some connection to him. Even regarded as an ancestor of their lineage, having later been favored by the powers of the Holy Realm, which led to his cultivation there. This was his last desperate plea. He did not know if the other party had noticed their plight, but it was his final opportunity. His cry for help seemed to elicit a response, as a hand, pure as jade, reached out from the void. The Saint Envoy has arrived. We are saved. Upon witnessing this, Huaya and the others were overwhelmed with joy. The hand did not exude an overtly terrifying might, appearing rather unremarkable to others. Only Huaya and his companions understood that even a mere finger of their adversary could extinguish them as easily as crushing ants. Within Qingyang City, the sight of the 5 martial emperors being subdued had initially brought relief to all, but the sudden appearance of that hand instilled a sense of foreboding. The hand disregarded Huaya and the others, advancing directly towards the dragon claw descending from the storm clouds. Long Yuan narrowed his eyes. An existence of the eternal life realm? This hand belongs to a formidable being of the eternal life realm. In the past, I might have felt constrained, but now, Having successfully completed tasks consecutively within the Chu family, my cultivation has reached a level where I no longer fear the realm of eternal life. The dragon's claw shattered the void in an instant, colliding fiercely with that outstretched palm. Divine light erupted, illuminating the heavens and transforming the world into an indistinct expanse. All present were blinded by the dazzling radiance, unable to comprehend what transpired. As the claw and palm clashed in midair, boundless divine brilliance radiated forth, tearing the fabric of space as if it were mere paper. Long Yuan did not unleash his full power. Instead, he restrained his cultivation to the realm of eternal life. It would be dreadfully tedious if such a formidable opponent were to be vanquished with a mere slap. Nevertheless, as the two engaged in relentless combat, a terrifying force surged and collided. Amidst the resplendent divine light, worlds were birthed from the cataclysmic energies of their confrontation, only to be obliterated into nothingness. Each strike from a master of the eternal life realm heralded the creation and destruction of spatial realms, wielding an unparalleled might. Near the Cave of Time, Bei Weng's expression was one of astonishment. How could a master of the eternal life realm exist in that place? His eyes radiated strands of divine light as he gazed toward the direction of the Qian domain through layers of space. That location was not a forbidden zone. How could a master of the eternal life realm possibly reside there? Bei Weng's mind was shaken. Could it be that a powerful being from the supreme divine realm had descended? No, the supreme divine realm is currently preoccupied with its own troubles. How could it spare attention for the mortal realm? Could it be that the opponent is a formidable entity emerging from a forbidden land? His brows furrowed deeply, 2 long white eyebrows cascading down to his chest. Though his appearance was somewhat benevolent, a surge of killing intent erupted in his eyes. A master from a forbidden land. You say? If you had remained hidden, we might have had no means to deal with you. But now that you have ventured out seeking your demise, that is no one's fault but your own. Our purpose in descending from the holy realm is to annihilate the 9 great forbidden lands of the mortal realm, thoroughly opening the passage between the mortal and demon realms, allowing those unparalleled demons to invade the mortal world. Suddenly, the other hand that Bei Weng had kept at his side shattered the void before him, traversing endless distances to appear above Qingyang City. For a master of the eternal life realm such as he, a single thought could encompass the entirety of the mortal realm. His hands radiated a pure white light, as if capable of purifying all things in the world. Yet, the previous sense of ease had vanished. Instead, the veins on his hands bulged like coiling dragons, indicating that Bei Weng was now exerting his full strength. Within the Dragon Emperor's hall, Long Yuan smiled slightly, continuing to respond with one hand. The 5 elemental forces on the dragon's claw rotated, transforming into a 5-colored divine light, effortlessly blocking all of his opponent's attacks. The power was extraordinarily formidable. The great powers observing Qingyang City were now utterly astounded. To them, the opponent's attacking movements were indecipherable, only perceiving 3 brilliant lights constantly intertwining and colliding in the sky. If this was merely an instinctual perception, the 5 martial emperors, now reduced to dust within the blooming divine light, truly instilled genuine dread in all the great powers. Just the residual waves generated by the clash of these 2 beings were sufficient to cause the perfect masters of the 5 martial emperors to vanish without a trace. What kind of formidable beings are they? At this very moment, many have come to realize that the 2 engaged in battle possess powers that undoubtedly transcend the imperial level. In the Cangyu region, Chu Dingtian and the senior members of the Chu family gazed in horror at the reflection in the mirror. Several elders were unable to suppress their trembling, swallowing hard in disbelief. Their strength was overwhelming. The completeness of a martial emperor seemed as fragile as paper in their presence. The mere radiance emitted from their clash could reduce them to ashes. Just moments ago, they witnessed a divine light flash past, and 5 martial emperors were disintegrated into particles of light. If the earlier scene of a dragon's claw subduing 5 martial emperors had already left them aghast, The sight of the 5 emperors' demise truly sent shivers down their spines. Their opponent undeniably possessed the capability to effortlessly annihilate a martial emperor. How infuriating! How could such a small branch harbor such terrifying strength? Chu Dingtian clenched his teeth, his fists tightened, and blood vessels bulged in his eyes. It was utterly unfair. How could a mere branch possess such a powerful protector? Even if such a being existed, it ought to belong to their main lineage. With such a guardian, it wouldn't be long before that branch became more formidable than our Tsangyu main lineage. A martial saint elder sighed, though they wished otherwise. It appeared to be the stark truth. Silence. That Chu family has no connection to us. The eldest ancestor barked sternly. Should even a whisper of this news escape, they would face the wrath of the Hell Gate. After all, nearly 10 martial emperors had perished in Qingyang City. The Hell Gate was likely on the verge of exploding with rage, if they were to be discovered at this moment. Revealing even the slightest blood relation to that Chu family, it could spell their complete annihilation. The other elders nodded in agreement. This was a matter of the family's survival and could not be treated lightly. In Qingyang City, many felt their scalps tingle at the sight of the martial emperors disintegrating into light rain. It must be the protection of the Chu family's beast god that spared us. Otherwise, we would surely share the same fate as those martial emperors. Some gasped in astonishment, reflecting on the resplendent divine glow of the dragon's claw. This is all thanks to the blessings of the Chu family. Otherwise, such a powerful entity would not deign to regard us. But just what level of power does the Chu family's beast god possess? Why is it that even martial emperors are no match for him? Some lamented that the Chu family must have encountered unprecedented fortune to have such a guardian. Others questioned whether the Chu family's beast god was indeed a demon emperor. It certainly did not seem so. Just then, outside Qingyang City, a towering figure suddenly appeared. The master of the two hands, the Chongqing realm powerhouse, Bei Wang. At that moment, he gazed coldly at the thunderclouds above Qingyang City. Let me see what you truly are. He swiftly evaded the dragon's claw from Long Yuan, his figure instantaneously materializing near the thunderclouds, eager to discern what lay within. How could one claw contend with him so evenly? As he stepped into the thunderclouds, a deep, resonant dragon's roar suddenly erupted beside him, akin to the very cosmos descending upon him with overwhelming force, striking North Wang with tremendous impact. Boom! With a thunderous crash,